Zohar 11. Mrush har-eni lam. Midrash har-eni lam el-shur ha-shirim. Midrash har-eni lam on Song of Songs. Rabbi Reumai opened, the Ruah, Spirit, of Yehovah will alight upon him, Ruah of wisdom and understanding, Ruah of counsel and power, Ruah of knowledge and awe of Yehovah. Here are 4 Ruot, spirits, and none has attained them other than King Messiah alone. But, look, it is written from 4 Ruot come, O Ruah Ezekiel, it is not written 4 actually, from 4 Ruot this is a complete Ruah. He said to him, how does this happen? He replied, this is the one born of love in a kiss. How love's kiss occurs solely with the mouth. Ruah joins with Ruah, each comprising 2 Ruot, his Ruah and his friend's Ruah both present in 4 Ruot. All the more so with a man and woman when joined, 4 Ruot together. The son who proceeds from them Ruah coming from 4 Ruot. This is as is said, from 4 Ruot come, O Ruah, this is a complete Ruah. Rabbi Berechiah recounted, I was sitting at the gate of the great city of Rome, when I saw a man coming. I approached him and brought him home. I examined him in scripture, Mishnah, Tosefta, and Haggadah and found nothing in him. I upbraided him, but he didn't respond at all. Then he threw himself down behind the door and dozed off. I sneered, he and the dog can dine together. For this is what Rabbi Menayumi, the elder from Gush Alva, said. What is the meaning of the dogs are Azir Nefesh, impudent, incapable of understanding? These are the ignoramuses who are Azir Fanim, brazen-faced, like a dog. Brazen-faced like a dog. What does this mean? That they are incapable of understanding, for the Blessed Holy One does not cause His holiness to dwell in their midst. Hence they are called impudent, and that is why he and the dog should eat together. When he awoke, he rose and drew near me at the table. He lowered his head, saying nothing. I looked and saw laughter in his eyes. He said to me, surely you have strayed from the path of your master, for he set the table even before Adam arrived, before commanding or examining him. If you persist in proceeding on this path, your sons will not survive you immediately. He retracted, saying, your sons will live and will survive you. I asked him, why did you retract your words? Why the remorse? He replied, it is forbidden to curse oneself, all the more so another. For a curse from a sage, even if conditional, will be fulfilled. I said, this is certainly so, as is written, with whomever you find your gods, that person shall not live, and it was upheld. But you, I examined you, your curse is worthless. He opened, saying, now, if you would only bear their sin, and if not, wipe me out, please, from your book that you have written. This curse was stated conditionally. The Blessed Holy One absolved them of their sins on Moses' account, but as a result of that conditional curse he was blotted out from a supreme parashah of the Torah, the commandment to construct the dwelling. This is the parashah of you shall command, in which Moses' name should have been written in each and every word, in each and every commandment. But he was blotted out from the entire parashah, unmentioned. An instance of a sage's curse, even if conditional, is fulfilled. Upon recognizing his stature, I got up and seated him at the head of the table. I said to him, but it was after you shall command that Moses uttered those words. He replied, there is no early and late in the Torah. I asked him questions about scripture, Mishnah, Tosefta, and Haggadah, and he was expert in them all. I asked, why did you not respond to me at the beginning when I examined you? He replied, exhaustion prevented me. I had not slept for 2 days, but now sleep has come to my eyes. That is why I had not answered. After eating and drinking, he opened, saying, Shah, Song of Songs, large Shin, second to last letter of the alphabet. Bet of Bereshit, in the beginning, is large second from the beginning of the alphabet. What is the explanation? Shin is mystery of the upper chariot, and thus it has 3 columns. For the patriarchs are the chariot, and all of Song of Songs is mystery of the upper chariot, thus it begins with Shin. Bet is the house of the world, formation of the world. In this vein, standing at the beginnings of books there are 4. In accord with the style of their makeup and their distinctive mysteries, these opening letters are inscribed. These letters are great, towering over all other letters. That letter mystery and secret of each book. They are of Chronicles, Bet of Bereshit, Mem of Mishlei, and Shin of Shur, these 4 letters, heads of books, great letters. One who knows them knows the mystery of the entire book. For Song of Songs is inscribed with that letter, and that letter teaches the mystery of the whole book. Aleph, its configuration in the image and secret of Adam, man, in 2 ways. Head above all, engraved, for primal point is crowned, ruling over all in its engraving, crowned to spread out below. Vav, mystery and image of Adam in his perfection. He and his destined partner they lay below, cleaving to his side. This is the perfection of Adam. A different facet Vav is in the middle of the form of Adam, and 2 yods joined to it on 2 sides, modeled like arms, from this side and that. This is Aleph, form and secret of Adam. Hence Aleph is inscribed at the beginning of the book of Chronicles. For this book comes only to perfect Adam in his sides and rungs, through his descendants Adam, entirely complete. Bet Betah, house, of the entire world. Surrounded on 3 sides, and above, and below all creations comprised within it as one. 3 sides of the entire world, but the north side remains unformed, for it is the wicked domain where all evil of the world dwells. This is as is said, from the north evil will open up, since is the house and structure of the entire world. It is inscribed in large form at the beginning of the Torah, as an illustration of the entire book. This book is fashioned like the work of creation, through the secret of the name of 42 letters, which is contained within the work of creation. As a result, the book starts with Bet and the book ends with final Mem, for the entire book is exalted through the mystery of 42 letters. Mem, opening of the mystery of the perfect female, woman of Valor, crowned with her crown. Of this, the entire book of Mishlei is nothing but praise for this woman of Valor, to settle men's minds, and a warning to guard against the evil woman. This is as is said to protect you from the women of evil, and to draw you near this women of valor through noble worship. Consequently, large Mem at the beginning of the book, the whole book proceeding with this mystery. Shin, unified in the mystery of the supernal chariot. For the patriarchs are the supernal chariot Abraham and Isaac, united this one in that one, contained this one in that one. Jacob enters in the middle, harmonizing the 2 sides. Thus are they all unified in the mystery of the upper world. Consequently, this praise is in the mystery of the heavenly chariot, bonds with the King who possesses peace. This is why it is magnified. As a result, it is joined to the start of the book to show that the entire book proceeds and is adorned with this mystery. Through this mystery, this letter exhibits the exaltation of the entire book. At that moment, I rose and kissed him, beseeching him for forgiveness. And he forgave me. He opened, saying, "Do not let your mouth make your flesh sin, and do not say before the angel that it was a mistake. Why should God rage over your voice and ruin your handiwork? How much must a man be cautious in this world?" The companions asked me about this verse, for it should have been written, "Do not let your mouth make your soul sin," as is said, "Should a soul sin errantly?" We do not find a verse saying, "Should flesh sin errantly," but rather his soul, and this is fitting well. Here is the explanation: it is forbidden for a man to speak lewdly, even with his wife, for this will induce an erection, leading toward other evil thoughts. Then he will thresh on his threshing floor and sow foreign oats. This is as is written, "Do not let your mouth make your flesh sin." This alludes to sacred flesh, as is written, "I shall place my covenant in your flesh." Do not say before the angel, who walks on one's right side, "Do not speak words that are unseemly, rather let all your words be genteel and measured." Why? Because it was a mistake, and he will be liable for a sacrifice offered for mistakes. Further, in this situation, why should God rage over your voice? For a heavenly bird will convey that voice and present it before the blessed Holy One. To ruin your handiwork for sin of the flesh. What is the explanation? It is because one who bears the holy covenant cannot be inducted by those rulers of hell as long as he protected it. But if he did not guard it, they strip him of it, destroying and ravaging it. This was the man's handiwork. Then they usher him into hell, for there is no basis for them to be dissuaded. Now, my son, be more cautious with the honor of your fellow than that of your own body. Rabbi Joshua opened, saying, "Even the bird has found a house, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may set her fledglings, by your altars, Jehovah of hosts, my King and my God. Even the bird we learn it there that the blessed Holy One fashioned holy regions and districts on earth, more lofty than all other places of settlement. Everything is modeled after the human, for the blessed Holy One sifted that seed like one who sifts and scatters wheat straw to one side, stubble to the other, until the wheat is refined in its place. Similarly, the blessed Holy One took snow from beneath his throne of glory. The snow was warmed up in diverse ways, and then he cast it into the waters of the female. It follows that a woman does not conceive until she discharges waters, and into those waters a man infuses snow seed that congeals more readily than the woman's discharge, just like snow compared to water. After the blessed Holy One hurled it into the waters, he sifted it and scattered it. First, he generated a navel, a single point, refined from snow. That navel is point of Zion. From there, 4 filaments stretched out to the 4 directions of the world: east, west, north, and south. From the filament that stretched from the eastern side, the core was formed, beginning in the east, concluding in the west. The core is the land of Israel, inscribed with his letters ADNY, Lord, Lord and Master of the entire world. From the filament that stretched from the south, most refined of all the snow and its power, right arm was fashioned. This is choicest delight, Garden of Eden, into which primal Adam was placed for the felicity of souls. Hidden and concealed, right side of the world. From the filament that stretched from the north, left arm was fashioned and created. This is hell from snow's dross for the torment of souls of the wicked. The head was redded in the heavens, but the world was headless until the temple was constructed. Once the dwelling was erected, the head was erected. Mouth of the entire world lodged in the head is Sinai. The mouth was inscribed within waters, from the most refined snow. The thighs and all other limbs apportioned to the other parts of the land. Just as a woman has contractions and pangs during childbirth, so too when the blessed Holy One sought to bring the earth out into the atmosphere of the world, the waters rose and fell. They went up the mountains, went down the valleys. What did the blessed Holy One do from the earth? He extracted peals of thunder and earthquakes, and the waters surged. This is as is written: from your blast they fled, from the sound of your thunder they scattered. The land emerged, but it remained inert and soiled like an emerging infant, inert like a corpse and soiled from birth. Just as they blow onto the infant until he awakes, placing a fire and candle nearby to warm him, and a mirror for illumination, thus did the blessed Holy One for the world when it emerged from the water. All this contained in one verse, as is written: your thunders sound under the wheel, lightning lit up the world. The earth shuddered. Afterward, the mouth and navel were sealed until Israel arrived, when the mouth was opened in the head in the heavens. This alludes to Sinai, where the Torah was given, and speech perfected. When Israel entered the land, the open was sealed, and the sealed, opened. The mouth was sealed, for speech had ceased opposite of a human. Opening of navel, the temple. From there the fetus eats what his mother eats, drinks what his mother drinks, and the entire world is nourished from the drippings of the land of Israel. Thus, some locations in the world are superior to others. Garden of Eden, right arm of the entire world. Bearing within it regions and locations, one superior to the next. There is the place of the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. In one of those chambers there is a concealed niche, hidden away from all. None know of that place other than one bird who turns up 3 times daily, chirping and singing among the trees of the garden. Through that bird, souls learn their distinguishing characteristics when they praise and exalt, when they delve in wisdom to understand. Then that bird enters its chamber hidden away, concealed, unknown. Swallow, holy soul, soaring upward, liberated. Another teaching: Dura, swallow, has found a nest for herself. Jubilee, as is written: proclaim Dura, freedom. Swallow has found a nest for herself in celestial Okma. Bird and freedom, this one above, that one below. Where she may set her fledglings. Who Jubilee 50th year, who sends off 6 fledglings and this bird. Desire of these fledglings for 2 altars, inner altar and outer altar, taking from the inner altar and providing to the outer altar. My King and my God. my King outer altar, my God inner altar. Constant desire of outer altar for inner altar, never ceasing from singing songs and praises, as is written Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. As long as the flame is kindled upon the wick, and the wick is fitting, the light shines and glistens, and all are illuminated by it. But as long as the wick is missing, and the oil is lacking from the wick, the light disappears, and none are aware of that light at all. As long as Israel was primed and aligned like a wick, that celestial light was kindled upon them, singing song, never subsiding. The model of light upon the wick, never subsiding, corresponds to one above. That song exemplar of all songs, holy of holies. If the wick is lacking, then the light is lacking as it were, and it vanishes then, none are aware of it. King Solomon declared, recall your Creator, improve yourself, align yourself with commandments and virtuous actions in the days of your youth, when that flame glows upon the wick. Another teaching regarding that light when the wick is prepared, he said regarding that light, recall your Creator, arouse before the blessed Holy One in song, and arouse love before the days of evil come, when the moon is diminished, wickedness rules, and her days without delight. Before the sun darkens, alluding to the river that flows from Eden, as is written a river flows from Eden. Of this one is written a river becomes parched and dry. The light created by the blessed Holy One, in which he enwrapped himself his right hand. This is as is written, he has withdrawn his right hand, the moon sea, filled by that river, as is written waters vanish from the sea, and a river becomes parched and dry. The stars 12 constellations known to her. The clouds come back archons of the nations of the world. After the rain, after the weeping of the ministering angels, as is written angels of peace weep bitterly. On the day that the guards of the house will quake, guards of the walls, as is written upon your walls, O Jerusalem, I have set guards. The stalwart men are bent, 60 warriors surrounding her, the maids who grind grow idle, those who eat the sacrificial offerings. For they are now few wings of the creatures. Those who look from the casements go dark, these are the eyes of Jehovah, ranging over the whole earth, and they are 7 eyes of Jehovah. The double doors close in the market, the gates are all locked, except for the gates of Tez, unlocked. As the call, sound, of the mill quiets collapsed canopy of David, raised to the dust. Kola, her voice constantly singing a song of love in the past subdued. All the songstresses are bowed angels divided for the watches of the song, some singing by day, other watches singing by night. Of the very height they are afraid, height upon height keeps guard, each one guarding the other, each one receiving from the other, in pleasantness and holiness. But with the destruction of the temple a curse went forth, and hard judgment appeared before him. Then, one height feared another height and its judgment. Terror is in the road, it is written, he is the one who makes a path through the sea. He descended on that very path, and dew from the head of the blessed Holy One came, and the fullness of joy, fullness of goodness, and fullness of desire proceeded on that path. But with the destruction of the temple, rupture upon rupture on that same path, and all fury, fear, judgment, and force on that path, too. Har shaked, the almond tree, blossoms, as is said, Jehovah Vishkod, has been eager, to bring the evil upon us, Daniel, and it is written a branch of shaked, almond. The almond blossoms for 21 days from the 17th of Tammuz until the 9th of Average. From the day that the almond blossom sprouts, it does not produce fruit until the 21st day. The locust tree Ve'istabel, is burdened Har Sevel, burden, laid upon the shoulders of the house of David. The caper fruit falls apart, alluding to worship in the temple below. People cry out but they are not answered. What is the explanation when man sets out for his eternal abode? The glory flies ever upward. Yet they are shrieking and no one pays them any heed, for he has flown to his heavenly domain, and departed. This is why curse, evil, death, and horrors rise up in the world, with mourners and criers daily, as is written, for death has climbed through our windows. Until the silver cord is snapped, thread of grace, stretching from above to below. The golden bowl is smashed, for it had settled into the thread. When the thread snapped, the bowl fell. The pitcher is broken against the well. Torah was forgotten in exile, and the water drawer, the Arkan Yophiel, did not draw from the spring of Torah, leaving people confounded. the jug smashed at the pit, the destroying angel was granted permission to wreak carnage daily. The dust will return to the earth, as it was. All souls will be consumed, and the world will be consumed, and the dust, from which everything came into being, shall return as it once was, and the world will be waste as it had been. Spirit will return to God who gave it, and the world will be renewed as it once was. At that very time is written, many of those who sleep in ground of dust will awake. Daniel. Rabbi Azariah and Rabbi Marinos approached, kissing him on the head. They assigned to him the verse, a discerning heart will get knowledge, and the ear of the wise will seek knowledge. Midrash Ha-en-Elam al-Rut. Midrash Ha-en-Elam on Ruth. In the days when the judges judged Ruth, the rabbis explained the verse, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Who are the morning stars? Holy angels ruling by day. Who are the sons of God? Angels ruling by night. Everything that the Blessed Holy One created, He created only for His glory, as is said, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made. The Blessed Holy One created man in the world and instilled His name Yehovah within him. Vov, called Ruah, spirit. He, called Nefesh, soul. Yod He, called Nishmeta, highest soul. Yod Nishmeta de Nishmeta, soul of soul. He called them Yod He, father and mother. Vov He, son and daughter. Following the pattern for creating spirit and soul of holiness, thus did He create spirit and soul of the left side. Following the pattern of wine on its dregs, so do intellectual spirit and soul rest above animal spirit and soul. Why is it called animal? Because it comes from the left side along with the serpent, male and female. Of this Solomon in his wisdom said, who knows the spirit of the sons of men that ascends on high, and the spirit of a beast that descends into earth. To the side of impurity the Blessed Holy One does not bestow His name, as is said, I am Yehovah, that is my name. I will not yield my glory to another, nor my praise to idols. Ani, I alludes to what is said, I will chastise you, even I Yehovah alludes to attribute of mercy. What is the meaning of I will not yield to another? This is as is written, for you shall not bow to another god, for it comes from the side of filth and impurity. Rabbi opened, speaking of the mystery of Yehovah. Yod called Elimelech in this array, he called Naomi in this array. Why is she called Naomi? Naomi, as it is said, may the Noam, kindness, of Yehovah, our God be upon us. The work of our hands, establish for us. Vov He, in this array signified by Ruth and her husband. Rut, Ruth inversion of her name is Tor, turtle dove, as is said, Tor, and a turtle dove, Vegazel, and a young pigeon. Naomi is called Nishmeta, as is written, Unity, my dove, in the clefts of the rock, in the covert of the cliff, let me see your form, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet and your form beautiful. Rabbi opened, saying, what is the meaning of the verse, the work of our hands, establish for us? He replied, this signifies a person's virtuous action. Virtuous acts, Yehovah rests upon him. If not, Yehovah departs from him, as is said, wisdom of women builds her house, and folly with her own hands destroys it. Wisdom of women, these are Nishmeta, and Nafsha, soul. Folly, Nafsha on the left, called Orpah. He said, what is the meaning of let me see your form? Song of Songs. When a person is fashioned from a drop originating in a fleshly body, within the placenta of his mother, just as he grows physically, the Blessed Holy One infuses him, bit by bit, with spirit and soul. A lamp rests upon his head at night, as is said, when his lamp shone over my head. And a column of light during the day, as is said, the column of cloud moved to lead them on the way, and by night in a column of fire to give them light, so as to go by day and by night. And it is written, for a mitzvah is a lamp and Torah is light. It teaches him the entire Torah and instructs him in all its commandments. He is cautioned, behold, this is the tortuous path called night. Into that place enter all souls, as is said, small and great alike are there, and the slave is free of his master. They show him with the column of fire above his head numerous bears, lions, and scourging angels residing there. The dog abides there too, of which David said, save my soul from the sword, my only one, from the grip of the dog. This place is darkness, and angels of destruction are called nights. Of this is said from terror in the nights they continue, if you are worthy to perform the commandments, an angel will be fashioned for you from each and every one. Every time you come to this place, with the benefit of commandments, they will proclaim build up a highway, clear a road, remove all obstacles from the road of my people, and they will not rule over you. Following this pattern for the daytime, if you have attained Torah, each and every letter will be an angel, advocating for you in this place. As for the Torah called a path, walk in this path, so that they will have no sway over you. Of this is said to lead them on the way. Afterward, they show her the Garden of Eden and the singular portion allotted to each righteous person. Then they adjure her to fulfill the entire Torah. Then they say to him, Jehovah said to Abram, go you forth and I will make of you a great nation, I will bless those who bless you. Jehovah said to Abram, this is Nishmeta Av, progenitor, Teruah, spirit, and Ram, superior, to the body. From your land this is Garden of Eden. From your birthplace this is womb of a flesh and blood woman. From the house this is Shekinah. Your father this is blessed Holy One, because your father can refer only to the blessed Holy One, and one's mother can be only Assembly of Israel. To the land that I will show you this is the lowly world. And they bestow upon him 7 blessings said above, from I will make of you a great nation, until through you will be blessed all families of the earth, and through your seed. Of one who is worthy becoming righteous, knowing the name of the blessed Holy One, what do they say to him when he leaves the world? You shall not fear from the terror of night, though 1,000 fall at your side. On their palms they will lift you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone, a stone of the tortuous path, as they say your foot. On lion and viper you tread until, for he knows my name. If, however, one does not attain Torah and good deeds, when he departs this world he enters the path of darkness, of which we have spoken. All who dwell there tremble, saying, could this be Naomi, Ruth? The one who went into this place replete with all kinds of goodness, brimming with Torah, she who had a column of cloud shining for her in this place, guiding her by day, and a column of fire leading her, as she ventured into this place by night. The one who was accompanied by her husband, Nishmeta la Nishmeta, soul of soul, she replied, saying, do not call me Naomi, call me Mara, for Shaddai has dealt very bitterly with me. For he delivered me into this foul body, I left full for this place, but Jehovah has brought me back empty. At that moment, she said, turn back, my daughters, as is said. But Naomi said to her daughters-in-law, turn back, my daughters. Ruth Holy Nafsheta, soul replied, as is said. Ruth replied, do not press me to desert you, to resist following you, for wherever you go, I will go, whatever your shelter, I will share it. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Orpah Nafsheta from the left side approaches the body, mourning for it, as is said, but the flesh upon him will ache, and his soul will mourn for him. All the while that she mourns for it, the body says to Nefesh ha-Behemoth, the animal soul, as a result of the food and drink that you have given me, the Neshama, highest soul, suffers mightily, bereft of Torah and commandments. Take what you have given me. Rabbi said, happy is one who considers Dal, the poor. What is the meaning of Dal, a neglected man? He says, why don't you give to me? Am I more wicked than all other people in the world? Then he proceeds to wage war. What does Scripture say? It is as is written, but if he holds fast to my refuge, that he may make peace with me. Let him make peace with me. My refuge. This refers to the indigent, and the blessed Holy One says one must not judge a person during his time of distress. Rabbi Tanam said, to the blessed Holy One, spoke this verse because of his suffering. What did he say? Would that I knew how to find him, I would lay out my case before him, until ultimately, hurled accusations heavenward. And is this all? Already in a number of places he denied the resurrection of the dead, spoke insolently, and cast stones at images of the king. In fact, Rabbi Nahori explained at that time, the accuser asserted before the blessed Holy One, regarding of whom you said that he is a man who is blameless and upright, revering God and shunning evil. Behold, he has denied the resurrection of the dead, hurled accusations, cast stones at images of the king. The blessed Holy One replied, spoke thoughtlessly when he said those things. When was quarreling with the blessed Holy One, what did he say to him? Is it good for you to oppress Is this good that you oppress me? My father and mother fashioned my body, and you, a crofter with them, instilled a soul within me. And you said to the accuser, lay your hand upon all that he has, but spare his soul. Is this good for you, your oppression of me, to spurn your own hand's labor? This is like another teaching of Rabbi Nahori. What is the meaning of the verse? But if he holds fast to my refuge, that he may make peace with me. Let him make peace with me who has disputes with the blessed Holy One. Is not peace his? Does he not make peace in his heights? The answer is that the poor man, finding himself in straits, contends with heaven. One who takes hold of the poor man's hand, helping him charitably, it is he who fashions peace between the indigent and the blessed Holy One. Then, the impoverished one returns, petitioning for forgiveness from the blessed Holy One. Who precipitated this peace? That one who held the hand of the poor one, the one of whom it is said, but if he holds fast to my refuge. For the blessed Holy One does not pass judgment upon one who is in distress. The same holds for. When he came to the blessed Holy One, arguing with him, what did he say? Once have I spoken, and I will not answer twice, and will not go on, muzzling himself before the judge. Rabbi Pedat said, for you have not spoken rightly to me, as did my servant. For you have not spoken rightly is not how it is written, but rather Eli, to me, you have not spoken rightly. He stood up to legitimize the judgment, seeking atonement for his accusations earlier. But they did not beseech on their own behalf, for their mistaken pronouncements. Rabbi Yehoshua of Seknin said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, whoever suspects worthy men deserves to be afflicted with scaly affliction. This is as is written, by which we have done foolishly and by which we have sinned, and as is written, let her not be, pray, like one dead. Companions suspected him baselessly, and they did not petition for their souls until sought mercy for them. The blessed Holy One informed them that their suspicions were spurious, and consequently my servant will pray on your behalf. Rabbi Yo son of Kisma said, to him only shall I show favor and not treat you with nevalah, disgrace. What is nevalah, disgrace? This is Zara'at, as is written, had her father spat in her face. The translation of this is, he would surely disgrace her upon her face. When the blessed Holy One revealed himself to, what is written, and Jehovah answered from the whirlwind. Rabbi Yo son of Elafta said, he responded in kind to plaint, he crushes me with a whirlwind. Said, Master of the universe, perhaps a whirlwind has passed before you, causing you to confuse Eof with Oiv, enemy. You consider me your Oiv, enemy. This is why he answered him from the whirlwind. The rabbis taught from that Sa'ara, anguish, from Satan who had his ire, blasted body. From where do we know that he is called Esiara, whirlwind, since it is written Ruah Esiara, blast from a whirlwind, fulfilling his word, and no permission is granted to do anything without the command of the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Bun says it is written with a sin, and it is written with a samek. It is written with a sin, as in the verse, for he crushes me with a Esiara, whirlwind, and it is written with a samek, as in the verse from the Esiara, whirlwind. It is written with a sin with a Esiara, whirlwind, and there it is written La Esiarim, to the demons, after whom they go whoring. As to being written as by Esara, with a whirlwind, Rabbi Reumai said, sometimes it is male and sometimes it is female. This is as is written, Esau returned that day on his way Esira, to Esiah. With a samek, as is written from the Esiara, whirlwind. What is the explanation? Shemaiah, because it rages against a person's body. And yet it is written, Elijah ascended Basara, in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings Rabbi Nehemiah and Rabbi Yehudai said, when the blessed Holy One raised Elijah heavenward, the angel of death confronted him. The blessed Holy One said to him, it was for this reason that I created the heavens, so that Elijah could ascend there. The angel of death replied, Master of the universe, this will give all other creatures a pretext. The blessed Holy One said to him, this one is unlike all the other creatures, he can eliminate you from the world. You do not know his power. He said to him, Master of the universe, grant me permission and I will go down to him. He replied, go down. He descended immediately. When Elijah saw him, he brought him to his knees, requesting permission to blot him out. Permission was denied. He crimped him beneath him and rose up to heaven, as is written, Elijah ascended by means of a whirlwind to heaven. When the Blessed Holy One revealed himself to, it was from the self-same whirlwind that he revealed himself to him. This is as is written, Min ha-esi-ara, from the whirlwind, bend none, not straight. The Blessed Holy One buckled him over like a snake, slithering on its belly. Then he spoke to him. What did he say to where were you when I founded earth? He shut up at once, unable to contest his rebuke. This teaches that the Blessed Holy One's actions are done in truth. Rabbi Alexandre I opened, saying, when the morning stars sang together. Stars on high rule by night, except those which rule in the morning. All of them sing, glorifying the one who said, when the morning stars sang together, excluding the night stars even though their rule is fleeting. And all the sons of God shouted for joy. Yivayayu, shouted Rabbi Alexandre I said, when the morning light rises, those sons of God Mariam by Truor, blow a blast, dispatching all those angels and stars who officiate at night, other angels governing in their stead, ruling by day. Rabbi Isdai said, there is one star in the vault that the Blessed Holy One extracts from its place. Silon is its name. It ushers all other stars in and out, serving all night. When the morning stars govern, it is hidden away, stowed in its place. Rabbi Shmuel said, it is written, who shakes the earth from her place, and her pillars tremble. When the Blessed Holy One wants to shake the entire world and cause its pillars to tremble, he does so from its place, exclusively. Where is its place? The point of Zion. Rabbi Reumai says, from Zion the world was founded, as is written, a psalm of Asaph. Elohim Yehovah, spoke and called forth the earth from the rising of the sun to its setting. And it is written, from Zion, perfection of beauty, God shone forth. Rabbi Simlai said, when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he infused light within light, clothing this one in that one, creating the heavens, as is written, wrapped in light as a garment, spreading the heavens like a curtain. This light is called light of his garment, primordial light, in which the Blessed Holy One garbed himself. That light spread in splendor and glory, creating the world. Rabbi Idka said, when the Blessed Holy One took snow from beneath his throne of glory and threw it into the waters, he used the hollow of his hand as a measure. Rabbi Yehudai said, it was the measure of a span that he took, casting it into the waters, as is written, weighed in a measure the dust of the earth. And also for to the snow he says, be earth. Beneath the waters, a single place congealed first in the midst of the depth, and from that place formed a single stone, plunged into the midst. That spot is the center point of the world, and from there the whole world spread out in all directions. Rabbi Idka said, similar to the creation of the human being. When land solidified beneath the water, what is written in Scripture, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place and let the dry land be seen. When the waters saw the dry land, they rose, stacking up to submerge it as before, until the Blessed Holy One castigated them and they fled, as is written, from your rebuke they fled. And yet, even though they fled, they did not subside. What is the reason? The explanation is that they had covered the land at the outset, even though now they were fleeing from it. What did the Blessed Holy One do? He took something like a potsherd and engraved upon it his name of 72 names, casting it into the waters. At once, they stood still, subsiding. Where did they abate? At Zion. This can be inferred from Scripture, from Zion, perfection of beauty, name of the Blessed Holy One. Thus, when the land quakes, it quakes from only this place, focal point of the world. Rabbi Pedart says, one who swears truthfully with the name of the Blessed Holy One, this clod upon which his name is sealed soars joyously upward and abides. Moreover, the world abides. One who swears falsely, that seal rises, vanishing, seeing that it is in vain. Then the world trembles, intent on reverting to chaos. For the world endures only on account of his name, sealed with truth. Of this is written, Lo tisa, you shall not raise, the name of Yehovah Lashav, falsely. Rabbi Izki, son of Rabbi Yehuda, says the place of the entire world is a single point. Similarly, blessed be the glory of Yehovah from his place, Ezekiel from his place he is blessed. And, Where is his place? It is said it is one point upon which everything stands, and the glory is blessed only from his place. What is the meaning of and makes her pillars tremble? Rabbi Perez says these are supporting columns. Endurance of the world depends on them. How many are they? 7, as is written, she has hewn her 7 pillars. The foundation of these pillars is a single righteous one, as is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world. It is not written pillar but rather foundation upon which everything rests. Corresponding to it are 7 heavens and 7 stars running to and fro. 7 lands, 7 days, 7 depths, all dependent upon this utterance, as is written, who builds his chambers in the heavens, and his vault he founds upon the earth, who summons the waters of the sea and pours them out upon the face of the earth. Jehovah is his name. Amos. Who builds his chambers in the heavens? 7 Sephirat, great chambers, columns engraved with his great name, all suspended from a single utterance. These are the supernal heavens. 7 holy lands couple with them with no separation, as is written, there was evening, there was morning, one day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, the 6th day. Until the 7th day, as is written, 6 days Jehovah made. Corresponding to them 7 engraved columns, suspended from the heavens. These are the 12 tribes, dangling from the attribute of Jacob, who is called Shemaim, heavens. This is as is written, O Tishma, here, in Shemaim, the heavens, your dwelling place, kings, and as is written, Shema, here, O Israel. Rabbi Reumai says, the 7 celestial ones constitute the name of the blessed Holy One. And his vault he founds upon the earth. Amos. What is Vargudato, and his vault? These are the 7 chambers below them that stand upon the world, governing it. Upon the earth, lower earth. He founds upper earth, called Binah, suspended from Okma. What is it? Tiv, as is said, he established Tiv, the world, with Okmato, his wisdom. Who summons the waters of the sea? Amos 1c, but they are 7. Rabbi Kruspedi asked, is there not but one sea in the world? Rabbi Reumai explained, it is also written seas, as scripture says, the gathering of waters he called seas. All of them flowing into the great sea. They are 7, all converging into it, one below the other, until the very depth. Ultimately, the great sea is 7, one upon the other, all suspended from a single utterance. Rabbi Simlai said, when does the world quake? When the blessed Holy One casts a glance, gazing upon it, as is written, Jehovah looks down from heaven upon humankind to see. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yitzhak arose at day's first light to set out on the way. Before departing, Rabbi Nahori cast his eyes upward and, seeing the morning stars, perceived that they were quivering. He said to Rabbi Yitzhak, look at how those stars shudder, in awe of their master. Soon will be the time for them to sing, now that the sons of God preside over them. When the other troops have concluded their nighttime praise, the sons of God blow a blast, and all the legions who rule by night withdraw to their stations. Then stars who rule by day, trembling fearfully in the morning, their song soaring. Now their time draws near to give homage to their master, at this very moment, when they hear the Tayur blast, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God Yahu shouted for joy. They set out, proceeding on their way as daylight broke. When the sun came forth, visible to all, Rabbi Yitzhak said to Rabbi Nahori, I was stunned, looking at the sun. When it first emerges it appears red, then later reverts to white. Why? In fact, I remember a teaching that Rabbi Yo son of Shalom said in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak son of Yehuda, when the sun emerges, it smashes through, like a mighty hero bursting through the vault's 13 window panes. Among all the celestial bodies and constellations, none is called mighty like the sun. What acts of might does it perform when the day comes to a close and evening arrives? All apertures and windows of the vault are shut. When day breaks and the sun bursts forth, it is crowned and engraved with letters of the mystery of the holy name. Thus forcefully empowered, it struck all those vaults, smashing through all those windows, igniting its flames, bursting them open and breaking through. From where do we know that it is called Gibber? Mighty it is, as is written, rejoicing like a Gibber, mighty one, to run his course. And it is written, like the sun rising by Gvurato, in its might judges. Like a mighty one triumphant in battle is ruddy, and when he rests, he regains his former color. So too is the case with the sun when it emerges, its flames ignite red on account of its forcefulness. Afterward, it returns to its original color. They ambled on. Upon arriving at a field, Rabbi Isaac asked, could the master recite sublime teachings? He opened, saying, Hear, O Israel, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one. Regarding this verse, it made sense when the sons declared it to Jacob, or when Moses said it to Israel, but now, when everyone recites Hear, O Israel, to which Israel is it proclaimed actually? It has been taught that our forefather Jacob did not die, and the blessed Holy One sealed him upon his throne of glory, to be a constant witness that his children unify his name twice daily. When they unify the name of the blessed Holy One, they proclaim Hear, O Israel, testify on our behalf that we are unifying the name of the blessed Holy One fittingly. Then Jacob is taken aloft upon 4 wings spread out to the 4 directions of the world, and he is brought up before the supernal Holy One, who blesses him with 7 blessings. He opens, saying, Happy the father who has sired such offspring in the world, happy those children who crown their father in this way. At that moment all heavenly troops proclaim, Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. Then Jacob is crowned with 13 rivers of pure balsam, abiding enduringly like a city encircled by a sure wall over his sons, before the blessed Holy One, never abandoning them to the rule of hard judgment. None of the nations of the world will be able to annihilate them, as is written, Fear not, my servant Jacob, Yeshurun, whom I have chosen. Rabbi opened, saying, like the pattern of 12 tribes below sons of Jacob, so there is transcendent Jacob, in the heavens, with 12 transcendent tribes. Just as Israel unifies the name of the blessed Holy One below, so do holy angels above unify it. Everything modeled after the supernal array. Rabbi opened, saying, Thus says Yehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham. Did Jacob redeem Abraham? Jacob had not even come into the world, but when Abraham was cast into the Chaldean furnace, the blessed Holy One gathered his retinue and declared, Spare Abraham on account of his rank. They replied to the blessed Holy One, But Ishmael will issue from him. The blessed Holy One said, But Isaac will issue from him. They replied, But Esau will issue from him. The blessed Holy One said, Well, Jacob will issue from him. They said, Surely for Jacob's merit he will be saved. Of this is written, Jacob, who redeemed Abraham, in his merit Abraham was redeemed. Rabbi said, When they bound Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, casting them into the blazing, fiery furnace, Hananiah said, Yehovah is with me, I will not fear. What can a man do to me? Mishael said, Do not fear, my servant Jacob, do not be dismayed, O Israel, for I am with you, declares Yehovah. Azariah said, Hear, O Israel. The blessed Holy One said, This one will say, I am Yehovah's. The one who said, Yehovah is with me, I will not fear, this is Hananiah. Another will call himself by the name of Jacob, this is Mishael, who said, Do not fear, my servant Jacob. Another shall adopt the name of Israel, this is Azariah, who said, Hear, O Israel. No longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. Why wasn't he Daniel with them? The truth is that he was accustomed to be called Belteshazzar, after the name of Nebuchadnezzar's god, as is said, Belteshazzar Daniel great sage. When the blessed Holy One instructed regarding idols, You shall burn them with fire, he fled, and so was not in their company. What inspired Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah to allow themselves to be cast into the fire? Well, they said that the frogs leapt into the flames, polluting the Egyptians at the blessed Holy One's command. All the more so should we do likewise for the sake of our Master's glory. Rabbi Nahor said, Let us diverge from the path and ascend the mountain. We apply Torah and forsake sleep. While they were sitting, delving together in Torah, they heard a voice, saying, Exalted ones, arise, slumbering ones below, stupor in their sockets, wake up, beware. The blessed Holy One is going to shake up the world. The supporting columns upon which the world stands are trembling. Sound of weeping of a fawn, crying over a lion, a scene everlastingly impressed upon the holy throne. Rabbi Nahor said to Rabbi Yitzhak, Did you hear something? He said, I did, and of this I say I heard, and my bowels quaked. Lakol, at the sound, my lips quivered. Habakkuk. Rabbi Nahor said to Rabbi Yitzhak, Surely, the Blessed Holy One seeks to judge his world, and before exercising judgment, this kala, voice, arouses heralding ceaselessly to the world. Certainly, most noble ones are about to depart from the world. Now, everything was clear to me except the report of the sound of weeping of a fawn, crying over a lion. I don't know what this means, Rabbi Nehemiah said. At that moment they did not know, but in a few short days, it was revealed to the world. What was it? It was the weeping of Rabbi Ishmael son of Elisha, the high priest, crying over the head of Rabban Shimon son of Gamliel. That wailing will not desist from the king's throne until the Blessed Holy One exacts vengeance upon the other nations. Rabbi Reumai said, when the Blessed Holy One judges the world, whom does he judge first? He judges the most eminent of the generation first and then executes judgment upon the world. From where do we know this? From this verse, Fatim, in the days of the judging of the judges, there was a famine in the land. Ruth. Rabbi Yos son of Yehuda said, we learn it from here to enact justice upon his servant and justice upon his people Israel kings. Justice upon his servant first, and afterward justice upon his people Israel. Rabbi Yehuda and the rabbis said, when Andish, a man, of judgment comes to Bethlehem in Judah, went Ruth town, one should disappear, since once permission has been granted to the destroying angel, he does not defer to anyone. And a man who has infringed upon him, he has permission to do him harm. When Elimelech saw that judgment had come into the world, he absconded immediately to evade judgment. Nonetheless, he was unable to flee from it. Rabbi Yehoshua asked, what is written of the Shunammite? She replied, among my own people I dwell kings. From here we learn that one should blend in among the populace, and avoid being singled out. What is written at the beginning? And a man went Ruth anonymously, for he wanted to hide and veil his identity so that none would recognize him. Who identified him? Attribute of judgment. Who exclaimed, the man's name was Elimelech, a man well known, too prominent to be concealed, unseemly to hide. Is this not Elimelech, leader of the community? Is this not Elimelech, who averted his eyes from his people's deeds? Rabbi Pereira said, at that time, the Blessed Holy One was judging the world and the heavenly court was in session. The Blessed Holy One sheltered him, saying, and a man went anonymously. Attribute of judgment stood up and identified him. The man's name was Elimelech. Instantly, a decree was issued against him and his sons. What is written? And Elimelech died, and then those two Mahlon and Chilion also died. Rabbi Yehuda said, what did Elimelech perceive? Well, since he saw that the generation disparaged their leaders, he said to himself, surely I should forsake this place, and not get seized in their midst. But Elimelech was the most eminent of the generation, and was in a position to chastise them, yet he left, fleeing. Consequently, he was identified by name, and he was punished. It came to pass in the days when the judges were judged. Rabbi Yehoshua said, V'yibimia, it came to pass in the days, is always an expression of sorrow. Elimelech was comparable to a king. Once he assessed the situation, he slipped away from Israel, sojourning among the nations, calculating that he would not be judged among them. Attribute of judgment arose, cited him, and he was seized. Rabbi Ilki son of Eliezer opened in the days when the judges verse from afar, Jehovah judged Ruth. Appeared to me. When the Blessed Holy One speaks with the prophets, he is revealed to them only from afar. Consequently, they see the likeness of things like a person standing at a distance. Moses is the exception. As Rabbi Elazar said in the name of Rabbi Anina, all prophets prophesied only through an epiclaria that does not shine. Moses, through an epiclaria that shines. Other prophets, from a distance. Moses, from close up, as is said, not so my servant Moses. In all my house he is trusted, trusted in the house of the king, intimate of the king. Now, if you say that all of the prophets prophesied from afar, that implies that love of the omnipresent does not reach them, and yet, it is written, with eternal love I have loved you, therefore I have drawn you with grace. Rabbi said, there is distant drawn near, and near distanced. Distant drawn near, as is written, from afar she brings her food. Near distanced, as is written, from afar Jehovah appeared to me. The latter is close for prophets. The former is distant for kingship. Rabbi Elazar says the opposite, the latter is close for kingship. The former is distant from prophets, since prophets see heavenly images in a shape akin to a body. Rabbi Ilki'i said, when the prophets had visions, it was through a polished glass, as is known. Rabbi Bun lived all his days in Caesarea, until the day he noticed that the people had become corrupt poor people. It came to pass in the days Ruth passing by with no one paying attention. He said to himself, surely judgment will show up here. He arose and moved on. One day, feeling low, he stopped in Kfar Siknin. While sleeping, he heard the voice of someone learning studying in the sing-song of Torah saying, if a bird's nest happens to be before you on the way, in any tree or on the ground, fledglings or eggs, and the mother crouching over the fledglings or over the eggs, you shall not take the mother together with the children. Nest alluding to Teshuvah repentance. On the way alluding to Rachel, as is said, the way of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. The righteous two sons, Joseph and Benjamin, and she is called moon, traveling all night, shining for them until full day. This is Jacob. Bikholets, in all trees. Kol, all alluding to Siddiqi Ha-Olamim, righteous one, life of the worlds. Etz, tree Shekinah, as is said, a tree of life is she to those who grasp her. On the ground, lower earth. Fledglings, 12 supernal tribes. Or eggs, Israel below, like a garment for the body. And the mother crouching over the fledglings. Surely send off the mother, as is said, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. And the offspring you may take for yourself. Rabbi Bun inclined his ears, listening to the voice as it exclaimed, this is a sign of compassion. Whoever says this has spoken folly. Someone with pity would have left the mother and children, and continued on his way. As for the mother banished from her nest, what does she say? Woe, that I have destroyed my house, set my palace ablaze, exiled my children among the nations. For this the blessed Holy One has compassion, for this alone is the merciful one's concern. On account of this, Shekinah wails over her children. This is evident from scripture. Shall send, you shall send, two sendings, implying that if she returns to her fledglings out of love for her children, send even multiple times, until she finally goes. Then, he can tear away the fledglings, and snatch the offspring, hidden as a covey, to claim his reward. This proves that the merciful one is concerned only with this. V'ihar arikta, and you will prolong your days. Shior arik, prolonging, patience from 6 days, called Banim, offspring. Yehovah, Yehovah, a compassionate and gracious God, Irik apayim, long-suffering. Rabbi Idka said in the name of Rabbi Yos, son of Chisma, citing Rabbi Shmuel, when the blessed Holy One created the world, he created it with 3 clusters: Okma, wisdom; Tivuna, understanding; and the At, knowledge. This is as is written, Yehovah by wisdom founded the earth, he established the heavens by understanding, by his knowledge the depths were burst. They are all clusters within man. Cluster of faith bursts out from them, spreading out into other creatures, each one bearing discernment in its own degree. This bird, when she flies away from her nestlings, sent away from her offspring, shrieks as she goes forth, not knowing where her shrieking reaches. She wanders on, vowing self-immolation. But the blessed Holy One, of whom is written, his compassion is over all his creatures, even upon the tiniest gnat in the world his compassion extends to all. The angel appointed over birds arouses the blessed Holy One, and the blessed Holy One is aroused toward his children. Then the voice proceeded, saying, like a sparrow wandering from her nest is a man wandering from his place. Then, he is awakened regarding all those roaming aimlessly from place to place, one lakal to another, broken-hearted, energies depleted. Then his mercy is aroused toward all worlds, and he has compassion upon them, forgiving the debts of those wandering from their homes, extending pity upon them and upon the entire world. The blessed Holy One said, let the bird dwell outside, and she will arouse compassion upon the entire world. Who induces him to be merciful toward the world, awakening compassion for them? That person who sends off the bird, causing her sorrow in 2 ways. Thus the blessed Holy One is aroused and filled with mercy upon all those in distress, and upon all those dislodged from their abodes. Consequently, what is written regarding this person's reward so that it may go well with you, and you will prolong your days. Rabbi Bun jumped to his feet in delight. He said, "Blessed is the merciful one for enabling me to hear this voice. If I have come into the world just to hear this, it is enough for me." The voice resumed again as before. It opened, saying, "How many are your works, O Jehovah? All of them you made in wisdom." The whole world comes about only through wisdom, and it pervades the human being entirely. Other creatures are tracing of wisdom, vestige from the human. Even though this holds for all creatures, none are as nimble imitating human actions as the bird. As a human builds a house to dwell in, so does a bird build a structure for habitation. As a bird provides nourishment for its offspring, so does a human provide food for his children. As a human treats illnesses with herbs, so does a bird use herbs to treat illness. As a human is an artisan, fashioning boats for the sea, so does a bird take its offspring, training it, and floating with it on the sea. As a human praises and exalts the heavenly King, so does the bird chirp, praising the Master of all. Thus, so that Yitav, it will benefit you. It is not written Itiv, I will benefit you, but rather Yitav, it will benefit you. Your dispatching of the bird arouses mercy upon the world, to benefit you. Rabbi Bun got up and followed the voice, discovering that it came from Rabbi Yanai the elder, one of the companions. He approached him, kissed him upon the head, and said, "As you have comforted me, so should the Blessed Holy One comfort you." They sat together as one. The old man opened, saying, "In the days of the judging of the judges there was a famine in the land Ruth. When the Blessed Holy One judges the world, whom does he judge first? Those who judge the world. They judge the world, and who judges them? The Blessed Holy One. It is because of corruption of justice that famine comes into the world. In every era, famine always comes on account of the transgressions of the people's leaders. This is like the teaching of Rabbi Yehudai. Much food from the furrows of the Rashim, leaders, and some are swept away without justice. When there is sufficient food in the world, furrows of the Rashim, poor, are sown and eaten to satiety. When there is no food in the world, some are swept away without justice. There is one who abides in tranquility and is swept away without justice. For what crime? For the crime of corruption of justice and fairness, for perverting them. You might infer that when the chiefs transgress without justice for not establishing justice in the world, the Blessed Holy One will kill the poor on account of them, but this is not so. The truth is that the poor are vessels of the Blessed Holy One, they are his intimates. When famine comes to the world, they cry out to him, and the Blessed Holy One hears them. He investigates the world's condition and exacts retribution from those who foisted this sorrow upon the destitute. Then they are swept out of the world before their time. This is as is written, when he cries out to me, I will listen, for I am compassionate, and it is written, my wrath will flare up, and I will kill you by the sword. Actually, at that very time, some are swept away, plucked up from the world before their time. For lack of justice, because they did not bring justice to light, because of his supplication, and because they corrupted the rule of law. This is as was taught by Rabbi Yudin. Any judge who is not exacting in judgment will be given exacting judgment from above, and he will be removed from the world before his time. This is as is written, some are swept away without justice. There is one who renders judgment according to the letter of the law and is rewarded for it by the Blessed Holy One. Another renders judgment according to the letter of the law and is seized. For example, one who calculates casuistically to benefit the villain. This is as is taught in a Baraita. A court may administer flogging and penalties in order to make offense for the Torah, or because the times call for it. If the judge recuses himself to avoid punishing him, or examines the case punctiliously to find a loophole to exculpate him from true justice, and that would have been the actual decision when the Blessed Holy One judges the world, that judge will be seized on account of this case and will be expelled from the world before his time. And if this does not occur, of this one Scripture says he has no offspring or progeny among his people. When he himself is not snatched away, his progeny will be seized. There is also one who does not render judgment according to the letter of the law and receives reward. As with Abba, who saw a man fraternizing with a married woman, hugging and kissing her. He hauled them off to the flogging station and they were killed. Not that they were subject to the death penalty, but in order to erect a fence around the Torah. This is done so that a judge should not say to himself, I'll exculpate them according to the Torah's law, and that will fulfill my obligation. In fact, a judge who does not erect a fence for the Torah has no fence for himself in this world or in the world to come. His fence offspring or progeny, ruler or helper in this world. In the world to come, he is stripped of his good deeds, one's hedge for the world to come. This is like the teaching of Rabbi Nuri, erect a fence for the Torah, to prolong your life in this world and in the world to come. Wherever it says ish, a man, it always and a man went Ruth. Signifies a righteous person, great in his generation, able to stand up for himself and for others. Similarly, in a pejorative sense ish, a man, skilled in hunting, ish, a man, of the field, a wicked man, prodigious in villainy, a murderer who crushes people without trepidation. A righteous man, great in his generation, able to stand up for himself and for others, but when the famine came, he fled at once. From Bethlehem in Judah, from the place of the great Sanhedrin, fount of Torah, as is said, who will give me water to drink from the cistern that is by the gate of Bethlehem. Samuel. This one uprooted himself from the flowing Torah of Bethlehem in Judah, to sojourn in the fields of Moab. For this reason they were punished. But you, Rabbi, have exiled yourself to this place where the companions cause flowing Torah to gush. Rabbi Bun replied, Blessed is the merciful one who sent me here to hear your words. Rabbi Bun set out one day on the path and encountered a child. He said to him, Rabbi, should I accompany you on your way and serve you on this journey? He replied, Come. He went behind him. While traveling, he happened upon Rabbi Ea son of Abba and Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Yos. They said to him, You are by yourself, with no one goading behind you. He answered, There is a child following me. Rabbi Ea said, You have incited harm upon yourself, as you have no one with whom to engage in words of Torah. They sat down in a field under a tree. Rabbi Ea opened, saying, The way of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. One who sets out on a journey must have company with whom to share words of Torah. This is the practice of the righteous. Holik Vaor, he walks with light, he walks accompanied by words of Torah. Ad Nekhun Hayom, until the fullness of day, until Shekinah is arrayed together with him, not budging from his side. This is as we have learned, wherever there are words of Torah, Shekinah can be found, as is said, in every place that I cause my name to be invoked. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, It will be healing for your flesh and a balm to your bones. Torah is medicinal for a person, body and bones, in this world and in the world that is coming, as Rabbi Nahor taught in the name of Rabbi Nehemiah. What is a daily tonic for people in this world? Recital of the Shema as required. Rabbi Nahor said further, the recital of Shema contains words corresponding to limbs in a man's body. One who recites Shema as required, each and every one of his limbs takes a word for itself, and is healed by it. This is the meaning of it will be healing for your flesh. Meanwhile, the child arrived, wearied from the journey, and he sat before them. He heard these teachings and rose to his feet, saying, But in the Shema, there are only words. Rabbi Ea replied, Sit down, my son, sit. He continued, My son, have you heard something about this? He said to him, This I have learned from my father. The Shema contains words, 3 words short of the number of limbs in a man's body. How is this resolved? The rabbis established that the prayer leader should repeat 3 words. What are they? I am Jehovah your God, completing the words for the congregation, and so that the interruption before the word truth is no more than 3, and no less than 3. In the meantime, Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Pinhas came and sat among them. He said to them, What topic are you discussing? They said to him, The words of Shema, and here is what this child said. He replied, Certainly so. And thus said Rabbi Yonan son of Nuri in the name of Rabbi Yos son of Damascus, citing Rabbi Akiva. Early pious ones established the recital of Shema to correspond to the 10 commandments, as well as to the number of limbs in a person's body. Since 3 were lacking from the correspondence to human limbs, they instituted that the prayer leader should repeat the last words, completing them. What are they? Jehovah your God is truth. In the statutory prayer, they instituted 3 introductory blessings and 3 closing ones. In the recital of the Shema 3 names at the beginning, Yehovah Elohinu Yehovah, and 3 names at the end, Yehovah Elohechem Emet Yehovah your God is truth. Whoever recites the Shema in this fashion, as is well known, will not suffer harm on that day. But, whoever recites the Shema without the congregation does not perfect his limbs, because he is lacking the 3 words that the prayer leader repeats. What is his remedy? He should contemplate the 15 vorvs of Emet V'Yatziv, true and firm. Nonetheless, to one following this practice Father assigned the verse, a crooked thing cannot be made straight nor can the lack be counted. Those 3 words of Shema that the prayer leader repeats, they cannot be counted toward the sum of, as is the case for the congregation. He said to the child, expound your verse. The child opened, saying, my people, what have I done to you? How have I wearied you? Witness me. Micah. The blessed Holy One, out of his affection for Israel, called them my people. Me'asati lekha, what have I done to you? Lama asati lekha, why did I make you? Simply, for you to go to synagogues and study halls, to testify that I am one, as is written, Yehovah is one. Attest that I am one, rising upon the name of 42 words in the paragraph of Shema that spans you shall love to it shall be, establishing me as one over you. This name follows the pattern of the name of 42 names. So too with the name of 72 words in the paragraph of Shema that begins with it shall be and ends with and you shall set. Similarly with the name of 50 words, like the number of gates of understanding. As well as with the name of 72, from and Yehovah spoke. These 4 paragraphs, along with the 12 upper words in the recital of Shema, comprise, just like the limbs. Whoever recites Shema fittingly, each and every word overflows onto each and every one of his limbs. And if a person does not recite Shema in the morning and evening, each and every one of his limbs will be permeated with evil spirit and diverse forms of execrable diseases that are found in the world. The child continued, saying 3 words are lacking from Shema from the sum of words. How shall they be completed? He said, I have heard from Father, with Yehovah your God is truth. The old man, the child's father, opened, saying there was a small city, and few people within it. And there was found within it a poor, wise child. There was a small city, this is Noah's ark. And few people within it, alluding to his wife, his sons, their wives, animals, fowl, and livestock. And a great king came against it and went round it, alluding to the evil impulse. And there was found within it a poor, wise man, alluding to Noah, who saved it with his wisdom. Rabbi Isdai opened, there was a small city, and few people within it. A small city. This is what Rabbi Yo said in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak. This alludes to the body. Few people within it, alluding to the limbs. A great king came against it, alluding to the evil impulse. And there was found within it a poor, wise man, alluding to the good impulse, beggared, none heeded him. Wise, enlightening the one who gives him an ear, saving him from the punishment of hell. Who might have saved it with his wisdom, alluding to the human soul, exhorting the avoidance of sin before one's Creator. But nobody thought of that poor man, none remembered him, and humanity reverted to sinning with the evil impulse. Rabbi Bun said, that child who had been sitting with us, what did he say about this verse? Well, this is how he opened: El Ketana, a small city, assembly of Israel, called Holy City of the Blessed Holy One. This is as is said, we have Ayat Ketana, a small sister song of songs, and as is said, the name of Ha Ketana, the small one, was Rachel. Few people within it, alluding to the patriarchs. Adam appeared, Shekinah descended with him, dwelling within him. Adam sinned, she disappeared. Noah arrived and brought her down to the world. The generation of the flood transgressed, she vanished from the world. Abraham came and conveyed her down. Men of Sodom arrived, she evanesced. A great king came against it and went round it, Plony. There was found within it a poor, wise man, this is Jacob. Destitute when the people of Israel sinned, divine overflow was withheld from him, and Matronita abandoned him. Who might have saved it with his wisdom, this is Moses. What is signified by and went round it? That Plony plotted to induce Israel to sin while in exile, to prolong Matronita's exile. Another teaching, a small city, Zion. few people within it, alluding to the 6 days of creation. A great king came against it and went round it. This alludes to Pliny. And there was found within it a poor, wise man. This is David, as is said, poor and riding on an ass, and it is written, the righteous one is lost. So as long as divine overflow does not descend upon him, he is lost. Of him is said, a river is dried up and parched. Us, this is Samael. Wise man Solomon, of whom it is said, who saved it with his wisdom, becoming its redeemer, called Messiah, son of David. This is salvation from above. Another teaching, a small city, Noah's ark. Few people within it, Noah, Noah's wife, and his sons. A great king came against it, the evil impulse, surrounding it. And there was found within it a poor, wise man, Noah. Saved it with his wisdom, alluding to Abraham, for it is on account of Abraham, destined to come, that the ark was saved, and Noah and his sons redeemed. Another teaching. A small city, Jerusalem, at this time, small and desolate. Few people within it, few are the Jews in it. A great king came against it and went round it, a king from the descendants of Esau, of whom is said in Daniel, arms of iron. Daniel. Like iron that smashes, so will it crush and smash all these. And in the time of those kings it will crush all those kingdoms. When he goes around Jerusalem, a poor, wise man will be found there, the first Messiah. He saved the city with his wisdom, final Messiah. Another teaching regarding what we said about Solomon, he designed a lantern, beaming brilliance. He saved the city with his wisdom by fashioning handles for Torah. This is as we have learned before Solomon appeared. Torah was like a cauldron without handles, whoever tried to touch it was seared. Once Solomon arrived and prepared handles for it, people were saved by his counsel. He instilled redemption into that city, as it were. How? With his wisdom. All this through the configured and efforts expended on her behalf by that poor man David. For there is no one who exerted himself on her behalf as King David. We have learned it was fitting for King David to have existed on earth for 100 years. For if only he would have lived for 100 years, he would have fabricated a potent rectification for the lamp, so that it would never disappear, nor would the temple have been destroyed. How much degradation for lack of those years! But Adam did not remember that poor man Adam Harishon, primal Adam, who gave him only 70 of his own years. Adam did not remember him when Samael came riding on a camel and encircled him, inducing him to sin. He did not remember that man impoverished by that sin, serpent encircling Eve, Samael encircling Adam. Now, Samael did not have the power to turn Adam, until the serpent came and overturned Eve's heart, and Eve persuaded him, both sinning. Of this he said, "The woman whom you gave to be beside me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate." Samael did not have permission to prevail over Adam's heart until Eve came and induced him to eat. For this, woman was punished. This is as is said, wherever they were exiled, Shekinah was exiled with them. Exiled to Babylon, Shekinah was with them. Exiled to Edom, Shekinah was with them. It did not say this of any of the male attributes. Adam did give David of his own years those 70 years, but he had not recalled him at first. For if only he had remembered him, he would have apportioned 100 years, as fitting, to strengthen him in the world, and to enhance the configuration of the lamp. But he called him to mind for a mere 70 years, nothing more. 30 of those years he was in the wilderness, some with flocks, and some fleeing his father-in-law. At that time the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heeded by King Saul. Thus, all that remained for him was 40 less 1, since 1 year he was eluding his own son. Consequently, fixing the lamp diminished until just 1 step remained between him and death. All this because Adam forgot him at the beginning, not supplementing him with those 30 years below to complete the 100. Further, 30 years of those 70 years below were defective, since his wisdom is despised, and his words are not heeded. This is why King Solomon praised himself so grandly, describing himself as wise. If it goes thus, he said, as it did before, then it is an extraordinary thing that falls to me. It is extraordinary that I praise myself. I do so because nobody else will proclaim it. The companions came and kissed him. They assigned to him the verse, all your children will be taught by Jehovah, and great will be the peace of your children. A Rabbi Bun was goading one day after Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari. As they mounted the rock at a mountain summit, they saw a certain bird that had strayed from its fledglings. Others came, tearing at them with their talons, and moved on. He said to him, assigning this verse to the scene, like a sparrow wandering from her nest is a man wandering from his place. As they continued on their journey, they saw a serpent kill a man and move on. Then they saw a lion ripping off an ear and eating it. Rabbi Shimon said, what satisfaction is there for this serpent who strikes for no reason? He opened, saying, in a whirlwind he crushes me and multiplies my wounds for naught. In a Seara, whirlwind alluding to Satan. For the nature of the serpent is to strike and kill without cause, gaining no satisfaction from it. He crushes me, here it is written Yeshufinai, he crushes me, and there it is written he Yeshufka, will crush your head, since in a whirlwind he crushes me, he multiplies my wounds for naught. For it is his nature to ravage without cause, to tear to shreds, for nothing. If you say that he acts without sanction, behold it is written Ruah Seara, whirlwind gale, fulfilling his word. And also does the snake bite without a whisper? A snake does not bite a person until it is whispered to from above. Rabbi Shimon said further, sometimes a person is whispered about above, but he is unknown to the serpent, so he kills another. Happy is the one unknown to him, not inscribed before him. What is written regarding Elimelech? The man's name was Elimelech Ruth. Once inscribed before him, the prosecutor persecuted him to the point of execution, as is written, and Elimelech died. Once Satan was permitted to begin with him, he was authorized regarding the sons, all of them according to the punishment rendered to a judge. For a judge should not say that he alone will be punished, indeed he, and his children, and his entire household will be seized on account of a judge's transgression. A judge is obligated to probe zealously the actions of his town, and should not say, my is to adjudicate between a man and his fellow, nothing more. In fact, all the deeds of his town rest upon his head, and if he blinkers his eyes from the town's affairs, he will be snagged for their sins. Elimelech could have arisen and defended his generation. He was a righteous man. When the Blessed Holy One was aroused to execute judgment upon the world, he observed the leaders of the people and sought to shield Elimelech. At first, what was written and a man went generically, without specifying who he was. At once the prosecutor jumped up, declaring the man's name is Elimelech, he is inscribed and well known, he and his entire household. From here we learn that there is no judge in any generation who is not recognized and identified above. And, when judgment is aroused upon the world, he is judged first. Rabbi Pedat and Rabbi Perer said, his two sons were named Malon, so Malon and Chilion Ruth called, because the Blessed Holy One forgave him after some time, since he Mobayado protested to his father, swaying his judgment. Chilion so called because he was Nikla, wiped out of existence. Rabbi Yo son of Chisma said, as with them, so with their wives, Orpah judged in accord with her name stiff-necked, for she disdained a portion with Israel. This is as is said to me, they have turned their Oreph back, and not their face, for she turned her Oreph back on her mother-in-law. Ruth, on account of the name turtle dove. Just as the latter is fit for the altar, so was Ruth fit to join the congregation. For the law had already been established an Ammonite, but not an Ammonitess, a Moabite, but not a Moabitess. Ruth forbear of a son who satiated the Blessed Holy One with songs and praises. Ruth, wife of Mahlon, came into the congregation. Mahlon, forgiven by the Blessed Holy One, allowing him entry into Israel that his name could be mentioned. Orpah, wife of Chilion, Chilion's name was not remembered in Israel. Corresponding to this Naomi Nishama, holy soul. Elimelech Nishmeta la Nishmeta, soul of soul. Mahlon Ruah HaSiklet, intellectual spirit. Ruth Nefesh HaSiklet, intellectual soul. Chilion Ruah HaBehemi Ut, animal spirit. Of this Solomon said, who knows if Ruah, the spirit of man, ascends on high, and Ruah, the spirit of a beast, descends into earth. Ruah of man Mahlon. Bestial Ruah Chilion, from the left side. Bestial nefesh or pa, stiff-necked, from the left side. Thus Chilean his name was not remembered in Israel. Rabbi Reumai said, they were the and they took for themselves daughters of Eglon, Moabite women Ruth, king of Moab. And the grounds for Eglon's merit Rabbi Reumai explained, when Ahad came and said to him, I have a message from Elohim for you, immediately he rose from his seat. Judges. The blessed Holy One said to him, you rose from your seat in my honor by your life, you will be the forebearer of one who will sit upon my throne. This is as is said, Solomon sat upon the throne of Jehovah. Chronicles. Rabbi Bun said, if I had been there when the law of a Moabite, but not a Moabitess was instituted, I would have argued against it and would have proposed a Moabitess, but not a Moabite. Of whom was it written, and the people began to go whoring with the daughters of Moab. And they invited the people to the sacrifices for their gods. Look, these are the ones who led the Israelites by Balaam's word, and there was a scourge against the community of Jehovah. They caused all this, and yet the men are forbidden while the women are permitted. But then immediately, he said, I recant. Just as Moses and Eleazar accepted them, as is written, but every young woman who has not known lying with a man, let live. On what basis the daughters of Moab were under coercion in that incident? This is as Rabbi Ilchi taught in the name of Rabbi Asher son of Guri, and the men came, bringing them against their will, and whoever did not comply, they would kill. Ultimately, they were there en masse. Certainly, it is the men who should be forbidden and the women permitted further, because they did not greet you with food and water, and because they hired the men were at the heart of the matter. Rabbi Isdai said, we have learned that the Wadi of Shittim boosts promiscuity in women, and yet you have said that they were there under duress. Further, Rabbi Oshea said, what is the meaning of the verse, a spring shall issue from the house of Jehovah and shall water Wadi of Shittim? Joel, it is nothing less than that at that time, the blessed Holy One is destined to heal the entire world, and because Wadi of Shittim increases lewdness, a spring shall issue from the house of Jehovah to heal that Wadi. If so, this demonstrates that the women came on their own for the debauchery. Rabbi Menaziah said, pity and peace, it is self-evident that they would not venture out in public voluntarily if their husbands and fathers were there. The fact is, the men loosed them, coerced them, at the urging of Balaam. Rabbi Yo son of Chisma, I would be astonished if this scroll came only to trace the lineage of David back to Ruth the Moabite, and nothing more. If so, what need have I for all this? Better to just write the lineage from Boaz's marriage to Ruth, then it could say this is the lineage of Peretz until and Jesse engendered David Ruth. But, actually, all of this is necessary because this righteous woman came to convert and to be enveloped beneath the wings of Shekinah, teaching about her humility and modesty. Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Yos said, it comes to teach that the lineage of David is like silver smelted in an earthen crucible. For the silver of Abd is clarified silver, smelted time and again. If you say, if so, why did they come from such mothers, with this kind of background? Well, the explanation is that it is silver purified of its dross, and that the lineage of David is refined from this side and that. This is as is written, you shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with both your impulses. With the good impulse and the evil impulse everything as one, as necessary, and the lineage of David, necessarily so. Rabbi opened, saying, Primal Adam Nishmeta Lenishmeta, soul of soul. Eve Nishmeta, soul. Cain and Abel, from the same species as Adam and Eve, called spirit of holiness. Cain, spirit of the left, is called Kilayim, different kinds. An unnecessary herbuvia, motley mixture, another side, not the species of Adam and Eve. Of this is written, do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. Further, do not insert the holy covenant in a different domain, you shall have no other gods beside me. Adam patterned after heavenly paradigm. Other gods donkey and ass, male and female. Thus, of one who inserts holy covenant in a different domain, it is written they betrayed Jehovah because they bore alien children. Hosea. And the blessed Holy One is jealous only for this, the holy covenant. The blessed Holy One created man with Yod, he, Vov, he within his holy name, soul of soul, this is called Adam. Radiances shine through 9 luminaries, suspended from Yod. One light without division. Thus, body of man is called garment of Adam. he called soul. Coupling with Yod, it spreads out to numerous radiances, and it is one. Yod he, with no separation. Of this is written, God created the human in his image, in the image of God he created him, male and female he created them. And he called their name Adam. Vov called spirit, and also called son of Yod he. He called Nafsha, soul, and also called daughter. Father and mother, son and daughter, great mystery of Yod Vov Dele, he Aleph, Vov Aleph Vov, he Aleph called Adam. His radiance, scattering to 45 radiances, numerical value of Adam, 45. The name Yod, he, Vov, he male and female he created them. And he called their name Adam. Afterward, he created the body, as is written, Yehovah Elohim formed Adam, dust from the earth, and blew into his nostrils the breath of life. What is the difference between Adam and Adam? Yehovah is called Adam and the body is called Adam. What's the difference between this one and that one? The explanation is that where it is written God created Adam in his image, it signifies Yehovah. Where it is not called in his image, it signifies the body. After saying Yehovah Elohim Yitzah, formed, Adam, Asa, he made him, as is written, Yehovah Elohim Yoaz, made, coats of skin for Adam and his wife, and he clothed them. Kot not or, coats of light after the supernal paradigm. After they sinned, kot not or, coats of skin. Of this is written, everyone who is called by my name, Barativ, whom I created, for my glory, yet Sativ, whom I formed, and Afasativ, indeed, I have made him. Barativ, whom I created, this is Yod, he, Vov, he. Yet Sativ, whom I formed, this signifies coats of light. Afasativ, indeed, I have made him, this signifies coats of skin, because anger, caused this. To whom shall be ascribed this evil impulse? The serpent who provoked the decree of death upon Adam and Eve, and upon all humanity. Just as there is a name of holiness, so is there a name of impurity that is repulsive. Of this you shall have no other gods beside me. Whoever mars one of his limbs below, it is as if he has damaged one above. On account of this, sword comes to the world, and death comes to the world. Of this is written, and I will make your wives widows, pertaining to one who inserts holy covenant in a different domain. Of this a garment of different kinds, shatnez shall not be donned by you. Similarly, do not plow with an ox and a donkey together, and it says, cursed be he who lies with any beast. What is a beast? A Gentile woman, deriving from the other beast above, from impurity. Of this is said, see, I have set before you today life and good, and death and evil. Life and good, this is Yehovah. Death and evil, this is the name of Samael, soul of soul from the left side. Neshama, highest soul, of the left side, Ruah, spirit, and Nefesh, soul, of the left side in a Jewish body are called Adam, while all other nations are not called Adam. What does Scripture say? Choose life. Consequently, there are Jewish demons. And the verse that says you shall have no other gods beside me applies only to Ishmael and Esau. The other gods of Ishmael and Esau, from where did they originate? From the dregs of Jewish demons. Of this, for from the stock of a snake there sprouts an asp. Thus, if evil impulse urges you sin, lie down with a beast, do it, do not trust him. Thus, there are demons that are Jewish, Muslim, and Christian, but the grandest of them are among the descendants of Esau and Ishmael. From where does this stature originate? From their bodies, for they are our brothers, bodily, though not in terms of neshama, highest soul, nor spirit, nor nefesh, soul, nor soul of soul. Let me open a wide portal for you, all Israel, bow down to the blessed Holy One, while the God of Esau's people bows down to them. How do we know this? An allusion in Scripture. Elohim came to Balaam in a night dream. His God bowed down to him, coming to his house, and speaking with Balaam in his dream. Why all this? To honor the body, their primary concern. Now, any Gentile who repents abandoning idolatry, the blessed Holy One will infuse him with Holy Spirit and Holy Nafsha, soul. Consequently, he will have a portion in the world that is coming, not with Israel, however, but a portion of his own. Why this distinction? On account of the lees in his body, originating in impurity. Holy Spirit and Holy Nefesh rest upon those lees, exerting great pressure, bringing them to this body. This is like a person who lives in the midst of trash. Once he dies, his dregs disappear. This explains why they have taught that a Gentile's body is impure during his lifetime, and pure after his death. Why? Because his soul will be vanquished and his body will return to the dust, as before. The Jew is pure in his lifetime and impure at death because his neshama ascends to a lofty place, while the bestial soul remains in the body. Thus, this one is designated impure in death, while the Gentile is pure. To what may this be compared to? Two trees, one holy, one impure. What makes one holy and the other impure? The one that yields fruit is holy, and the one that does not yield fruit is impure. That one will provide shade for idol worship. Nonetheless, each one is planted in the ground. One tree draws water, and the other also draws water. Nonetheless, one tree yields fruit and the other tree does not yield fruit. Similar to this is Israel and the descendants of Esau, two trees planted in the earth, Holy Spirit and debased spirit. These are the trees, in the same soil, since, physically, they are our brothers. One has water and yields fruit. This is Holy Torah of Israel, compared to water, as is said, Ho, everyone who is thirsty, go to water, and there is no water other than Torah. Of a Jewish body, Scripture says a tree yielding fruit that has its seed within it upon the earth. He will inherit the Garden of Eden and will inherit a holy, celestial body, and his neshama will revel in the light of Shekinah. Now, you said that there is no fruit from the tree of impurity. If so, why does the verse say a tree yielding fruit of its own kind? Look carefully at the fruit of this tree that provides shade for idol worship. It is reputed to yield inedible fruit that the wind drives off. Of this is said, not so the wicked, but like chaff. This tree of impurity draws water, but does not yield fruit, as we have taught, like chaff that the wind drives away. This is their Torah. Rabbi Hoshea said, the example of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, seed of David, follows this pattern. Tree of knowledge of good and evil, good from the paternal side, evil from the maternal side, but nonetheless, not deriving from their impudence. When Rabbi Eliezer heard this, he came and kissed him on the head. Rabbi Isdai said, Ruth was among the most modest of them. She entered under the wings of Shekinah, and royalty proceeded from her. Kings necessarily issue from seed of David, so that they will be both merciful and cruel. Merciful from the paternal side, brutal from the maternal side, this one and that one, necessarily unified as one. Consequently, seed of David is vengeful and raging as a snake, while merciful to Israel. Rabbi Laughter said, scent of the lily, the one emerging from the midst of thorns. Ruth emerged from seed of the nations like a lily, wafting fine fragrance before the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Pedat asked the son of Rabbi Yosef Soko, since Ruth had converted, why was she not called by another name? He replied, this is what I heard, she had another name, and when she married Mahlon they renamed her Ruth. From that point, she ascended with this name. For when she married Mahlon she converted, not afterward. He said to him, but it says afterward, your God shall be my God, where you lodge, I will lodge. Ruth. Naomi exhorted her with many cautions, as we have learned, and she accepted them all. But if she had converted earlier, what need did she have for all this now? He said, God forbid that she married Mahlon while still a Gentile. In truth, when she was taken as a wife she converted, but her compliance and Orpah's was considered contingent due to the presumption of her husband's intimidation. When their husbands died, Orpah reverted to her defectiveness, as is written, see, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. And it is written, Ruth clung to her, as she had at first. When her husband died, she cleaved to the Torah of her own will. He said to him, did you hear what her name was originally? He replied, her name was Gilead. When she married Mahlon, he called her Ruth. Orpah Harapha, weak one, was her name, and she reverted to her defectiveness, to her name, and to her gods. This is as is written, well, now, your sister-in-law has returned to her people. To her people to be addressed by her original name. To her gods to worship idols. Rabbi Reumai and Rabbi Chisma son of Gui were together in Ono, from Sabbath to Sabbath. One day they were sitting and studying, while Rabbi Reumai was sitting and teaching, with an assembly before him. He opened, saying, therefore be a Urim, with lights, honor Yehovah. What is the meaning of Ba Yorim, with lights? These are the Yorim Vitumim, Yorim and Thummim. Ba Yorim, with fires, with two fires, in Zion and Jerusalem. This is as is written, declares Yehovah, whose fire is in Zion, his furnace in Jerusalem. But people are unaware of them. In Zion alone, you might have thought. Actually, just as Zion and Jerusalem go together, so too do these two go together, like male and female. Male fire is weak, female fire is strong, one corresponding to Zion, and one corresponding to Jerusalem. No one in the world knows the secret of these two fires. They are called evil impulse and good impulse, and the blessed Holy One gave them to humanity for guidance. Scripture says, therefore, with fires honor Yehovah, with these, one honors his master. There is a gate beneath Zion, a cavity 2,000 cubits below the earth, origin of fire, small and weak. This gate is called hidden. From there it proceeds, spreading until Jerusalem, site of the Temple Mount, until it reaches the place where every male stands to see the face of the Lord, Yehovah Sevaot. What is the explanation there? Beneath the Temple Mount, which is within the courtyard, there is a subterranean fire measuring cubits by cubits. Above, however, the fire does not burn like a powerful furnace. Below, fire follows the model of foreskin shrouding covenant. Beneath, every male inscribed with the covenant stands over it, before the Lord Yehovah. Because of this, therefore, Ba Yorim, with fires, honor Yehovah, with the fire of Zion and the fire of Jerusalem. Gate of the powerful furnace, called foreskin. When the males stand above it, they submerge that fire to the great depth, fire of hell. 7 names for the evil impulse: evil, impure, Satan, enemy, stumbling block, uncircumcised, hidden one. Of this is said, all your males shall appear. 7 names for Gehinnom: pit, destruction, Duma, slimy mud, Sheol, Salmavet, netherworld. 7 openings to Gehinnom corresponding to its 7 names. 7 compartments, one upon the other, all compartments prepared for the wicked to be judged. Their bodies waste in the grave, and their souls incinerated, fire consuming them. First compartment, pit. Uppermost compartment, with numerous classes of violent angels. Like the boar, pit, with no water but with snakes and scorpions, similarly with this compartment called boar, pit. Within, innumerable bands of violent angels like those fiery serpents, for whom no charm can be whispered. 3 appointed angels preside over Gehinnom, subject to the rule of Duma, destroyer, wrath, rage. All others, posted below them. All those compartments filled with darting to and fro, and the souls of the wicked are judged there. All those cohorts of violent angels cause a tumult in Gehinnom, their voices heard up to the vault. Voices of the wicked in their midst, screaming and wailing, woe, woe, but none takes pity upon them. Of all these, the 3 angels, along with the other groups of angels of destruction who cause Gehinnom to tremble, Scripture says, Kol, sound, of tumult from the city, Kol, thunder, from the temple, Kol, voice, of Yehovah dealing retribution to his enemies, corresponding to these 3 ravaging angels who govern all the days of the week. From the time of the evening prayer, all night long, they judge those who do their deeds in darkness, lasciviously lusting in their beds. Of them Scripture says, they do their deeds in darkness, and woe to those who plot iniquity, plowing evil on their beds. Micah. Once begun, they conclude for them all in the daytime. But the beginning of judgment for the wicked in Gehinnom when night glooms. Thus, they are called nights, as is said, from terror of the nights. Rabbi Alexandri said, from the fear of Gehinnom. For this reason, they instituted, yet he is compassionate, for the evening prayer through the week, since from the moment that it gets dark, the wicked are judged in Gehinnom by 3 Mashit, destroyer, Af, wrath, and Imah, rage. All of them included here, yet he is compassionate. As is written, Yeshit, destroy, Lahashiv Apo, returning his wrath, Kol Amato, all his rage. Thus, they instituted, yet he is compassionate during the weekdays and not on Shabbat, since once Shabbat enters, judgment withdraws from the world. The wicked in Gehinnom have respite, and violent angels do not govern them from the moment the day is sanctified. For this reason, one does not recite yet he is compassionate, so that violent angels will not be roused. For this reason, it is forbidden out of respect for the king who protects the wicked on Shabbat to demonstrate that judgment has vanished, and violent ones have no license to injure. This can be compared to a watchman's beating a criminal. The king comes to protect him, setting the criminal before him. Once he is standing before the king, if another threatened with a whip, would that not be an affront to the king? Similarly, the king is Shabbat. He plucks sinners from Gehenna, placing them before him, protecting them. Then all the guards retreat from the presence of the king. If one were to pick up a lash in the king's presence and threaten them, would this not be a disgrace to the king? Similarly, one does not recite who guards his people Israel. Judged in this compartment those who pluck saltwort, elaesia, leaves of wormwood, who interrupt words bestowed upon the tablets with elaesia, leaves of idle chatter, and those who treat sages disrespectfully. This is not the place for one who scorns a Talmidacum, disciple of the learned. He is judged in slimy mud. Judged in this first compartment one who scorns a sage's disciple or a sage, even if he honors him publicly, one who curses the deaf, or the like, one who passes behind a synagogue when the congregation is praying, and one who praises his fellow before the latter's adversary, to ill effect. All these and similar cases are judged in the first compartment. The second compartment is called destruction, likened to green fire. Nothing but darkness there, no compassion at all. Judged there those who disparage the beers of scholars, one who shames his fellow, discouraging others from learning from him, one who hectors, but not for the sake of heaven, one who accrues honor from the disgrace of his fellow, one who foresees that his fellow will stumble on a halakhic matter and does not forewarn him before he stumbles, leading to his or others' joy, one who has a synagogue in his town, but does not step foot there to pray, one who is unpleasant to his fellow, a local colleague. In halakhic matters, one who eats from a meal that is insufficient for the hosts, one who raises his hand to strike his fellow even though the latter had not struck him, and one who jokingly derides his friend, to induce shame. All these are judged there, in that compartment, as well as all those like them. The third compartment is called Duma. Judged there all those with swelled egos because of their halakhic erudition, publicly swaggering, but not for the sake of heaven, those who gossip, those who are arrogant with halakha, one who judges his fellow negatively, one who lends to his fellow with interest, one who reveals aspects of the Torah that are contrary to the halakha, one who does not respond amen following another's blessing, one who turns his prayer into bits and pieces, like one who chatters in the midst of his prayer, returns to his prayer, jabbers some more, and goes back to the prayer, then interrupts. This is called bits and pieces. One who ridicules his fellow, or jibes at an elder who has forgotten his learning, and one who sees something vexing for his friend and does not inform him privately. All these are judged there, as well as all those like them. The fourth compartment is called slimy mud. Judged there the haughty, all those who respond harshly to the poor and indigent, one who sees a poor person in straits and does not lend him money until the latter implores for help, one who oppresses by withholding wages of the hired laborer, one who emits seed wastefully, one who fornicates with a Gentile woman or a menstruant, one who takes collateral from a poor person and does not return it when the latter has nothing else, one who perverts justice, and one who accepts bribes. All these are judged in this compartment. The fifth compartment is called Sheol. Judged there heretics, informers, those who reject the Torah, and those who deny the resurrection of the dead. Of them is said, as a cloud fades and vanishes, so whoever descends to Sheol rises no more. Of the other sinners is written, Jehovah deals death and grants life, brings down to Sheol and raises up Samuel. The sixth compartment is called Psalmavet. Judged there are all those who had intercourse with a Gentile woman or a menstruant. The seventh compartment is called Netherworld. One who descends there never rises again. Of them is said, you will trample the wicked Malachi. In all of these compartments consuming fire blazes night and day for the souls of the wicked. There is one who is called wicked and is judged in Gehenna for 12 months, but a completely wicked person who has not repented is judged in Gehenna for eternity. The rabbis say that a wicked person is judged in Gehenna for 6 months, and a completely wicked person, 12 months. This applies when they have pondered repentance and died. However, if he did not mull over repentance, nor did he repent for the sin of them, the verse says they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebel against me. Rabbi Reumai said, when the Blessed Holy One banished Adam from Garden of Eden, he was terrified of the compartment called Netherworld. It had no limits. Of this is said land of gloom, thickest murk psalmavet, death's shadow, and disorder, where it shines thickest murk. What did he do? He repented, entering the waters of Jahan, right up to his neck. The Blessed Holy One took pity upon him, raising him to the place called Adamah, one of the 7 lands. There he fathered Abel and Cain. When Cain murdered Abel, the Blessed Holy One decreed that he would be a restless wanderer upon Hades, the earth. What is written? Behold, you have banished me today from the face of Adamah, I shall be a restless wanderer upon Hades. The Blessed Holy One accepted his penance, and lifted him up to Arka. When Seth was born, the Blessed Holy One raised Adam above all the other lands to Tiv, to a particular place in Hebron. There was his burial place as well as for Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives. Rabbi Kisma said, the cave of Machpelah is near the opening of the Garden of Eden. When Eve died, Adam came and buried her there. He inhaled fragrances of the Garden of Eden, mingled with the site's redolence. He wished to dig deeper, but a heavenly voice boomed, that's enough. He stopped immediately, ceased digging, and was buried there. Who prepared him for burial? His son Seth, who bore his likeness and image. Rabbi Reumai said, the Blessed Holy One tended to him when he was born and tended to him when he died. Nobody knew his whereabouts until Abraham, our forefather, peace be upon him, appeared and saw him. He inhaled the aroma of spices wafting from Garden of Eden. He heard the voices of the ministering angels saying, Adam is buried here, and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will be readied for this place. He saw the flickering lamp and departed. Instantly, he longed for the place. Rav Huna said, before Abraham arrived, others attempted to be buried there, but the ministering angels guarded the place. People saw the lamp burning there, but none could enter until Abraham came, entered, and purchased the site. Rabbi Nehemiah opened, Yehovah Elohim planted a garden in Eden, to the east. When the Blessed Holy One created Adam, he created him from the temple, taking the temple's dust to create him. Once he created him and he stood up on his feet, all the creatures came to prostrate themselves before him. What did the Blessed Holy One do? He transported him from there and placed him in the Garden of Eden. He fashioned 10 canopies for him, like the quintessential 10 canopies the Blessed Holy One is destined to make for the righteous in the Garden of Eden, in the time to come. The ministering angels were descending and ascending, rejoicing before him, and the Blessed Holy One bestowed supernal wisdom upon him. When Samael descended from heavenly heights, he beheld Adam's status and the ministering angels serving him in his canopy, and it was loathsome in his eyes. What did he do? He mounted a serpent as if it were a camel and rode upon it. He descended, seducing Adam until he transgressed his Maker's command. What caused him to sin? Rabbi Alexandre said, a spirit of debauchery entered him. Rabbi Izkiah said, a spirit of impurity. It was thus that he violated his Maker's command. Once he transgressed, the Blessed Holy One revealed himself to him, banishing him from the Garden of Eden. Against Adam he mandated 10 decrees, against Eve, 10 decrees against the serpent, 10 decrees and against the earth, 10 decrees less 1 the 40 less 1 lashes that the court imposes upon a sinner. Ultimately, he repented and the Blessed Holy One accepted him at once. This is as Rabbi Yehuda son of Shalom said, what is the meaning of this verse? Hear my prayer, O Yehovah, to my cry hearken, to my tears be not deaf, for I am a sojourner with you. King David uttered this, as Rabbi Bun son of Ummah said. David said that the Blessed Holy One is nearer to all who call unto him. He opened, asking about this verse, how do we know this? It is as is written, Yehovah is near to all who call him, to all who call him in truth. All who call to the Blessed Holy One in truth, he draws them close, receiving them. For the Blessed Holy One desires the heart, and a person's heartfelt devotion is more important to him than the entire world's sacrifices and offerings. Once a person directs his mind toward repentance, there is no gate among all the heavens that remains unopened. A person's sacrifice is contingent upon the heart and intention, as is written, he shall confess that concerning which he has sinned, and it is written, confess over it all, dependent upon the heart. Hear my prayer, O Jehovah, to my cry give ear to my tears, be not deaf. Rabbi Nuniah son of Canaan said to the sages, my children, by your lives, there is nothing as close to the omnipresent as a person's heart, more pleasing to him than all the sacrifices and offerings of the entire world. One who fasts, aligning his heart and intention, offers a perfect sacrifice. For it is pleasing to the blessed Holy One when a person sacrifices his fat, blood, and body, offering the heat and aroma of his breath. His heart and will are called altar of atonement. A sacrificial offering is apportioned to numerous sides, numerous divisions. An individual's fast is apportioned to numerous sides, numerous divisions, but from the entirety, the blessed Holy One takes only the heart and devotion. There are three sovereigns within the body: mind, heart, and liver. Mind absorbs from everything and provides to heart. Heart absorbs from all and it gives to liver. Liver provides to all, as is said, all the streams flow into the sea, yet the sea is not full. This structure is analogous to the sea, and the blessed Holy One accepts it. Nothing in the entire world endures before him, other than a person's repentance and prayer. Rabbi Yehuda said, 3 types of repentance here in this verse: prayer, cry, and tears. All in this verse: prayer, hear my prayer, O Jehovah, cry to my cry, give ear tears to my tears, be not deaf. All 3 are esteemed before the blessed Holy One, but among them, none is esteemed as tears, for along with tears go the heart, will, and the entire body. Through 12 gates, tears enter before the blessed Holy One. Prayer connected with hearing, as is written, hear my prayer, O Jehovah. Cry, as is written of it, to my cry give ear. Tears unlike these, indeed superior to them all, as is written, to my tears be not deaf. What is the difference between them? The rabbis of Caesarea and Rabbi Elazar son of Yos disputed the matter. He said, prayer, sometimes a person supplicates in prayer and the blessed Holy One hears, yet declines to fulfill his request, remaining silent, largely indifferent. That is the case of prayer. Cry superior to prayer, for this one wails with heartfelt devotion before his master. Since he directs his intention more fervently, it is written, give ear, like one inclining his ear toward a particular word. Nonetheless, he is silent, unmoved by his request. But tears come with intention, heart, and the entire body, and therefore of this case is written, to my tears be not deaf. But the rabbis say, not all tears enter before the king. Tears of rage, and tears seeking judgment of one's fellow, do not gain access to the king. But those of prayer, repentance, and agonized pleas all burst through heaven's open gates, and enter before the king. This is as we have learned on the day the temple was destroyed, all gates were locked, but the gates of tears were not locked. What is written regarding Hezekiah? I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Actual seeing, on account of tears. Of the time to come, what is written? Jehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces. There are tears of virtue and tears of ill will. Of virtue from the good impulse. Of ill will from the evil impulse. Of tears of suffering and tears of prayer is written, with weeping they will come, with supplications I will conduct them. Rabbi Kruspedi fell ill, and Rabbi Yonan son of Chisma, and the rabbis, came to visit him. It was the Sabbath. They saw him cry, then smile, and then he fell asleep. They said, it is the Sabbath, so it is forbidden to move him, no further exertion is required. They left him. Rabbi Yonan rose, teaching, and Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. Ruth. Elimelech died and her 2 sons remained. She was consoled by them. Elimelech's 2 sons survived to fulfill his post. He was Nishmeta Lanishmeta, soul of soul. What is written afterward? Then those 2 Mahlon and Chilion also died, Holy Spirit and animal spirit. Rupture upon rupture, Nishmeta Lanishmeta, which is Yod, and intellectual spirit, which is Vov, will not die, but one who plunges from great stature is called dead. Similarly, in this case, when Rabbi Eliezer went to sleep, the rabbis remained, providing consolation. Rabbi Yonan son of Nuri, and his companions, died, and now our companion Rabbi Kruspedi, as well, rupture upon rupture. While they sat, Rabbi Ilchiah was near him. He noticed that tears had returned to his cheeks, and a smile to his lips. He called to Rabbi Yonan and the companions. I saw tears on his cheeks and a smile on his lips. They exclaimed, "He's certainly not dead." They sat, not permitting anyone to come close to him. In the morning, he opened his eyes and asked for water to drink. Rabbi Yonan drew close to him. He said to them, "Come back to me tomorrow, and I will tell you what I saw. For now I have to arrange everything that I have seen." I was ordered to recount it to the companions. Of the night that I was there, I will tell you, but I cannot fathom it. Tell the members of my household not to approach me, nor should anyone remain here. They all left, but Rabbi Yonan remained, not approaching him all that night. When daylight shone, they saw that he was talking and weeping, but they understood nothing. He rose, then sat down, then called for Rabbi Yonan. He said to him, "What did you see in that other world?" "I have come from another world. I entered there, but I was denied permission to reveal any of it, other than to you and your companions." Then he described to them what he had seen. He said to Rabbi Yonan, "Arrange your words and go to the throne that they have prepared for you, for 12 of the companions are coming on your account. Happy are those companions whose teaching endures in their hands." I saw that it was the very place where King Messiah resided. A herald proclaims every day, "Happy are those engaged with Torah, those who render others worthy, and those who waive the right of retribution." Did you see when I was crying and smiling? Permission had been granted to the angel of death and he was coming, but I saw Shekinah by my side and she would not let him. So I was taken to Beit Din, where I saw numerous troops and legions, all occupied with judgments of this world. At their head, Sandalphon, master of the countenance, braiding bands for his master. A single canopy spread over him, all heavenly forces under his rule. But I was refused permission to approach and see him. I saw courts with throngs of officers attending, among them humanity's defenders, prosecutors among them, too. They seized me, leading me before them. And I saw many of the companions there. They asked the angel of death, "What defense could he have before you?" He replied, "Since I was denied permission to take him, I have brought him here for judgment." 3 witnesses arose, proclaiming 3 times, "We have found indemnification," and they testified on my behalf that I always waived the right of retribution. They were occupied with my judgment the whole time you saw me sleeping, assessing my days and years, deeming them whole. Since I always relinquished justified retribution, they abandoned the case, unable to render a verdict until it was referred for judgment elsewhere, its location unknown to me. The verdict was issued to release me, and to give me time to complete my study in this world, for I had not yet completed it. But the angel of death did not discharge me until they delivered to him Rabbi Kruspedi the elder, who preceded me in my stead. Then he turned me loose. When you saw tears on my cheeks and a smile on my lips, the tears I cried because of the angel of death, I smiled from joy in Shekinah. My sleeping for another interval to instruct me in what I am to reveal to you. I was not taken by the angel of death, but the soul of Rabbi Oshia was left with me, and I will travel there with him at that time. The companions were astonished, and proclaimed of him Ofri Ibim Karbaka, who passed through the valley of weeping, making him a spring also. Moed, the teacher, will cloak him with blessings. They pass through the valley of weeping. This is Rabbi Kruspedi, who traversed it. For the angel of death, he is the valley of weeping, the one who causes everyone to weep. Making him a spring, he was ordained to complete his study, to become a fountain of Torah. Therefore, also, the teacher will cloak him with blessings if Torah brings him life, all the more so one who reviews a tradition and teaches it. Rabbi Yonan proclaimed of him, light dawns in darkness for the upright, gracious, compassionate, and just. Light dawns in darkness. What is darkness? Angel of death who besmirches faces in the world, as is said, with darkness over the abyss. The blessed Holy One shines in this darkness for the upright one. Rabbi Kruspedi, powerful light, beacon of Torah. And who did this? The blessed Holy One, who is called gracious, compassionate, and just. Rabbi Berechiah said in the name of Rabbi Naomi said to her two Isaac, daughters-in-law, for she had one who averts his hurt, while still in Moab, that eyes from the poor Jehovah had remembered his during years of dearth people and given them food. They will see the Ruth world's relief, but he will not. Elimelech was a wealthy man, but when he saw the famine, he turned aside from charitable giving and fled to the fields of Moab. Rabbi Berechiah said to them, but is it not in fact the practice of the righteous to flee from famine? Were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob greater than Elimelech and richer as well? And yet one went to Egypt because of famine, and the other to the land of the Philistines. Rabbi Berechiah said in the name of Rabbi Isaac, the blessed Holy One induced those righteous ones to leave from the midst of evil ones, and to publicize to all their character. Hence, he brought famine. But it was not so with Elimelech, for he dwelt with them. When famine came, the poor approached him, but he avoided them and fled. Further, he perceived that judgment fell upon the entire world, and yet he went off among the nations. A Rabbi Reumi said, there were 3 years of famine in the days of King David. What was the reason to inform him that the event derived from judgment? As is written, there was a famine in the days of David. David sought out Samuel, continuing until the verdict was completed. Once judgment was fulfilled, then immediately God granted the plea of the land. For Rabbi Ea taught the entire world drinks only from the drippings of the land of Israel. When notice is taken of the world, the land of Israel is noted first, because there is none drawing for her or defending her at the start. Elimelech was righteous, and he could have protected the people of the land, but he fled, hiding among the other nations. For this, he was punished. He died. His sons went and married foreign women, aliens, and they were punished. When humankind began to increase on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humankind were beautiful, and they took themselves wives, whomever they chose. Jehovah said, my spirit shall not abide in the human forever, for he too is but flesh. Let his days be 120 years. The fallen ones were on earth in those days and afterward as well, when the sons of God came into the daughters of humankind, who bore them children. These are the heroes of old, men of renown. Rabbi Ananiah opened the sons of God, saw that the daughters of humankind were beautiful, and they took themselves wives, whomever they chose. The sons of God saw Uzzah and Azael, 2 angels who castigated their master, and the blessed Holy One cast them down from a heavenly sight above. When they descended, they materialized in the air, becoming like men. Among all the angels, none mingled among human beings so well as those called Ishim, heavenly men, and those called B'nai Elohim, sons of God. Once the blessed Holy One cast them down, they materialized with all the physical elements with which humans clothe themselves. Other angels upon descent, though destined to return to their stations, concretize in the air, then strip off materiality and return to their places. Kisma son of Rabbi Yanai said, it is written, he makes his angels spirits, his ministers flaming fire. Some angels are fashioned of wind, and some fashioned of fire, but each one gives to his fellow because harmony prevails among them. Consequently those who descend from these 2 foundations. When they descend, they are more fully cloaked in the air of this world, materializing. Those who blend into this world, with the elements of this world, are unable to bolt and return to their stations restrained here. As they linger here for 7 days, day by day, they cannot return. Of this is written, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humankind. What is the meaning of were beautiful? Their beauty shone like heavenly light. Once they sired offspring, the blessed Holy One took them and stowed them in the mountains of darkness, called ancient mountains. He bound them in iron chains, chains sunk down to the great abyss. There, they instructed humanity in magical arts. Balaam acquired his sorcerer's skill there, learning it from the denizens of those mountains. This is as is written, from Aram, Balak led me from ancient mountains. There were crowned all the world's experts. Since they had been critics of their master from the outset, continuing until today to scorn their master, using sorcery to subvert the celestial family, if not for those shackles sunken in the abyss, binding them in a mighty brace, they would sully the world, and the world would be unable to withstand it. There, among those dark mountains, they suckle from the north, for it is from that side that all of these species are reinforced. Rabbi Nehemiah said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, Naamah was around at that time, and everyone was seduced by her. Rabbi Shalom says, she was the mother of demons. When the sons of God saw the daughters of humankind, they strayed after them, because the daughters of humankind were strolling naked. They had intercourse with them and had children from them. This is as is written, and afterward as well, when the sons of God Anshem, men of renown. Who are the Anshem, men of the name? These are the fallen ones, who taught the world names for each and everything, consummating their sorcery. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos said, men of the name. Actually, as is said, 60 warriors surrounding her. Rabbi Isaac said, but it is written of the heroes of Israel, no female which shall you let live. Rabbi Azariah asked Rabbi Yos, of Kfar Ono, why is witchcraft more common among women than among men, as is written, no female which shall you let live? It is not written male, which he replied, it is written, no Ra, evil, will befall you side of the female, certainly nor nega, affliction, draw near your tent the male. From the female, all kinds of sorcery and evil depths come into the world, as is written, I find women more bitter than death. What is the meaning of fetters her hands? Rabbi Yanai and Rabbi Yehoshua disputed the matter. One said, one who touches a woman or receives money from her, hand to hand, shall not escape the punishment of Gehinnom, as is said, hand to hand, evil will not go unpunished, and as is written, fetters her hands. Actually, the other said, from females come all forms of magic and witchcraft, and all evil thoughts. If not for her hands are fettered, and her being restricted, women would murder and bring death to the entire world, always, everywhere. The female gains strength only from the power of the male. Since she originates in his depths, she knows how to adjure a man to consummate her desire. How? With a name, and with profound words, with the name of impurity. Thus, the act depends upon her, words upon the male, both aroused from the female. Therefore, all kinds of sorcery are found among the female, not the male. It has been taught, one who passes between two women, if they are menstruants, he will be afflicted with epilepsy, not desisting unless they take some action on his behalf. Blood disease or murder lies in wait for him. If they are not menstruants, the evil eye governs his body or his property. This is like what happened to Rabbi Norm, son of Rabbi Simlai. One time when he was in Caesarea, he passed between two women. They gazed upon him and he was endangered immediately, in his body and property. How did this happen? Because of the evil eye resting upon them, bearing potential for harm. What is the remedy? He should recite the following: go away, be silent, untie the knot not tied for you, not tied for me. Then he should begin with El and conclude with El. It is written, El brings them out from Egypt, like the wild ox's antlers for him. For there is no augury against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Concluding with El, now be it said to Jacob and to Israel what has been performed by El. Then he should go on his way, and not look back. Rav Huna was on pilgrimage from Babylon to the land of Israel. When he went up there, he happened upon a town and noticed a woman following behind him. She threw water on his shoulders and took dust from beneath his feet. He turned his head around and said to her, go ahead and take, my daughter. This has no effect on me, but I decree against you that your mind be scattered. Then he said, not on my account, but rather to prevent you from murdering other people. And so it was. Her mind was addled, a complete blank, and she died. Of this is written, no evil will befall you, nor affliction draw near your tent. Rabbi Ea taught, he who is good before God will escape her, and a sinner will be trapped by her. Escape from whom? From the woman of whom is written, for she is all snares, and nets her heart. When there is famine in town, one should not show oneself, nor walk unaccompanied in the city, for the angel of death is there and he has permission to harm. Of this is written, Jacob said to his sons, why do you display yourselves? Similarly, when there is plague in town, one should confine oneself and not be seen in the market. Once permission has been given to attack, whoever offends him will be struck, and he is culpable for his own soul. For 10 years, Naomi dwelt in the fields of Moab. Eventually, she returned to Israel, for in the fields of Moab she had heard Ruth. Why were Mahlon and Chilion punished? Because they married Moabite women. For no women in the world are engaged with divination and witchcraft like the Moabites. How do we know this? As is written, Israel clung to Baal-peor, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. As soon as they had a nibble produced by their sorcery, they bowed down before their idols at once. And they clung, Rabbi Ear said, like the clinging of bracelets, so were they joined to Baal-peor. On account of women's magic, how do we know this? It is as is written, look, these are the ones who led the Israelites by Balaam's word. He taught them how to utter words. For there was no sorcery or magic in the world like theirs, but reciting formulae to consummate their sorcery that was unknown to them. Therefore, by Balaam's word, they executed and completed their sorcery, trapping them. Rabbi Yonan said, but Ruth was worthy. It is written, Yaseh, may he treat. If you are worthy to, Naomi said to her daughters in and to beneath the law, go, return, each of you to wings of the Shekinah, her mother's home. Ruth, Yaseh, may Yehovah treat, but if not, Yaaz, may Yehovah treat, lacking he. It has been far more grievous for me, Mechem, from you. It should say Elechem, for you, as is said, I grieve Eleka, for you, Samuel. What is the meaning of Mechem, from you? Rabbi Chronia said, in the name of Rav Bizna, the anguish in my heart is from you, for you caused my sons to die like someone roaring on account of another. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye. Ruth, Orpah, Harapha was her name. So, why was she called Orpah? Because she turned her back on her mother-in-law. She journeyed to her place, to the fields of Moab, where she was promiscuous and dishonored. So she went to the land of the Philistines, where everyone pounded her like Haraphat, groats. Harapha she behaved Raphat, in a degraded fashion, and from her licentiousness gave birth to 6 sons, all falling at the hand of David and his men, Ishbi of Nob, of the offspring of Harapha Samuel. But, why is he located in Nob? Is it not next to Jerusalem, in the land of Israel, whereas he was in the land of the Philistines? Here is the explanation offered by Rabbi Pinaz. It comes to teach Sheba al-Iskir November, that he came regarding the events at Nob. For David had prompted the affair at Nob, city of priests, and the blessed Holy One deals strictly with the righteous, even to a hairbreadth. The blessed Holy One said, David, you caused such a stir in Nob, city of priests, by your life. Judgment will fall either upon you or your seed, and only one shall remain. Rabbi Ear taught, but one son of Ahimelech son of Ahichub escaped Samuel. For none of Ahimelech's kin survived from his father's entire household other than Abiathar alone. On account of this sin, Saul and his son died, as well as thousands and myriads from Israel. It was decreed, too, that David should die. When he arrived in the land of the Philistines, that very same Harapha saw him and said to her son, this is the one who killed your brother. At that moment, the time had come for attribute of judgment to take vengeance upon David regarding the events at Nob, summoning Ishbi to kill him. At once, Ishbi bin Ob Samuel Sheba al-Iskir November, who came regarding the events at Nob. Rabbi Yonan said, this is what David said, blessed Holy One, let my seed be enduring before you. I stand prepared to accept the judgment upon myself. What happened? Ishbi took him and bore down on him with his staff. David said, this is beneath my dignity. He took him and tossed him up in the air, rapier point propped, so that David would be killed. This is as is written, and he was girded with new gear. He meant to strike down David. Just then, David uttered the ineffable name and he was suspended in midair. His horse bolted, headed to Jerusalem. Abishai went and asked the Sanhedrin, what is the law pertaining to riding a king's horse? They permitted him. He found David, suspended in midair, and said to him, retract your prayer. He replied, how can I give back to Yehovah for all he requited to me? For this is what I have received from the court of Samuel of Ramah. He returned immediately to his prayer and accepted judgment upon his seed, as is written, Abishai son of Zeruiah came to his aid and struck down the Philistine Samuel. What is written now? When Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and killed off all who were of royal stock, kings from the house of David. It is written, Vate'abit, she killed off But it is also written Vatedaba, she spoke chronicles. What is the meaning of she spoke? She predicted that David's seed was destined to be eliminated. She killed off kings but Jehoshba, daughter of King Joram Josh kings. This teaches that the blessed Holy One judges measure for measure. Of all this, what is written, even though this edict had been decreed and permission granted to attribute of judgment, it is written this same day at Nob he shall stand. A attribute of judgment still stands at Nob, demanding justice before the blessed Holy One. If the blessed Holy One deals strictly with the righteous, all the more so with the wicked. Rabbi Norm said, in the name of Rabbi, so she said, see, your sister in Yehuda, at first it law has returned to her people, says returned, teaching unto her God's Ruth. That she had been a convert at the outset. It is also written unto her gods, for she had one God with Naomi. But now to her original stench, backsliding to her idolatry. But Ruth clung unto her. Just as she had accepted its yoke during her husband's lifetime, so did she cling to her faith afterward. How exemplary is Ruth! Even without fear of her husband, she clung to her faith. Nonetheless, Naomi renegotiated her as before, admonishing her with cautions, and she acceded to them all. Rabbi Bracha said, it is written, Abraham rose early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar, placing them on her shoulder, and he gave her the child. Since it is written to Hagar, what is the meaning of placing on her shoulder? Well, it teaches that he cautioned her about the yoke of faith, and to remind her of her original state with him. Here it is written Sam, placing, on her shoulder, and it is written there Sam, he placed, for them statute and law. As below it signifies the yoke of Shekinah, so too here, yoke of Shekinah. What did she do once she reflected upon her exit from Abraham's domain? She returned to her degradation. What is written, and she went Vateta, and she strayed, after the idol worship and filthy fetishes of her father's house. It is also written, they are vanity, work of Tarturim, delusion. Rabbi Idka and Rabbi Shimon son of Yos were walking on the way. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Idka, now, we have learned a Gentile who is engaged in Torah is like a high priest. Like a high priest, how could they equate him with a high priest? Behold, it is written, he established a testimony in Jacob, and ordained a teaching in Israel. The blessed Holy One bestowed it upon Israel so that they might receive reward in the world that is coming. Gentiles, who did not accept it, do not receive reward for it. This is as is taught by Rabbi Akiva. The people Israel, since they stood at Mount Sinai, receive reward for it. Yet you have said that a Gentile who is occupied with Torah is like a high priest. He replied, like a high priest. Thus we have learned. For Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rabbi Yonan, what is the meaning of the verse? She is more precious than rubies, nothing desired can compare with her. Even a bastard scholar is greater than an ignorant high priest, even though he enters within. Since he does not study Torah, his service is not service, and he does not receive reward for it. Of him is said, surely, without knowledge a soul is not good. A high priest who does not comprehend the essence of worship, his worship is no worship. And Rabbi Yehuda said, from where do we know that a high priest must be a scholar? As is written, for the lips of a priest guard knowledge, and people seek rulings from his mouth. Malachi. But if he is an ignoramus, he receives no reward for it. Similarly for a Gentile who is occupied with Torah, since he is a Gentile, his service is not service and he does not receive reward for it. The reward of an ignorant high priest and a Gentile are equivalent because they do not receive reward for their efforts. He opened, command Aaron and his sons, saying, Aaron and his sons are commanded, other descendants are not commanded. Well, the explanation is that any priest who does not know the essence of worship like Aaron and his sons is not commanded. And if he serves, his worship is invalid, for what would his intention be? He is oblivious. This is what Rabbi Ea son of Rabbi Yitzhak said, priests, Levites, and Israelites can all impede a sacrifice, but most vital for the offering is the priest. For he must contemplate the holy name, arranging its supernal rungs, uniting it in consummate union so both upper and lower ones are arrayed according to their respective aspirations and intentions. And thus said Rabbi Ea in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, what is the meaning of this verse? A fire offering, an aroma pleasing to Jehovah, parallel to those three rungs. fire offering Levites, for they are appointed for song-raising voice coming from the side of fire offering. And they contemplate pattern, melody, and joyous song. As a result, as long as he ascends the platform while still hale, and the blaze of fire within him is strong enough to lift his voice in pleasing melody, he is fit for service. When the flame of youth flags, and the coals of his pyre dim, then his potency is weakened, and his voice broken. Of this is written, from the age of 50 years he the Levite shall retire from the legion of service and serve no more, his worship is invalid. From here on he shall serve his brothers, but service he shall not perform. Heavenly watches, too, come to play music before their master called Ishim, fires. And I heard the following in the name of Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari: these carders, some appointed for outer gates, and some for inner ones, within. These inner ones intone in song, soaring, and entering 5 rungs with this song, up to 50 years, corresponding to the 50 gates of the Jubilee year. Upon attaining this height, a blast of blazing fire takes them, smashing their power. Once their vigor is shattered, they are cast out, plummeting from those rungs. They stand outside, appointed to gates there. They take their portion from the smoke of the sacrificial fire, as opposed to those who take from within. For each and every day, others are inaugurated, appointed for singing. Aroma corresponding to Israel. For when they pour forth their prayer, it is as precious before the blessed Holy One as the aroma of spices in the Garden of Eden. Pleasing, providing balm on high. Corresponding to the priest who contemplates the pattern and aspiration of the holy name, forging a union of inscribed letters. All rungs shine, flare, and sparkle in celestial glow, from supernal, hidden depth. Consequently, the priest must be enlightened with wisdom, distinguished in insight, distinguished with resplendence of Torah, most scrupulous and discerning of all. But, if he is an ignoramus, his worship is not worship. Of him is written, fools have no standing in your sight. Slime of a Gentile, even if he has converted, is hard to slough. Such slime lasts for 3 generations, all the more so for one who has remained a Gentile. The best among them Ruth, and no blemish was found in her at all. This is intellectual soul. Orpah, bestial soul, returned at once to her stench and degradation. Rabbi Idka came and kissed him, saying, few indeed are those among them whose slime has been removed. Rabbi said, it is written, he Solomon set out a throne for the king's mother kings. This refers to Ruth the Moabite, who merited to see King Solomon on his throne. Just as her heart was complete, so did the blessed Holy One complete her days and years. This is as is written, may you have Shalimah, full recompense. Ruth full, actually it is written and read Shalimah, full, to teach that she witnessed King Shlomo, Solomon, on his throne. This one saw her reward in this world and the world to come. And she left the place where she had been living, accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law. After Neshama, holy soul, intellectual soul, and bestial soul left the body, what did Neshama say? Naomi said to her daughters-in-law, turn back, my daughters. But Ruth replied, do not urge me to leave you. Orpah had returned to her people and to her gods. This is the way that one examines a convert to ensure that they will endure beneath the wings of Shekinah like Ruth with a perfect heart. Rabbi Alexandre I opened, a certain woman, the wife of one of the sons of the prophets, cried out to Elisha kings. On this we have learned this is the wife of Obadiah appointed by Ahab, king of Israel. When Obadiah went to Elijah, Elisha recognized him. You might say that Elisha had not yet begun to minister to him in truth. He had already begun to serve him, but that which is early and that which is late applies here. Of this is written, he feared Jehovah greatly. Kings certainly Elisha knew him. She cried out to Elisha kings. When Obadiah had passed away and King Jehoram was coming to take his 2 children, what did she do? She wailed, sobbing on the way to the cemetery. She stood before his grave and cried out, Fear of Elohim, they are perpetrating such and such against the orphans. They told Obadiah, your wife is standing in the road, shrieking and weeping. What did he do? He went off to Hezekiah. The latter responded, I have had enough of this world. He sought out the patriarchs and reported, this is my plight. They told him, "We've already heard her howling at Elisha the prophet." By then she had returned, ululating and wailing at his grave, saying, "Fear of God," as before. They told Obadiah, "Your wife is weeping and wailing." He said to her, "Woe, poor woman, go to Elisha." This concludes what we learned. How can they converse with each other in the grave? Guarantee their souls located elsewhere. The secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. Rabbi Bun chanced upon him, and commented, "If a difficulty remains, one word is worth two, while silence is worth none." He opened, saying, "With my soul I desire you in the night, with my spirit within me I seek you at dawn. With my soul I desire you." 2 clusters has the blessed Holy One infused within the human, to serve him in this world, and these are nafsh v'ruah, soul and spirit. Nefesh, soul, sustaining the body with commandments, and arousing it. Ruah, spirit, arousing him with Torah, which guides him in this world. If these have descended upon him, even greater abundance will alight upon him from above, according to his deserts. With these two a person travels through the world serving him. For the nefesh will not endure in the body without arousal of ruah settled upon it. When a person comes to serve and worship his master with these two, he is awakened from above with holy arousal, which settles upon him, surrounding him on all sides. Then he is aroused by supernal wisdom, so that he can dwell in the palace of the king. The arousal that rests upon him comes from a supernal place. What is its name? Neshama. It stimulates man to repent. A powerful, supernal force, the power of repentance, mother to Ruah, and Ruah is son to her. Above Nishmeta comes strength from a heavenly lover. What is its name? Nishmeta la Nishmeta, soul of soul, called father to Ruah. From there, fear is aroused in a person. These are father and mother, son and daughter. Father Yod he, mother Vav, son he, daughter. This is the consummate name. Just as there is Ruah and Nafsha on the left for the evil impulse, so on the right, there is Ruah and Nafsha for the good impulse. Of this is said, "See, I have set before you life and good, and death and evil." Life and good of holiness. Death and evil from the left side, of the evil impulse. This is hinted at in "From the tree of knowledge of good and evil. From the good you may eat, but from the evil do not eat." One with understanding will understand. Of upper he, which is Nishmeta, mother, and of lower he, daughter, this verse is invoked. Wisdom of women builds her house, and folly with her own hands destroys it. Bestial soul of the evil impulse, with her own hands destroys it. The body. Ruah Dekutsha, a Holy Spirit, did the blessed Holy One bestow upon the human for service in this world, and Neshama for arousal for divine service. When a person in this world sleeps in his bed, his spirit roaming and ranging, he yearns to ascend nightly. But how many archons stand at each and every vault? For Rabbi Nunia son of Cana said, "Son of proud ones described to me when I ascended to the first vault, I saw angels, seraphim, all appearing like torches, wheels of fire circling round them, their eyebrows like fiery coals, their teeth and eyes, sparks of fire, their garments, flashing fire. Above them all, a single officer, Yadumi is his name. When I saw him, they said, who permitted one born of woman among us in this place? I uttered the letters of the name when I saw that they sought to scorch me with their breath. They froze. That great prince who is appointed over them asked me, Who are you? I told him my name. He said to me, O friend, all who dwell in the world pass through my hands each and every night when they lie down in their beds and submit their spirits to the Master of the universe. At once those spirits spring from them, rising before him. All those spirits are present before me, but I am denied permission to grant entry to any besides those who are inscribed before me, those who performed commandments that day. Yet, still we petition on their behalf and search after them. I lifted up my eyes and saw palaces, like the number of days of the sun. All on the eastern side with 4 gates to each and every palace. How many officers and ministers are appointed over them, all with a single visage, they are called ministers of the east. The same can be found on the southern side, except that on that side there was one gate far higher than all the others. I asked him about that gate, and he replied, Woe, friend, through this gate pass all those who suffer, all those who weep because of the oppression of the nations of the world, and all penitents all entering through this gate. Above this gate a huge gate loomed before me, with 10 gates around it. I inquired about it. He replied, "This gate I have no authority over it, and it is opened only on the new moon, Sabbaths, and festivals. At those times at the onset of the Sabbath, new moon, or festival, a voice blasts through all those heavens, proclaiming open the gates, so that a righteous nation, keeping faith, may enter. This is so because all spirits that are in the Garden of Eden during all days of the week abide there, ambling about. At the same time, in the same firmament that is above the earthly Garden of Eden, 4 windows are opened, inscribed with the 4 letters of the ineffable name, unique among heavenly treasures. All those spirits are garbed in precious garments in that Garden of Eden in the very image that they had had in that world where they endured in a garment of flesh, formed from a putrid drop. When the windows are opened, they all strip off their garments, soaring upward, through those windows, rising to this place. 6 winged ones with many archons among them open this gate. In all those 10, spirits enter with delight, flying upward. Similarly, through expanse after expanse in this fashion. When those spirits ascend, other spirits descend, added among the living in this world. These ascend and those descend. From the very place that those descended, others are stationed and the place is never empty. When Sabbath departs, when the Jews recite, "May the kindness of Jehovah our God be upon us," those spirits that descended on the Sabbath ascend. These ascend and those descend. These ascend to their place. On this matter, it is eternally thus. Rabbi Alexandre said, "When a person passes from this world, the neshama and the nefesh journey as one, as is said, and they went, the 2 of them, until they reached Bethlehem Ruth. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city hummed with excitement because of them. The women asked, could this be Naomi? For she had gone to that place filled with all kinds of bounty, brimming with Torah, a pillar of cloud above her head by day, and she was shown the Garden of Eden. A lamp over her head at night, and she was shown the place where the wicked are judged, as is said, when his lamp shone over my head." At that moment, the neshama said, "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has dealt very bitterly with me. I left full, but Jehovah brought me back empty." Ruth. In this place, I was filled with all forms of abundance, but now Jehovah brought me back empty to this world. How can you call me Naomi, when Jehovah has dealt harshly with me, when Shaddai has brought misfortune upon me? For he has injected the evil impulse into me, the bestial ruah and bestial nefesh, of which is said, "Wisdom of women builds her house, and folly with her own hands destroys it." Wisdom of women neshama and nefesh of holiness. Folly bestial nefesh of the evil impulse, destroying the body through her folly. This is the one that remains in the body, as is said, "But the flesh upon him will ache, and his nefesh will mourn for him, for the 2 participated jointly." A parable. To what may this be compared? To a king who appointed 2 sentries for his garden, one lame, the other blind. He said to them, "Take heed that you do not eat from the fruit of this garden, for I know all the fruit in it." What did they do? The lame one said to the blind one, "We both want to eat from the fruit of the tree." The blind one said, "I cannot see." The lame one said, "And I cannot walk." What did they do? The lame one rode upon the blind one, and they ate. The king came and saw that they had eaten from the fruit of the tree. He said to them, "Who ate this fruit?" The blind one said, "I can see." The lame one said, "Look, I can walk." What did the king do? He said to them, "In the same way that you ate from the fruit, so shall be done to you." What did he do? The king said to his servants, "Since the lame one rode upon the blind one, strike them with lashes right here." Thus, the bestial nefesh from the evil impulse will be judged with the body. Rabbi Azariah and Rabbi Izkiah were traveling on pilgrimage for the festival, a certain donkey driver goading behind them. Rabbi Azariah said to Rabbi Izkiah, "Have you learned anything about the verse, 'I went down to the nut grove to see the new green by the brook'?" Song of Songs. Words of Torah are compared to a nut. How? He replied, "As a nut has a shell and a kernel within, so do words of Torah have ma'aseh, ritual action midrash, homily agada, legend all of them this within that within this. He replied, this is what I have heard concerning this when King Solomon revealed the Song of Songs, the slime that the primal serpent injected into Adam and Eve ceased from the world. For when offspring of Adam and Eve came into the world, they issued from that slime. So have we heard from our masters, and they heard it extending back to the mouth of Elijah, who said thus what is the meaning of the verse and Adam knew Eve his woman, and she conceived and bore Cain and she said, I have got me a man with Jehovah General V'Ha Adam, and the man primal Adam. When the serpent copulated with Eve, he injected slime into her. Cain emerged from the side of that serpent as it is the way of the serpent to slay and kill, so too did Cain immediately become a murderer. This is as is said for from the stock of a snake there sprouts an asp, its offspring a fiery, flying serpent. For from the stock of a snake primal serpent sprouts an asp Cain, who slithered out from its stock and essence. Its offspring a fiery, flying serpent for he became a murderer, like this fiery serpent, over whose wound no spell can be whispered. Meufef, flying doubled, for the serpent's species was already replicated. And if you should say he emerged from that slime but it is said and Adam knew Eve his woman, and she conceived and bore Cain and she said, I have got me a man with Jehovah actually he came from Adam and not from that slime well, that serpent injected slime into Eve and that slime, which absorbed into her, rattled about in her womb. For there was no body to contain it, to usher that spirit into the world. When Adam came upon her, the slime was aroused by that seed, which provided substance for the evil body. The slime was in her womb contained within it and he emerged into the world, with a ruddier complexion than all the rest of humanity who followed him. Moreover, the very seed that Adam injected to form a body was itself from the side of wickedness the evil spirit was strengthened, materializing in the world. When she saw him, she said, I have got me a man at Jehovah, with Jehovah. When he brought a sacrifice, it too came from that side of evil, as is written Miketz Yamim, at the end of days, and it is not written Miketz Yamin, the end of the right Daniel. Shet, Seth foundation of the world, through the righteous and the pious who descended from him afterward. Shin Tav consummation of the alphabet. From him onward, letters returned to the inverted sequence Tav Shin Resh Kof. With the denouement of the righteous and pious ones, until Noah arrived the generation of the deluge who were all wiped out when all of them had been wiped out, and Noah and his sons alighted from the ark, it is written from these, the whole earth spread out. Then the letters of the alphabet began to proceed in reverse sequence Tav Shin Resh Kof. Then it is written from these, the whole earth spread out. The entire world continued with the serpent's slime until the people of Israel stood on Mount Sinai, and the letters returned to the proper sequence. But some remained inverted one here and one there. Befooled, the letters were transformed into a different body restored, the letters returned to a different array. Thus the world continued according to the mysteries of the alphabet, until Solomon arrived. When Solomon came, the letters stood in their posts. Then is written Solomon's wisdom surpassed kings, and the moon abode in perfection. With this, Song of Songs was revealed in the world. Then he said, I descended to the nut garden as with a nut whose kernel is encountered only at the end, so too the world until the shells were completed, the world subsisted in the kernel and the moon, in completion. The donkey driver said, what do you say about, and how have you established the verse, as is written and they went, the two of them, until they reached Bethlehem, Bethlehem Ruthlehem, bread Torah, as is written go, eat your bread with joy. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city hummed with excitement because of them. The women asked, could this be Naomi Ruth 1, and no more? Rabbi Azariah said, happy are you, O Israel, that even the empty among you are filled with Torah and good deeds. The two of them dismounted. They said to him, have you heard something about this verse? He said, so have I heard. When the blessed Holy One desired to give the Torah to Israel, the tablets were written front and back, as is said on the one side and on the other they were written. One tablet, front and back, and the other tablet, right and left. This is as is said, and the tablets, God's doing they were, and the script, God's script it was, engraved on the tablets. Twice why does it say twice Zohar miktav, and the script before Israel fashioned the calf, the blessed Holy One desired to give 2 Torahs to Israel through Moses inscribed on the tablets, and the tablets, God's doing they were Luot, and the tablets following the paradigm one tablet. Miktav, and the script Luot, and the tablets Ma'ase Elohim's doing, they were heavenly binah. 2 arms. Miktav, script Jacob and Rachel, who are called sun and moon, are called 2 breasts, and are called one. Of this is said God's script it was, Arat, engraved, on the tablets. What is the meaning of Arat rather? The word should be read Arat, freedom from the angel of death, from the subjugation of kingdoms, and from all evil diseases of the world. When they fashioned the calf, the letters flew off from 2 sides front and back. I shall open for you a straight path that you might understand Elimelech and Naomi, Mahlon and Ruth according to this array 2 tablets. Elimelech and Naomi 1 tablet, right and left. Mahlon and Ruth front and back, another tablet. When the people of Israel produced the calf, Elimelech and Mahlon disappeared, but Naomi and Ruth remained 2 women. The 2 continued on, for they had heard that Jehovah had taken note of his people and given them bread Ruth for he gave the Torah another time. And they went, the 2 of them, until they reached Beit-Lehem, house of bread. The whole city hummed with excitement because of them. Whole righteous one. The city Zion, city of David. They said, could this be Naomi? For when the Torah was given on Mount Sinai, it is written and all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning flashes. Then, Torah wailed, saying, do not call me Naomi, I went away full Ruth of total joy, all worldly goodness, and freedom from subjugation of foreign kingdoms, and so she asked, how can you call me Naomi Ruth? This is the secret of what the blessed Holy One said to Israel, and you will see my back, but my face will not be seen. When I wanted to give the Torah to Israel right and left, front and back, they rejected it, fashioning the calf. Now that they desire, I do not. He said, this is what I have heard when the blessed Holy One wanted to give the Torah to Israel, he took the written Torah and the oral Torah to the other nations, but they did not want to receive them, until he brought them down for Israel on Mount Sinai. The ministering angels asked, to whom does the blessed Holy One wish to give these 2 Torahs? He replied, to Israel. The blessed Holy One said, even though I want to give them to Israel, their guarantors are infants and sucklings, and on their account these 2 Torahs will be aroused. This is as is written, from the mouths of babes and sucklings you have found its strength. It derives from there in truth, it derives from here. Whom will he teach knowledge? To whom will he explain a message? Those weaned from milk, taken from the breast. Whom will he teach knowledge? Written Torah. To whom will he explain a message? Oral Torah. Those weaned from milk, taken from the breast. On their account, Torah descended for Israel upon Mount Sinai. Alternatively, and they went, the 2 of them, until they reached Bethlehem Ruth. Where did they go? To the other nations, until they arrived at Mount Sinai, for Israel stood at Mount Sinai. When the written Torah and the oral Torah descended, immediately the whole city hummed with excitement because of them. The women said, could this be Naomi? The whole world trembled. Then is said, all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning flashes, and they said, Hazot Naomi, this is Naomi Nemu, sweetness of Torah. Until they arrived at Marah, as is written they came Maratha, to Marah, and as is written there did he set him a statute and law, and there he did test him. Of this, Torah said, call me Marah, bitter. They carried him on their shoulders for 3 parasangs. They applied to him the verse like a pomegranate, the curve of your cheek, even empty ones of Israel are filled with Torah like a pomegranate. He said to them, thus they were crowned with Torah, crowned with supernal, engraved names. When they made the calf, becoming defiled, while Moses was bringing the Torah written upon heavenly stone tablets, filled with all goodness, freedom from the angel of death, freedom from the subjugation of kingdoms, and from all evil diseases of the world. When Moses saw the calf, the letters flew off, all soaring upward. Then Torah wailed, saying, I went away full of abundant goodness for Israel. Now I have returned, empty, useless, of no benefit to them. Then supernal beings shrieked, saying, Woe to them for straying from me, Hosea, woe to them for not abiding in faith with their master. Rabbi Alexandre continued his line of thought. For he said, the soul and the body are partners together, traveling together in this world. Until they reached Bethlehem, Ruth. Why is it so named? Because the court, accuser, and contention are there. Of this, the whole city hummed with excitement because of them. All the dead trembled on their account, because of the disputations, and because of the judgments from the fracas. For we have learned the angel appointed over the cemetery enters the grave when one dies. He stands over the deceased, gazing, and says, Woe to this poor person, woe to the hands and feet that engaged in vanities of the world. The body says, I cannot see. The body claims, the soul leads me. The soul says, and I don't know how to walk. The two of them are like the parable of the lame one and the blind one. What does he do? He inserts the soul into the body and judges him for 3 days, one after the other. After 3 days, he is judged based on his mouth, his hands, and his feet. After that, the body bursts open, and maggots and worms rise up on it. The soul mourns over it, as is written, but the flesh upon him will ache, and his soul will mourn for him. She says, I went away full, Ruth, to that world, and Jehovah brought me back empty, to this world, without deeds and without Torah. Alternatively, the soul can be compared to Shekinah and the body to Israel. It was Israel who sinned, so why was Shekinah exiled there with them? She did not sin. Well, it is because anyone who is lavished with wealth and great honor, given all they desire, they would transgress. Of this is said, Jeshurun fattened and kicked, you fattened, you thickened, grew gross and abandoned the God who had made him, and despised the rock of his rescue. For this she was exiled with them. Just as maggots and worms assail the body, so too when Israel behaves wickedly, the nations of the children of Ishmael and Esau, called maggot and worm, rule over them. Then the body bursts, they kill the people of Israel. Of this but his flesh upon him will ache, and his soul will mourn for him. What does this mean? His flesh upon them will ache, and his soul will mourn for Israel. Then she pines for the heavenly Neshama, called Naomi. And they went, the two of them, until they reached Bethlehem Ruth, until the blessed Holy One gave the Torah to Israel. The whole city hummed with excitement because of them, and all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning flashes. After the people of Israel made the calf, she wails, saying, Do not call me Naomi, call me Mara. I went away full, Ruth. Happy is the one whose learning is in his hands when he goes to his eternal rest, for even in his grave, his lips are astir. And they are roses. Song of Songs. Do not read Shoshanim, his lips are like roses, but rather Shoshanim, his lips reciting, for his Torah shields him. This is as is written, when you lie down, she will protect you. This is like the case of Rabbi Isda when he departed for his eternity. Rabbi Yos, his son, went and spent the night at his grave. He heard from within the tomb the delight of teeming bands who had gathered, saying, Let us attend the joyous festival of Rabbi Isda's Torah. Even ministering angels assembled to unite with him. He heard them saying, Why do the living come to our place of delight here? Let them study Torah in that world. Rabbi Isda said to him, My son, leave here and keep up your learning. Happy is the one who arrives here with his learning in his hands, for even the ministering angels cannot approach him. Go tell Rabbi Agai to complete his studies, for on such and such a day he is to come here. While speaking with him, Rabbi Isda was taken up to the Celestial Academy. Rabbi Yos, his son, got up, and went to recount it to the companions. Rabbi Yehudai said to him, If you were not Rabbi Yos, you would have deserved punishment there. He replied, It was out of anguish for my father that I went and heard all this. Rabbi Yonatan applied to Rabbi Isda, You will lie down and your sleep will be sweet, as well as this other verse, Sweet is the worker's sleep, whether he eats little or much. Rabbi Reumai opened, Gibber, mighty, in now Naomi had a kinsman on the land, his seed will her husband's side, a man of B, the generation of Gibber powerful might, the upright will be of the clan of Elimelech, whose blessed name was Boaz. Ruth. Mighty in the land his seed will be. Happy is the one who is blessed with building in this world, so that he does not go on alone in that world. If not, he shall proceed hand to hand, and it is written hand to hand, the evil one will not go unpunished. The secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. Rabbi Naaman says, this is as is said. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of Gibeah, powerful might, of the clan of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz, and it is written, the man is kin to us, he is one of our redeeming kinsmen. Ruth. Rabbi Reumai asked, if so, what is the meaning of the evil one will not go unpunished? He replied, this refers to the guardsman who whips sinners until he is given a surety, and if he is not given one, the guardsman's flogging proceeds uninterrupted. He said to him, this is not the explanation. And there will be none until the arrival and revelation of the one who resuscitated a person, then you shall know this. Rabbi Zemirah went out to the fields of Ono. He saw, inside enclosed crevices, clustered flames ascending. He inclined his ear and heard voices. A certain Arab said to him, come with me, and I will show you strange things hidden from humanity. He went with him behind a boulder and saw other crevices with flames leaping upward. They heard other voices. He said to him, incline your ear here. He inclined his ear and heard voices moaning, woe, woe. He said, certainly this must be one of the locations of hell. The Arab went on, but he remained. Then he bent over in a different spot and saw a man howling. He was taken and placed in the depth of a compartment, concealed from view forevermore. He slept, and saw the man in a dream. He asked him, who are you? He replied, he is a sinful Jew. There is no baseness or transgression in the world that he did not commit. He asked him in the dream, what is your name? He replied, I don't know, for sinners in hell cannot remember their names. He said to him, do you know the name of your place? He replied, Upper Galilee. I was a butcher there. On account of the many crimes I committed, the man is punished 3 times a day and twice at night. Rabbi Zemirah picked himself up and went to the Upper Galilee. He heard the voice of a child reciting, if you seek it like silver, search for it like treasure, then will you understand fear of Jehovah. He went to a different house of study and heard the voice of a different child, reciting, seek righteousness, seek humility, perhaps you will be hidden. Zephaniah. He proceeded, continuing his investigation of the man. They said, let such and such befall that evil man, who left no earthly crimes or transgressions undone. Let such and such befall him and the child he nurtured. He asked, he left a child in the world? They replied, yes, he left a son behind, and he is wicked like his father, for he is a child who goes off to the slaughterhouse. He sought him out, took him, and studied Torah with him until he had taught him scripture, prayer, and Shema. Afterward, he taught him Mishnah, Talmud, laws, legends until he became exceedingly wise. This is Rabbi Norm Harpikulai, the cotton dealer. Why did they call him Harpikulai? This is as is said, Parcupelili, removes from judgment, for he afik, extricated, his father from judgment in that world. Many of this generation's greatest sages descended from him and are called Pikulai. He came to him in a dream, saying, Rabbi, as you have consoled me, so shall the blessed Holy One console you. For from the day that my son knew one verse, they eased my punishment. When he was able to recite the Shema, my judgment by day and by night was lightened to a single occurrence. On the day that he recited Torah in the home of the rabbi, I was acquitted entirely. On the day that he grew wiser and was called rabbi, my throne was prepared among the righteous in the Garden of Eden. For every day that his speech renews Torah, he is crowned with the heavenly crown that adorns the righteous. On account of you, Rabbi, I have merited all this honor. Happy is the one who leaves a son who learns Torah in this world. Rabbi Ea son of Abba said, it occurred in the same fashion for Rabbi Akiva. One day, Rabbi Natan asked Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Anina, did Elijah have a son? He replied, he is of a different nature altogether, as is written, do not touch my anointed ones, do not harm my prophets. Chronicles. What is the meaning of I'll tell you, do not harm? Don't ever imagine yourselves re'im, friends, or companions. The blessed Holy One chose them, separating them from Israel for his worship, and he brought them into his palace. of one who is an angel in heaven, you would raise suspicions. Rabbi Yonan says, he was from the tribe of Gad. Rabbi Nahori said, Elijah was of a different nature, as is written, who has gone up to heaven and come down. Who has gone up to heaven? Rabbi Elazar said in the name of Rabbi Shimon, who has gone up to heaven and come down? Elijah. And come down beforehand. Thus, he was of a different nature. This poses a quandary for Rabbi Elazar, for Rabbi Elazar also stated, Elijah he is fine as. If you identify the two on account of his being zealous for the blessed Holy One, this one was zealous and that one was zealous, but this is not the case, for Rabbi Eliezer said, it is written, I have been zealous, zealous indeed. Kings, I was zealous in Shittim and I am zealous here. The blessed Holy One said to him, for how long will you be zealous on behalf of my name? Rabbi Yehuda son of Shalom said, who has gone up to heaven? Elijah, as is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings. Vayot, and come down Jonah, as is written, Jonah Yared, went down, into the hold of the ship Jonah, and to the base of the mountains Yaredti, I went down. Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hands? Moses. Who has bound the waters in a garment? Elisha, who healed the waters in Jericho. In a garment with the power of Elijah's garment. Who has established all the ends of earth? Abraham. This is as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberim, when they were created by Avraham, by Abraham. What is the name of the master who drew all these to his service? Yehovah Sivaot is his name. What is his son's name? Israel, as is written, my son, my firstborn, is Israel. Rabbi Naaman says, all of these are speaking of the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yehudai happened upon each other under a tree in a field, and sat down. Soon, they saw a youth approaching, meandering in the field. Rabbi Yehudai said, either that fellow is lost in the field, or he's a bandit, or he is frightened of us. Rabbi Nahori said, who are you? He replied, since I did not inquire of your welfare, you could not know who I might be. I am Jewish and I am lost in this field, for all night I have been fleeing those who took me captive. I slipped away, but have been wandering in this field. I did not greet you, for I thought, they might be Gentiles, and it is written, there is no peace, said Jehovah, for the wicked. Thus, I did not make myself known to you until I saw the wings of commandment, and I was delighted, so now peace unto you. Rabbis, they sat beneath the tree. Rabbi Yehudai said, let us engage in worship of our Master, and let us open. Rabbi Yehudai opened, saying, you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. It is written, mezuzat, doorpost. Why, well, happy are Israel, who are always ensconced within commandments, when they sit down, when they rise, and when they go on the way, as is written, when you sit in your house and when you go on the way and when you lie down and when you rise. Israel should always be crowned with Torah and commandments, so that they might cleave constantly to the blessed Holy One, as is said, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God. Whoever cleaves to his master can never be harmed. Not only this, 2 ministering angels accompany him, one on his right and one on his left, as is written, for his angels he will command for you, to guard you on all your ways. Not only this, if one is always ensconced in a commandment, the blessed Holy One, as it were, becomes his God, as is said, Jehovah is your God, Jehovah is your shade at your right hand. What does the blessed Holy One do? He takes the angel walking on his right and positions him in front, and he stands in the latter's place. He takes the one on the left, and that angel goes behind the person, and the blessed Holy One is on the right and the left. Thus one is protected on all sides who could harm him, therefore one must never even for a moment be lacking a commandment. In one's house, the blessed Holy One guards him on the outside while he is within. We have learned Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Yos said, a doorway that bears a mezuzah no demon, neither accuser nor evil spirit can approach, because the blessed Holy One watches the doorway. Even when the destroying angel has permission to harm, he lifts his gaze and sees the name of the Omnipresent poised over the doorway, as it were, and he will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike. Therefore, one should always be enveloped by a mezuzah. Rabbi Nahori opened regarding the passage on tzitzit, expounding, they shall make for themselves a tassel on the wing of their garments for their generations. Why is it written here for their generations, and regarding Sabbath it is written for their generations, for it is written celebrating the Sabbath Ladoratam, for their generations, written defectively. For we have learned the recital of Shema was established, and the creation of humanity can be found in the passage of Shema. Excluding the passage regarding Tzitzit, which is missing there in the Mezuzah scroll. How is it completed? Well, when one is in rapture with Tzitzit and he emerges at his doorway, then his dwelling is completed. Then the Blessed Holy One rejoices, the destroying angel slinks away, and the person is saved from all harm and any destroyer. Thus Ladoratam, for their generations, so that Diratum, their dwelling place, shall be complete. Then, when he departs from the opening of his dwelling with the commandment, the destroying angel slinks away and the person is saved from all harm. From where do we know this? From its written form mezuzot, doorposts. Its letters demonstrate Zasmavit, death slinks off, for he is not given permission to attack, and he slinks away from the opening. Regarding the Sabbath, the word is written defectively as Ladoratam. What is the reason? Once the day has been sanctified, Jewish dwellings must have a lamp lit and the table set, dwellings arrayed like the dwelling of the groom to receive the bride. Who is she? Sabbath is the bride. She should be brought only into a home that is prepared for her glory, as is fitting. Of this is written preparing the Sabbath, and then Ladirotum, for their dwellings, to bring the holy bride into their dwellings, so that she can be in their midst. When the day is sanctified and the bride comes but does not find one's dwelling prepared, table set, and lamp lit, the bride says, "This dwelling is not of Israel. It is written between me and the children of Israel. This one is not of Israel, and his dwelling has no part in holiness." Thus, a Jewish dwelling needs a sign of holiness. This is why it is written Ladirotum, for their dwellings, regarding the Sabbath and Tzitzit. Rabbi Nahor said, I attest regarding one who leaves the gate of his home enwrapped in the commandment, with tefillin upon his head, when he emerges from between the two doorposts Shekinah appears above him, along with the two angels who are designated for him, one on his right and one on his left. All escort him to the synagogue and bless him. A single accuser, stationed at one's doorway, follows behind them and is forced to respond, saying Amen. Zohar, remember the Sabbath day, and keep the Sabbath day are the essence of the entire Torah. Remember signifies the passage regarding mezuzah. And if you say that mezuzah refers to the female, this is certainly so, but this passage, the passage of remember, is contained within the female. And keep signifies tzitzit. When one leaves the gates of his home, he emerges with tefillin above, in the principle of remember. And tzitzit along with them, signifying keep. At the gate of his home, the principle of remember, and then the tzitzit complete him entirely. It has been taught remember and keep were uttered as one. But mezuzah comprising both principles of male and female as one. Tefillin above, from the principle of remember, tefillin of the arm, from keep, each contained in the other. The term making is written only regarding tzitzit, signifying keep. All proceeding as one. The youth came forward, saying, in a place with chiefs like these, who can speak? He opened, saying, Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man Gibeael, of substance, of the clan of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. Ruth. This scroll should have begun with none other than this verse. We have learned when the Blessed Holy One wanted to create the world, he spread out the world before him, but it could not endure until he created Teshuvah. He created the world and established it upon a single pillar. What is it? The righteous one is the foundation of the world. As it were, the world was established on his account. What did he do? He created Teshuvah. Once he created Teshuvah, light sparked from it and that light brightened, shining from one end of the world to the other. It was with this that he created the world. The Blessed Holy One foresaw, seeing the wicked yet to come into this world, and he treasured it away. And for whom did he treasure it away? For the righteous in the time to come. If you say, since he was going to treasure it away in the future, why did he create it? Well, the explanation is that when the Blessed Holy One created this light, he created it only for the sake of creating his world. When he looked and saw that the wicked would come in the future, he treasured it away. For whom did he treasure it away for the righteous in the time to come? Even today, even though the blessed Holy One has hidden it away, the world is sustained by it. By that one, you suppose actually, I would say on account of another light that emerges from it, and it is like a ray emanating from a great light, and on its account the world endures. This is foundation of the world, as is said, righteous one is the foundation of the world. From there, seed of David peace be upon him was planted and then emitted, as is said, seed Yorif den you, shall serve him, it will be told of Jehovah to the generation to come. All of David's seed issued from this righteous one. Similarly, everything Jehovah made for his sake. It is written, now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, Ruth. This is where this scroll should have begun regarding the creation of the world, as we discussed above. There had been another, but it did not endure. Rabbi Nahor, I said to him, open your mouth, for these are new ancient words, from the day that the world was created. Then he asked him, what is your name? He replied, I shall tell you afterward. Rabbi Yehudai said, the Shekinah is with us. Since we first saw you, I have been thrilled by you. Speak, my son, speak, he said to them, Ruth, Naomi, and Boaz, three of them in the image of Sasht, exalted, enduring rungs. And the progeny of Ruth, from the midst of these images, was planted in the world. Who is Noam, kindness Teshuvah? To gaze on Noam, kindness of Jehovah Teshuvah and the world that is coming. And to contemplate his palace, another world, below. Ruth in the image of the lower world, saturating the blessed Holy One with songs and praises perpetually. Ruth, like the name Tor, turtle dove. As the turtle dove has a unique song among all others, so Assembly of Israel has a song of praise unique among all other calls, praise of Tur, awakening. The turtle dove emits two calls as one high and one low, all as one. Assembly of Israel, 2, arouses above and arouses below all at once and with a single voice. This is as is written, O Elohim, do not be silent, do not be mute or quiet, O El. Do not be mute from arousing above, and do not be quiet from arousing below, all as one. Boaz in the supernal array of righteous one, guarding the covenant. He overpowered his impulse and was called a man of powerful might. Ruth, actually he was a righteous one. And do not say that one who draws close to Assembly of Israel is righteous one, for it is written, there is another Redeemer closer than I. And who is that actually? There is a Redeemer closer than I, primal good of the entire Torah. God saw the light, that it was good, this one is closer, for it precedes that good that is called righteous one. This is as is written, say of the righteous one that he is good. Of this, if he will act as a Redeemer, good will redeem Ruth, for he is closer than I. He initiated, for he preceded, arousing to embrace at the outset. Thus, he is closer. As for Naomi, known to her husband was a man, Ruth. It should not be stated in reference to him, for we have learned the king who possesses peace, who is his peace, righteous one. The explanation is that world that is coming receives delight exclusively and is created exclusively from supernal thought, poised above it. Here, too, righteous one stands in precisely the same pattern as thought. And what is his name? Elimelech, in the paradigm of ruling over supernal king world that is coming. Similarly, righteous one is known to and knows of him to provide delight, and to stand in relation to lower king according to that paradigm. Actually this one is called Boaz, strength within him to absorb all delight of the body and all beauty of the body, infusing it there. What did he infuse? All seed of David, all royal adornments, and commandments of the Torah. Thus, strength within him, not weakness. Living eternally, to be Boaz, taking all desires, all delights, and all beauty of the body, and bestowing them upon her. Now Ruth begins to enter the world, bit by bit, until she is bonded with Boaz. Thus, the entire basis for this scroll derives from Naomi, Boaz, and Ruth. It is written, Enoch walked with God and he was no more, for God took him from the midst of the world of mortals. Enoch was extended, bit by bit, until he became what he became, and he settled into his post, fittingly Metatron, the great angel of the presence. Before him heavenly rulers and attendants tremble, approaching him to acquire governance, and to extract from him powers and holy crowns. Here too, according to the same paradigm, the Blessed Holy One draws Ruth after him, extracting her from among the nations, drawing her toward him, causing troops and holy camps to issue forth from her. The Blessed Holy One established Enoch's role when he took him from the land to cleave to him, and appearing with a crown of supernal spirit. He called him Na'ah, youth, and on his account, each Na'ara, maiden, is written Na'ara. Standing with him, from above and below together with him upper spirit below, with that coalescence, and the latter is embraced from the side of Enoch which takes from below. Consequently, his rule is from two sides, adhering above and adhering below. Train the youth, according to his way, even when he is old he will not swerve from it. Enoch Lana, Enoch into youth, this is Metatron, conveyed by the Blessed Holy One from below, and governing through him over lower ones. According to his way, according to his conduct below. Even when he is old, as is written, I have been Na'ah, youth, I have also been old. We have learned this verse was uttered by the Prince of the world. Of this is written, even when he is old he will not swerve from it, he will not swerve from that path, in order to continue drawing downward. Up to here, I have heard from Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon, who explained it all in this fashion. Now it can all be understood. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yehudai wept, saying, if one sees a lion's tail, one trembles all the more so. One who sees the lion itself. They rose and kissed him. He said to them, my name is Rabbi Yisa the Younger. They replied, this must be true, since Rabbi Yisa said that he was always nestled in the fragrant dust of Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari. Rabbi Nahori opened, expounding, your palate is like fine wine flowing to my beloved smoothly, your palate scholars, for they are like fine wine. Just as fine wine stands in one place and its aroma travels afar, so it is with scholars, they are in one place and their Torah travels everywhere. Even when they are in the grave, their lips murmur their Torah, as is written, stirring the lips of sleepers. All the more so in a place where the pillars of the world stand, all the more so, for even ministering angels cannot stand before them. Once there was a plague in Lyre. Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari came to the place. They asked him, what shall we do? He got up and toured the town, and he saw people dying. He exclaimed, all this in the town, when I am here I decree its annulment. They heard a voice saying, neither here nor on camel basket saddles, for Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari is here. The Blessed Holy One decrees and he annuls. Rabbi Anina was there and he related it to Rabbi Meir, who spoke his praises. Who could rise above him? Is he not greater than Moses? He opened, saying, Moses said to Aaron, take the fire pan and place fire upon it from the altar and put in incense. And it is written, and Aaron took, and the plague had begun. And it is also written, he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was halted. Moses had to expend all this effort, but for Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari the Blessed Holy One decrees, while he abolishes death. Rabbi Yisa said to him, since I have been aroused by these words of wisdom, let me restate that Ruth was fit. Rabbi Yehudai responded, even though she was fit, her suitability was not apparent until she clung to that righteous one. Ruth was most fit among all the nations. What did Boaz say to her? Don't go to another field, but stick here close to Naratai, my maiden's Ruth. What did she report? He even told me, stay close by my Na'arim, youths. Once her mother-in-law saw this, she told her, that's incorrect. It is best, daughter, that you go out with Naarotav, his maidens, and not with the youths. Rabbi Yisa said, God forbid that such slander be spoken against this righteous woman. She was fit, for this is what Rabbi Shimon has said. It is written, listen, my daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. What was written previously? Ruth said, let me go to the field and glean among the ears of grain. This teaches that Holy Spirit sparkled within her. Let me go to the field. Which field did she scrutinize with great faith? Which field was it? The field blessed by Jehovah, the field of apples. What is the meaning of the Yukamikriha? As it happened, Ruth, regarding Balaam, it is written, Vayikka Elohim, God happened upon Balaam a term of defilement and impurity. Here it was changed, saying Vayukamikriha, as it happened, terms of honor. This is as is written, how Yaka, glorious, is your faithful care, O Elohim. Which glory did she encounter? Parcel of land, a parcel of the field of the righteous. She had gone there, entering into a particular section, learning its way, becoming expert in it from those reapers. Who are they? Scholars, called reapers of the field. Meanwhile, presently, Boaz arrived. Ruth. Look, righteous one arrived, laden with blessings and bountiful sanctifications. And he greeted the reapers. Who were these reapers? Heavenly court, great Sanhedrin above. Jehovah be with you. Now he bestows blessings from holy ones. And they responded, Jehovah bless you, granting him power to draw from source of life, from the midst of world that is coming. Whose maiden is that? Longingly, he inquired after her, out of love. This is what the Holy Lamp, Rabbi Shimon, said. This scroll alludes to written Torah, oral Torah, and the world that is coming. She arouses the mystery of written Torah so the righteous can bond with oral Torah. Thus it was ordained that this scroll be read on Shavuot, occasion of the giving of the Torah. Listen, my daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. These are holy chariots selected for us by holy Jacob, flocks unmingled with others, as is written, he set his own herds apart and did not put them with Laban's flock. Of this don't go to glean in another field, and don't be aroused by another kingdom or other chariots. And don't go away from here, Ruth, with these crowns of yours. Don't ever leave. From here don't leave your husband, don't ever leave him. Stay here, close to my maidens. She has many names, and Kho is one of them. Kho, as is written, your devoted ones Yeveri Kho will bless here. Stay Kho with these chariots, maidens selected for you are to cleave to. Just then, he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her. Ruth. He took Kaf Hamidah, ray of measurement, and measured. He measured out 6 sides that were appropriate for her to bond with their unity. He provided her with presents and gifts, for without these, she would be unable to enter world that is coming. This is as is said, these 6 measures of barley he gave me, saying, do not go back to your mother-in-law empty. These 6 measures of barley, 6 sides presided over by world that is coming. Esiorim, measures of barley, as is written, lift up your heads, Esiorim, O measures of barley. He put it on her, he placed them upon her to guide her and bless her. Thus she is the Kala, bride Keilula, comprised of all 6 sides. Consequently, when world that is coming saw her with all these 6 sides, she exclaimed, Yea, let there be. The one who noticed you is Barak, blessed Ruth. Who is Barak? Solomon, king who possesses peace. Of this king Solomon Barak, blessed kings. Be blessed with this name henceforth, since you have been blessed by all these 6 sides. Then she, world that is coming, gave her additional blessings over and above those she had. This is as is written, she took out and gave her extra Meshiva, from the 7 Ruth surfeit of sanctifications and blessings. He even told me, stick close by my youths Ruth. Her desire to cleave perpetually to the youth's holy cherubim. For all her longing was for them. This teaching is a holy mystery. You might say she spoke falsely, for he had said with my maidens, and not with the youths, but the explanation is, the name Ko is named so only when aligned over 2 cherubim to receive blessings through the mystery of 25 letters of unification. They are Shema Israel Yehovah Elohinu Yehovah Ed, hear, O Israel, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one. 25 letters of unification through the alignment of cherubim. Once they are arranged with them, then she is called Ko, and then it says stick close to Ko Ruth. Together with all this, with my maidens all are necessary, abandoning neither males nor females. And also don't go away from this. Rav Yevasava said, this teaches that he showed her cherubim. It says in the book of Adam that even though the temple was destroyed, she should never stray from one particular cherub. Like the supernal configuration, once the temple was destroyed, only one cherub was seen, she too should follow this array. This is as is written, and also don't go away from this, never abandon one of these. This is why she said to the youths, these 2 cherubim stick to them. Actually so too with the female chariots, as is said, let your eyes be on the field they are reaping, and follow after them. This verse is ripe for interpretation. In truth, your eyes, these are the eyes of Jehovah, ranging over the whole earth on the field they are reaping. Since they range over the whole earth, follow after them to understand. For I have ordered the youths not to interfere with you, Ruth, for the youth's desire to suckle from her never abates, as is written, that you may draw from her bosom, and take delight in her glory's gleam. When she follows after the eyes to survey all activities of the world, these cherubim neither approach her, nor do they arouse to suckle from her. If you are thirsty, go to the vessels, Ruth. If you are thirsty when you yearn to suckle from the mystery of the upper world, do so when aroused by the cherubim, for she can be aroused only toward the upper realm by the cherubim. On account of them, she drinks the heavenly potion, as is written, and you shall drink Miasha, from that which the youths have drawn. These are the cherubim. To the jars supernal founts, replete from the beginning. And you shall drink when cherubim below arouse. From that which the youths have drawn from supernal cherubim, called great faces. Up to here is law of hidden words and supernal holiness, concealed matters in this scroll. Everything according to the supernal image and hidden secrets. They rose and kissed him. They exclaimed, happy is the generation that merits all this to learn holy words, words of supernal wisdom from the holy lamp of this is written. Happy is the person who finds wisdom, the person who attains understanding. They asked him, of this other verse, have you heard the essence of its wisdom, for we know only how to expound upon it homiletically. He replied, which one? They said, it is written, Boaz said to her at mealtime, come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar, Ruth. He replied, I have heard something. He opened, saying, hear the word of Jehovah, you who tremble at his word, your brothers who hate you, who ban you, have said, because of my name, Jehovah will be glorified. But we will see your joy, while they will be put to shame. This verse was established by Rabbi Elazar. Hear the word of Jehovah. What is added by you who tremble at his word? The explanation is that word of Jehovah is always rung of faith, except in those instances where it is written, hear the word of Jehovah. That term emanates from the rung called word of Jehovah, rung hovering above. Hear the word of Jehovah, a term that issues from it, such as hear the word of Jehovah, O nations, a term issuing from that rung. Who tremble at his word, that rung, actually who tremble Israel, always trembling on account of that word. Aridim, trembling, numerous tremblings among the nations. Trembling, numerous tremblings in order to perfect it, that word. Your brothers who hate you have said, descendants of Esau and descendants of Ishmael. Who ban you? Who bans whom? Really, they are banned by you, for you neither eat with them, nor drink with them, nor are you familiar with them. Thus, they are under your ban. Another teaching, who ban you in your exile, as is written, go away impure, they shouted at them. Since they say, for my sake Jehovah will manifest his presence. Because of us, because of our souls, Jehovah will manifest his presence. All his glory is due to us while Israel arouses, daily awaiting the delight of redemption by the blessed Holy One. They have no faith at all, saying, so that we may see your joy at the time that this delight of yours descends. But they will be put to shame like one ascribing his own corruption to another. In a threshing chamber, there was a certain wealthy man coming from the side of Winesleys. He is one and they are two, but they are as one with all crowns and names of holy faith. All of this can be found in its evil inversion, the ones who stand perpetually at the door of the king's dwelling, outside the mystery of faith. Word of Jehovah is called name of goodness. This is as is written, Toph Shem, name of goodness, Jehovah is goodness. On the evil side, two male and female, joined as one. Their names, evil inversions, Elohim Erim, other gods Eleh, other god Shem Ra, evil name. The female is so called when bonded with the male and he bonds with her, never separating. They are appointed over the other nations, but not because of their names, even though she wanders and is distant from him, while with them in exile. And they are unaware that it is through holy name that they are strengthened, for she nourishes and fortifies evil name with the transgressions of Israel. This is as is said, they made me guardian of the vineyards. Even when Holy One of Faith governs, she provides a portion bone to the dog. From here the wicked are nourished. What is written, Boaz said to her at mealtime, Ruth, when she is consummated from the midst of lower ones and upper ones. From those below through sacrifices, burnt offerings, prayers, and the longing of will soaring upward from lower ones. From those above through preparations of food, delight, and desire by chariots and cherubim. That is meal time. Then desire of righteous one is exclusively for her, and she is arrayed upon her chariots. What did he say to her? Come over here with royal ornaments from supernal king. Partake of the meal, you shall receive food, will, and holy nourishment to distribute to your holy legions, above and below. Notwithstanding all this, dip your morsel in the vinegar. On high there is a dipping in vinegar of the left side, to suckle the demonic side and to feed the other nations, so that they can be nourished from it. He handed her roasted grain food that issued from fire of the left side to provide food and nutriments for all, even for the dogs, all those that issue from and spread out from that other side, side of impurity. Then she ate and was sated and had some left over. She ate and was sated from that holy food, and had some left over from that other slop, coming in dribs and drabs leftovers after satiation. And had some left over, he prepared scraps for her as food for the other side. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yehudai rejoiced, saying, if we had come into the world only to hear these words, it would suffice. What is the meaning of his heart was glad? Rabbi Izkiah said, this teaches that he recited grace after meals. He blessed the place called heart. Rabbi Nehemiah Boaz ate and drank, Valpand, when you yet have libo, and his heart was glad have eaten and are Ruth. Satisfied, you shall bless Jehovah your God. When you have eaten and are satisfied, whoever eats and drinks without reciting grace after meals is called a destroyer and a thief, as is said, he who robs his father and mother and says, it is no crime, is partner to a destroyer. For we have learned whoever derives enjoyment from this world without reciting a blessing, it is as if he robs the blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel, as is said, he who robs his father and mother and says, it is no crime, is partner l'ishmashit, to a destroyer. Rabbi Yehuda said, he is partner to Jeroboam son of Nebat Shehishit, who corrupted Israel before their Father in heaven. Rabbi Yehudai said, great is grace after meals, for it adds power above. Rabbi Anina said, great is grace after meals, for it adds blessing to human handiwork. Rabbi Bun and Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Anina journeyed on the way to redeem hostages. They happened upon a certain place, where they slept in a particular inn. At midnight, they rose to study Torah. The woman of the house rose and kindled a lamp for them. As they sat down, she sat behind them to hear words of Torah. Rabbi Bun noticed the woman of the house behind him, the innkeeper, and took note of her. One of them opened, saying, Jehovah's lamp is the human soul, searching all the inward chambers. Jehovah's lamp is the human soul. Actually, as a lamp shines through gloom, so does the human soul illuminate the body. He said further, through three things does a woman acquire merit: laws of menstrual impurity, separating a portion of dough, and kindling the lamps. All these we have learned. Meanwhile, he turned his head and saw that the woman was weeping. Her father rose and sat among them. Rabbi Bun asked him, why is your daughter crying? He replied, because her husband has not succeeded to learn Torah. He is a youth, 18 years old, and he doesn't even know grace after meals, nor have I been able to teach him. He said, if so, why not exchange him for another? And why did you give him to your daughter? He replied, I didn't know him at all, until one day I saw that he leaped from a roof down to the ground, just to hear a single dish. I vowed to myself that I would betroth my daughter to him. I came out of the synagogue, gave him my daughter, and I didn't worry about anything else, nor did I examine further. And now, it turns out, that he doesn't know a single word of Torah, nor does he wish to learn anything. Rabbi Bun said to him, perhaps he will merit to have a son who will teach him Torah in abundance. Meanwhile, the youth had risen from his bed and leaped toward them, sitting in their midst. Rabbi Bun gazed upon him. He said, I can see from his face that a mighty beacon of Torah shall beam from this young man. The youth opened, saying, I am young in days, and you are aged, therefore I was fearful and dared not declare my own opinion. Then he opened, speaking about grace after meals. He said, since you've asserted that I don't even know the grace after meals, let me tell you some well-known teachings pertaining to the grace after meals. First, the table should be set in keeping with one's means. But one who has limited food and sets the table amply nevertheless is praiseworthy, for he is sitting to eat before the king, as is written, you shall eat before Jehovah. Second, laving hands before eating. One who eats without laving his hands is like one who has eaten impure food. Third, when laving hands, the right laves the left and the left serves the right. One must lave the hand up to the joint, as enacted by the rabbis. Fourth, after laving, the hands should be raised when reciting the blessing, linking arms as one when the hands are raised. Fifth, one must recite the blessing for this laving. Sixth, one should give of one's bread to the poor. Seventh, recite the blessing Hamatzi, who brings forth bread from the earth, carefully enunciating the he. It is forbidden to eat without a blessing. Eighth, eating at one's table, one should be neither a gorger nor a glutton, but rather like one eating before a king. Ninth, words of Torah must be spoken at the table. For one dining alone with no one to discuss Torah reciting blessings will suffice. 10th, final waters is an obligation, not a requirement. The blessing that one recites since one's hands are filthy on account of the food is on the rinsing of hands. All 10 of these are required before grace after meals, and each and every one has a rationale from the Celestial Academy. Now I shall review them. First, the table should be set for one's food in honor of the king who provides food to sustain the body. This is, as we have learned, providing human sustenance is as difficult for the Blessed Holy One as splitting the Red Sea. Why so difficult? Well, the explanation is that food comes only from judgment, but the Blessed Holy One passes over judgment and feeds the wicked, both those who are worthy and those who are not. The Blessed Holy One feeds all, from the horns of wild oxen to the eggs of lice. Shekinah comes first and looks upon each and every one of the people of Israel, as is said, this is the table that is before Jehovah. Ezekiel. Before Jehovah actually, and it is written, and you shall eat before Jehovah. Therefore, during the week, one's table should be set and not set, but on the Sabbath it requires something extra modification for enhancement. Second, laving one's hands before the meal. What is the explanation? It is because eating calls for cleanliness, just like the ministering angels above. For this is as Rav Hamnuna Sava said, what is the meaning of man ate the bread of the mighty, bread eaten by the ministering angels? What is adduced from this? As the ministering angels eat in holiness, purity, and cleanliness, so should the Jewish people eat in holiness and cleanliness. This is as is written, you shall sanctify yourselves first waters, and be holy final waters. For holy fine oil. Am I, Jehovah, grace after meals. Further, whoever eats without laving his hands, attribute of suffering will rest upon him and will constitute his meal a impurity. As for Shekinah, what does she say? Do not eat lim ra'ayin, bread from evil eye, nor desire its delicacies. What is ra'ayin? Evil eye, yet Sahara, evil impulse. Thus whoever eats without laving his hands, that food becomes bread from evil eye. This follows Rav Hamnuna Sava's teaching. 2 attributes stand before a person's table: 1, attribute of goodness; the other, attribute of evil. If a person sanctifies his hands and recites the blessing, attribute of goodness declares, this is the table of the Blessed Holy One, and rests its hands upon his head and says, you are my servant, servant of the Omnipresent. This is as is said, he said to me, you are my servant Israel, in whom I glory. But if one does not lave his hands before eating, attribute of evil says, that one's mind, it rests upon him at once, rendering him impure, and his food is called bread from evil eye. It once happened that a man had invited a poor person over to eat. The latter saw that his host had not laved his hands before eating. The poor man arose from the table and departed. The other called him, saying, come back to your place and eat. He replied, God forbid that I should eat with you, for of you is written, do not eat bread from one with an evil eye. Not only that, your food is impure, it is written, do not become impure with them, venit metem, becoming impure, through them. Without an aleph, referring to one upon whom the spirit of evil eye has come to rest, he absorbs stopped up impurity, with no recourse at all. The case came before the rabbis, and they awarded 100 zuzim to the indigent. Rabbi Agai wept and exclaimed, "Happy are you, O Israel, engaged with Torah and commandments, as for the poor man who subdued his belly and constrained himself, concerned only for the glory of his master. What wonderful reward awaits one who learns Torah." Third, one should lave one's right hand with the left. The reason is that the right is more praiseworthy than the left in all matters, so it should lave the right, ministering to it. For a person's right hand follows the supernal pattern superior to the left. The Torah was given with the right, and it is written, "The right hand of Jehovah is raised up, the right hand of Jehovah performs valiantly." Consequently, when Moses would raise his hand, Israel prevailed. Sanctifying one's hands requires that the left sanctify the right. When a priest ascends the platform, who laves his hands, one inevitably responds the Levite, because he derives from the left side, he serves the priest ascending the platform. Then the right is configured fittingly, sanctified from the midst of the left. Here, too, the right can be sanctified only from the left. Yod, hand, must be laved. Anything called yod. 14 phalanges called yod, and this is the meaning of for yod, hand, upon Yah's throne. This has been established by Rav Hamnuna Sava with the alphabet technique, using first and last letters called at bash, from he onward. All 14 phalanges in the secret of the alphabet from he onward called yod phalanges. 14 serve 14, so that everything of the right is in the left, and of the left in the right. Thus, hand laving contains one in the other. Fourth, one should raise one's hands when reciting the blessing after laving, sanctifying the hands. This is as is written, "Lift up your hands in sanctity and bless Jehovah." Why? Well, it is because fingers are an image of the supernal realm. There are 5 fingers, 4 fingers, joined as one, have 3 phalanges, each mystery of the celestial chariot. For the holy chariot is 4, with 12 sections. Similarly, the ineffable name of 4 letters numbering 12 letters. Thus the ineffable name, with its letters, corresponds to 12 phalanges, each and every phalanx called a letter. An extra digit beyond these, with 2 phalanges. These 2 phalanges, 2 hidden letters and 2 hidden, heavenly rungs, praise of them all. 12 are calculated in the sum, but these are not, for they are praise of them all. They are the key for all above, for that hidden one, Unrevi Aled. These phalanges, all stretching upward toward that hidden one after being sanctified, because all are blessed by it. Now, since the fingers have been sanctified, one should extend them upward to arouse the celestial, holy phalanges, hidden ones. Thus, on the right arm there are 5 fingers and their 14 phalanges, yielding 19, plus 2 elevated phalanges. Behold, 21 on the right arm, corresponding to Aoi, I will be, whose sum is 21. And on the left arm, 21, corresponding to Aoi. Of this Aoi Asher Aoi, I will be who I will be. Aoi Rosh Aoi, I will be, head, I will be. Of this is said Rosh Shakem Shivtakem, your heads, your tribes. Your head's right hand. Your tribe's left hand. Fifth, one should recite the blessing, as we have said, to arouse blessings from above with the image of fingers. Sixth, one should give of one's food to the poor, as is fitting. It is a superlative performance of the commandment if he is given to eat from the finest delicacies that he most enjoys, for the food he provides is from Jehovah. For the food he provides comforts this poor person and gladdens him. Seventh, one should recite the blessing of Hamartzi over bread. For this is what was stated by Rav Hamnuna Sava, there are 7 lands, they are all chambers below. Of them all, none is favored by the blessed Holy One besides Tevel. Of them all, none has the 7 species other than Tevel. To them all, the blessed Holy One provides all herbs and fruit of the land, other than these 7 species, bread for human consumption. As a consequence, one is required to enunciate precisely, for bread is given by his hand, not by the hands of angels, he produces it, none other. Thus, Hamartzi, not Martzi. Eighth, one should be neither a glutton nor a gorger, but rather like one who is eating before a king. For blessing does not rest in the belly of a habitual glutton, but rather in one who is not prone to be a glutton. Like Esau, as is written, let me gulp down some of this red stuff, style of a gulper. What is the explanation? It is because the wicked serpent dwells within his belly and remains unsated. Not only this, he too is called wicked, as is written, the belly of the wicked will be in want. One who is sated without gorging is superior dining, like one sitting before a king. 9th Words of Torah should be spoken at the table. For we have learned that if one's table lacks words of Torah, he is like one who has eaten sacrifices to the dead. This is idolatry, as is written, surely all tables are full of filthy vomit, without the Omnipresent. Such a place is called filthy vomit because the Blessed Holy One distributes portions every day and every night, nourishment to celestial ones and worldly ones. At night time, to those angels appointed over their stations, ruling at night. They eat at night, as is written, she rises while it is night and provides food for her household and a portion for her maidens. At daytime, to those angels appointed over their stations, ruling during the day, the Blessed Holy One distributes food to them during the day. Once he has distributed to them, he distributes food to all inhabitants of the world. All those angels above, while they are eating their food, all praise and laud their master. So too, following the behavior of those eating their food, Israel below are required to comport themselves in this same manner, actually to be part of their cohort. 10th Final Waters. Obligatory to disperse evil slime and to dispense a portion from this one, keeping the prosecutor out of range. This is, as we have learned, attribute of goodness takes devotion, intention, and grace after meals. Attribute of evil takes his slime with the final waters. In this fashion he deserts him and refrains from persecuting him. Each takes his respective portion. Of this is written, Boaz ate and drank, and he gladdened Libo, his heart Ruth, for he had recited the blessing after his meal. Behold, he directed it toward that place called Lev, heart that desires people's heartfelt longing. Final waters is a over, obligation, and it is received by one called over, sin, and these waters ease his mind. For these are two rungs, one called merit and one called sin. All matters of this realm open toward merit, and all matters of that realm open toward sin, arousing sin. Consequently, final waters is the portion of sin, who relishes it. Wondrous mystery cup of blessing has 10 requirements, as aroused by the rabbis. Grace after meals with 3 requires a cup, but without 3 no cup is required. What is the reason? Cup of blessing receives blessing only from 3 or more, but not less than 3. With 3, the rabbis instructed that one should say, let us bless him of whose bounty we have eaten. But it does not specify who is being blessed. Even though there are 3, there is no reference to whose bounty we have eaten, nor a name. It says only we have eaten, without specifying a recipient. For this reason the rabbis remarked that he should have the cup of blessing poised before him, eyes gazing upon it, since it is written, the eyes of Jehovah your God are upon it. Cup of blessing takes blessings and nourishment from the midst of the 3 patriarchs. When she descends, all the worlds eat of that food that she has absorbed. This is why one gazes upon it and says, let us bless him of whose bounty we have eaten. Let us have common conviction to bless, since we have eaten of his food, the very food that she took to nourish the world. Then they respond toward the supernal realm, Barak, blessed is he of whose bounty we have eaten. Here an allusion is uttered to that known rung from which all food emanates, Naverik, let us bless. From where do we know this? As is written, and King Shalomo Barak, Solomon blessed kings, king who possesses shalom, peace. Thus they utter an allusion to that place that he did not divulge. Why? It is because upper world, Binah, from the outset pours forth blessings to 2 cherubs below her right and left. Thus, 2 are marked, leaving a trace of the supernal rung. Once they have joined as one with the 12 tribes, the one who blesses in the middle between them takes all from the 2 sides, and he blesses henceforth, alluding to place and rung. When these 2 converge harmoniously as one, alluding toward the upper world, they say, and by whose goodness we live. And by whose goodness, and not from whose goodness, lower world, issuing from attribute of goodness itself. For this one is called his goodness, as is written V'inaharu, and they will flow, toward Yehovah and his goodness Hosea. Toward Yehovah lower world. Toward his goodness tree of life. V'inaharu, flowing, toward the goodness of Yehovah through it, all worlds are nourished v'itneu, and illuminated. With 10 all in one accord, from the supernal top until the end of all rungs the one who blesses utters and registers, let us bless our God. Similarly from there onward. Once he has recited the blessing who nourishes for food indicating that it emanates from the midst of the upper world, source of all he turns back to on the land, mystery of the lower world. Why? Because all blessings must first be directed toward the upper world, source of all, and then toward the holy, lower world. Similarly with Dish, for sanctification and blessing are directed first toward the upper world, and then toward the lower world. May his great name be magnified and sanctified, that great name, supreme over all. Source of life from which flow all blessings and all sanctifications, world that is coming. Then, drawn from it in the world that he created according to his will, lower world. This is the paradigm for all blessings, other than those blessings in prayer in which one bows down, for there, one commences from below upward. Blessing for the land lower world, combined with circumcision and Torah. Circumcision tree of life. Torah central column. Life and food emerging from world that is coming, food for that tree. Women, slaves, and minors are obligated in grace after meals, but they do not recite the blessing, for we have learned woe to a man whose wife and children recite a blessing on his behalf. Rabbi Abba said, women are obligated in the public reading of the Megillah, but may not perform the public reading. They are, however, obligated to hear from the one who reads and blesses. Similarly, in grace after meals, women are obligated to hear from the one reciting the blessing, and a woman is required to sit and hear the blessing from her husband. Her husband is obligated to wait for her at the table so that she can hear the blessing from him. If there is no man present, someone is called to recite the blessing for her. If many women are present, the one reciting the blessing for them does not utter the divine name. For we have learned women may not be included, and since they cannot be included for a zimyan, the one reciting the blessing for them cannot bless with the divine name. For the obligation of grace after meals is primarily upon men, not women, but they are obligated to hear grace after meals. And they are obligated to hear the reader's public reading of the Megillah. The blessing building of Jerusalem is in the grace after meals because up to this point we have blessed above, but it is also fitting to bless below. One blesses concerning the temple, for it is from there that food issues for the entire world, and all the rest of humanity is nourished from there alone. Everything is comprised within grace after meals from the last blessing to the Zimyan. One who recites grace after meals causes joy above and joy below. Joy must be accompanied by blessing and devotion, bringing joy to the attribute of goodness, as is written, a good-hearted person has a continuous feast. The companions came and kissed him, and they prepared another wedding feast, inviting all the people of the town, and they appointed him head over them all. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yehudai came to he went to lie down at the end Tiberias, where they of the heap of grain Ruth heard Rabbi Shimon expound upon this verse. Boaz ate and drank. His heart was glad, consuming heavenly life, this life gladdened his heart. After rejoicing, at once he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. These are the celestial precious stones and magnificent jewels surrounding the holy throne, as is said, your belly is a heap of wheat edged with lilies. What is the meaning of the verse? Then she came stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down, Ruth lying down by his legs, not opposite him, or next to him. From here we learn that until midnight he did not know. And the blessed Holy One does not enter the Garden of Eden with the righteous until after midnight. At the beginning of night, all souls ascend, perfecting heap of wheat. When night is split, a voice arouses, calling out, aroused from the north side. The flame reaches the one called Gever, rooster, crowing forcefully. This is called crow of the rooster. Who is this? Gabriel, Gabriel. The flame strikes his wings and he cries out. Then upper and lower abide under the aegis of judgment of the left. Then it is written at midnight, The man trembled and twisted away, and behold, there was a woman lying at his feet, Ruth. At midnight. We have learned there are 3 watches of the night, and during each watch, the blessed Holy One sits and roars like a lion. At each and every watch, known angels are appointed over the night. The 3 watches during the first watch, the guardians are the angels who sing at the beginning of the night. What do they sing? The earth and her fullness are Jehovah's, the world and those who dwell in her. For upon seas he founded her. Who shall ascend the mount of Jehovah? The clean of hands and the pure of heart, for all human souls depart, longing to rise. When they rise to the locale of the first watch angels, there are palaces there like the number of days of the year, heavenly princes appointed over them. If they are worthy, celestial portals are opened for those souls. But if not, they are ejected and they go forth, wandering round the world. They encounter evil spirits dispensing diverse reports, some false, some true. If they are worthy to enter, all is fitting, and a doorway is opened. They enter, ascending to the domain of the angels of the second watch. Other angels are there, mourners of Zion, who lament the destruction of the temple. At the moment that the rooster crows, when the flame from the northern side is aroused, the flames flaring descends to this world, licking at the wings of the earthly rooster. He crows loudly, proclaiming, "Arise to wail for the temple, all masters of peace, all those who have not seen the weeping, and all those who have all gathered to weep over the temple. Who has seen the tumult of all the heavenly forces, all the holy chariots wailing and crying in the firmaments?" Then, at that precise moment, at midnight, the man trembled and twisted away Ruth. The man, the blessed Holy One, split them, bellowing a mournful wail for the temple, as is written, Jehovah roars from on high, and from his holy habitation he utters his voice. And twisted away, as is said, their paths twist. Then he kicks all the firmaments, and all the troops and chariots weep and mourn at that hour. What do they say? God, nations have come into your estate. They have given your servants corpses, and by the rivers of Babylon. And twisted away. Why? Because behold, there was a woman lying at his feet, lying in the dust, crushed by his feet. This is assembly of Israel. Then, at that moment, she was aroused toward him, and he asked her, saying, "My daughter, who are you?" Ruth, in exile, who are you at this moment? And she replied, "I am Ruth, your handmaid, Meravat, brimming with sorrow, overflowing with pain over my children in exile, and over the holy palaces, for I have been exiled from my sanctuary. And it is not enough that I have been banished, but they abuse and curse me every day on account of them, and I have no voice in exile to respond." He exclaimed, "Blessed are you to Jehovah, my daughter, your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, in that you have not turned to Harborim, younger men, whether poor or rich." The blessed Holy One said to her, "My daughter, I remember when David was excommunicated from Jerusalem and he fled to Bahurim. Shimei came out from among the Benjaminites toward the Anointed One, blaspheming and cursing him, but he was silent. Never had there been blasphemy like that, but he felt no need to respond, remaining silent. Even now in exile you have treated me with abundant goodness and faithfulness. Abundant goodness, the last kindness was greater than the first in Bahurim. And you did not doubt even after the scorn and blasphemy of the other nations, those who come from Bahurim. Neither to a lowly one like Vespasian, who was not of royal birth nor rich, like King Nebuchadnezzar, who was the son of a king, head of gold Daniel. What is written of Solomon's wisdom regarding Shimei? Thus said Shimei as he cursed, get out, you man of bloodshed, you depraved person Samuel. Get out twice, get out of Jerusalem and get out of your house." Solomon replied in a different fashion, "Build yourself a house in Jerusalem, for on the very day that you go out, kings." Of this the blessed Holy One said, "Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, for you have been steadfast by me and ignored the blasphemy and scorn of the other nations. But, stay for the night, Ruth. Stay for the night, stay now in exile and guide your children there with Torah and good deeds. If their good deeds aid your redemption, you will be redeemed. If not, then in the morning I will redeem you myself, by Jehovah's life. Lie down until morning. For morning and the light of redemption will come." Alternatively, stay for the night, lie down until morning. When the night splits, she is aroused toward him. Then the Blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous in Torah until day's light shines. Then the Redeemer will come. When at the time that Israel prays, joining redemption to prayer, then Israel dwells in the Holy Land. Everything joined one to the other, even in a state of exile. Now the Redeemer whom Boaz had mentioned passed by. This is the close Redeemer, much closer to the redemption, the world that is coming, and the supernal right. He called, "Come over and sit down here, Ploni Amani, so and so," and he came over and sat down. Why is he called Ploni Amani, since it is written he has withdrawn his right hand? Why, the reason is that until the end of the right, she lies down on the earth, thus, he is Amani, anonymous. Ploni, concealed, treasured away from the day the world was created. I cannot redeem for myself, lest I impair my own estate. Ruth. Ploni Amani. From here we learn that there are two Messiahs, a close Redeemer and a distant Redeemer. Close Redeemer from the right side. The other Redeemer, Messiah, son of Joseph. Who is he? Joseph, called Righteous One, Messiah who comes first. I cannot redeem for myself, since regarding the right which is behind it is written, "Save with your right hand and answer me." Until that saving, I cannot redeem for myself. Redeem for yourself my redemption. Ruth. For son of Joseph will arrive and redeem first, and afterward the hidden right will be aroused, hidden for the righteous. For these two righteous ones, Righteous One and Righteous One. Of this we have learned that it is hidden away for the righteous. Through this light they will arise, bonding in hidden desire, producing greenery and fruit in the world. Then, the right hand of Jehovah is raised up. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, "Acquire for yourself," he took off his sandal. Ruth. A man would take off. This refers to Moses, speaking euphemistically of arousal of the covenant. When the right was aroused toward Righteous One, he took off his sandal, at once arousal toward the lower world. Then he was aroused to produce fruit in the world with the force of the closer Redeemer, arousing him toward the world, saying, "Acquire for yourself." This concludes the mysteries of this matter. Rabbi Nahori and Rabbi Yehudai came and kissed him on his head and hands, exclaiming, "Certainly the light of Sinai stands here in his presence, too he is the lamp of light." The rabbis explained this verse, saying, "Lefanim, of old, this was Lefanim, of old, you done in Israel regarding founded the earth." Redemption or substitute to. When validate any transaction, one the Blessed Holy One man would take off his sandal, created his world, he and hand it to his fellow. This created it based was testimony in Israel. Ruth exclusively upon the Torah. The Torah existed 2,000 years before the creation of the world, as is said, "I was with him as an artisan, I was a delight day after day." This is as we have learned when the Blessed Holy One created his world, he stabilized the Torah, gazing upon it, recounting it, and probing it, as is said, "Then he saw it and recounted it, he stabilized it and probed it, too." He created the world with it, concealing it afterward until he created primal Adam, and taught it to him, as is written, he said to Adam. At that moment all the letters arose before him. This one said, "The Blessed Holy One should create the world with me," and that one said, "Let him create it with me." The letters all presented themselves before him in reverse order, Tav, Shin, Resh. Tav said to the Blessed Holy One, "Master of the universe, may it be your will to create the world through me, for I am the culmination of all created beings. Furthermore, your name is Emet, truth, sealed through me." He replied, "No, you are not worthy that my world be created through you. For through you, righteous children of mine are destined to die, as is written, make a mark upon the foreheads of the people." Ezekiel. She departed at once, forlorn. Shin stood before the Blessed Holy One, "Master of the universe, may it be your will that your world be created through me, for your name Shaddai begins with me." He replied, "I will not create my world through you." Then Kof and Resh came, joined together. He said, "I will not create my world with them." And thus did they all present themselves before him, up until the letter Kaf. When descended from Hakata, the crown trembled along with quivering myriads of precious stones, embedded in the crown. The Blessed Holy One asked them, "Why are you shaking?" They replied, "Master of the universe, all of our beauty and all our glory come from alone, and now she has descended from us." She asked him, "Master of the universe, may it be your will to create your world through me, for I am the letter of Kevodeka, your glory." The Blessed Holy One castigated her, saying, "Kaf, Kaf, return to your abode, so that my crown will not remain disgraced. I will not create my world through you, for through you Lakashal Kama Alafim me Israel, many thousands of Jews will stumble." She retreated at once, bereft. And so it went for them all, until Bet came before him and asked, "Master of the universe, may it be your will that your world be created through me? For I am the letter of Barakah, blessing, and through me, your children the people of Israel are destined to come into the world, saying, Blessed are you, Yehovah." He replied, "Through you, certainly, I will create my world, for you are fit for this purpose." The letter Aleph rose but did not come before him. The Blessed Holy One said to her, "Aleph, Aleph, why do you not make an entrance like the rest of the letters who came before me?" She replied, "Master of the universe, I saw that all the letters who came before you left dispirited. You have already granted permission for your world to be created through her, and it is unseemly for the King of Glory to revoke a gift that he has bestowed upon someone. Consequently, I stayed in my place." The Blessed Holy One said to her, "If so, you shall be first of all the letters. Through you I will be elevated to be called by my name Eid, 1. So he perused the Torah and created the world. Here you have stated that the Blessed Holy One created his world through alone, but you also say that the Holy One created his world through the entire Torah. Well, the explanation is that the Blessed Holy One fashioned into a kind of secret wardrobe of treasures. All the letters come and display their power there, all the letters enduring there. Thus it was the Torah actually that the Blessed Holy One scrutinized to create his world." Rav Huna said, "The Blessed Holy One does not withhold reward due to any creature. Even though the letters proceeded before him in reverse order, Tav, Shin, Resh, and he rejected them, giving this honor to, when he came to create his world he linked them to, as is written Bereshit Bet, Resh, Aleph, Shin, Yod, Tav. Thus you have, the letters that came forward combined with, took all the letters with her, and the Blessed Holy One created his world through them. All the letters are called of Old Ruth. Why? Because they were created 2,000 years before the creation of the world. And through the Torah called of old the Blessed Holy One created his world, as is written, of old you founded the earth, and the heavens your handiwork. Rabbi Anina said, from among those things that came to mind before the Blessed Holy One created his world, Israel arose in his mind as worthy to receive the Torah, all its letters becoming crowns upon his head. Since he arose in his mind, the Blessed Holy One stood up, as it were, and engraved the Torah upon him, all the letters, crowns upon his head. The world was established upon him, as is written, now this was done of old upon Israel Ruth. This refers to none other than Torah, which predated Israel. Of old the letters Y.H. Everything engraved and inscribed upon Israel. On the testimony, this is the Jerusalem Talmud, as is written, form the testimony seal Torah within my disciples. In the land of Israel they are called my disciples, residing there, not outside the land. And it is written for instruction and testimony. Exchange Ruth the Babylonian Talmud, for they changed the language and custom. Everything was in the presence of the Blessed Holy One before he created the universe. To firm up any transaction, covenant of circumcision, fulfillment of the entire Torah. One man would take off his sandal, commandment of Alitza, release, and hand it to his fellow, commandment of Yibam, Levirate, marriage. From here Rabbi Akiva derived that the commandment of Alitza takes precedence over the commandment of Yibam. Such was the practice in Israel, for Rabbi Akiva said that from the time that the temple was destroyed, the chief counselors were cut down, opinions confounded, and the heart unsettled, in thrall to appearances. Rabbi Yehudai said, commandment of Yibam is praiseworthy, and one who fulfills it becomes partner to the Blessed Holy One. One who fulfills the commandment of Yibam with proper intent is greater than the prophet Ezekiel, as is written, suddenly a sound while I was prophesying, a noise Ezekiel his prophecy raucous, not tranquil. Rabbi Idka said, great is the commandment of Yibam, for one who fulfills the commandment of Yibam with proper intent becomes a partner with the Blessed Holy One. This is as is written, so that the name of the deceased may not disappear. Ruth, and it is written, all flesh shall not be cut off. Rabbi Anina, consistent with his reasoning, said, hand it to his fellow. Ruth, this is the commandment of Yibam. What is the meaning of hand it to his fellow? Rabbi Anina said, this can be compared to a man astray in the desert, a place frequented by bandits and wild beasts. When bandits saw him disoriented, they pounced upon him and beat him, looting all his treasure and earnings. His friend heard about it and armed himself. He set out and freed the man from their clutches. He had been stripped of everything. What did he do? He built a house for him and consigned it to him. He prepared new garments for him and delivered them. The man came and donned the garments, dwelt in the house, and began to profit as before. This is the meaning of hand it to his fellow. Actually such was the practice in Israel, but not among the other nations, because he did not give them this commandment. Of them is written, let them perish from the earth and from under these heavens. For he provides no revival for them, neither in this world nor in the world that is coming, as is written, the dead will not live, spirits of the dead will never rise. From here we learn that as 7 all the people at the gate and blessings are recited. The elders responded, we are for a virgin only, for she witnesses. May Jehovah make thee is called bride. But for woman who is coming into your, a widower and a widow, house like Rachel and like Leah, as in the case of Boaz, the 2 who built up the house, and Ruth, widower and of Israel, do something mighty. Widow they were in Ephrathah, and perpetuate, blessed with your name in Bethlehem. Ruth, semblance of 7 blessings. For preeminence of a virgin over a woman once espoused is expressed in blessings and presents. One is called bride and the other is not, as is written, as a youth espouses a maiden. A semblance of the 7 blessings were bestowed upon Boaz, through which words, as is written, all the people at the gate responded. Ruth 1. May Jehovah make the woman who is coming into your house too, like Rachel, and like Leah, the 2 who built up the house of Israel. 5. Do something mighty in Ephrathah. 6. Perpetuate your name in Bethlehem. 7. In honor of the widower and widow, the blessing who creates the fruit of the vine is recited as for the virgin, with this blessing in the middle. In conclusion, one recites the blessing who created jubilation and happiness, groom and bride in their honor, for it includes 10 faithful ones corresponding to the 10 utterances with which the world was created. Rabbi Yehuda said, there are 7. Jubilation and happiness 1. 2 groom and bride 3. Love and companionship 5. Peace and fellowship 7. Rabbi Anina explained that each one stands on its own. Jubilation 1, happiness 2, groom 3, bride 4, adding rejoicing, exaltation 6, love 7, companionship 8, peace and fellowship 10. For these 10 correspond to the 10 utterances with which the world was created. Within this blessing are the 5 voices through which the Torah was given. A bride inherits them all through her blessings, for she is fitting but a widow is unfit. All the people at the gate. Ruth, this refers to the great Sanhedrin, who were present, as is written, who will give me water to drink from the cistern which is by the gate of Bethlehem. Samuel. And the elders, sages and community leaders. Everyone blessed them with this blessing, for he was the foremost communal leader of the generation. Who was he? Ibzan of Bethlehem. And he was given to them, and the women neighbors gave him a name, saying, a son is born to Naomi. Ruth. The rabbis explained this verse by way of another. We have learned, as is written, if you should indeed take your neighbor's garment in pledge. This verse speaks of one's soul in this world, and of one's body after passing on to one's eternal rest. Regarding the soul in this world, it teaches that when a human soul departs each and every night, the Blessed Holy One takes it as a pledge, returning it the next day to one's bosom. Consequently, one delivers one's soul as a pledge to his Maker by means of a verse evoking compassion, such as, into your hand I entrust my spirit. Since it is a pledge despite being culpable for numerous sins, the Blessed Holy One restores it to one's bosom. Similarly, one must conduct oneself in accord with his attributes, as is written, and you shall walk in his ways. When a person's time has come, as a result of transgressions against his master, he destroys what was his, and he seizes his soul. Therefore it is written, you shall not take a widow's garment as pledge. Why, since his pledge is in the hand of the Omnipresent, it does not need to be given as a pledge again, as is written, you will not arise twice in distress. Nahum. All souls are in the hands of the Blessed Holy One if they merit. They enter the precinct of the righteous in the Garden of Eden. If they do not merit, they go to hell. Rabbi Nunia son of Yos said, a place is set aside in hell for the souls of the wicked, and from there they go forth, roaming in the world. Achieving no rest, they return to hell. They come afterward to the Garden of Eden but are shoved out of the gates of life, and they return to the world. Who are they? Those who have blemished the covenant by not engaging in procreation. Ultimately, the Blessed Holy One comes and builds them, transplanting them in the world. This can be compared to one who plants a tree. When he sees that it fails to thrive, he uproots it and transplants it in a different place. This can occur multiple times, as is written, truly, God does all these things 2 or 3 times to a man. 4:4, I will not return him. Amos. 4 portals in the heavens, with officers at each and every door. The first are merciful, they uproot them and transplant them in a different place. If he repents, the first ones, merciful ones, say to him, leave this doorway and we will aid your flight. So it goes with the second group and the third. If he repents and profits as at first, then the first, second, and third groups all become merciful, escorting him out. But if he arrives at the 4th opening, he will not escape, as is said, for 3 transgressions of Israel 4:4, I will not. These are the ones who have blemished the covenant. What is the explanation? We have learned Rabbi Yos said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, since he has diminished the image, he is banished from the world that is coming, his good deeds dwindling before the Omnipresent. Of them is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebel against me, for their worm will not die. For whoever causes a defect in his covenant is, as it were, like one who causes a defect in another place. Rabbi Yos opened, happy is the man who fills his quiver with them, speaking of one engaged in procreation. What is the meaning of they will not be put to shame when they contend with enemies in the gate? Well, the explanation is that when a person leaves this world and his soul is ready to enter its fitting niche, diverse damaging angels stand on this side and that, and diverse angels of peace stand on this side and that. If he is meritorious, angels of peace greet him first, saying, peace to you in your arrival. If he is not meritorious, angels of destruction rise and greet him first, saying, woe to the wicked evil, for what his hands have perpetrated will be requited to him. Woe to the wicked evil. Who is this one who did not attempt to leave behind a son in this world? For whoever leaves a child in this world and teaches him Torah and good deeds, cannot be ruled by angels of destruction or hell. This is as is written, they will not be put to shame when they contend with enemies in the gate, angels of destruction, with no dominion over him. Let a man not say that his Torah learning and deeds will protect him, so that he may abstain from procreation. Rather, even though he does possess Torah and good deeds, he will not enter the precinct of the Blessed Holy One, nor will he have a portion in the world that is coming. This is like the case of one of our companions, ejected from the 13 gates of that world. If not for the plea of Rabbi Yehuda the pious, he would have been banished from 2 worlds, for none possessed Torah and good deeds like Hezekiah, king of Judah, and yet it is written, thus says Jehovah, set your house in order, for you are going to die. You will not live, you will die in this world, and you will not live in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yonan expounded, in the morning sow your seed, and at evening do not hold back your hand. A man must be occupied with procreating in his youth and in his old age, never abstaining. Even if he is aged, he may not excuse himself. What is the reason? Because you cannot know which one will be fit before God, this one or that. Rabbi Yonan became grizzled in years, his vision retreated, and he was overcome by weakness. He rose and said, I am dead to the world that is coming, for I had children but they have died. His students said to him, Our master, we drink of your waters. How many descendants you leave behind who strengthen you for the world that is coming. He was not comforted until the Blessed Holy One illumined the vision of a certain elder who rose, saying, concerning you, Rabbi Yonan, elderly and overcome by infirmity, and of Rabbi Izkiah, who is impotent, Scripture says, thus says Jehovah, as for the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths, who have chosen what I desire and grasp my covenant, I will give them, in my house and within my walls, a monument and a name better than sons and daughters. Rabbi Yonan's mind was eased. He said to the man, put your mind to rest as you have put my mind to rest. Rabbi Baruch said, it is written that soul shall be cut off from before me. If that soul is cut off, what of the body? If this is the case, how many graves will be empty? How many markers for naught? For if the Blessed Holy One rebuilds that soul in this world afterward as before, the body left behind perishes, the grave empty. If so, how many bones forsaken, how many graves wasted are? The explanation is that the Blessed Holy One discards his handiwork only from this earth and these heavens. Those bodies descend to be rebuilt in a different form, in lower realms, in the domain called Neshie, oblivion corralled there for generations upon generations. 7 lands below Erez, Adamah, Arka, Gir, Neshie, Sei, and Tivl. Tivl our domain. Neshie, oblivion. Why the domain of Neshie? Well, the reason is that since they on Shii, were oblivious, to the covenant by not spreading through the world, they are on Shii, forgotten, into Neshie, oblivion. Never is there a grave in vain, nor marker empty in the domain of Neshie. Only those called worthless bodies, having descended there for worthlessness. They do not engender there, as there are no Nashii, women, among them, so they just sow and eat on Shii, forgetting all they do. Souls before being rebuilt in this world are barred from numerous gates, roaming and wandering in this world until redemption. These are called Shekinah, dwellers, as is written, and they called him dwellers Ruth. Then this body is built to endure in his land, Tivl. Rabbi Yehudai was in the presence of Rabbi Azariah son of Simai. He asked him, righteous ones who stumble upon a sin from the Torah that invokes excision, ponder repentance, and die, does their death atone for them? He replied, yes, and sometimes they are punished in this world, procuring atonement. He saw Rabbi Yehudai's face turn sallow. He said to him, say what you would say. The Torah does not receive impurity, as is written, is not my word like fire, says Jehovah. Thoughts in your heart. The secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. 10 elders martyred by the empire on account of the sale of Joseph. He said to him, Phinehas is Elijah. He replied, but Rabbi Akiva did not have ancestral merit. He said, of the descendants of Issachar, men who knew how to interpret the signs of the times chronicles. He opened, saying, when Jacob came in from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, you are to come to me, for Sakhor Sekatikha, I have surely hired you. Eskar, reward afterward. Yesh Eskar, there is reward. Yesh, there is now afterward, lambs for the kingdom of heaven. Their bodies will remain in their places in this world, everything ultimately restored to primal form. It is written, each according to his blessing, he blessed them. Rabbi Yehudai fell prostrate, and slept. In his dream, they showed him, do not let your mouth incriminate your flesh. You have entered, seal it. From that day on, he did not mention it. He said, how precious is your love, O God, and the children of humankind shelter in the shadow of your wings, and their children should not speak of them kindness of God in everything. Rabbi Azariah said, this is certainly so, as is written, do not touch my anointed one's chronicles, and it is written, in whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the spirit of all human flesh. Concerning his concealed, hidden matters one may not speak at all, for of one who has the spirits and souls of the righteous in his hands, of hidden matters he has fashioned, one should not encroach. A son is born to Naomi Ruth. What did she find? Lost object she had lost. From here we learn that a wandering soul, inserted into a tiny body, may not shine nor expand, displaying its power. This is as is written, he will return to the days of his youth. When this body was built, at once, and the dwellers called for him name Ruth. Indeed, for everyone of whom it is written name, as is written so that the name of the deceased may not disappear, this is the soul. Here, and Harshekanat, the dwellers, called for him name. Those dwellers called for that body where name was to be built. They called for that soul to be perfected within that body, for sometimes a soul is there in readiness but sometimes it is not, on account of roaming and wandering in the world. In that case, they beckon it to this body. When will is aroused, to where does the soul travel? To the graves of the patriarchs and the graves of pious ones. Ultimately, Boaz was aroused, and other souls coaxed it, until it arrived, consummated in the designated place. But it is written, if he sets his heart upon him, his spirit and soul he will gather to him. This one is different, since he is a closer Redeemer. Ruth, he is of greater benefit, the Redeemer named closer. The soul is poised to appear there, instantly upon being roused by him. But this one, since he is distant, must be summoned, on account of the thought's distance. When thought is close, this is not necessary, rather the soul comes as a result of that arousal to be built there. Of this. And they called Ruth that body name for that soul to be built there. Rabbi Shammai said, in many places, the Blessed Holy One acted graciously with those souls who find no rest, preventing their demise. This excludes those of whom is written, I shall make that soul perish. What happens to that one? Rabbi Shammai and Rabbi Yos dispute the matter. One says that the Blessed Holy One sends it down to subterranean Erez, while the other says to Avedon. Whoever descends there is lost irrevocably, and of them is written, I shall make that soul perish. Rabbi Yehuda son of Simon said, happy is the one who strives to know about that world, the location of souls. Whoever is conscious of it and strives to learn about it, his wisdom is immeasurable. Rabbi Pereira said, as long as a body does not rest in its place, the same is true of its soul. He endeavored constantly to comprehend the world of souls. One day he was passing through a field when he came across a corpse beneath a withered tree. He took a closer look and discerned that he was Jewish, with mitzvah windings on his person, a book of legends next to him. He remarked, this must have been a scholar. He took care of the burial and covered him up, went off to town, prepared shrouds and a grave. He assembled people for the funeral, wept over the man, tending to him, depleting all of his own resources. Once the corpse was concealed and buried, the soul entered the heavenly academy. They said to him, there is nothing for you here now, in the place of the sublime rock go compensate the generosity of the one who completed you. One day, Rabbi Pereira was at the Lyre City gate, grieving over his stressful circumstances. A certain man approached him and said to him, Rabbi, would you like to go to such and such a place with me? I will give you silver vessels in return for engaging in Torah, together as one, on the way. He replied, let's go. He said to him, Rabbi, what is the meaning of for the living know that they will die, and the dead know nothing? He replied, the living the righteous, the dead the wicked. By your life, Rabbi, even in this world the wicked are aware of their impending agony, and they know about the esteem of the righteous and the judgment of the wicked. He responded, if so, what is the meaning of and the dead know nothing? He explained, Scripture is referring to this world. The righteous called living see and comprehend that they will die, and they are prepared to give account. For there is justice and there is a judge, as is said, let the living take it to heart. But the wicked called dead know nothing of the affairs of that world. They are called dead since this world is not for the living, theirs is the world that is coming. That is the world of souls and spirits, while this is the world of the body. That is the world where spirits of men dwell. They resemble their previous appearances, recognizing one another. They also know what lies in store for this world, and they strive to understand the glory of their master there by means of the garment of that world. When they arrived at a particular field, he said to him, let's tarry here. He groaned. He asked him, why do you groan so? He replied, for a lost object lost in this place. He assured him, the Blessed Holy One will summon it for you. They came across a cavern. The man said, Rabbi, let us go in here, I know it, it's familiar to me. They entered, climbing down rungs until they arrived at an orchard. There they saw trees, all different from one another, and from all other trees of the world, and one tree, distinct from all other trees. They clambered up and heard the sound of teeming legions, intoning, "Come, let us bow down and kneel, let us bend the knee before Jehovah our Maker." Rabbi Perea was astonished, exclaiming, "What is this silence?" He replied. Rabbi Perea recounted, "By God, when I went with him to the middle of that orchard, I saw two paths, with companies on this side and that. I asked him, 'What is this?' He replied, 'Here diverge the paths of souls, those going to the Garden of Eden, and those going to hell. For one going to the Garden of Eden, these accompany him, completing him consummately. For one going to hell, these bring him there for judgment.'" We traversed the orchard and arrived at walls, towers, and gates. Upon our arrival at one gate, Eastern Gate, the man exclaimed, "Open for me the gates of righteousness." They asked him, on what grounds? He replied, "I have come as an emissary of the Master of the universe." They all burst out, "Who permitted one born of woman to this place?" He answered them, "This is Rabbi Perea." They asked, "Is this the one who rendered you whole in that world?" He replied, "Yes." They opened the gates for him and instructed, "Strip him, for one is not permitted to enter here with a body from that world." They stripped him at once, and clothed him in vapors of the inner garden. Entering, he viewed the firmament stretched over the garden, the firmament that had detached from the one arched over the rest of humanity. This firmament is bounded by a border of the full spectrum of colors. 4 paned windows open within it onto the 4 directions of the world, with one in the middle. One window, on the east side, has 4 openings embroidered within it, in the mystery of the 4 letters Jehovah, totaling 12, 3 letters for each and every one. 3 times a day, these panes and letters bond, all bonding with the holy name. One archon appointed over that side, named Yezreel. 4 keys in his hand, to open 4 gates located above that firmament. None are aware of them, other than on new moons and Sabbaths, for then souls combine with bodies in the grave, bowing down, prostrate in front of those gates before the Master of all. This is as is said, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me. All including those souls that dwell with the body, called all flesh. Another window, on the southern side. 6 panes within it, for entry for those who recite Shema daily with devotion and intention. Rabbi Perea exclaimed, "By God, when I looked through that split window, an archon named Anael approached the one appointed over the gate on the south side. He said to me, 'Stand at your station and look upon this window, for permission to enter it or gaze upon it is granted only to those who recite Shema properly.' As for each one who recites Shema properly, 60 angels enter before him, crowning him with holy diadems, proclaiming, 'This is the crown of so-and-so, who recites Shema as prescribed.' I beseeched him, imploring, 'Master, what is required for the proper recitation of Shema?' He replied, 'O pious one, supernal secret here in the Shema are 4 paragraphs. First paragraph, for unification, consists of 2 unifications in 12 words, 6 words in the upper unity, and 6 words in the other unity. Second paragraph, you shall love 42 words in the mystery of the name of 42 letters. Third paragraph, it shall be, if you indeed heed right contained in left, and left contained in right. Mystery and secret of the holy chariot, until you shall set. This is the paragraph that rules over all mystery of 72 words in the mystery of 72 names of the holy chariot. Fourth paragraph, you shall set 50 words corresponding to 50 gates of understanding. Paragraph of sit comprised of them all. Totality of the paragraphs amounts to the numerical value of a man. In all other sections, whether treating commandments of the Torah or other places in the Torah, male is alone and female is alone. But here, site of unification for the Blessed Holy One, male and female are gathered as one, ascending in one measure. Male is completed through her, in contrast to all other places in the Torah. This is the eminence of supernal faith, to know that Jehovah is God. Male made whole by female, each completed in the other, male built up through female. This is consummate unification, no perfection without male and female as one. Whoever completes the unification as prescribed, directing intention to these paragraphs every day, becomes worthy of these panes and windows, becoming whole there. None will hold him back, as long as he recites it properly, directing intention to these supernal mysteries. He took hold of my right hand and said to me, O pious one, come see the glory of those who unite the holy name fittingly, reading Shema in this way. I entered a chamber, and in that chamber were chambers, like the days of the year. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob rule in that palace, primal Adam among them. I saw many bands of souls garbed in embroidery of the tree of life and diverse colors of the celestial glory entering the chamber. Yophiel, supreme angel over all, esteemed angel of the Torah, was among them. He opened, calling out, Awake, holy ones of the world, behold, your holy children are uniting the holy name, concentrating intention upon the paragraphs of Shema. I observed primal Adam overseeing them. When a person's recitation of Shema enters, it soars first into this chamber. Primal Adam sniffs it, and if one letter of Shema is missing, he rejects it. In such a case, the person's structure is defective, normally comprised of limbs when supplemented by those words repeated by the prayer leader. But if he discerns that it is fitting, he accepts it, and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob take it from him, kissing it. Who has seen such delight, who has glimpsed such excitement among all those righteous ones in the Garden of Eden who come with this joy then, when he reaches that world, who has witnessed his joy, when the patriarchs seat him in their midst twice daily every day, dew alights upon him from the head of the king. Through that dew, they comprehend and eat the food eaten by celestial angels. They learn what is, what will be, and what will come to be, until the time when the Blessed Holy One resurrects the bodies decaying in this world, the Blessed Holy One establishing them in a perfected structure, fittingly. In the window on the southern side was inscribed Shin Vov on this side, Vov on another side, and Vov on another side. I asked that man, inquiring, what is the meaning of these letters? He replied, I don't know. Eventually that angel came and explained to me, O pious one, these letters are the markers of the paragraphs of Shema. Happy is the portion of the one who says them daily with intention of the heart. Another window on the northern side, placed within it are 2 panes, 5 letters flaming and sparkling in their midst. 2 letters on this side and 2 letters on that, with one above, suspended above them, according to the mystery of the holy name that is called Elohim. In the window and panes dwell 2 archons of that firmament, Zertak and Gazriel, appointed over that unopened side. One chamber there, embroidered with numerous colors, countless designs. Abiding there are all those who sanctify the name of their Master daily with an utterance. They bless him, chanting, Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever, sanctifying him afterward with the threefold sanctification. That chamber is called threefold, as is said, Temple of Yehovah, Temple of Yehovah, Temple of Yehovah. That chamber is threefold. I asked him, what is this? The man replied, this is for the ones who refrain every day from eating over their blood, since a person's soul in that world departs from him each and every night. In the morning it is restored to him, resting in his nose, neither entering nor settling in his viscera until he blesses the Blessed Holy One and prays over his blood. Then it settles in its place. Of this is written, desist from a human, whose breath is in his nostrils. What is the meaning of whose breath is in his nostrils? In the morning the soul descends, and the Blessed Holy One says to her, Go, dwell within his nostrils, on condition that he utters his prayers. If he blesses fittingly, dwell within him. But if not, she flies off, soaring upward, and this person ends up as one deficient in holiness of soul. Since his soul is lacking, of what account is he? He is worth nothing, as if he had never existed. Consequently, it is forbidden to bless one's fellow before blessing one's master at the beginning of prayer. The cantor chants, Bless Yehovah, who is blessed, and he responds, Blessed be Yehovah, who is blessed forever and ever. Once he has blessed his master, prayer begins from that point, and the Keduso can dwell. Happy are those who bless and sanctify their master every day with devotion of the heart. It was then that I learned that one is not permitted to pray with a quorum of 10 until they have first praised the Blessed Holy One. Once they have praised him, then they can offer their prayers. The man said, Rabbi, that blessing serves only to configure praise for our Master who returns our souls, designated with 5 names. The blessing has 5 words: Barak Yehovah Hamvorik La'olam Va'ed, blessed be Yehovah, who is blessed forever and ever. Upon this blessing, prayer dwells, and the Kedas Ha dwells only upon blessing, invigorating our Master in all. This blessing and the Kedas Ha only with 10. I asked him, why is this chamber on the northern side? He replied, in this chamber, all wicked dimensions are suppressed, prevented from ruling in this world. This window is called Window of Brilliance, and none are permitted to gaze upon it besides those who dwell there. All of them look and gaze, they are able to see. All of them go about in garments resembling their forms from this world. I saw there many of the companions, but I was not permitted to approach them. They all recognized each other, eating the meals of powerful celestials. This firmament journeys daily to the 4 sides of the world, and as it travels, it sprinkles dew of life into the garden. Then all the righteous ones there come to bathe in that dew, shining like the radiance of the sky. Then they enter the presence of the Messiah, the patriarchs, and primal Adam, but I was not privy to those encounters. The window on the western side is distinct from all other windows in its colors and lights. It is bounded by 4 letters of the holy name that shine and sparkle upon that window, sometimes revealed, sometimes concealed. He showed me, in one place, bands of righteous ones on rungs above them all. When they were created, they were garbed in a holy, supernal form of luminosity in the upper Garden of Eden, and in another holy form in the lower Garden of Eden. They were also given a supernal heavenly inheritance and a celestial portion. After this has been given to them, an angel says to them, time has come for you to depart. The blessed Holy One has said that you must leave. Astonished, they pleaded, where to? 2 angels say to them, the blessed Holy One said, go you forth from your land, from your birthplace, from the house of your father, to a land that I will show you. From your land, lower Garden of Eden. From the house of your father, upper Garden of Eden. To a land that I will show you, a dark, base land. They show him the entire Garden of Eden, and they show him palaces and houses, supernal chambers numerous, beautiful palaces, multifarious houses, diverse chambers, abundant rungs, the portion that each and every righteous person receives. He says, what are these palaces? 2 angels reply, 42 palaces, embroidered from numerous splendid colors. Whoever recites the Shema with the name of 42 names fittingly, inherits them. They bring him into 70 rungs, within them 72 windows, embroidered from copious colors. He asks, for whom are these? They reply, whoever recites Shema with the name of 72 words fittingly, inherits this. They bring him farther, showing him 50 more dwellings, embroidered from multifarious colors. He inquires, for whom are these? They reply, whoever recites Shema with the name of 50 words fittingly, inherits this. They take him farther and show him 72 other dwellings, embroidered with profuse colors. He asks, for whom are these? They reply, for each person who recites Shema with the name of 72 words of the 4th section. He asks them, how can I earn this? They replied, by painful toil will you eat of it. He asks them, and what is the painful toil? They replied, we will do and we will listen, doing through virtuous actions, listening through the Torah. Then they pluck him out of the Garden of Eden, traveling with him to hell, a pillar of cloud above his head accompanying him by day, a pillar of fire by night. They say to him, this place is darkness, by day and by night. They show him all the compartments of hell, the flame of the whirling sword, and they show him the dogs that are ravenous for souls insatiable. He asks them, what are these? They respond, 42 chambers of gloom. Countless men here with chains round their necks, hands and feet bound. And they wail, woe, woe, woe unto us, for we followed the vanities of this world and did not go to the synagogues. Nor did we recite the name of 42 names, for we had not learned it. Woe unto us, woe unto our souls! Chief warden of prisoners is appointed over them. They bring him in farther, showing him 72 tenebrous windows, where the chains around the necks of the wicked are affixed. They bring him in farther and show him 50 gates, all of them gashed, with the legs of sinners inserted into the gaps. They shriek, crying, woe to our legs that tramped after the vanities of the world and did not lead us to the synagogue, nor did we learn the name of 50 words in the Shema. They take him farther to 72 compartments, where the hands of the wicked are bound to chinks in house doorposts. They howl, woe unto us, woe unto our hands that did not tight fill into head and hands. They take him farther, showing him all the compartments of hell, and they proclaim, all humanity shall enter here, even those who are exempt. This is as is written, small and great alike are there, and the slave is free of his master. None is free, other than one who knows the name of the Blessed Holy One fittingly, as is written, I will raise him high, for he knows my name. He calls me, and I answer him. Whoever performs good deeds, positive commandments, each and every commandment that he performed soars upward and stands before the Blessed Holy One. It declares, I am from so-and-so, who fashioned me. The Blessed Holy One bestows an angel upon him, to assist him in the gloomiest part of hell. It is called night, and is located there. For each word of Torah that he heard, each and every word, the Blessed Holy One grants him an angel to assist him, one for each and every word. Of this let not this book of Torah depart from your mouth. You shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to act according to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will succeed. Joshua. And if you do this that the Blessed Holy One has commanded you, occupying yourself with Torah day and night, and carefully acting upon everything written in it, you need not fear this place. This is as is written, I charge you, be strong and resolute, do not be terrified or dismayed. The Blessed Holy One will be with you when you are delving in Torah day and night, and the Blessed Holy One will be with you when you carefully perform all that is written in it. The Blessed Holy One will be with you when you leave the world and enter this place. But if you do not occupy yourself with Torah, and do not dedicate yourself and perform the Torah's commandments, the Blessed Holy One will abandon you, and he will not command his angels for you, to guard you in all your ways. This is as is written, if you walk with me contrarily, I myself will walk with you contrarily. After he was shown all this, and told all about it, one of the two angels, Good Impulse, says to him, the Blessed Holy One said to me that I should go with you, Evil Impulse, and I swear to me that you will fulfill the entire Torah, to learn, to teach, to observe, and to perform. He swears to him. Afterward he says, Go you forth, from your land, from your birthplace, to a lowly body, as I have instructed you. At the point that he emerges from his mother's womb, an angel seizes him by the neck, causing him to forget the Torah, and marks him on the mouth with his finger. Do not forget the oath that you have sworn to me. And if a person performs and fulfills the oath, he is given all that they had shown him, and if he earns more, they give him more. This is as we have learned. Learn much Torah and you will be given great reward. But if not, within man is Yehovah. Ye world that is coming, vh this world. Ye garbed in celestial form from supernal Garden of Eden. Vh garbed in a form from Lower Eden. Arrayed according to this paradigm, Y Limlik H Naomi V Malon H Ruth. If this man follows righteous paths and fulfills the oath that he swore, he is given all the benefits that he was shown and everything that he accrued in that world. But if not, what does the holy name say? Naked I issued from my mother's womb, and naked will I return there. What does this mean? Naked of the holy name Yehovah, as we have said. When a person comes into the world, the Blessed Holy One places his name within him. Another name comes from a Jewish demon, mundane, and another name, darkness. This is as is written, See, I have set before you life and good and death and evil. Life alluding to the Blessed Holy One's name Yehovah. And good alluding to the Jewish demon who gave him riches in this world. And death and evil alluding to the two wicked, impure prosecutors from the side of Samael and serpent, archons of Ishmael and Esau. If one fulfills the oath that he had sworn, good, but if he does not, Yod and Vov abandon him, leaving he and he. Then, what does he proclaim? Turn back from your evil ways. Ezekiel. These are the wicked to whom we referred. If they repent, good. If not, he flies off with Vov and Yod, becoming Hví. And what does she say? Hví, alas, sinful nation. If they repent, since lower he remains, good. But if not, Hvyh is produced. This is as is written, he has withdrawn his right hand in the face of the enemy, the wicked became united against them. Then the wicked become masters over them, and impurity ascends from the side of the archon of Esau over Elimelech and Naomi, and by the archon of Ishmael over Mahlon and Ruth. Then they cry, O Jehovah our God, lords other than you possessed us. At that moment, there was a famine in the land. Ruth. The land body. At that point, if a person delves in Torah, good. If not, Samael arrives riding on a serpent toward Elimelech. He saw that he could not prevail against him, and he touched the socket of his thigh. He came to Elimelech's wife Naomi to turn her and induce her to sin, to become vile. If one avoids her, good, as said, you talk as one of the churlish women would talk. Shall we accept only good from God, and evil we shall not accept? The advice given to you by the impure one we shall not follow, and if sinful urging arises, as she exhorted, leading one to steal or perform any transgression, afterward they will hang him from a tree. This is as is written, and then those two Mahlon and Chilion also died, Ruth, leaving he and he as widows. Naomi said. What did she say? Woe, but nonetheless, Naomi says, turn back, my daughters. Turn back in repentance. Have I any more sons in my womb who might be husbands for you, Yod and Vov having departed? Orpah, from the side of impurity, turned back to her people and her gods. But Ruth cleaved to Naomi, as is written, wherever you go, I will go. If they turn back in repentance, Elimelech will appear and Mahlon will appear, and if they all turn back, the holy, supernal name appears. But if not, they will die. This is as is written, she left from the place where she had been living, accompanied by her two daughters. They leave the body. Then she proceeds to the sentinels of the Garden of Eden, to enter there, but they shove her out, and she wanders in the place of darkness. The whole city hummed with excitement because of her. The women asked, could this be Naomi? Then she said, I went away full, and Jehovah brought me back empty of the holy name that was within me. This is as is written, Jehovah testified against me, the holy name Jehovah testifies against me regarding all the sins I have committed. At once the serpent comes and takes her as a maidservant. Then she says, how has the faithful city become a harlot, she who was full of justice, righteousness lodged in her, but now murderers. Y and V remained poor and downtrodden, poor and riding on an ass. Of the downtrodden it is said, happy is one who considers the downtrodden. On the day of evil Jehovah will deliver him. If he leaves a son who follows in the path of the blessed Holy One and is occupied with Torah, he will save him from evil, and they will be scattered to the four corners of the earth. It is written, thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham. Jacob was not yet in the world, and yet you say, who redeemed Abraham? But before they hurled Abraham into the blazing furnace, he had been previously arraigned on high. The blessed Holy One ordered, my throne, go rescue Abraham from the Chaldean furnace, for he had acted thus for my honor. The angels replied, but Master of the universe, a man will issue from him, Ishmael, who shall act toward them as he will. He said to them, Isaac, too, will issue from him, and he will stretch out his neck upon the altar. They replied, but Esau, who will issue from him, will destroy the temple. He said, but Jacob will issue from him, and he is the perfect throne. They replied, well, certainly on the merit of Jacob he should be saved. This is as is written, thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham. When they bound Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah to cast them into the blazing, fiery furnace, Hananiah opened, saying, Jehovah is with me, I will not fear. What can a man do to me? Jehovah is with me among my helpers, and I will see the defeat of my enemies. Mishael opened, saying, thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham, no longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. For when he sees his children, the work of my hands, then he was judged above. The blessed Holy One said, this one will say, I am Jehovah's. This refers to Hananiah, who said, Jehovah is with me among my helpers, and I will see the defeat of my enemies. Another will call himself by the name of Jacob. This is Mishael, who said, thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, and adopt the name of Israel. This is Azariah, who said, Hear, O Israel. When Mishal said, Thus says Jehovah to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham, they mocked him. The blessed Holy One said, My throne their mockery rescue these upon that rung, just as you rescued Abraham. No longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. At once, all those who had bound the others were slain by fire flash. Why wasn't he Daniel with them? He said to himself, Look, they have turned me into an idol, and the king has said that my name was like that of his God. This is as is written, whose name is Belteshazzar, after the name of my God Daniel. It is also written, the graven images of their gods you shall burn with fire. So he hid from them. Is it possible for someone to escape the king's ruling? The explanation is that angels concealed him. What inspired Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah to allow themselves to be cast into the fire? Well, one day, David had gone down to luxuriate by the river, and he said, Guard my life, for I am pious. They asked him, You pious? He replied, Am I not pious? For my hands are soiled by blood, fetus, and placenta, in order to deem the pure, pure, and the impure, impure. And I rise joyously at the 3 watches, as is said, at midnight I rise to praise you. I sleep like a horse, the duration of a single breath, and I rise at midnight to occupy myself with Torah. At the 3rd watch, I play music with the angels for the blessed Holy One, as is written, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Who are they? Holy angels who chant with me at night, as is written, in the night his song is with me. The frogs boasted, We surpassed you, for the sake of the blessed Holy One. David replied, And how have you bested me? They responded, We incinerated ourselves in the blaze of the Egyptian ovens. When Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah were bound, they thought to themselves, Let us act like the frogs. We have learned in a Baraita the night has 3 watches, and during each and every watch, the blessed Holy One sits and roars like a lion. The 3 watches consist of 12 hours, divided into 4 for each watch. Over each and every watch, the blessed Holy One sits and roars like a lion, lamenting, Woe, I have destroyed my house. Just as there are watches in the heavens, so are there watches on earth. How are they marked? The 2nd watch consists of dogs howling, as is written, The leech has 2 daughters, give and give. The dogs are greedy, they never know satiety. During the 1st watch, the donkey brays, as is written, Do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. It was in this manner that Balaam abused his donkey, and he would prophesy through his wife. This is as is written, There did not arise again in Israel a prophet like Moses, but among the nations of the world, one arose. You would mention the vilest of the vile in the same breath as the purest. Well, the intent is Moses in purity, and Balaam in impurity. Of this one, he would have intercourse with his ass. If a bird's nest happens to be before you, nest alludes to body. On the way pursuing virtuous ways. In any tree alluding to Torah, as is said, a tree of life is she to those who grasp her. Or on the land alluding to Israel, called land, who are taught Torah. Fledglings, youths delving in Torah. Or eggs, young ones learning Aleph Bet, the alphabet. The mother crouching mother always refers to Torah, as is written, Do not forsake your mother's teaching. If you want to take the offspring, surely send off the mother, and afterward the offspring you may take for yourself, and you will prolong your days. Alternatively, Kiyikke, if one proceeds contrarily, this is as is said, If you walk with me, Kiri, contrarily, I myself will walk with you contrarily. I will go on smiting you 7-fold for your sins. What is the meaning of 7 Shekinah? On the way alluding to the burial of Rachel, for she stands at the crossroads. He sends her good tidings and he sends her comfort, but she refuses to be consoled, as is written, refusing to be comforted. Since they had walked with him contrarily, he exiled them, and Shekinah went into exile along with them. In any tree alluding to Jericho. Or on the land Jerusalem. Fledglings, supernal angels, or eggs, lower angels, large faces and small faces. The mother crouching over the fledglings or over the eggs. You shall not take the mother together with the offspring. Send off the mother, this is as is written, For your crimes, your mother was sent away. The offspring you may take for yourself, so that it will benefit you, and you will prolong your days, for she roams and wanders from her fledging and from her nest. Arik Huda Anpin, lengthened faces celestial 6 days, with compassion for the world. This is as is written Yehovah Irik Apayim, long faces. Fury Arik, is distanced, from the faces that had withdrawn on account of Israel's sins. This is as is written, you will see my back, but my face will not be seen. Another teaching. My love has gone down to his garden, to the beds of spices, to graze in the gardens and to gather lilies. All songs are holy, but Song of Songs is holy of holies. Assembly of Israel exalts the blessed Holy One, singing, my lover, as is written, my lover is radiant and ruddy. When the night is split, a single flame is aroused and flares beneath the wings of the rooster, and he crows. At that moment, the blessed Holy One descends to his garden, upper Garden of Eden, belonging to the blessed Holy One. Then the celestial rooster is aroused and crows, arise, all those with slumber in their sockets. The time has come for the doe to bond with her mate. Happy are all those who rise at midnight to delve in Torah, for the blessed Holy One and all the righteous listen to his voice. This is as is written, you who dwell in the gardens, companions, listen for your voice. Let me hear. At that moment, a single filament of love pours down upon one who studies Torah. Then, he has gone down to his garden. To whom does he descend? To the beds of spices. And who are the beds of spices? This is as is written, choice spices. Who are they? The righteous. To graze in the gardens, in the supernal Garden of Eden and lower Garden of Eden, called this world and world that is coming. To gather roses. Who are these roses? The righteous who delve in Torah, lips astir with Torah. This is as is written, Shoshanim, roses do not read Shoshanim, lips like roses, but rather Shishanim, lips reciting, for even in the grave they are astir with Torah. He said to him, does he indeed cause the untimely deaths of those who are occupied with Torah? They are righteous ones, who have not sinned. When Jeroboam was a child, he was righteous without sin. The blessed Holy One said to the angel of death, go fetch Jeroboam son of Nebat. At once the ministering angels protested, Yehovah, our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. Through your name he has attained his majesty, and he is righteous. Through his merit, divine overflow proceeds to us. He said to them, if it is your will that I should leave him be, I'll leave him be. Later he took a wayward turn, producing 2 golden calves, sinning and inducing Israel to sin. The blessed Holy One said to them, all the divine overflow that he furnished for you has turned to slime. You would have been better off had you brought him here when he was righteous. Then Metatron would have taught him Torah. At that point they all opened, chanting, just are you, Yehovah, and upright are your laws. Of this, the blessed Holy One has gone down to his garden to gather roses. Midrash Ha-Eni Lam Alaika. Midrash Ha-Eni Lam On. The residents of Babylon sent a missive to the residents of the Holy Land eulogizing the destruction of the house of our God. Befits us, since we have been scattered among the nations, like idol worshippers. We should be the ones to begin the lament, and to expound the alphabetic acrostic sent by the Master of the universe, bemoaning the destruction of his house. The residents of the land of Israel sent a missive in reply. It befits you to be scattered among the nations and to be outside the Holy Land. It befits you to weep for yourselves, for the very fiber of your being, for you abandoned light for darkness, like a slave leaving the house of his master. As for us, we should be the ones to weep and lament. To us the blessed Holy One sent a book of, for we are the children of Matronita, and we are the members of her household. We know the glory of the Master of the universe, thus it befits us to weep and interpret those acrostics. We are orphans, without father or mother. We cast our eyes upon the walls of our mother's house, but it is destroyed, and we can't find her, she who used to suckle us from her soothing bosom, every day in those ancient days. She used to console us and speak to our hearts, like a mother to her son, as is said, like a man comforted by his mother. Now, our eyes dart about in every direction. The site of our mother's dwelling is in upheaval, destroyed. Oh, let us bang our heads against the walls of her house and her dwelling. Who will comfort us, who will speak to our hearts and protect us before the king when we used to sin before our father and the lash would shoot up to strike us? She would stand in front of us and receive the flogging from the king, protecting us. This is as is said, but he was crushed for our sins, wounded for our iniquities. But now, we have no mother, woe unto us, woe unto you. Afterward it befits us to weep, it befits us to wail. It befits us to explain these words of bitterness, to teach those experts in ululation the language of lamentation. Every day we approach mother's bed, but we do not find her there. We ask after her, no one heeds us. We ask after her bed overturned. We ask after her throne collapsed. We ask her palaces, they swear they know nothing of her whereabouts. We ask the dust, no footprints there. We ask the rooftop, and the rooftop replies that she had been sitting there weeping and wailing. But she had trudged on, sobbing, shrieking grievously for us from rooftop to rooftop. This is as is written. What has happened to you now, that you have gone, all of you, up on the roofs? We ask of the pathways and boulevards, and they all reply that they heard an agonizing sound of weeping, weeping for her children, but they know not where she disappeared. It befits us to weep, it befits us to mourn. Oh, let us kiss the dust of her feet, oh, let us kiss her dwelling place, oh, let us kiss the walls of her palace. Sobbing bitterly we shall be the ones who begin the wailing. We see this every day, oh, let us weep constantly, and never forget the bitterness of our tears. They opened, saying, Acre, alas, she sits alone, the city once full of people. It is written, for it was a day of din and tumult and confusion to Adonai Yehovah, my Lord God, of hosts in the valley of vision, Mekakacho, of battering down the wall, and of crying to the mountain. For it was a day the blessed Holy One has one day, his most beloved, embracing all other days. 6 days enveloped within it, and it is the sum of them all. But with the surge of transgression, he withdrew upward to the realm of the world of life. Then from beneath the skirts of the dwelling arose day of bitterness, day of weeping, day of anguish, day called tumult and confusion. He penetrated the dwelling, destroying and defiling it. Master of the dwelling departed, fleeing, banished from his abode to a mountain outside, a demolished mountain, while the dwelling was sacked and crushed. Afterward, that celestial day that had departed alighted, inquiring after his dwelling, but it was ruined. He entered, seeking the master of the dwelling, Matronita, love of his soul, but she had been expelled, her entire building ravaged. Then he began to bellow, roar after roar, like the squawking of a rooster after his mate. This is as is written, Mekaka, squawking, yawping like a rooster. Che sovereign. Shoe, and crying, to the mountain he calls out, howling toward the mountain where Matronita had fled. He calls out, wailing, baying mournfully, Acre, where is the love of my soul? Where is my turtle dove, my perfect one? Where is my only one, who unites with me in oneness? Where is she who raises up 25 letters of unification daily, and is therefore named my sister, my daughter, my mother? Where have you gone? In which direction did you turn? We, who hear this wailing of our master every day, we should be the ones to weep, we should be the ones to eulogize, we should be the ones to open. How does she sit alone? Rabbi Levitt asked. The visionary opened, enmity I will set between you and the woman, between your seed and hers, abundant hatred from the day that the world was created, on account of the incitement of the serpent. From the moment it was cursed, driven out from the gate of the king, it lies in ambush constantly amid the fences in the world, amid those fences of the Torah, biting all who trample those fences underfoot. Woe to one who is caught, woe to one who is bitten, woe for the persistence of the vile enmity, for the snake's wicked hatred for her, the one called woman of valor. Malevolent animus it nursed for her from the day the world was created until it ravaged her, pulverizing her until she lay in the dust. This is as is written, Aka Yesheva Vedad Ha'irabatium Hater, how does she sit alone? The city once full of people has become. Look at the first letters of each and every word, and you will discover the heinous malevolence fostered and sustained leading to the destruction of the temple. Ivar Ra, malign hatred in the first letters for that woman of valor, to sack the temple, causing her to lie in the dust. This is as is written Ke olman arabati vagoyim sarati ba medinat hata lamas, like a widow the greatest among nations, noblest among states, has become a vassal. First letters in inverse order read La Bishivak, to her in your brokenness. Smashed temple, ruined assembly of Israel, venal hatred bonded to your brokenness. Acre, alas, for she has been fused to that wicked enmity, namely the serpent. Bitter sound of weeping in the heavens. These cry out Acre, how, and on that side they call Ava. Enmity. This is as is written, and enmity I will set between you and the woman, between this side and that side, manifest in the destruction of the temple. All this inscribed in the first verse to show how that wicked Ava endured, cleaving to Koh from the day the world was created. Alas, she sits alone. Rabbi Harkinas opened, saying, He drove out the man and stationed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the flame of the whirling sword to guard the way to the tree of life. He drove out this is assembly of Israel at the destruction of the temple, banished through divorce, forcibly sent away from the king's throne, which had collapsed. He drove out it throne of the king. Woe, that she was banished, woe that she collapsed. Har Adam, the man he who rules upon the throne, of whom is written, and upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of Adam, a man, upon it above Ezekiel. Throne fell, and everything fell. Vayishken, and he stationed, he who banished this one stationed and established a different post, inverted. When the temple was destroyed, supernal glory flew upward, diminishing the image from its prior state. He extricated and separated himself from throne. She settled, as it were, in the Garden of Eden with cherubim below, separated from supernal glory. He posted flame of the whirling sword in place of the master, to guard and be irrigated by the path flowing from tree of life. King Solomon screamed, saying, At three things the earth trembles, a slave becoming a king and a slave girl supplanting her mistress, slave girl inside, mistress outside. Alone, what is the meaning of alone? Alone shall he sit outside the camp is his dwelling. Rabbi Anani and the rabbis opened the verse concerning primal, alas, she sits alone. Adam Yehovah Elohim took the human and placed him in the Garden of Eden to till it and tend it. How did he take him? Rabbi Anani said, He took him with words, as is written, Take Aaron. The rabbis said, He took him with the wind, as is said, See here, Yehovah is about to take your master from over you kings. And placed him in the Garden of Eden so that he would have the repose to know and understand wisdom and Torah. For Rabbi Anani said, The blessed Holy One taught Torah to primal Adam, as is said, then he saw it and recounted it, he stabilized it and probed it, too. And afterward it says, He said to Adam. The ministering angels were lauding him until Samael viewed it from the heavens and became jealous of him. He swooped down from the heavens in the shadow form of a serpent, only the shadow of a serpent was visible, while he was the force and power above it. The serpent sidled up to the woman, for her mind is more easily swayed than a man's. From here we learn that a woman is only beguiled by another female. He said to the woman, Af, wrath, God said, starting immediately with wrath. From here we learn that one can deduce a person's identity from one's opening words. The serpent began with Af, signaling its identity. He adopted this sign to see if she would be receptive or not. He lured her with words until she opened with the letter Mem, saying, Mikol, from every tree of the garden we may surely eat. Immediately, the serpent grabbed the letter, affixing it to his left arm. Then he waited for her to utter Vov and Tav so that Mavit, death, would be prepared for them. He continued to tempt her until Vataya Has Ha, and the woman saw, with a protracted, powerful cantillation note. This teaches that the letters Vov and Tav flew off, avoiding a bond with the letter Mem. Meanwhile, rose and fell, evading a bond with them. Ultimately she was seduced, delivering Vov and Tav 4 times. They surrounded Mem on 4 sides, as is written Vatika, and she took, of its fruit, Vatokal, and ate, Vatitan, and gave, as well to her husband Vatipakana, and the eyes of the two were opened 4 repetitions of and. This demonstrates how they enclosed the letter on 4 sides, within the middle. Death on all sides, as is written form of it, death, has climbed through our windows. This is Samael, one of the celestial windows. Of this what man alive will never see death. At once he ruled over her, infusing her with slime. The blessed Holy One descended to observe, and straightway the man and his wife hid. Before they sinned, the Shekinah was a crown upon their heads. On their account, she dwelt upon the entire world. Once they sinned, her strength was sapped, as it were, and she vanished. Then the blessed Holy One began to lament, saying, Acre, alas, what shall become of her? Her sovereignty has been seized. Similarly, here with the destruction of the temple, her rule was seized, and the blessed Holy One began to eulogize, alas, what shall become of her? A Rabbi Penas opened, thus says Jehovah, a voice is heard on a height, alas, wailing, bitter weeping. When the temple was destroyed and set ablaze, a voice went forth. The voice aroused at the graves of the ancient patriarchs, intoning, ancient fathers, you who are asleep, slumbering, you are unaware of the catastrophe in the world. Your children that you reared with difficulty, ushering them into great faith in the blessed Holy One, have died, have been slaughtered. They have gone off into exile among their enemies, hands thrust behind their backs. They have perished from starvation, their houses torched. Where is your mercy? Where is your faithfulness? Arise, and arouse on their behalf at once. The patriarchs and matriarchs awakened and set off toward Moses. They beseeched him, Moses, faithful shepherd, where are the sheep? Where have you left them? At once, Moses awakened and went off with them to Joshua. He said to him, those children of our patriarchs, the children of Israel, regarding whom the blessed Holy One charged me, and that I entrusted in your hands, where are they? Joshua replied, saying, my master Moses, I left them in the land of Israel. I apportioned the land to them by lottery as you instructed me. I left them, each man with his inheritance, according to his lot. At once, they all set off to the land of Israel and found it ruined and desolate, not a sound could be heard. They entered the temple and found it burnt down. They began eulogizing until the bitter sound of weeping could be heard in the heavenly heights, with all the celestial angels joining in and weeping on high. The blessed Holy One was aroused and descended toward them. He found them sobbing grievously in the dust of the temple. He said to them, you who are beloved ones of my soul, why are you here? What are my beloved ones doing in my house? Old man Abraham rose first, saying before him, Master of the universe, you know that I walked before you on the truthful path. 10 times you tested me, and I was steadfast through them all. My children, where are they? I do not hear their voices in the land, yet you swore to me that you would sustain them there. The blessed Holy One replied, Woe, Abraham, beloved of my soul, holy flesh they have caused to pass away from you. They have forsaken the covenant of their flesh that I bestowed upon you and worshipped idolatry. This intensified my anger against them, but on your account I was forbearing numerous times. Still, they did not repent before me. Upon hearing this, Abraham said, For the sanctification of your name, may all their sins be extinguished among the nations, until you find it desirable to return them to you. Thus did they all respond, and they departed. Rachel remained, and she raised her voice in grievous, bitter weeping. The blessed Holy One asked her, Rachel, why are you weeping? She replied, Should I not cry? Where are my children? What sins have they committed before you? He said to her, They brought my rival before me, and installed it in my house. She retorted at once, Did I not surpass this? I myself brought my rival into my house, for it is taught in a Barata, it is written, Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kin. He said to her, Marry me. She told him, I would, but I have a sister, older than me, and I am anxious about my father, for he is a cheat. At once, Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kin in deceit. Straightway he gave her secret tokens. When Leah entered that night, Rachel said to herself, Now my sister will be humiliated. She proceeded to convey the tokens to her. On account of this, she said to the blessed Holy One, Did I not act surpassingly? For I myself brought my rival into my house, and you, of whom is written, a compassionate and gracious God, long-suffering, you should overlook their transgressions. But regardless of what he said to her, she would not be comforted, as is written, a voice is heard in Ramah wailing, bitter weeping, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted for her children. She refused to be comforted Ykinu, for he is no more as he had been in those former days, dwelling among them, having withdrawn above. Since he is no more among her children, she refused to be comforted until the Blessed Holy One vowed to her, saying, "Restrain your voice from weeping, your eyes from tears." As did Rachel, so did Shekinah above, as in the Targum, a voice from the heights of heaven. Shekinah can be heard weeping over her children. When she was crying, 60 myriads of celestial camps were aroused toward her, all breaking out in wailing on her account. At that moment, the sound pierced through to the firmament of Aravo, and worlds trembled. They had been hidden away from the day the world was created until that sound was heard in the heights of heaven. Which one is it? An expanse like awesome ice, Ezekiel, above the creatures. Once mother was revealed to her daughter, saying, "Restrain your voice." Shekinah departed from there, wending off into exile with all her legions. They were compelled to disperse themselves every which way, so that all would be in exile. And she sat alone. Rabbi Nunia said, "Acre, alas! Who said this supernal, inward spirit, world that is coming? This word is spiritual, with no partners at all, not tongue, nor teeth, nor lips." Mother asked about daughter. This is Churkuridacha, howling about the warlord, master, and sovereign. Sits not standing. At first she stood with all her legions erect, too, but now she sits, in desolation. Alone, as is said, alone shall he sit. Outside the camp is his dwelling, like one tainted through defilement. And like a slave girl supplanting her mistress, that impure one dwelt in her place. The residents of Babylon sent a missive to the residents of the Holy Land. It is fitting that you cry, and it befits you to eulogize and mourn when you see mother's sanctuaries destroyed, the place of her bed upended in mourning. She is absent, having flown away from you, leaving you unaware of her whereabouts. You might say that she is with us in exile, dwelling among us. If so, we should rejoice, for indeed the prophet Ezekiel saw her here with all her legions. But actually for this we must weep and eulogize, like jackals and desert ostriches. She has been banished from her chambers and we are in exile. She comes to us in bitterness and sees us daily in all our afflictions, with all the statutes and decrees they impose upon us constantly. But she cannot remove these scourges from us, nor all the ordeals that we suffer. The residents of the Holy Land sent a missive in reply. It is true our mother has fled, having been banished from her sanctuary, and she has descended among you in bitterness, audibly groaning. Like a woman gone mad, or like a man unable to save himself. It befits you to mourn. But it befits us to weep and eulogize with wailing and grief, for we see the sanctuary in ruins daily, desert foxes running in and out, and ostriches screeching within. We see it, and weep. But while we lie prostrate, we hear the pleasant sound of her footsteps during the 3 night watches, as she appears to look in on her sanctuaries, reduced to cha. She lurches from chamber to chamber, place to place, shrieking and wailing, crying over us and our souls. We are quickened by the mournful sounds of her crying and sobbing. Our spirits pursued her, leaping toward her, but suddenly she flew off, rushing away. We neither heard nor knew anything of her destination. We remained stunned and torpid, dispirited and dazed. And so we scream out, "Acre." We have learned each and every night, a voice embittered with the pain of Zion can be heard from the vault of the firmament to the lower realm, and from below, to the firmament. This is as is written, Jehovah roars from on high, and from his holy habitation he utters his voice. At the beginning of the night, she is immersed in tears, and she roars from the vault of the firmament above. Then she descends below to the outer altar and sees her abode destroyed, repulsively defiled, no pure spot to be found. She howls and wails, shrieking in a doleful voice, saying, my altar, my source of nourishment that made me replete with abundant libations, numerous pure and holy sacrificial offerings. All the holy angelic personages, nobles, and archons were teeming and rejoicing because of you, eating delicacies and allotting portions in the vault of heaven. But now they have supplied you with the corpses of holy saints, my children slaughtered upon you. They have saturated you with their blood. All the angelic personages fell from their stations at the sound of their screams. Now they sit outside, howling and sobbing. These are the holy Iralim, formerly crowned with the letter of the holy name, in which they rejoiced and subsisted. At the sound of the weeping, this letter flew off soaring to the highest heights, and they were left like a woman sobbing and howling. This is as is written. Behold, Iralim, the Iralim, cried without Yod. My altar, after you sated me with the corpses of the children, holy saints who martyred their souls upon you, you have been hidden away. Where shall I find you? Where is your fire? She continues, wailing and sobbing and weeping in a bitter voice. 6,000 holy warriors, on all four sides of the universe, those who used to eat the sacrifices daily, descend toward her, sobbing and weeping on account of the altar of offerings. There were more, but they were culled. Even those who stand outside, of another spirit, those who used to be sated with those lambs and suet at the beginning of the night, screech, wail, and sob over the altar. Woe for the donkey who has lost its trough, its source of abundance. Who has witnessed the howling below like that howling of the holy dignitaries for the sake of Matronita, either from below upward, or from above below in the middle of the night. She enters Point of Zion, sight of the Holy of Holies, and sees how it has been raised and defiled, the place of her habitation and her bed. Her wailing and sobbing rises from below on high, and from on high down below. She looks upon the domain of the cherubim, shrieking grievously. Raising her voice, she cries, my bed, place of my dwelling. Of this place is written on my bed at night, my bed, bed of Matronita. Wailing through her weeping, she says, my bed, site of my temple, place of precious jewels, location of the curtain and cover where 60,000 myriads of gems were affixed, columns upon columns, rows upon rows, each beholding the other. Columns of pomegranates overlaid upon you on all four sides. The world was sustained on your account. Through you, I was master of the universe. My husband used to visit me, lying down between my arms. Anything I would request, all of my wishes he would grant at that time. When he would come to me, leaving his domain, he would delight in my breasts. My bed, don't you remember how I used to frequent you in ardent delight? The youths, young ones, would precede me, beating their wings in joy to welcome me. The dust itself used to rise from its place. Look at how the ark of the Torah that used to be here has forgotten me. Food for the entire world used to flow from here, yielding light and blessings for all. I seek my husband, but he is not here. I have searched everywhere. At that time, when my husband would come, numerous saintly youths encircled him, and all those maidens prepared to greet him. I could hear from afar the sound of the bells clappers jingling between his feet, so that I could hear him even before he drew near to me. All of my maidens would exalt and laud before him. Afterward, each one would go off to his own domain, and we would be alone, embracing in love's kisses. Oh, my husband, now is the time that I would watch for you, but I look in every direction, and you are not there. Where have you gone now? Where shall I inquire after you? This is your place. It is the time for you to come to me. Look, I am ready here. Have you forgotten me? Don't you remember our days of love-making when I would lie in your bosom, engraved with your image, and my image engraved upon you like a seal that leaves an impression from script etching? So did I leave my image upon you, so that you would delight in an image of me when I was still in the midst of my forces. Groaning through her tears, she wails, my husband, light of my eyes, gone dark. Don't you remember how you would extend your left arm beneath my head, and I would revel in the bounty of consummation, while your right embraced me with kisses of delight? You vowed to me that you would never abandon my love, swearing to me should I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand wither. But you have forgotten me. Don't you remember how I stood before you at Mount Sinai, with 60 myriad perfect ones who accepted your yoke upon them? I was crowned by them, for your sake more than by all the other nations, and we followed after you, after all your desires. But that maidservant murdered thousands and myriads, and I could not protect them. They all perished in the desert, and we left them there. But I brought your children, young shoots, to abide before you in this land, and I distinguished them so that they might stand before you in accord with your will. O my husband, recall with how many holy children I stood before you in every generation, and in the days of David, and of Solomon his son. Don't you recollect all the good deeds that they performed? Is it fitting for you to remember sins, but not merits? How did this become reversed for you? I seek you, but you are gone. I seek my children, but they are nowhere. I seek the holiness of this place, but it has been defiled. The whole world was complete on account of this place. Even the dogs did not bark back then. Everything was harmonious. She groans and wails, along with all the supernal legions above, and the dogs barking below. At the onset of the third watch, she sets out, coming to stand at the site of the incense altar, moaning and wailing. She ascends on high and finds a single cherub remaining from the 2 cherubim that she had, since from that time she had only one. And that lad, the remaining youth, suckles from her while she weeps and wails. Then the blessed Holy One appears to her, comforts her, and speaks with her. Of this is written, thus says Jehovah, restrain your voice from weeping, your eyes from tears, for there is hope for your future. Of this we have learned: a child sucks from its mother's breast, and a woman converses with her husband. The rabbis interpreted the verse, recall your loss. She sits alone, Creator, in the days of your youth, before the days of evil come, and the years arrive when you will say, I have no delight in them. This verse was applied to the people of Israel when they were in the Holy Land. Recall your Creator, recall all those gracious acts, all those signs and miracles that the blessed Holy One enacted for you in those ancient days, when you were still youthful in faith. This is as is written, when Israel was a youth, I loved him, Hosea. In the days of your youth, when he desired you more than all other nations on earth. Before the days of evil come days of old age, days in which other nations will rule over you and scatter you among all peoples. In the days of Beroteka, your youth, days of the year that have been refined for you, providing celestial protection for you. They are 4 months of the year: Adar, Nisan, Iyar, Sivan. These are the days that the blessed Holy One chose, the people of Israel, performing miracles for them, and when assembly of Israel is crowned by her husband, drawn near to him. Before the days of evil come days of old age, days of evil. Actually these are Tammuz, Av, Teve, Shevat, Shevat, though the latter is not so apparent. Its mnemonic ve Shivit, a rod, for the back of the senseless. And the years arrive, years of exile, when Israel wanders, overburdened, roaming, yielding no delight. This is as we have learned. A time will come during the days of exile when one will have no object to sell in the market. Then the last coin from the purse will be no more. Before the sun darkens, and the light and the moon and the stars, and the clouds come back after the rain, this is brilliance of the face of Shekinah, above and below. Below, who is that? Masters of Mishnah in the land of Israel, iron hammers who smash rocks and uproot towering mountains. The light, this is the Jerusalem Talmud, shining the light of Torah. Once it ceased, people remained, as it were, in darkness. This is as is written, in dark places he has made me dwell like those long dead. This is the Babylonian Talmud, for inhabitants of the world wander about there in darkness. The moon Baretat, like those Baretat that would shine the light of concealed wisdom. The stars, these are the enlightened ones in the land of Israel, all those Tanaim and Amoraim on whose account the whole world is sustained. For when they were all assembled together, one would say to his fellow, from these words streaming from your mouth, I can foresee that today or tomorrow such and such will occur. Before the sun darkens, light of the brilliance of the face of Shekinah, shining upon her every day. From that light, the world was sustained and Israel dwelled securely in the land. The light that the blessed Holy One created in the act of creation, that shone from one end of the world to the other, and then was hidden away. The blessed Holy One shot forth a single ray from it, from the right side of the blessed Holy One, grasping the moon. But at that time it was written, he has withdrawn his right hand. The moon, as is written, justice lodged in her. The stars, ministering angels who used to attend to her, well known as her retinue, removed from their posts. These are called angels of peace. And the clouds come back after the rain, as is written, angels of peace weep bitterly. On the day that the keepers of the house will quake, 3 courts that used to teach Torah in the chamber of hewn stone. And the men of caliber are bent, great Sanhedrin and the lesser Sanhedrin. And the maids who grind grow idle, these are the priests and the Levites, all the watches stationed in Jerusalem. And those who look from the casements go dark. These are the prophets and seers, who could see with the spirit of prophecy. The double doors close in the market, for the people are screaming, and there is no one to serve there, for all the gates were locked from the day that the temple was destroyed and the service in the house of our God was abolished. As the sound of the mill quiets, these are the incense grinders, who used to call aloud every day during their grinding. Alternatively, the sound of the mill voice of Shekinah screaming every day, turn back, O wayward children, but none pay attention to her. All the songstresses are bowed. These are the ones who used to ascend to the platform every day, singing the melody of song. All to include the celestial angels on high, divided up into watches, corresponding to the watches below. These ones were bowed, as it were, even those above were bowed. Of the very height they are afraid, and even though they originated in the heights, so much as a dwarf frightened them. Bowed, these are the songstresses, for Levites had their hands bound behind them. When they arrived at the rivers of Babylon, they hung their lyres from the trees there. They were asked to play music, but they responded, "How can we sing a song of Jehovah?" They gnawed off their thumbs, preventing them from playing, and they were massacred. Terror is in the road they plodded on, millstones round their necks, hands tightly bound, severing their thumbs on the way. Gathered them in his prayer shawl, kissing them, and weeping over them, saying, "Didn't I tell you to give honor to Jehovah Elohim before he brings darkness? Of this is written, for the mountains I take up weeping and wailing." And the almond blossoms. From the day that the tree blooms with blossoms until the day it produces fruit are 21 days, corresponding to the period from the 17th of Tammuz until the 9th of Av, 21 days. This is as is written, "I see a branch of an almond tree. And the grasshopper is laden, for a heavy burden has been placed upon the shoulders of the seed of David. And the caper fruit falls apart. Service in the house of our God has been abolished. But man is going to his everlasting house." This refers to the glory that has withdrawn above, while people scream out, no one attending to them. Until the silver cord is snapped, the place where the priests Makter Keteret burn incense, on the inner altar. The golden bowl crashes. This is the Holy of Holies, abode of the golden cherubim. The pitcher is shattered against the well. This signifies the kingdom of the house of David, shattered. The dust will return to the earth, as it was. The temple will be destroyed, reduced to dust. Spirit will return to God who gave it. This signifies Shekinah, and the disappearance of the spirit of prophecy from the world. Rabbi Yehudai opened, on the day Sheyaju Yushomir Habayit, that the keepers of the house will quake. These are the Tanaim and Amoraim who used to protect the world while in the land of Israel, these days now convulsed, from their posts. V'hitavetu on She'ehiel, and the men of caliber are bent, as is said, if you know there are men of caliber among them. This refers to the sin of the sons of Jacob, men of caliber who suffered a perversion of judgment, as is said, Har El Yavet, God will pervert justice. They received a perversion of judgment, these men of caliber. For this is the way of the serpent: after slaying a person, it returns and bites him again, mercilessly. This is perversion of judgment. The residents of the land of Israel sent them a missive: "It befits you to weep, like one who weeps from afar. But mourning and sobbing, and eulogizing with wailing and bitterness, that does not suit you. For you bathed your feet and did not want them sullied as before. This is as is written, I have bathed my feet, shall I sully them? But we who dwell amid the serpent's decrees, his lying in ambush for us, slaying and biting daily, we see with our own eyes the perversion of judgment at work in our midst. Of those men of caliber in their days he was silent, not pressing for judgment, for he was terrified of them and could not prevail over them. But once they passed on to that world in repentance, he arose before the blessed Holy One, clamoring for justice. He scrutinized the verse: "One who kidnaps a man and sells him, and he is found in his hands, will surely be put to death." The blessed Holy One responded to the serpent, "But Joseph was not a man. And he is found in his hands." "Look, he was not found in their hands." The serpent replied, "Should a person be found stealing a living person of his brothers, of Israel, and garner profit from him and sell him, that thief shall die." For 800 years he stood there, demanding judgment. And we have learned that one who is convicted on 2 counts is sentenced to the more severe penalty. Woe to one who receives punishment for his sins, for death atones for sins, and woe to one who returns to receive another punishment. Woe for the perversion of the men of Caliber, while Samael and the serpent were steadfast. Consequently, for us it is fitting to weep and wail, for the holy city remains bereft of all its previous bounty. At that moment, Samael alighted and confounded the world. He infused this spirit into the innards of that wicked one, the Roman emperor, and called for retribution against the valiant ones of the world. Woe unto that generation, woe unto the world! Such a miscarriage of justice has not occurred since the day the world was created. Alas, your sons, pillars of the world, enduring columns upon which the world stands, you were their crown every day. How they were abused in the hands of the serpent! How were holy spirits corrupted to don foreign, alien garments, to be ripped apart in abject humiliation! Woe for this event, woe for this depravity! Who was watching in the Garden of Eden when judgment was rendered above, when 10 resplendent jewels, light of the entire garden, in the midst of all the trees, discarded their garments and departed? All the trees of the garden screamed, saying, Woe! Men of Caliber have been abused, and the sentries at the gates of Eden trembled. Those cherubim ascended and descended, blocking any passage through which those lights might leave when they shed the luminosity of their garments. Celestial beings and lower angels screamed before them. Guardians of the walls above quaked among all the legions of the heavens, weeping and wailing. Who beheld mother screeching and ululating? She descended to the cherubim, guardians of the garden's gates, and they trembled. Mother flew off, accompanied by one cherub. Then flame of the whirling sword razor sharp pierced through the gates, and the 10 luminaries fled. Celestial beings and terrestrial beings screamed, Woe unto the world, woe unto the generation! It befits us to lament, like jackals when mother descended and did not find them in the garden, and all the other luminaries and lamps were screaming and wailing. She began to weep and ululate. If those cherubim, guardians of the gates, were weeping and wailing, breaking out in lament, is it not all the more fitting for us to weep over all this and for the miscarriage of justice they opened, saying, they sent a message to Joseph, saying, We beseech you, forgive, pray, the crime and the offense of your brothers, for evil they have caused you. And so now, forgive, pray, the crime of the servants of your fathers God. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. They transgressed against him, but he pardoned all, expiating their sin. Once he forgave them, who can incite regarding their offense? This is the meaning of the men of Caliber were degraded. Gross miscarriage of justice foisted upon those men of Caliber. Woe unto us! Who will have compassion upon us? Who will speak to our hearts? Who will comfort us? What a huge distortion of justice on account of mother's banishment, her flight, drifting away! This made perversion of justice possible. Left alone was the one who prosecuted us, with no one to fend him off nor to offer a defense on our behalf. On account of this, all mother's adornments were handed over to this one. For if mother had been there, she would have gone beyond the letter of the law on their behalf. For this she weeps. For this she wails over her children, for they were slaughtered in vain, and she was absent from their trials. The serpent executed his wishes against them, as is written, For your crimes, your mother was sent away. Sent away so that she would not be available for your trials. Alas, she sits alone. At that time, she should have been taking up the case of her children, and on her account the decree would have been nullified. When those 10 jewels left the Garden of Eden to don foreign garments, all the garments, save one, were handed over to the serpent. This is as is written, Reuben returned to the pit. Since he had counseled to put Joseph in the pit, he was associated with the pit, and was saved. This is related to the capture of Rabbi Eliezer. Zohar al-Shur ha-Shirim, Zohar on Song of Songs. He opened, saying, Song of Songs of Solomon. Happy is the generation that has sublime wisdom dwelling within, a time when the blessed Holy One wished to reveal on earth matters that were not revealed to celestial angels. What were they? Mysteries of wisdom of the sublime, engraved name. For holy names were not transmitted to them, but were handed over to wise ones on earth. And they responded in praise, Jehovah, our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth, you who have set your splendor above the heavens. How majestic is your name throughout the earth, hewn out mysteries of holy names, revealed on earth. Praise for this above the heavens, for all those legions acclaim and extol this event. Something not revealed to them was revealed on earth. Behold, here are mysteries of the upper chariot, of 4 engraved names. Behold, mystery of mysteries, celestial chariot of names Adonai, Sivaot, Yehovah, Aoi. Mystery of 4 names, engravings of 4 radiances. Each Zohara, radiance, embraced within the other, each yearning to penetrate the other, and to be contained, one within the other. These 4 radiances are distinguished by 4 known names. 1. Called radiance dark and not dark. When gazed upon, its darkness lifts at once. Gazing upon it further, it sparks, then flares in luminosity and transcendent beauty. Its light, constricted within until another radiance strikes it, boring into this light, perforating it. Then it is filled up by that radiance, sparkling in all directions. Radiance engraved with 72 sparks, 72 engraved names of the Sanhedrin's 70 members, plus 2 witnesses. Similarly, this radiance is comprised of 2 names and crowned with this name Adonai. Then it is Sar, Prince, of all worlds, and all forces and legions of upper and lower realms offer praise, glorifying it, uttering song, exalting above. When this radiance is consummated, it is Shah, song Adon, Sar, master. Yod, perfection, completed by all. Shah, song, of rungs. Chief and master, appointed over all troops and legions rungs below. Second radiance, radiance in which all colors are collected. Radiance dazzling the eyes, unable to gaze upon it. It is designated living radiance. Since it is living, it takes all supernal, concealed radiances, casting sparkling radiances below, producing fruits and greenery, after its kind. Living radiance designated life of the world's totality of upper and lower realms. Emitting shimmering radiances and generating verdure of its kind, this radiance is designated Sivaot. Its constant desire extolling continuously, uttering the first radiance called Shah, song. When combined as one, in a single bond of desire, with no separation, the totality is called Ha-Shirim, songs. Even by itself, this radiance totality of all is designated totality of multitudes, totality of all radiances, upper and lower. We call it all totality of all. It is life, and of this is written, the tree of life was in the midst of the garden. All life dependent upon it, life and radiance is bursting forth from it in all directions. This song we have mentioned is called well, a life penetrating it. Radiance designated life flows into it. And of this is written, a well of living waters. It is also written, the well that was dug out by Sarim, princes Ha-Shirim, singing, since these exalted, radiant, concealed nobles thronged into this radiance. They dug it out using it alone. Third radiance, radiance comprising 3 radiances, mystery of 3 letters. The patriarchs cleaved to this radiance. This is the one that darts to and fro, no one can hold fast to its sparkling. Of this is written, and the creatures darting to and fro, Ezekiel. Inheriting a legacy, a heritage from concealed radiance is undisclosed, in the mystery of the holy name of 3 letters that depend upon them, YHV. 4th letter gleans and gathers. Thus, it is arranged according to the perfect order. This radiance itself is the darting to and fro in the mystery of letter Vov, poised in the middle between upper and lower, he from this side above, he from that side below, and the creatures comprising Vov in the middle. Thus, darting to and fro. Darting to toward upper he, ascending toward her with perfect desire. And fro toward lower he, bestowing as much as was gleaned from above. This radiance is like the eyeball, in a hidden way. Its radiance darts to and fro, its desire is to ascend upward, immediately returning. Mystery of Asher, which is Song of Songs, stationed here and there. 4th radiance, hidden radiance that cannot be seen at all. For it is from this hidden radiance that all other radiances emerged, spread, and blended one within the other. This radiance is not revealed at all, but it abides within the understanding of the heart. For the heart knows and contemplates it, though it is not seen at all, since all radiance is issued from it. Lowest radiance yearns to render praise, to rise up within these other radiances, to be encompassed by them, to ascend and see that sublime beauty. Of this King David said, one thing do I ask of Jehovah, it is this, that I seek to gaze on the beauty of Jehovah, and to behold his palace. This is the mystery of Li Shlomo, Solomon's Song of Songs, for the king who possesses Shalama, peace. It is written, I gazed, and behold a lampstand all of gold, with a bowl above it. There are 7 lamps on it, 7 and 7 ducts channeling to the lamps above it. Mystery of pure lampstands was revealed to one configured, one shining. I gazed, and behold a lampstand configured with praise of colors engraved with the name Adonai. With this name it illuminates those below, nourishing and sustaining them, fittingly. All of gold, mystery of the tribunal named Elohim, judging the entire world. For it is established and nourished with judgment, and it is created with this name. Subsisting entirely within mystery of the left color, all when completed by the right side that secures it with the mystery of the name Jehovah, then she is Kala, bride, under the canopy, for all the worlds abide in love and delight, in the love of a single bond. Then Ve Gula, with a bowl, above it. It is written Gula, its bowl. This is fount of Siddiq, transformed into a river, whose streams gladden city of God. It generates fruit and greenery by the name called Sivaot, bounded by 12 borders, spanning the world's 4 directions. There are 7 lamps above it, mystery of the sublime name, engraved in the mystery of 70 names ascribed to the Blessed Holy One. These are 7 pillars upon which the world stands. 7 and 7 established below, corresponding to those above, all joined to the lamps above it. 7 and 7 ducts channeling 7 days and 7 days, 7 upper ones and 7 lower ones, conjoined as one. Further, 7 and 7 all transcendent, one contained within its fellow. They are 7, each one contained within its companion. Now, you might say 6 would have been better, so that each one can be combined within the other, because in this case one remains. With which shall it be combined? The answer is that when they all ascend, totaling 12, the one positioned above them all, completing the number 13, is encompassed by the one standing above it. This last one is the lofty point from which all emerge. Further, they are 2 rungs, and each one is called 7. One is the world that is coming, which is 7. It is designated 7, as is written, he built it 7 years kings. And one is Siddiq, righteous one, who is called 7. He is 7, as is written, 7 times a righteous one falls and gets up. These 2 like 2 ducts channeling to the lamps, one from one end, and one from the other end. Even though they are included in the number of lamps, these 2 have greater prominence, for they are the 7 and 7 that flow into the lamps shining upon that lampstand. That lampstand illuminated by their power, ascending upward. Ascending, it rises rung by rung, crown to crown, all united above. This is the mystery of Songs of Solomon, uttered by Elijah with permission from on Song of Songs high. Song praises to the King who possesses peace. This place requires delight, as neither rage nor judgment abides there. For the world that is coming is entirely delight, providing delight to all, sending joy and delight to all rungs. Just as there is a need for arousal of delight, arousing from this world upward, so is it necessary to arouse delight and joy from the realm of the moon toward the upper realm. Thus, worlds are sustained as one paradigm, arousal flowing only from realm below to realm above. Song its portent, Tatru in engraved letters of the holy name. Trembling in all worlds, Retuta, quaking, in all openings of the great abyss, until this extension of spirit enters into the first gate on the side of the Master of Eyes, furnished with palace keys. He abides within the engraving of the holy name of 12 letters used for flight by 19 troops of flaming fire. Master of Eyes gathers fiery bones and flaming limbs, entering into the palace called Zaval Palace, where all praises are refined so that they may ascend upward. Of this is written, I have now built for you, be it Zaval, a stately house, kings. It is a palace with rungs, soaring with exaltation of praises. In the midst of them all is one rung, innermost of all, where love coming from this praise is most refined, distilled from the lower point. Once refined from within their midst, it ascends upward in the mystery of song, and is called Zohar, Song of Songs, rising above all those praises, more refined than them all. It is written the house, in its being built, was built only of even shalem massa, stone complete for its journey, so no hammer, axe, or any iron tool was heard in the house while it was being built. Kings. The house, in its being built when male and female were joined as one, then even shalema, stone complete perfected, as it needed to be. It was not complete until prepared for its massa, journey, as the blessed Holy One Nasa, sought her away, adorned her, dressed her, and brought her toward Adam. At that point, built, most complete of all. Once they were joined together, all other spirits and demonic species faded away from there and could not approach the temple, as is written, no hammer, axe, or any iron tool was heard in the house while it was being built. They all receded into the maw of the great abyss. As soon as the temple was built below and the sanctuary inaugurated in its proper place, Song of Songs was revealed, as required to join temple to temple. When Moses was in the wilderness on account of the sins of Israel, his coupling was adjoining at the back. Once male and female were joined as one, then the house, in its being built. In its being built bit by bit. When Israel crossed the Jordan after Moses had been gathered in, the blessed Holy One sought her away and established her in the dwelling at Shiloh, prior to her perfection in the eternal temple. Then she was joined with King Solomon, and worlds were face to face. Then, built only of stone complete for its journey. For it was not fixed in one place, but rather uprooted and planted. Only then was it built, fittingly. Subsequently, all demonic species and evil spirits vanished from the world with no sovereignty at all, as is written, no hammer, axe. At that moment, when they had all disappeared from the world, the female remained with her husband, face to face. Song of Songs was revealed. This is Song of Songs, which is Solomon's, with no admixture at all. Solomon's face to face. Asher li Shlomo, which is Solomon's, for she was uprooted and planted in the place of the one who possesses Shalama, peace, entirely. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. Elijah said to him, Rabbi, say your words and I will follow you. Between us this matter will be clarified. Permission has been granted from the most ancient of all that these mysteries be revealed from below and above. You below, and I above. By your life, Rabbi, your stature is superior, for all of your words shall be written above before the Ancient of Days, whereas my words will not be written above. Only in this world shall my words be written, by your hand. Your words shall be written above, and my words written below. Happy are you righteous ones in this world, and happy are you in the world that is coming. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Song of Songs of Solomon. It is written, he walks along and weeps, the bearer of the seed bag. He will surely come in with glad song bearing his sheaves. How many times has the blessed Holy One rebuked Israel to return to him in repentance, to walk the upright path in order to be raised up in their midst. Indeed, when Israel are righteous, the blessed Holy One ascends with them, as it were, above all the nations of the world. When Israel are righteous and walk on the straight path, the blessed Holy One raises them above all the people of the world, and they all acknowledge and extol him. Not only they, even the celestial, supernal ones all offer praise on account of Israel. More than that, he is exalted in his glory because of Israel. Actually more than that, Israel actually even soars in the glory of the blessed Holy One, above and below. When Israel are righteous, the supernal throne of glory ascends in teeming delight, in an abundance of love, higher and higher. Then all the worlds are joined in jubilation and are blessed from the depth of the rivers. All worlds are saturated, blessed, and sanctified with a profusion of blessings, brimming with sanctities. Then the blessed Holy One rejoices with them in total rapture. When Israel are not righteous, however, everything is reversed. Nonetheless, the love of the blessed Holy One is not withheld from them. His throne rests upon them like a mother over her children, unconstrained from beseeching compassion on their behalf. With this voice her plea ascends above, because he wishes someone would offer a defense for his children. How do we know this? From Moses, who attained his grandeur through elucidating Israel's merits, as is written, Moses did not know that the skin of his face glowed. When did he ascend to this glory? When Israel sinned and he pleaded their merits. Similarly, it is written, he walks along and weeps for the sins of Israel. Who is the bearer of the seed bag? This is the mystery of the throne of glory, who elevates the flux of holy seed, producing fruit and greenery in this world. When she ascends by virtue of the voice of Israel, even though they are not worthy, nonetheless the blessed Holy One fills her up, saturating her with the flow of the deep river, and she is consummated from all sides. Then he will surely come in with glad song, from that perfection, from blessings and sanctifications completing her. At first he walks along and weeps, because of the sins of Israel. When he repents, he will surely come in with glad song. When Solomon built the temple and the lower world was in perfect accord with the upper world, Israel was entirely righteous, ascending numerous, lofty rungs. Then, throne of glory rose in rapture with abundant delight, with profuse exaltation. Then, Song of Songs of Solomon, ascending in bliss, descending in bliss, joining in bliss, all worlds in bliss. Song for the blessed Holy One. Of songs for upper and lower realms. Which is Solomon's joining of all worlds in rapture, to the King who possesses peace completely. Uttered by Elijah, it is written, Jehovah will open for you his goodly treasure, the heavens. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he created sublime Shittim, channels, founts conducting rain of blessing and transcendent sanctifications from above. These drew first from the fount of life, from the supernal place from which they emerged. In the beginning, before the world was created, a single desire called hidden thought arose and was revealed. Everything was set within that hidden thought, everything that existed, and that would come to exist. From that thought arose the desire to create the world, and a subtle flow comprising hiddenness of thought issued forth, inaudible, unrevealed. It can be perceived with wisdom that has been conferred and not conferred to the wise of heart, because it has not been revealed beyond. From this flow 5 founts emerged, plus one that was sealed, and one absorbing all. These springs existed when the world was created, as is written, Bereshit, with beginning, created Elohim, God. Bereshit Barashit, created a hollow. This hollow is a fount collecting all founts, nourishing worlds. The heavens, those 6 lofty springs, above all, conveying into this hollow. From the day the world was created until the temple was built, they were sealed, entirely closed. If you say, but Abraham was in the world, behold, it is written, and there was a famine in the land. Of Isaac, and there was a famine in the land besides the former famine. Similarly with Jacob, it is written, and there was famine in all the lands. Of Moses, it is written in several places, who will feed us? The people thirsted for water, there was no water for the community. Of Joshua, despite their having entered the land, it is written, the manna ceased. And they ate of the produce of the land. Joshua. In the days of the judges, it is written, in the days when the judges judged, there was a famine in the land. Ruth. Of David, it is written, there was a famine during the reign of David. How can this all be explained? The explanation is that those channels had not opened, and the world was nourished only from a squeezed out ooze, with no opening at all aside from the resin exuded from a tree, dripping below, or from a rock. When Solomon came and the temple was built, all the worlds were in a single balance, above and below. Then the hollow that receives and gathers from all lofty channels opened up. When did it open up? Or when those lofty channels opened up? Once that hollow opened up, blessings flowed to the world. When did it open? When a crooked one that sat at its feet was removed. When that one was banished, Shit, hollow, became Shah, song, and goodly treasure opened up. By whose strength the heavens. These are the rest of the Shittim, channels, that is, Hashirim, songs, for they all opened up and were perfected to bestow nourishment for all the worlds. Then it is written, Judah and Israel dwelt in safety, everyone under his own vine and under his own fig tree. Kings. And it is written, they ate and drank and rejoiced, for this Shit, hollow, and the Shittim, hollows, had opened. All sublime delicacies descended into all worlds, all rejoicing ascending to the upper world to glean blessings and delicacies for the worlds. Then ardor was aroused from among them toward supernal king, all becoming one, with no division. In this way, praise transcending all praises ascends toward the king who possesses peace, fashioning total delight above and below. It is written a song, to you is silent praise, God in Zion, and to you a vow will be paid. King David knew by the Holy Spirit that this song was destined to be revealed in the world, and he said, song destined to be revealed. To you it is silent hidden, for permission to reveal this homage is lacking. But this adulation and praise pertains to God in Zion when the temple is built, for it mirrors the supernal temple. Then, a vow will be paid. Rabbi Shimon opened, then sang Israel Ha-Shirah Ha-Zot, this song. Then sang Moses Ha-Shirah Ha-Zot, this song. Their praise of the female. Here praise that ascends to the world of the male, and it is the praise of the male. Here is the mystery of body and spirit joined as one, body with body, spirit with spirit. Song of songs cleaving of body to body. Oh, let him kiss me with his mouth's kisses, song of songs cleaving of spirit to spirit, all in the mystery of supernal love, everything becoming one in a single unification. Here is the mystery of unification. Song, this is Israel, appointed as witness of unity. Songs, Yehovah, our God, Yehovah, all one, in a single unification. We have established this unification, and here is unification of all worlds. Which is Solomon's mystery of one. King Solomon is needed for unification in the mystery of the Holy Spirit, to join everything in desire in a single union, one cleaving to the other, so that all is one, for Solomon is the king who possesses peace, in every respect. What is the meaning of in every respect? Is there a multitude of shalaman, types of peace? In fact, there is only one peace, and it is two. One peace is shalama davita, peace of the home, by which male is known as male. The other peace is shalama, harmonization of two sides. Oneness, unifying, enters between these two sides, creating harmony between them. This is the other peace. Peace that makes male known as male is Siddiq, righteous one. He is called supernal king on its account, the king who possesses peace. Consequently, all of the praise of Song of Songs goes to the king who possesses all peace, producing unification in this place entirely. It takes all desires of all the limbs, all delight, all supernal longing, gathering all within. Therefore, he is called one. King Solomon, in the mystery of Holy Spirit, when Holy Spirit settled upon him, he desired to join everything in complete devotion, fittingly, to unite everything in affection, in the desire that everything shall be one, above and below. Of this is said, Yehovah will be one and his name one. It is written, as I gazed on the creatures, oh, let him kiss me with his, behold I saw one mouth's kisses, Song of Songs wheel on the ground, next to each of the four first creatures. This verse was taught in Rabbi Elazar's circle. As I gazed on the creatures, mystery of old man Israel, linked inscriptions on the right and the left. 3 inscriptions, bound one to another, in the south, east, and north YHV. Concealed faces that the eye cannot see. But here, I saw actually, he was looking by way of a light that does not shine like one gazing in a crystal, with eyes shut, crystal glistening within. Its flame flares momentarily, flickering. Sparkles revolve, one shimmer entering the other. One ascends and descends, fortified on the south side in the mystery of Yod. It intensifies, entering the north side, rotating in its links, entering and ascending in the mystery of Tet. Then it is treasured away, as is written, God saw the light, that it was Toph, good, glistening and flaring in the engraving of Tet, so he treasured it away. Mystery of this letter sealed in its concealment. All sparks and luminosity that shine and sparkle emerge from it. Happy is the one who sees it in a dream. It is an exedra from which sparks sparkle, burst forth, and are reabsorbed. Another ascends and descends, and is burnished on the eastern side, in the mystery of Tet and Yod. It spreads out from 2 sides and rotates in 4. 2 above, like the inheritance from father and mother. 2 from 2 sides, from the south side and the north. Settling within them all is the upper chariot in its 4 sides. 1 wheel on the ground next to the creature's Ezekiel. This is lower chariot, encompassing 4 sides. Upper chariot, mystery of 4 sides, extends a light from 3 sides. 1. Embracing the legacy of father and mother, who had been 2 and joined as 1 and 2, from 2 sides. A light emanates from the east. Lower chariot reveals one face toward that light, receiving it, illuminated by it. When that face shines because of that light, it is called Adonai. It is sovereign, master in its sovereignty because of its great light. That face, upon receiving that light, is fashioned as a palace for it, treasuring it away within, and because of it becomes Lord, Master, Sovereign. A light emanates from the south. Lower chariot reveals a face toward that light, receiving it, illuminated by it. When that face is illuminated by that light, it is called El. It rules over the world to bestow goodness upon it in love, to provide nourishment for all, to each and every one, fittingly. A light emanates from the north. Lower chariot reveals a face toward that light, receiving it, illuminated by it. When that face is illuminated by it, it is called Elohim. It is sovereign, master, judging the entire world with justice and providing justice to all in need, conducting everything justly. Up to this point, upper face and lower face are in the mystery of 3 joined, contained in one another. With one face remaining from the lower chariot, everyone inquires after her. O Fan, wheel, where is that remaining pan? Face. The verse responds, saying, where is it on earth, Ezekiel, so that those below will not be neglected, even momentarily. That face, when 3 others all coalesce, takes from them all, embraced by them all. It alone is comprised within them all, caring beneficially for the whole world. This face offers continual praise, stimulating continual arousal toward transcendent ones above her. Those lofty ones above her arouse higher ones above. Those sublime ones above stimulate upward, tying this one with that one, endlessly. When the arousal of those faces is aroused with those supernal kisses, they cleave to supernal mystery, consummating and nourishing all worlds, all rejoicing, as is said, oh, let him kiss me with his mouth's kisses uttered by Elijah. It is written, Adam knew, oh, let him kiss me with his Eve his wife, and she mouth's kisses, song of songs conceived and bore Cain, saying, I have created a man along with Jehovah. Adam, primal Adam, a pattern of subtle, sublime engravings. Knew what he did not know about her before he knew how to be face to face. As soon as face looked upon face in sexual union, then it was written, knew. He knew how to saturate her, to sow seed within her to produce offspring. This was all for the good, in the arousal of providence below. When the serpent copulated with Eve, injecting slime into her, Cain emerged from that filth. If you say, how could he have emerged from there, since it is written, Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain? This implies that he had come from Adam and not from the other side, but you had said that the serpent injected slime into her, from which Cain emerged. In truth, that serpent actually did deposit filth in her. That demonic spirit, coming from the scum that was absorbed in her, rattled about in her belly, lacking a body to contain it, to go forth into the world. Once Adam, aroused by that slime, approached and united with his wife, he fashioned a body for that demonic spirit that had been in her belly, blending with it. It issued out into the world with an appearance a distortion of his mother's from above and below. Eve balked at this one, saying, I have created a man it, Jehovahim, along with Jehovah. Consequently, all of Cain's actions came from that wicked other side. When he brought his offering, it came from that side, as is written, it happened Miketz Yomim, at the end of days, and it is not written it happened Miketz Yomen, at the end of the right. Daniel. She bore as well his brother, Abel. Actually, that demonic spirit was energized and made mighty through Cain's deed. Abel's power and potency were shattered, he was nothing in comparison. Up to this point, everything was under the dominion of the side of filth. When he approached her later and Seth, was born, the world became stabilized and fragrant with the righteous and saintly ones who came into the world afterward. Shin Tav, Seth, consummation of the alphabet. Even though it was sweetened, foul crookedness did not cease from the world, though it was subjugated by the side of faith, because of the consummation of the letters. Up to this point, The world had been created with the letters of the Torah, but the letters were not fulfilled until Seth was born. Once Seth was born, all workmanship was fulfilled by mystery of the letters. Then, the world was perfumed, its design perfected. From here on, the world began to conform to straight paths. It commenced initiation with the letters initially forsaken. Adam, begun with Aleph, concluded with Mem. Afterward, once the alphabet was completed with Shet, Seth, the letters returned. Enosh, Aleph as before. Nun, which succeeds Mem, abandoned after Adam. Shin, beginning of the letters of Shin Tav, taking letters from this one and that one. Vov, image of Adam, demonstrating that the generations that followed the straight path in the world, fittingly, descended from Seth. Everything was composed with the mystery of letters. 32 sets of the alphabet advanced until Israel stood at Mount Sinai. When Israel stood at Mount Sinai, the letters were gathered in, completed with the inversion of the alphabet. The Torah emerged comprising 32 paths of the mystery of supernal wisdom. The alphabet was inscribed within 12 boundaries, 12 tribes, excluding 2 that vanished from among them at Tet, totally unseen among them until they first came into the land and execration pervaded them with Achan's sin. Then, these 2 letters that had vanished from their midst returned, proclaiming and announcing Israel Atta, has sinned Joshua. These letters did not disappear from among them, even though they were in the Holy Land, through every generation until Solomon arrived, built the temple, and worlds were established, above and below, in a single image. Then, all letters were put straight. These 2 letters inscribed among them were reversed and made reputable, returning as Tetit, as is written, Judah and Israel dwelt Laveta, securely kings. There was peace among all the letters, no contention at all. All the letters of the alphabet were perfected, above and below. Elevated letters perfected above, tenuous letters perfected below. Cherubim spread their wings upward from below, and letters flew up from below, and the letters from above, below. These entered those, and those were embraced in these, with kisses of love. When letters joined, all the lower rungs and upper rungs, all the worlds united as one, these kissed those with kisses of love, until they were all one, and the blessed Holy One was one, with no separation at all. All kisses of love exist only to be one entity, enfolding this one within that one, with no separation. These kisses subsist within all, causing all to be one, in one assemblage, letters within letters, worlds within worlds, rungs within rungs, wife within her husband, all becoming one. Pihu, his mouth, why Pihu, his mouth, it should be Piv, his mouth, well, this enfolds the 2 of them as one. Pihu demonstrates that she is ready, like a woman preparing her mouth to receive kisses from her husband. Thus, her mouth's readiness is seen in Pihu. This deserves consideration. You might suggest that these kisses are transcendent, exalted up to Ein Sof, because scripture formulates it in a hidden way with "Oh, let him kiss me his mouth," returning afterward to the revealed form, your caresses. But it is not so. Kisses are not suspended up there, but rather between wife and her husband. It is simply that before they had approached each other it was said in a hidden manner. After converging, kissing one another in loving embrace, she says your caresses in a revealed way. It is not written his caresses, for they are intertwined as one in love, in unison, with no separation at all. Since your caresses are tovim, better than wine. Tov, good, comes solely from the side of primal light, as is written, God saw the light, that it was good. Now that you are perfected, right blended into the left, your caresses are sweeter miyain, from wine. This is wine of Torah, delight of the left. Good from the side of the left. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, saying, what true delight I have gained from all these sublime words. Elijah said to him, Rabbi, open your mouth, since, as I have said, your words are written above, whereas mine, only below. Happy are you righteous ones before the Ancient of Days, in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Oh, let him kiss me with his mouth's kisses. Oral Torah said this to written Torah, for she pursues those kisses from written Torah, pursuing his sweetness, uniting with one another through those kisses. When she is in the midst of her maidens' dispute regarding her adornment, all of them striving to be ornaments for written Torah, she joins and is embraced by written Torah in bliss in a single bond, and he kisses her amorously. Then, invigorated by him, she says to him with affection, "How much more precious are your caresses than your wine. Your love has seized me, intoxicating me with the wine of love, securing me to you." Oral Torah receives magnificent adornment from her maidens, uniting with written Torah. Mishnah: crown of the head, mystery of the fitting adornment. Barata: mystery of embellishment of thighs and feet. Body: maidens approach with the fitting array, coming close to decorate her. One says, mutar, permissible, and one says, asur, forbidden. This is ornamenting the bride, as they adorn her. One says, this jewel goes like so, and the other responds, no, not like that. Surely, regarding the adornment for the headdress is asur, tied, and the headdress is fastened like this. And the other one says, the headdress is mutar, loosened, on this side, and asur, tied, and fastened on this side. This golden brooch on the body's garment, it is pasul, unfit, to have this ornament there. This one says, it is kasher, fit, and appropriate to display this one together with that one, all enhancement and adornment of the bride. In any event, as long as they beautify, flinging disputes about ornaments, she is enhanced in power, beauty, color, and refinement by them, sitting gloriously among them, feeling beautified by more than 100-fold. After she has been adorned by them, they all take hold of her by her ornaments and beautiful embellishments, bringing her to the king. Written Torah. When Matronita sits with the king, refined in her beauty, and the king sees her exquisitely adorned, that ornament proclaims that the king should kiss her, for that is the cleaving of love, being enfolded in one another. Who initiates those kisses and that love? Those maidens who adorned her. When she and the king wish to bestow goodness upon the maidens, gifts for them all, they are given to them all at once. Even though they have contended with one another about the ornaments, the king and Matronita bestow gifts and presents with goodwill and affection, endowing them with an inheritance of 1,000 worlds of longing for the world that is coming. All the more so for those who know mysteries of wisdom, adorning embellishments, for there is no measure of their inherited legacy. Of them is written, so I may endow my lovers with substance, and fill their storehouses. Oh, let him kiss me from the kisses of his mouth. 7 words corresponding to 7 polished rungs above her. Corresponding to them are 7 maidens chosen for her, Esther, adorning her, to bring her to the king. Yeshakeni, oh, let him kiss me, corresponds to life of the worlds. Mineshikat, from the kisses of acts of love for David. Pihu, his mouth, old man Israel. Kitovim, for sweeter primal light. Dodeka, your caresses, beloved one from the womb. Miyain, than wine, transcendent wine, constantly guarded. 7 maidens chosen for her from the king's palace: Esther, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, Sidchiel, Raziel, Yophiel. How many thousands and myriads of legions accompany them, as is written, maidens without number. Song of Songs, 3 verses here, all with numerical secrets. First, Song of Songs, mystery of the chariot, as was said. Second, oh, let him kiss me, mystery of 7 words in 7 rungs, as was said. Third, as for scent, your precious oils are fragrant. Song of Songs, mystery of 10 words, 10 utterances. This is the mystery of this praise, integrated in a single primordial entity. Praise of Sabbath is established upon this mystery, excluding the last 12 words, part of a different praise. Here in Song of Songs, nard and saffron, cane and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes. Song of Songs, 7 kisses on 7 rungs. This verse of kisses has 7 in number, from each rung, 1 kiss. Similarly with Jacob's kisses, 7 words comprised of his kisses, as is written, Jacob kissed Rachel, lifted his voice, and wept. Tears of loving joy correspond to the word dayain, from wine, love from joy, demonstrating that those kisses partake of the mystery of 7. Since she is Bathsheba, daughter of 7, all of her words are 7. Of this is written, Sova, fullness of joy in your presence. Do not read Sova Semarit, fullness of joy, but rather Sheva Semarit, 7 joys. Of all those kisses of love, there are none like those aroused here by assembly of Israel. Oh, let him kiss me Mineshikut, with some of the kisses of his mouth. Even though they are 7 kisses, as has been said, only 3 kisses are manifest here. 3 kisses seen in scripture Yeshakeni, oh, let him kiss me 1 Mineshikut, with the kisses 2, yielding 3. What she asks for now is for some of those kisses. When she says mine shikut, with some of the kisses, it means 1 kiss, since it is written Mineshikut, with some of the kisses, and not simply Neshikut, kisses, since kisses implies 2. With some of those kisses signifies merely 1. This is necessary. One who beseeches need not ask for much, only a little, because once he has begun, one who takes can take freely. One asks for little from the Blessed Holy One and he gives abundantly. Abraham asked for little and the Blessed Holy One gave him abundantly. He asked for 1 son, and what is written, I will make your seed like the sand of the sea, for this is the way of the Blessed Holy One. Thus it says with some of the kisses, rather than kisses. Oh, let him kiss me, fusion of love, spirit with spirit. 4 spirits join and are made one. One gives his spirit to his fellow and takes the spirit of his fellow who has cleaved to him. Thus, his spirit and his friend's spirit are 2 similarly with his friend, yielding 4 spirits, united as one in those kisses. Mineshikut, from the kisses, from those lofty kisses, kissed before. For joyous love comes only from kisses fusing upper spirit with lower. Pihu, his mouth, it is not written piv, his mouth. What is the significance of Pihu? Surely, it is an invitation to the world that is coming, the king who possesses peace entirely. Thus the supplemental he, added because all love of the lower world is only for the sake of cleaving with the upper world, the world that is coming. This is why all praises arouse lower world toward upper world. For they are sweeter song kindling and gleaming of supernal lamps. All luminaries are arrayed, kindling and illuminating, fittingly. Your caresses, those lamps, those beloved above, all shine and sparkle in their gleam, fittingly. From wine, from the joy of fine, supernal wine that illuminates faces, giving joy to the heart, worlds rejoicing in their portion, in that delight. Israel takes its portion, rejoicing in the delight of fine wine, luminous, pure, tranquil, sitting upon its lees. All other nations take only from those dregs beneath the wine. Therefore, the Blessed Holy One bids them to prepare a feast of dregs, for those lees are slag, apportioned entirely for the other nations. Consequently, Israel rejoices in that preserved wine that emerged from the world that is coming, preserved within its grapes. We have learned one who sees grapes in a dream, if white, it is a good omen for him; if black, he should offer supplication, as he is undoubtedly being arraigned. What is the explanation? Those white grapes are the grapes that preserve supernal wine, their whiteness signifying mercy. Red grapes side of judgment, the color red. If he eats them, he is worthy of the world that is coming. Why, he has passed over the judgment and he can destroy it. He has a portion in the fine wine of the world that is coming. If he drinks white wine, it is a good sign for him, signifying joy. Red judgment rests upon him. When Jacob approached his father Isaac, he gave him of that fine wine, preserved from the world that is coming, for there is joy and love only when aroused from fine wine. Therefore Isaac, from the side of hard judgment, needed to be gladdened with fine wine that comes from afar. This is as is written, he brought him wine from a distance, from a lofty place. He drew from that joy upon him, to gladden him. Then, anger was sweetened and hard judgment enfolded within mercy, all as it should be. As a result, those Dodim, loved ones, sublime lovers, holy lamps, shine only because of that wine. Who is that engraved name, expressed in 70 letters? For those holy lamps constitute the ineffable name of 70 names. This is the mystery of those grapes that preserve sublime wine, comprising those 70. Therefore, joy and desire that are in those kisses arouse love from transcendent wine. Lamps shine and sparkle from that wine, as is written, Kitovim dodekamiyain, your lovers are sweet from wine. Rabbi Shimon said, I have contemplated this for fragrance, your oils are verse, concealed in a sweet sublime mystery. Fragrance, one fragrance and another fragrance, indeed, numerous fragrances. Aroma wafting upward from below, like fragrance of a sacrifice. This aroma ascends, clustering clusters in one another, concatenating in one another, until all is fashioned as one nexus. Its light one fragrance. Another fragrance, King Messiah. He is called aroma, as is written, his sense of smell with the fear of Jehovah. He is called fragrance, tied to the mystery of the scent of sacrifice, mystery of a fire offering, a fragrance pleasing to Jehovah. Ish, a fire offering, outside the cluster, nourishment and illumination of fiery forces and legions, constricted in the afternoon. Re, a fragrance within it, tied within, illuminous in the mystery of holy covenant. It is called King Messiah, for it is the fragrance from those heavenly spices, as is written, like the fragrance of spices. Nioe, pleasing illumination of all supernal colors, beauty of Israel, magnificence of all. Neoa, balm, for supernal spirit resting upon it, illuminating it. For Jehovah, for the King of all. Everything is tied, one in another, illuminating one another, becoming one in the joy of all, in the mystery of sacrifices. If you wish, you could say that this fire, concentrated outside, is that very fire. For it comes from the fire that constricts innumerable forces and innumerable legions, blazing within each other innumerable species in innumerable sides, gathered in the mystery of sacrifices. They return and enter into that fire, since they are all shield-bearers, masters of judgment. When they return, it is like anger that emerged from the nostrils, returning then, there is comfort in that place. As those forces and legions flare, constrained in their place, so too do the supernal holy forces and legions, masters of comfort and desire, illuminate, and they return in their glow to bind within that He. Then they are all these in those, one in another, in one bond called fire, mystery of comfort, nourishment, and illumination of all sides. Fragrance point within the mystery of holy covenant. Why is it called fragrance? Because it is aroma of superb hidden spices, unrevealed. When they rest upon it, he smells them in it, actually like one who smells the fragrance of myrtle. It is fragrance of myrtle. This point is called fragrance wafting from myrtle. Nioe, pleasing the place where upper spirit rests, dwelling upon it, becoming the supernal chariot in the mystery of 72 names. Transcendent chariot, one not entire. For Jehovah, all becoming one light. Therefore it is called fragrance pleasing. Fragrance always ascends from another rung, below, while this is fragrance from above. For fragrance, song of songs, transcendent point, abiding in concealment, from that most hidden of all concealments, not known at all. This point aroma from that most hidden concealment. On account of that fragrance, all those oils and spices are all illuminated. They are called Tovim, good ones, song of songs, because this one sustains them, all becoming one, not illuminating as one. If this were not so, they would not be called good ones, for this heavenly fragrance enters hiddenness through a deep river, filling it, fittingly. Then all rungs are called good ones. What are Tovim, good ones' lights? Rav Hamnuna Sava said thus: these are the days called Tovim, good ones. They are tefillin of the head, tefillin donned by the blessed Holy One. Hence they are called good ones, illuminous upon the head of the exalted Holy One. Yomim Tovim, festivals, are always tefillin of the head worn by the blessed Holy One. Mundane days of the festival, not called Yomim Tovim, tefillin of the arm, for the moon has nothing beyond the light of Yomim Tovim. Tefillin of the arm, tefillin of the hand, illuminated solely by light of tefillin of the head. Tefillin of the head, Yomim Tovim. Tefillin of the hand, mundane days of the festival. Beautifully said, and this is so. Therefore, mundane days of the festival are like Yomim Tovim with regard to work, and the same joy is required. Hence, on these days tefillin of the Master of the Universe, it is forbidden to don other tefillin. For these days sublime tefillin rest upon the heads of holy Jews. Rabbi Elazar questioned his father, Rabbi Shimon, saying to him, granted, tefillin of the head rests upon the heads of the holy people on festival days. But, as to tefillin of the hand mundane days of the holiday, how shall we grasp it, since it is the dull hand it is forbidden to do work on that side. Inducing joy on the side of tefillin of the head is required. The holy people grasp tefillin, and it rests upon them during the festival days and the mundane days of the holiday. It is forbidden to remove the tefillin of the Master of the universe from one's head in order to put on other tefillin, for the people are paradigm and image below. This is like a king who wishes to protect his servant. He says to him, "Fashion an image of my seal. As long as that image is seen upon you, all will tremble and fear you." Later, out of the intense love that he has for him, he gives him a seal from his noble signet ring. If he seizes the supreme seal of the king in his hand, the image he had fashioned abandons him. If that servant casts off the noble seal of the king with the seal that he had fashioned, that servant certainly deserves death, having disgraced the king's seal, with no regard for him. Consequently, it is forbidden for the holy people to cast off the king's noble seal that rests upon them with that image that we enact during the festival and the mundane days of the holiday. All the more so on the Sabbath, when everything dwells upon us. Sabbath of Sabbath Eve tefillin of the hand. Sabbath day tefillin of the head. This is how the blessed Holy One arranges his love. On mundane days those tefillin fashion an image of the king's seal, protecting them on all sides. On the Sabbath and festival days and tefillin of the Master of the universe, actually they remove that image and don tefillin of the Master of the universe. Happy are the people who grasp the noble seal of the King. One who wears tefillin is required to rejoice, as is written, "You shall rejoice in your festival." One must rejoice with tefillin of the Master of the universe. This joy comes during festival days and mundane days of the holiday, with tefillin of the head and tefillin of the hand. On festival days it comes from that supreme fragrance. Your oils are sweet song of songs tefillin of the head. On mundane days of the festival poured oil is your name song of songs from tefillin of the hand, ascending, uniting in a concealed way with tefillin of the head. That is why the young women want you song of songs on the last day of the festival, when tefillin of the hand is complete, luminous in its perfection, distributing portions to all legions and forces above and all legions and forces below. Therefore, Alamot, the young women, want you legions and forces above, Olamot, world's legions and forces below. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, he smelled the fragrance of his garments and blessed him, saying, "See, the fragrance of my son is like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah." What did Isaac observe? For, despite Jacob's bringing him food and drink, he did not bless him until he smelled those garments. Here, one should take note, those garments were not Jacob's but, as scripture attests, the garments of Esau her elder son. Yet here is written, the fragrance of his garments. Were they his garments, it should have said the fragrance of the garments. What is meant by his garments? The explanation is that these garments actually were his garments, not those of Esau. Even though it is written the garments of Esau, he had acquired them through thievery. Similarly the well where Jacob sat, where Moses sat, possessed by others through embezzlement. When Jacob came, the well discerned its master waters rising toward him. The same happened with Moses. Likewise, Esau had purloined those garments. When Jacob donned them, those clothes were revealed to their master. From the moment that the blessed Holy One produced them, their aroma did not waft upward until this moment when Jacob wore them, garments restored to their paradigm. Jacob bore the image of Adam, truly, as well as his beauty. Once Adam's garments beheld Adam's image, fragrance exuded. 3 fragrances emitted here: 1, fragrance of his garments; 2, fragrance of my son; 3, fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah. All 3, ascending to Isaac when Jacob came before him. All inscribed in this verse: fragrance of his garments. Young women want you, fragrance of my son. The fragrance of your oils is good song of songs. Fragrance of a field poured oil is your name song of songs. All one weave, actually mystery of sacrifice that we have aroused on this matter, as has been taught. A fire offering. Young women want you, all one mystery. Fragrance, poured oil is your name. Pleasing, your oils are good song of songs, Ibad, all one. For Jehovah, for fragrance song of songs, Ibad. All one substance, one mystery, one cluster, as has been said. Moshkini, draw me after you, let us run, the king has brought me into his chambers. It is written, I will place Mishkani, my dwelling, in your midst, and I will not loathe you. The blessed Holy One placed Shekhinti, his Shekinah, in Israel's midst, crouching over them like a mother over her children, shielding them on all sides. Whenever Holy Mother rests upon them, the blessed Holy One comes to dwell with them, for the blessed Holy One does not abandon her, ever all supernal fondness is upon her. Therefore, he bestows her as Mashkana, a pledge, amid Israel, conveying that he will never forget or abandon them. Why, thanks to that pledge within them. She says, I have been a pledge in the lower realms, I will be a pledge to you, ascending before you. I and my children, we will run after you. Song of Songs. Draw me. Let us return to the weave of earlier words. Mystery of a fire offering, fragrance pleasing. At the moment that aspiration rises from below through mystery of sacrifice, she ascends, saying to her beloved, draw me, stretch out your right hand toward me, to receive me. Raise me to the left side of arousal. To the right, to embrace me. This is the significance of draw me, uttered by fire offering to fragrance, fragrance to pleasing, pleasing to for Yehovah. Thus, we will run after you. What is the meaning of Narasa? May we be favored, as is written Veneasi, it will be favorable, for him, atoning for him. This is as is written Vayurit Suhu, and they hurried him, from the pit. What is the meaning of Vayurit Suhu Dirtsu? They enticed him, with pleasing words, words of goodwill, for he was sorrowful as a consequence of that pit. Therefore, Narasa, may we be favored, with total acceptance, fittingly. Arika Narasa, following you, may we be favored. Song of Songs, first take the will, then take us. May all those young women be acceptable, as is written draw me. From here we learn that favor and blessings are found only where male and female are joined as one. For this reason, draw me toward you first, that I might receive favor from that place where all goodwill is found. Afterward, Arika Narasa, following you, may we be favored. If you don't draw me toward you, aspiration and upper will shall not rest upon you. For blessings do not inhere in womanless man. All this image I have awakened is in mystery of Aleph, where all those mysteries reside. A fire offering, fragrance pleasing to Yehovah, mystery of above and below, all mysteries of faith depend upon it. And so, it is ascendant in Eid, one all is Aleph. At the moment this letter bursts into the air, 1,100 worlds rise, coalescing within it. Other letters are inscribed, afterward engraved. Crowned with a crown, engraved, encompassing all worlds. One is Aleph, a fire offering, fragrance pleasing to Yehovah. A fire offering tip suspended below, mystery of all forces and legions, these and those. Fragrance mystery above that tip, unifying with the middle. Pleasing chariot spreading out in the middle, supernal spirit dwelling upon it. To Yehovah upper point, above the middle, sustaining all. One cluster, entirely. The one behind the middle says, draw me after you to bond with you, absorbing blessings from supernal point above you. When we are male and female as one, once you take blessing and favor, I and the tip suspended from me below, we will run after you. We yearn behind you to be one, perfectly, above and below, to be Aleph, each in its own total perfection. Rabbi Shimon wept as before, saying, oh, if the king has brought me into only it were in his chambers. Song of Songs, hands to reveal sublime secrets. What delight it is surely his will that secrets be revealed in this generation. It should be known words of connection are missing in this verse. Since it says draw me after you, what is the meaning of the king has brought me into his chambers? It should say bring me to your chambers, and then we will delight and rejoice in you. But upper and lower entities, all worlds depend on the mystery of letters. This is the link of words, a cluster of praise toward the light above her that she spoke to her husband, center of the Aleph, draw me with you, as has been said. Although she has said this, she longs to be praised before him. For even though she is below him, diminished compared to the middle of the Aleph, resting beneath him, she says this is negligible to me. Despite my status in relation to you, the king has brought me into his chambers. I am elevated and loved by the Supreme King, with no lowliness, for he has brought me into his chambers. Where is this place in he, the expansion above of the mystery of the supernal King? Who enters there? It is I. Accordingly, I am greatly praised, in glorious exaltation, though I am common next to you. I care only to be lying under you, with you ruling over me. Therefore, though I am lowly in relation to you, I and my legions, we will delight and rejoice in you. It is our delight and pleasure to be next to you, not set apart from you, for delight and pleasure are only in you. There is only delight and pleasure for a woman with her husband, mother, and father. The King has brought me into his chambers. I have received rapture and delight only in you. The King has brought me into his chambers, chambers of Garden of Eden. If you say, Garden of Eden, she herself is Garden of Eden, and she has said this actually, those chambers are the chambers from which Garden of Eden is nourished, and she is named after them. First chamber Yod He. Supernal chamber and hall, unseen, with no color at all, other than a fleeting hue from the measurement of spark of darkness. Afterward, it returns, ascending to Ein Sof in treasured away concealment. This first chamber, once its measure vanished, the hue of its coloring disappeared, secreted away, with no visible color. Then, on four sides glimpsed in concealment, covered in disclosure, four letters, Aoi. Why is it called so? Because it is poised to be revealed from within, fragrance above. Until it is filled to shine below, it is called Aoi, I will be. This sign, beginning of Moses' prophecy, until here, moon had not emerged from its sheath, to illuminate from sun. Since moon was in darkness until now, sun did not shine upon her, and the upper chamber was not revealed for illumination. For supernal fragrance vanishes into concealed of all concealments, not known at all. Thus, Aoi, I will be. Once it returns to its place, then it is established, actually illuminating all. Then, Asher Aoi, who I will be. Then, they are prepared to be filled from one slender path, entering in concealment. Even now, with these names, it is not revealed to kindle lamps. Subsequently a third Aoi, ready to be revealed, to spread out lights in every direction. This is Aoi, behold I am ready to be revealed. This is the third one, enhancement of the shofar, blasting voice. Once voice emerges with the force of beginning, for voice goes out with the force of the one blasting it. That initiation of voice is called Yehovah, with vocalization of Elohim. For the force of this beginning returns to its place, not revealed like other names. Afterward, when voice spreads out in expansion of tranquility, then it is called Yehovah, revealed name. Mystery of mysteries, for those who know supernal wisdom, few are those who know this name. Even though we have upheld the mystery of letters above, the vowels and cantillation signs are a tradition passed from Moses at Sinai to the wise of heart, mystery of in the heart of all who are wise-hearted I have set wisdom. For it is from the mystery of vowels and the undulations of the cantillation signs that they knew how to illuminate designs above. They knew the vowels conducting the letters. From their mystery they knew and were informed how to sustain that design in accordance with supernal mystery. For intention and aspiration are required for all those actions and supernal tracings above. From the mystery of vowels formations, they knew how to set aspiration and heart for each and every action. All those drawings of the dwelling were none other than the mystery of the tenuous letters, for there are large, supernal letters and small, tenuous letters. Small, tenuous letters, workmanship of the dwelling. Large, supernal letters, workmanship of the temple, the first temple. These were designed to be sanctified above only with the drawing of the mystery of vowels of tenuous letters, those from the left side. Vowels of supernal, large letters from the right side. These, like those, completely forgotten if not for those sages who came, having received light of wisdom from ancient ones, setting them upon the letters to send them on their journeys. Thus, craftsmanship of the dwelling and craftsmanship of the temple had perfect aspiration and intention in the design of their vowels. The movements of the cantillation signs were entirely fulfilled by Moses. Of this is written, they brought the dwelling to Moses, established perfectly through their mystery. Undulations of cantillation signs have movements within mystery below, conducting and sustaining the workmanship of dwelling, and undulations in mystery above, conducting and sustaining workmanship of the temple. King Solomon did not need the vowels and the signs, rather, they came secretly, whispering, traced in the engraved drawings of the temple, as is written in its being built, stone complete kings. In its being built, precisely built only of stone complete for its journey. Stone complete, not deficient with tenuous letters as in the case of the dwelling. The hammer, axe, any iron tool was not heard in the temple, while it was being built. Was not heard, truly the place induced silence. For this reason, the Torah scroll image of the temple does not bear the image of signs and vowels, all concealed within. This resembles the form of mystery of the first temple, where signs and vowels were hidden within. Stress, from exertion at the commencement of voice, returned to its place. Letters of that place vocalized Jehovah in the mystery of the name Elohim. Consequently, it is called by this name, revealing Elohim, living God. This is the meaning of its gathering and conveying vowels from below to above, above to below, then returning to its place. Afterward, spreading out in expansion of tranquility, vowels returned in the pattern of supernal mystery, all becoming one mystery, as is fitting. Letters and vowels in one pattern. There are vowels in the first three letters, but final he has no light of her own. Yod illuminated by the light of the vowel, in accord with the same pattern, precisely the same image, precisely he its illumination from a vowel in the same pattern, one mystery. Vav in the middle, according to its mystery, body and spirit becoming entirely like its form, fully illuminated, fittingly. Therefore, this name is the name of compassion. Letters and vowels in a singular pattern and mystery, a straight path. When letters and vowels are twisted away from each other, then this is not the path of compassion, but a state of upheaval. Mystery of it came into the midst of the Egyptian camp. The mystery of engraved letters of the Blessed Holy One can be seen in these three sides. When inverted, it is not on the path of compassion, its letters having been overturned, all the more so with letters of a different pattern. Final he has nothing of her own and so lacks her own vowel, unless she is made a messenger when they lend her a vowel, entering her, forming troops and force. As they lend her a vowel, entering into her, so too do they lend her letters of the exalted mystery, perfecting her through this mission. Second chamber, L chamber and vault of the right. It has an appearance that is concealed, then treasured away. When it emerges, it shines for a moment, then is treasured away. Why is it called so? Aleph, mystery of the first light, contained within two lights. Therefore, Aleph is one from there, beginning of illumination and expansion of the lights to every side. This is why it is first of all the letters, beginning of them all. Totality of three that are one. Three lights contained in Aleph, one arm on one side, one arm on another side. Vav in the middle, encompassing two arms. The measure of the middle is necessarily equal to the two arms, on the two sides. For it possesses them, it alone is between the two. Aleph, fire on this side, water on that side, spirit interposing in the middle. Partaking of both sides, all one. Further, Aleph spreads out pervasive principle in them all. Once integrated with the fullness of two sides by arousal from below, it arouses toward its female. Then, Aleph is transformed a different mystery. It acquires its female from below and they join together as one. Then, supreme point rests upon him, demonstrating that the upper light first point, in the mystery of upper Shekinah only dwells in a place where male and female are joined as one. Bereshit bara Elohimit, in the beginning, God created four Alephs. Male and female joining as one in four words. In each and every word an Aleph, signifying a male, in each and every word a letter, signifying a female. From the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava Bereshit, in the beginning Adam and his wife. Bara, created Abraham and his wife. Elohim, God Isaac and his wife. It Jacob and his wife. If you say, it is always female, Tav is female, Aleph is male fused together as one, then the female is seen in fullness, comprised in the mystery of all letters. Thus even though it is female, it is encompassed within the sphere of the male. This is why there are four couples here. For each there is Aleph male joined with female a different letter. Kiriath Arba, city of four, so called because of the four great ones, officials of the world, joined together there. Lamed tower that flew into the air, supreme king. Thus it is called El, upper and middle as one. Uppermost and beginning of providence, beginning of all letters as one. El Aleph takes on the assistance of that tower that flies into the air, soaring upon it with the name. 32 paths issue forth from the Torah mystery of 10 utterances and 22 letters of the Torah, all emerging from the mystery of supernal point. 10 utterances, all comprised within the mystery of Torah, supernal king, mystery of written Torah, world that is coming. 22 letters spread out and settle, illuminating from the beginning of primal light, in its mystery of unification. For there, letters are revealed, and from there, letters shine, ascending. Aleph, mystery of all letters in the mystery of one. Third chamber, Elohim, red radiance, glittering like gold. Radiance, sometimes eager and kind, sometimes darkened in gloom, not shimmering as before. Elohim, mystery of arousal toward the female on that side. This name within the mystery of mysteries, for those who know wisdom. For this name is male, arousing toward the female everything aroused with this name. Without arousal from this name, righteous one would not be aroused. Even though it is entirely judgment, and righteous one is from the right side, nonetheless his arousal comes only from the left side. Adam abandoned this side, aroused by gold snare emerging from its filthy dross. Elohim Aleph, male lamed, he, Yod, mem, arousal of righteous one. This is Milah, circumcision, with Periah, uncovering, without the side of foreskin at all. This is the case when this name is uttered beneficially, as with Elohim remembered his covenant, where covenant is aroused. Likewise, with the mystery Elohim will surely take account. On the other side, Torah attests to its judgment, foreskin exudes there. Sometimes the female inherits this name to judge the world with that mystery of foreskin. When this Elohim is strengthened above and foreskin is hardened, Periah is lacking. Thus, it is beneficial when in a state of Periah, for this is the uncovering of foreskin, its elimination, and revelation mystery of Holy Covenant. All in the mystery of Elohim, color transmuting into numerous hues, sometimes like this, sometimes like that mystery of Elohim. Elohim, 3 names. 1 Elohim, living God, which is everlasting King. Elohim, fear of Isaac, last Elohim. From there, they spread out. Gaze of Elohim, fear of Isaac, half of it to the first sea, half of it to the last sea. To the last sea precisely, for it is called by this name. Since he receives from above, he has permission to encompass the right within himself. When he absorbs the right within, then she is joyous, he bonds with lower sea, under her head, as is written, his left hand beneath my head. Then he is called Elohim, for he has gone to the last sea. This is the chamber of the exalted king. Fourth chamber, image of old man Jacob. In the mystery of YHV, having received the inheritance of father and mother, he grows in their midst, setting out before them. The universal practice of modesty can be seen here, following the pattern of the ordering of the letters of the master of all, the protocol of their ordering Yehovah. It is always customary for a man to put his wife before him, gazing upon her, removing any suspicion or jealousy from her, not casting an eye on another woman. Yod male, he female. Yod he female before male, so that he can gaze upon her constantly. Son goes before his mother, shielding her from ogling, for her honor and the honor of his father. The sign for this a fruitful son is Joseph, as is written, and last, Joseph and Rachel came forward, Joseph in front of his mother. Jacob took his wife, placing her before himself to watch over her, not any other, as is written, the eyes of Yehovah your God are perpetually upon her. Not leaving his eyes for a moment. This is the order of the holy letters, this shall be the order above and below. These letters inscribed with the form of their inscriptions when they issued out with force and power of shofar. Once they went forth with shofar's force and power constricted, fashioning a sound comprising fire, spirit, and water. Letters materialized, inscribed with their faces each and every one, fittingly, settling into their stations. Letters, concealed within shofar, with no visible trace at all. Once they issued forth, they all materialized, inscribed with their images each and every one, fittingly, as seen in the mystery of vowels. His chambers, song of songs, hidden chambers, has brought me into the midst of those letters, in a nexus, in one fellowship. Why all this? We will delight and rejoice in you, so that we can delight in you. Uttered by Elijah, draw me after you, let us run. It is written, God created the human in his image, in the image of God he created him. When the blessed Holy One created the human, as the companions said, happy are those who were created with two faces, with supernal large letters and small lower letters. Supernal large letters in the correct order toward the male. Small lower letters in reverse order toward the female. Supernal large letters, in correct order, toward the male, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet. Likewise for them all, fittingly letters proceeding in a straight path toward the male. Small lower letters were inverted, in reverse order within the female, Tav, Shin, Resh, Kof. Likewise for them all, fittingly. She is behind, not of the tefillin, called back. This is as is written, back and front you formed me. Back in relation to the female, front in relation to the male, as is written, you will see my back, female who was behind. When the female was ornamented, supernal king ornamenting her to settle letters in their places, fittingly he brought them into their holes to be perfected, and the letters were perfected. Each female letter called to each male letter, and each and every letter, male and female, was perfected. Each letter called, saying, draw me after you, let us run. When they were perfected for bonding, they were perfected in the mystery of Aleph, Tav, Bet, Shin, settling in, face to face. When female longs to be seen by him, she declares that she has been ornamented at the behest of mother, all letters perfected. Thus the king has brought me to his chambers. The king has brought me to his chambers to be perfected and ornamented, fittingly. All of this because of we will delight and rejoice back, in you 22 letters, supernal inscriptions. Back, in you mystery of you swore to them back, by yourself. Let us recount your caresses, song of songs, when we join as one in our delight, let us give a portion to each and every one, from our delight let us saturate them, as is written, may he recount all your offerings. From wine, song of songs, from our joy, from the side of that wine that brings joy to all. Upright ones love you. Misharim, upright ones are the letters that remain. Which ones? Mem, Nun, Sadi, Pe, Kaf. Among all the letters, none are called upright ones other than these. These are doubled, these rectified by those. Mem with final mem. Nun with final nun. Sadi with final sadi. Pe with final pe. Kaf with final kaf. These are upright ones, these with those, this one with that one. 22 letters, comprising back, in you. Those remaining ones, upright ones, love you, fused with you, among those 22 letters. Those upright ones, hidden letters concealed within the supernal world. When primal light was concealed, these letters were concealed, but Adam knew them. After Adam sinned, they were concealed as before until Abraham came and apprehended them through Holy Spirit that rested upon him. Later, he bequeathed them to Isaac, as is written, Abraham gave all he had to Isaac. Isaac bequeathed them to Jacob. Jacob bequeathed them to Joseph. When Joseph died and the children of Israel were in exile, letters were concealed, vanished as before, until Israel stood on Mount Sinai. The Torah was given to Israel, letters were revealed, and Israel knew them in their pristineness, in the mystery of engraved names. Until they sinned. Once they sinned, it was written, the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments. But Moses, Joshua, and those elders knew them, entering the land with them. Once the temple was built and this song was revealed, these letters were engraved within the 22 letters mystery of back, in you upright ones love you. It is written, it was you who established upright ones, and your palate is like fine wine flowing to my beloved, to upright ones all in the mystery of these letters, those that are called upright ones. These letters, crowns concealed within the world that is coming. All of them, cascading in thought, engraved in the mystery of holy names. Male engraved in female, in accord as one. There is no accord among all the letters, these with those, this one with that one without them. Another explanation, upright ones Yod, he their love toward Vov, in complete harmony, with unified desire toward Vov. Therefore draw me song of songs toward you, to be with you. Holy, supernal letters Yod, he, Vov joining them, yielding holy name Yod, he, Vov, while below him, having nothing of her own, her desire is to ascend toward him to bond with him. But she does not ascend without permission. She says, draw me to be with you, in a single union. The king has brought me to his chambers beautifying me with all kinds of adornments, sublime beauty, so I can be with you. Thus let us delight and rejoice in you I and all my adornments, when I am with you in a single bond. Let us recount your caresses as has been said, let us saturate everyone, providing joy from that wine that gives joy to all. Let us not cease from bringing them joy, since upright ones love you, never ceasing to give you since they love you giving to you, spilling into you, illuminating you. Rabbi Shimon said, if it pleases my master, behold it is written it was you who established upright ones. If they are Yod, he, who can enhance them other than ancient of all ancients, utterly recondite the one who is completely unknown, concealed, and hidden cannot be called you, yet it was you who established upright ones he replied, it has been taught that letters have no image as they concretize, until they emerge. Once they have issued forth, materializing, they are embellished, and the blessed Holy One can be addressed by these letters. Consequently, it was you who established upright ones. Once they reach the place that is called you, then they are perfected as upright ones. Therefore, her desire is to join with those letters, all becoming a complete name. Until her sides have been perfected, she does not join with the other letters, all becoming the consummate name. Thus in her beautiful embellishments she says, draw me after you, let us run she and her sides. Draw me after you, let us run we will delight and rejoice she and her sides, for she is perfected in the beauty of her adornments, joining, becoming the consummate name, in a single bond. When she ascends, then it is perfected name mystery of the name Yehovah Elohim. If you say, behold, when she ascends, uniting, the name is complete Yehovah there is nothing more where is the mystery of the name Elohim the answer is that once the name has been consummated, it encompasses upper and lower upper in the name Yehovah, lower in the name Elohim totally complete. It is written King Solomon Barak, blessed kings. Why is he called thus King Solomon king who possesses peace entirely? Sometimes it is written simply Harmelik, the king, and not Harmelik Shalomo, King Solomon. The explanation is, however, king by itself denotes house of David, while King Solomon signifies the king who possesses peace. Barak because from then on, flow of blessings never ceasing, above and below. Barak all blessings flow from there, blessing all worlds. All letters entirely illuminated, in one bond unified perfection. Then, final letter of the holy name inherits this name, so that she too can be blessed, as is written Barak Yehovah Elohir David Avi, blessed be Yehovah, God my father David kings. When it is called Barak, then it is all one name, complete, fittingly all worlds blessed in fount of life. This name, above and below sometimes above, sometimes below. Happy are you, holy nation, who have holy, supernal mysteries revealed to you in the joining of the letters of the holy name, Vov descends, drawing he upward from below becoming a single bond. Subsequently, letters of the alphabet descend and ascend. Aleph descends toward Tav, drawing her toward him, joining these within those. Bet ascends toward Shin, from below, upward drawn from below crowned by her husband. Aleph is mystery of the letter Vov, who longs to raise the bride with songs that she aroused from below, when she was adorned. He extends a hand to her, drawing her upward toward him letters rejoicing, one with the other. At the moment that she says to him draw me song of songs, Aleph namely Vov descends toward Tav to draw her toward him. At the moment that she says let us run, Bet ascends, running after Shin, namely Vov. Then she enters into the chambers of the king namely 3 points and into chambers and Exidra within chambers. Letter Shin 3 points and Exidra within. At the moment that she says let us rejoice and delight in you, Chimel comes to cleave to Resh then there is delight and desire within the 22 letters, completed by the letter Gimel. Letter Resh uncovers herself before him, to receive from him, with no shame at all. He cleaves to her, pouring into her with desire. At the moment that she says let us recount your caresses, from wine, she recalls how foreskin came into the midst of the camps confounding her delight to take a portion of delight of holiness. When she sees him, impurity clutching at the edges of the temple, she constricts herself, giving him a squeezed out ooze concealed like that which flows from a rock. Then Dele gives to Kof. Kof swells with delight, grabbing a portion in the temple. Since it is incumbent upon the holy bride to provide to that impure one, she makes herself Dele, lowly, like one who takes little for herself, a pauper as required. The sign for this is Jacob said to his sons, why display yourselves as sated and wealthy sinners of the earth are before you display yourselves as poor and hungry likewise, she displays herself as joyous. When the evil one sees Dele, Kof serpent swelling, extending his tail, strengthened by the joy of suckling from the temple is poised to confound delight wherever he sees it. Therefore, wherever there is delight, one must increase one's powers to prevent incrimination. Similarly, wherever there is mourning, one should augment one's forces, because he will be found there he will be unable to prosecute and his legions will be smashed. At the moment that she says upright ones, invoking one letter from among those upright ones, a strong letter surges forth, tail extended 50 cubits below. Like that place where Haman was hung Sadie. When the serpent raises its eyes, seeing the hanging that is looming, he forsakes the temple, fleeing. Bride comes forth, toward him, departing from Dele, entering he. She approaches him and delight is perfected from all sides, with no foreign opposition, with no admixture. Here one must look closely. When she says draw me, he is Aleph and she is Tav. When she says after you, let us run, she is Bet and he is Shin. When she says let us delight and rejoice in you, he is Gimel and she is Resh. When the serpent comes, when she says let us recount your caresses, better than wine, she is Dele and the accuser is Kof. Why are all these letters exchanged from one place to another? He substituted by various letters, and she substituted by various letters. The explanation is that when she says draw me, no letter draws her other than this letter illuminating from the side of primal light, mystery of the right. For the right is always drawing near, strengthening her to draw her upward. Thus, he is Aleph and she is Tav, for she is adorned by all sides to ascend upward, praising and glorifying to arouse above. At the moment that she says after you, we will run, she lifts up all her internal legions constituting a body toward herself. She is a house, receiving her troops, ushering them in before the king, as is written maidens behind her, her companions, are brought to you. Consequently, she is Bet and he is crowned. He opens palaces chambers of the king to receive her, bringing her toward him. At the moment that she says let us delight and rejoice in you, behold, delight of righteous one, poised to bring her delight. Thus, he is Gimel and she is Resh. Adorned alone, she is naked before him, deriving delight. For that place is like a wife disrobed for sexual intimacy with her husband. At the moment that she says let us recount your caresses, better than wine, the accuser draws near. When she sees him, she fashions herself as a pauper in mystery of Dele so that the temple will not be rendered impure. The accuser extends his tail gleefully, receiving delicacies of joy. Of this Kof. Until she utters upright ones, revealing Sadie, the accuser flees. She approaches, crossing over from letter Dele, entering letter He. Then, upright ones are revealed he, final Sadie these are upright ones Vov, final Pay these are upright ones. This is why letters are exchanged from place to place, rung to rung, all in the mystery of letters of Torah. Happy is the holy nation, those who cleave to transcendent King, everything perfected on their behalf. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. Elijah said to him, Rabbi, open your mouth and your words will shine before the Ancient of Days. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, if it pleases the Master, may I ask one question of him? He said to him, Rabbi, a cluster of potency, in luminous engravings, how shall this be understood? He replied, This is as is written, draw me after you, let us run where the authority of the supernal king proceeds, there go all, and they are all drawn after him. Now, Rabbi, speak your words, and prepare your weapons. He opened, saying, draw me after you, let us run, the king has brought me into his chambers. It is written, a psalm of David, when he was in the desert of Judah. The blessed Holy One favored King David more than all other kings of the world, as has been said, but I chose David to rule my people Israel kings. What is the reason? From the day that David followed sheep in the desert, he gazed upon the craftsmanship of the blessed Holy One, extolling, when I behold your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and stars that you set in place. What is the explanation? At night, everyone in the world lies asleep in their beds, and he would sit in the desert, gazing at the heavens, moon, stars, constellations, all heavenly works. He would say, when I behold your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and stars that you set in place, and it is written, Jehovah our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. Always fearfully reverent, he would praise and laud the blessed Holy One. Later, he fled from his father-in-law, but through all troubles that befell him he would glorify and pray before the blessed Holy One. And now, when he was in the desert of Judah, with King Saul pursuing him, he sang, as is written, a psalm of David. Similarly, with Absalom, it is written, a psalm of David, when he fled from his son Absalom he uttered poetry, and here he sings when he was in the desert of Judah, when they were pursuing him. What did he proclaim? Elohim Eliata, God, you are my God, I will search for you. My soul thirsts for you, my flesh yearns for you. Elohim Eliata, three names. Elohim, God, his rung, crown of sovereignty. Eli, my God, top of the crown, resting upon him. He is the single pillar upon which the whole world stands, as is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world. Atta, you supernal right, as is written, you are a priest forever. Three rungs here. Elohim Eliata, God, my God, you. I will search for you, and I will seek you every day, constantly. My soul thirsts for you like one thirsty to drink, so is my soul thirsting for you, my flesh longing for you, for soul and body to cleave to you. In a parched and weary land with no water. What is the meaning of no water? Where there is no light of Torah, a luminosity of transcendent light. So, in the sanctuary I will behold you. What is the explanation? So, in the sanctuary I will behold you, even though I am in this wilderness, a place such as this, I see you, to cleave to you, and I pine after you, to see your strength and glory. This is as is written, draw me after you, let us run, song of songs, when you draw me after you, all long to be with you. The king has brought me to his chambers, chambers of the Garden of Eden. We have learned that when the blessed Holy One created Adam, he took dust from the temple he was created from there. He blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and then cleared an opening to the Garden of Eden, ushering him into 70 chambers, holy palaces. He fashioned 10 canopies like those canopies the blessed Holy One is destined to construct for the righteous in the Garden of Eden. Noble angels danced before him, and he rejoiced there. And there, the blessed Holy One caused all those spirits and souls to pass before him, those that were poised and destined to issue forth from him, to enter into humans. When King David's turn came, he saw that he had no lifespan at all. He said before him, Master of the universe, who is this one who, I perceive, has no lifespan? Ultimately, the blessed Holy One responded that it was King David. Once Adam understood this, he donated 70 of his own years. These are the 70 years of King David's life. Each and every limb, from among all his limbs, gave of itself to him. This deducted 70 years of the 1,000 years apportioned to primal Adam. It is written, draw me after you, let us run. Letters of the mystery of the holy name were engraved above and below. When those letters protruded, ascending toward other letters, all those holy camps traveled on their journeys, in shame and fear, bearing no arrogance toward eminent ones. From here all those people who are shameless have no portion in the world that is coming. All those brazen-faced among Israel, when they would gaze upon the letters of the holy name that were on the sitz, medallion, of the holy diadem of the high priest, became broken-hearted and examined their deeds. The sits existed miraculously, for whoever looked at it felt ashamed of his deeds. Letters of the mystery of the holy name Jehovah engraved upon the sits shone, protruding and sparkling. Whoever looked upon that gleaming saw letters protruding and would be crestfallen, terrified with fear of his master, his heart shattering before the blessed Holy One. Incense follows the same pattern. Whoever smelled the smoke, as a column rose from the smoke razor, became cleansed of heart, through refinement and illumination, bliss and fervor, to serve his master. Slime and filth from the evil impulse dissipated, then he had a single heart directed toward his Father in heaven. For incense pulverizes the evil impulse in all aspects. Actually, just as the sits existed miraculously, so did the incense, for nothing in the world breaks the other side besides incense. It has been established, as is written, Moses said to Aaron, "Take the fire pan and place fire upon it from the altar and put in incense." Shattering the other side occurs only with incense, for there is no delight and love before the blessed Holy One like incense. It is poised to eliminate sorcery and evil elements from the home. If the fragrance and incense smoke prepared by regular people for that purpose has the power to eliminate, all the more so incense in the temple. This matter is an established decree before the blessed Holy One. Whoever contemplates and reads Pitam HaKeteret, the preparation of the incense daily, is spared from all elements of sorcery in the world, from all mishaps, evil fantasies, harmful judgment, and from pestilence. He will not be harmed that entire day, for the other side is unable to wield power over him. But he must focus his intention upon it. Rabbi Shimon said, if people knew how exalted the Pitam HaKeteret was before the blessed Holy One, they would take every single word and elevate it as a crown upon their heads, like a crown of gold. Whoever devotes himself in the Pitam HaKeteret, concentrating upon it every day, has a share in this world and in the world that is coming. Pestilence will depart from him and the world, and he will be delivered from all judgments of this world, from evil aspects, the castigation of hell, and from the damnation of another kingdom. In that incense, as the smoke rose in a column, the priest would see letters of the mystery of the holy name spread out in the air, ascending upward in that column. Afterward, numerous holy chariots would surround it on all sides until it ascended, delighting whom it delights. With that incense, a noble mitkashir chishurin, links were forged, limbs descending, drawing upward from a lower rung. Then she says, "Draw me after you, let us run Song of Songs," because the Keteret, incense, mekashir chishurin, forges links, above and below. He opened, saying, "You shall make a mizbeh, altar, for burning incense." One should contemplate this verse, for there were two altars, an altar for burnt offerings and an altar for aromatic incense, one outside, one inside. The incense altar was inward. Why is it called mizbeh, a slaughter site, since no animals were sacrificed on it, and a mizbeh is named for that? The explanation is that it nullifies and binds many evil aspects. That other side was bound like a burnt offering, tied for slaughter. Here, too, the other side is bound, unable to rule nor to act as prosecutor. Therefore, it is called mizbeh, a slaughter site. When that other side saw the column of incense rising, he was subjugated, he fled and could not approach the dwelling at all. Consequently, everything was purified, no other mingling in that joy above beside the blessed Holy One, alone. The other side derived no pleasure from it, and he has no portion in it as he does with the other sacrifices and burnt offerings. For with other offerings, everyone has a portion and intimacy through the offering. With the incense, no one connects or gains intimacy other than the blessed Holy One, and all evil aspects flee. Limb binds with limb, this one with that one, each and every one, fittingly. Since it is so beloved, that altar could only stand in the most inward recess. For this is the altar where blessing is found, hence it is concealed from sight. This sign has been transmitted to us, that wherever Pitam HaKeteret is uttered with intention and heartfelt devotion, pestilence cannot rule and no one can be harmed. Neither other nations nor other rungs can approach. What is written of Jacob? He set his own herds apart. From here we learn that he purged refuse from the temple, setting his own portion apart, along with all of those chariots that were fit for the mystery of holy faith. and did not put them with Laban's flock, setting the portion of other nations apart so that they would not mingle with the holy faith. Connected flocks bound in a single nexus, unmingled with other nations, because they may never attach themselves to them. Incense follows the same pattern. For all the holy chariots of the mystery of faith were bound with that incense, and all supernal and lower limbs were tied together these with those. 4 holy chariots below approached, becoming bound these with those so that they could all be united, fittingly. All those camps of the other nations are scattered and separated from each other. Therefore, Israel is called a single nation Samuel, for they are united in a single bond. Therefore they are called Psanham Kusharo, connected flocks, in contrast to other nations. It is forbidden to burn incense in another place. One who is pursued by judgment needs this incense and must turn back to his master, for this helps to remove judgments from him. Thereby judgments surely withdraw from him, if he regularly recites this twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, as is written, and Aaron shall burn upon it aromatic incense morning after morning, and it is written, and when Aaron lights the lamps at twilight he shall burn it. This sustains the world perpetually, as is written, a perpetual incense before Jehovah throughout your generations. This sustains the world below and sustains the world above. Wherever the Pitam HaKetoret is not recited daily, judgments from above prevail, and many plagues and other nations gain dominion there. For it is written, a perpetual incense before Jehovah, enduring perpetually before Jehovah, surpassing all other rituals. Draw me song with letters of the holy name when 2 names join as one, becoming a full name, Jehovah Elohim. First name draws another name toward it. The reason it is written after you, let us run, and not I will run, is because of this name Elohim. How many chariots and how many courts are all encompassed within and joined to it, therefore, it is written after you, let us run. Multitudes contained within this name, and it is one name, entirely. Once first name draws another name, it is all one bond. Upper entities and lower entities all rungs bound, one with the other, becoming one nexus, one connection, one unity. The King has brought me into his chambers supreme, holy King. His chambers elevated chambers and chariots holy vaults primal chambers. First chamber light shining from the right side. Light shining from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Light encompassing all lights. 4-colored light engraved in 4 sides of the world, called El Gadol, Great God. Light that takes first foremost hall and chamber. This is the light united at the top mystery of Jehovah. Second chamber light of darkness, emerging from the side of first light. Red, darkening light called Elohim, on the left side to bond with the first light. 2 halls, bound and joined with one another. Lower light unites with them, and supernal King brings her into these holy halls. I and all of them, when we are bound as one in a single nexus, we will delight and rejoice back, in you. We will delight and rejoice in the 22 letters of the alphabet, called back, in you. This is as is written, you swore to them back, by yourself and Bikha, by you, will Israel bless. Aleph Bet, Gimel Dele, He Vov, Zin. It, Tet Yod, Kaf Lamed, Mem Nun, Samak Ayin, Pei Sadi, Kof Resh, Shin Tav called back. We will delight and rejoice back, in you. Back, in you, actually, for all letters partake of this holy covenant mystery of back, in you Aleph Bet. Gimel Dele, He Vov, Zin It, Tet Yod, Kaf Lamed, Mem Nun, Samak Ayin, Pei Sadi, Kof Resh, Shin Tav Aleph Shin Bet, Gimel Tav Dele, He Kof. Vov, Zin Reshit, Tet Pei Yod, Kaf Sadi Lamed, Mem Samak Nun Sofit, Ayin Zin Resh. Aiktariel Yoseva seated on a high and lofty throne, and all the troops of princes of lofty hosts. On his right life, on his left death. The throne stands upon 4 columns. The right column upon 4 blazing letter flames Bet, Shin, Aleph Dele, Tav, Gimel Vov, Kof, He. It, Resh, Zin Yod, Pei, Tet Lamed, Sadi, Kaf Nun, Samak, Mem Ayin, and concealment of the first of 4 columns supporting the throne, in the mystery of the alphabet. 12 for each and every column Zion, Resh Yod, He, Vav mystery. Establishing each of them on 12 supporting columns bearing the throne. Left column a different mystery. Mystery and concealment of the left column Tav, Aleph, Shin Resh, Bet, Kof Sadi, Chimel, Pei Ayin, Dele, Samak Nun, He, Mem Sofit Lamed, Vov, Kaf Sofit Kaf, Zion, Yod Tet, It, Yod He, Vov, Yod. The throne is established upon them in mystery and concealment of 12 supports. But, behold, there are only 9. The explanation is that 3 letters combine within a single permutation, on this side and that side, yielding 3 words. They ascend and descend, hidden in mystery of YHV, GLYPH of the engraved, holy name. YHV hidden away in the first column of the right. YVH hidden away in the left column, completing the throne in mystery of 22 letters of the alphabet. Covenant gathers them in, absorbing them within himself, in mystery of back, in you. Thus, we will delight and rejoice back, in you let us count your lovers, from wine of Torah. Your lovers deputies, surrounding the holy throne. Those great ones reign, acquiring judgment from wine. Of this is written I would give you spiced wine to drink 70 lovers. They are Michael, Gavriel, Raphael, Nuriel, Kejamiel, Machiel, Sidchiel, Paydale, Tumiel, Asdiel, Shoriel, Ramael, Yophiel, Saturiel, Gazriel, Lahamiel, Eskiel, Rahatiel, Kedashiel, Shavniel, Gadaziel, Umiel, Kadamiel, Akmiel, Ramael, Kadashiel, Arniel, Azriel, Puriel, Akmiel, Mavniel, Kaniel, Gadiel, Zertuk, Aphafiel, Ramiel, Songzani, Verdagasrai, Verdagavi, Rosaciel, Tajuri, Romiel, Danael, Sunyi, Tohariel, Azriel, Gadi, Shmiel, Enil, Shori, Kasizii, Iriel, Samkhiel, Marani, Kamani, Iriel, Tatruzi, Uniel, Zachariel, Valeriel, Datiel, Gadiel, Bariel, Arhaniel. These are the ones encircling the holy throne, called your lovers. They're shining and sparkling, from your lovers above. Shining and gleaming hidden, in transcendent concealment. Of them is written your lovers are sweet, from wine your lovers, all one assemblage lower ones from the midst of upper ones all luminous and shimmering from that preserved wine. Transcendent, mysterious ones called secret creatures, darting to and fro Ezekiel shining from a transcendent realm, world that is coming. Lower ones shine and sparkle from that mystery, concealed light for they are scintillating. All of them from wine from those 70 names, concealed lights. For those 70 that go around the holy throne below are all from those 70 inner lights. From wine from those lofty lights wine of Torah, and they are supernal lamps, illuminating faces and lamps. These are the 70 names of the blessed Holy One, in the mystery of the alphabet 22 letters. Among them, 10 lofty ones Aleph, Bet Gimel, Delehi, Vav Zion, It Tet, Yod and 12 others, transmuting into numerous colors, letters permutating. But they never change, for wine of Torah spreads out from here. It does not emerge from those letters but rather from their mystery, for all letters issued from a supernal hidden and concealed point mystery and entirety of Torah. Letters were not inscribed until they entered a secret palace. Letters emerged, liquid, then gelling. Then holy name is engraved in mystery of letters, in the midst of letters that created heaven and earth supernal, engraved name in mystery of 42 letters. Once the letters were established in their configurations and the world was stabilized, letters were arrayed in 72 names, called wine. 70 names of the blessed Holy One, constituting Yain, wine lamp of the west, when it rains, black am I, but beautiful songs standing together with of songs. Lamp of the east this one black, this one white how beautiful in that white light of a lamp 2 lights joined as one, lower one black, upper one white. This one ruling over that one, white over black. Nonetheless, how beautiful is she, with adornment from below numerous adornments abiding below her wick, lamp, and oil. She stands resplendent in sublime abundance, in that white light. Similarly, daughters of Jerusalem, adornments from below, abiding below her children. Dark like the tents of Kedar, one black, and one white. Black am I, but beautiful. It is written, train the youth, according to his way. Even when he is old, he will not swerve from it. When the Blessed Holy One created the human, he created him according to the transcendent image. His limbs and smooth members, all in sublime mystery. He lowered him to earth in the Garden of Eden, which the Blessed Holy One created on earth in a hidden place, treasured away in the image and pattern of the One above. This is as is written, Jehovah Elohim took the human and placed him in the Garden of Eden to till it and tend it. And placed him in the Garden of Eden unspecified, for it is all one mystery. You might say that in the upper Garden of Eden there are numerous boundaries, abundant fortifications, delimiting, entirely surrounding it with profuse, eminent camps and holy spirits, whereas here, in this earthly Garden of Eden, it is not bounded in this way. For if you were to say that since it is in the celestial image invested with numerous spirits and souls of the righteous, then before there were righteous ones in the world, this lower Garden of Eden did not abide in the highest image. In fact, it was in the preeminent form and image from the day the world was created, actually until the human was created. How many a boundary walls of angels surrounded it! It never lacked protection, since, in all those palaces, officers guarded it. Before spirits were assembled to come into this world, all spirits and souls destined to come into the world were already there even before the human was created. Until the day they came into this world, all spirits destined to come into the world were already there. Those spirits and souls, ascending and descending, departed heavenly Garden of Eden, alighting in lower Garden of Eden. They dressed there in garments, bodies of this world. They devoted themselves to Torah study, to know and contemplate the glory of their Master, through that garment. Each and every one is destined in this world. One who is handsomely and fittingly adorned in that garment, and is devoted appropriately, they raise him above, before the Holy King in this garment, simulacrum of the one of this world. He stands before him and the Blessed Holy One delights in him, as is written, he replied, as Jehovah lives, before whom I stood kings. I stood before I appeared in the world. In some instances, Holy Spirits don garments models of the bodies of this world, and the body ultimately abandons Holy Spirit, straying after an evil spirit. Then, Holy Spirit flies away from the midst of that garment, and that garment is drawn outside the Garden of Eden. For on every second day and fourth day an evil spirit, woman of whoredom, Hosea, goes about the Garden of Eden. Some garments are lured by that evil spirit, and evil spirit craves them. Since a Holy Spirit normally descends and is garbed there, it does not remain in its midst, flying upward, while that garment is inveigled by an evil spirit which casts it beyond. Afterward, it is judged in hell, remaining there until the person arrives, donning it in hell, judged in it every day. Holy Spirit that fled that garment ascends upward, entering a certain treasury until that sinner begets a son or offspring that draws down that Holy Spirit into it, completed fittingly. Then, that sinner is comforted, squeals, and ascends, donning another garment. He stands at the opening of Garden of Eden, seeing the Holy Spirit that he had abandoned, how glorious, how luminous, and he is ashamed by it. He looks, too, upon the glory of the other righteous ones, and weeps, disgraced by his behavior. When the Blessed Holy One created the first human, he brought him into the Garden of Eden in a garment glorious with light of the Garden of Eden. He was completed there with spirit and holy soul perfectly consummate. He and his wife promenaded around the Garden of Eden, eminent angels surrounding them, delighting them with innumerable pleasures and enchantments. He opened a certain treasury for him, displaying for him all later generations, each and every generation. With the speculum that shone upon them, he beheld countenances from above and countenances from below. Women of whoredom landed, along with the one who rides and presides over her heartless one, inducing all to deviate. They gazed upon the supernal glory of Adam and his wife. Women of whoredom, strengthened by the force and power of the one who rules over her. She sidled up to Eve, beginning to allure her with copious enticements, numerous blandishments, until she was finally beguiled. Then, Adam was inveigled and those garments flew off him. Soul radiance from speculum above vanished. And he was left utterly naked, he and his wife. Since he contemplated repentance after being expelled from the Garden of Eden, subsisting outside, the Blessed Holy One had compassion upon him, fashioning other garments for him like those required for use in this world. Later, he availed himself of them, fathering children. Radiance of the elevated soul had vanished from him, ascending upward, concealed in a treasury called body until he fathered children, and Enoch emerged in the world. Once Enoch arrived, noble radiance holy soul descended into him, and Enoch abided within that eminent abundance that Adam abandoned. This is as is written, Enoch walked with God. Later, the Blessed Holy One needed to take him from this world, encompassing Holy Spirit from below and above, incorporating everything into that Spirit. That Holy Spirit, composed of entities from below and above, in order to draw all things, each species after its own kind. Once integrated, he was transformed into an angel, in this world and the world above. In this world, from coalescence cohering from this world in the upper world, from the side of coalescence cohering from above. Whenever righteous and saintly ones are in the world, that totality bound below is renewed from the side of Enoch. Then he is now, youth, in mystery of renewal of the moon. This is mystery of Enoch Lanaa, train the youth, according to his way. What is the meaning of according to his way? According to the way of Enoch, to follow the path of truth, the way of perfection. Even when he is old, visage of Enoch from when he was absorbed into that holiness. Do not say that he aged from length of days and that he was removed from that place. Not so indeed. Every time that there are righteous and saintly ones in the world, totality from that side is renewed, the image appearing as a youth. Actually he never swerves from there. It is because of that totality that lower ones inherit supernal, saturating dew, and legacy of holy bounty descends into the world. Thus, black am I, song of songs, from the side below. But I am beautiful from the side of totality above. Black am I when I see how many sinners anger the Master of all, and I nourish them with the side of coalescence below that is in me. But beautiful from the side above. Daughters of Jerusalem, even though Jerusalem and the temple are all one, the temple is superior in numerous sanctifications, multitudinous levels. Temple is one, Jerusalem is one, and Holy of Holies in their midst, more inward than them all. Thus, when Matronita is adorned and longs to approach her husband when she is arrayed, she says to her troops, black am I, from the side below, but beautiful from the side upon which lower collectivity depends. As is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God. Israel, cleaving to Jehovah, to that embellishment more than any other. Black am I, but beautiful. Elijah said to him, Rabbi, all these words were inscribed above in your name before you came into the world, now renewed, all established as before, all sealed with the seal of the king's signet. He opened, saying, God said, let there be lights in the dome of heaven. This verse has been taught, the companions have awakened its meaning, and so it is. But, why is it written thus? On the fourth day already from the second day the moon appeared deficient, since on the second day, hell was created. Since it was created then, moon is lacking on its account. Why is it written on the fourth? One might ask further, if the moon is degraded on the fourth day, behold, we have taught that a virgin should be married only on the fourth day. The day on which Virgin of Israel is degraded is not fit for another virgin to attain fulfillment, since a woman only gains completion through her husband. The explanation is that on the second day, when hell was created, it did not attain full existence. For it emerged on the second day, namely darkness, and was created from it, as is written, he sets an end to darkness. The manner of that setting each limit he has probed. When after it was fully established, and it was not fully actualized until the moon was diminished on the fourth, for moon is fourth leg of the supernal throne. Because she is fourth day in relation to the other three supports, her fashioning is spoken of on the fourth day. For she has diminished herself and her light has been darkened. Therefore, a virgin is present on the fourth, demonstrating fulfillment of moon. On that very day when a virgin is married on the fourth and she is fulfilled below, a crier calls out above, do not rejoice over me, O my enemy. Though I have fallen, I rise. Though I sit in darkness, Jehovah is my light. Micah. Thus, day of falling signifies rising, as is written, though I have fallen, I rise. God said, let there be meorit, lights, written deficiently, because room was given for Sitra Ara to rule. He veiled the light of the moon, like the nut whose shell covers the kernel on all sides, shell hardened on the outside, like foreskin on covenant. Consequently, light from above is darkened. Daughters of Jerusalem, Song of Songs. She says this toward those legions, not involved in adorning, unlike those intimates. To those innermost ones engaged in adorning, she does not say this. To those intimates who know her embellishments, who adorned her with countless, magnificent beautifications, she says, oh, let him kiss me. Song of Songs. How gorgeously prepared am I, to receive kisses from the king. To those outside, oblivious to her adornments, she says that she is black from the side of the lower ones, from the side of the lower collectivity, so that they would not look upon lower ones with an evil eye, denouncing them. For they are jealous only of lower ones. When lower ones are elevated, they are more resentful than anyone. If you say that there is no jealousy among them, we have learned that there is no rivalry between them, but there is toward others. Since she is like a mother over her children, over Israel, the most graceful and beautiful ornament of all, from the side of that lower collectivity on whose account she ascends, she removes them from the view of troops outside, so that they will neither begrudge nor denounce Israel. For this reason, do not look at me, for I am pitch black. Do not look upon this adornment, for I am pitch black. Of all her adornments, there is no embellishment so ravishing and exquisitely sublime, facilitating ascent toward holiness, as that ornament from the side of lower collectivity. All this, she said toward those troops, not toward her lovers. Of this, she says to them, black am I, but beautiful. Further, black am I from side below, but beautiful from your side, you daughters of Jerusalem. My adornment through you, for you are holy legions. Therefore, do not look upon me upon an embellishment from the side of lower ones. All of this like a mother watching over her children. How many accusers poised there if they were to gaze upon that adornment from collectivity from below! How exquisite, how beautiful, enabling ascent above! They would rush to prosecute, recounting Israel's sins. They would prevent her from ascending above, uniting with her husband. Thus, like the tents of Kedar from the side of lower ones, as the tapestries of Solomon from your side. Therefore, do not look upon me, do not gaze upon me at all, or upon any of my ornaments from the side of lower ones. For it is on their account that the sun has scorched me. Not only this, but my mother's sons were incensed at me, patriarchs of the world, when they saw my darkness from the side of lower ones. If you ask, is it appropriate to speak this way? The answer is yes, appropriate from two perspectives. One, from path of peace, so that none will bring charges against Israel, her children. And the other, so that they will not impede her ascent to join with her husband, absorbing comfort. For everything is in the moon. When she veils the light of the moon, sun does not approach her, beyond a single ray of transcendent love, drawing down upon her. It bores into that shell, smashing its power, giving her splendor and beauty. Of this she says, black am I from the side of foreskin, but beautiful from the side of that ray drawn down upon me. Further, black from the side of transcendent darkness when invigorated, as is written, behold, darkness shall cover the earth. But beautiful from the side of primal light. Of this is written, though I sit in darkness from the left side, Jehovah is my light from the right side. You cannot look at me, for I am pitch black. Song of Songs. She says to her legions, how confounding for you cannot look at me, when that side enshrouds me. You cannot be illuminated from me or gaze upon my light at all. My mother's sons were incensed at me, vanished above. The sun withdrew and my mother's sons ascended above. Consequently, foreskin rules. And you cannot look upon me, you will be unable to see me or to look upon my light at all. They made me guardian of the vineyards, foreskin is upon me, suckling from me, imparting to legions and troops of other nations. My own vineyard I did not guard, my holy legions. I am unable to feed them when I am subject to that side. Now one must look carefully how can one engaged with song utter complaints and rebuke at the commencement of praise actually. In truth, the first explanation is the mystery of praise. Further, everything is contained within Scripture. Uttered by Elijah, black am I but beautiful. It is written, beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth. Beautiful in Noph, loftiness, beauty of Nopher, boughs, of the tree of life, mystery of totality of all letters. For when letters are engraved and inscribed on the tree of life, all letters ascend, inscribed in one letter, gathered in that letter. Once they are all combined within, it sends them forth. That letter prays of them all. That letter makes no other mark beyond itself, embracing all within itself, leaving no inscription beyond concealment and hiddenness. Which is it, Yod, single point with no other inscription. All other letters have some other mark where they are written, that mark remaining in the whiteness of that letter. Yod is distinct, a single point, with no whiteness from elsewhere. This point, inherited by the bride among her array. It is a single point in the midst of her forces and camps, designated as Yod, single point. Once she has ascended into this name and is called Yod, she is embellished with heavenly adornments, saying, black am I have no room to embrace others within me at this time. For I have been called by the name Yod, in order to ascend above. Thus, black am I, but beautiful like the preeminent embellishment, top of all rungs. I have been comprised within it, ascending upward. Right now, I have no leeway to expand, to be revealed. I am covered up, with no visibility within mystery of a single point, ascending point by point. Since I am black with no latitude for expansion beyond, you cannot look upon me, you have no license to view me at all. You are unable to gaze upon me, for I am concealed and hidden in the mystery of a single point, no known dimensions at all. All letters have breadth in whiteness, other than Yod, having no gamut to be viewed at all. Thus, you cannot look upon me, for I am pitch black. On all sides, there is no speck of whiteness, or compass to include others within me. Like the tents of Kedar, song of songs, hidden among rocks, not venturing out. Similarly, O my dove, my perfect one, in the clefts of the rock, a point in the midst of her legions. As the tapestries of Solomon. Tapestries of Solomon encompassed as one, in one letter, utterly unseen in that letter. They are 6 and they are 5. Mystery of 5 of the tapestries shall be joined with no separation at all. One comprising them, hidden and concealed. One letter with no whiteness from elsewhere. This is Vov, no place within it where any other principle can be seen, rather, everything, sealed up within it. Similarly, this point, with no whiteness from any other place, everything comprised within it. Who is enclosed within it 6 other sides. Like the tents of Kedar, song of songs, another letter containing within it all other rungs, no whiteness from elsewhere, everything contained within it. This is the letter Zion. This letter, tents of Kedar, tapestries of Solomon, the letter Vov. Regarding the letter Zion, it belongs to the children of Kedar, all waging war, constantly, more than all the other nations. They are prepared to do battle at the end of days with all other nations of the world. Thus, black am I. As has been said, containing no whiteness from elsewhere, containing all within. Like the tents of Kedar, the letter Zion, containing no whiteness from elsewhere, containing all within. As the tapestries of Solomon Vov, containing no whiteness from elsewhere, containing all within. Despite all this, notwithstanding that these 2 tents of Kedar and tapestries of Solomon are sealed, containing no whiteness from elsewhere, none is as concealed and hidden as Yod. Consequently you cannot look upon me, as has been taught. If you ask, what about final none, it proceeds from Vov, expanding in the totality of male and female. Emerging from Vov, it is not counted independently. But these 2 are black, independently. Principle of their inwardness, there in most parts no visible whiteness from elsewhere, tents of Kedar and tapestries of Solomon. Of all the letters there is none like Yod, sealed on all sides. Beautiful in loftiness, beauty of the tree of life, proceeding from Vov. Encompassed afterward in the letter Yod. After pouring forth all those blessings in a single nexus, it is comprised within Yod, all becoming one point. This is joy of all the earth. After being incorporated in that point, it is all Mount Zion one point. Despite her diminutiveness, she is city of the great king. No expanse seen in her, nor whiteness to contain others, yet she is city of the great king. Great king transcendent and sovereign. All his troops, altogether, enter the point Yod. This is the meaning of the verse. There was a little city, and few people within it, no whiteness in her to contain and gather others within. A great king came to it, the letter lamed, tower soaring in the pure ether that can be grasped, in contrast to a different ether that cannot be grasped, unknown. Even though this letter is king, greater than all other letters, he enters into her small, black letter, containing no whiteness from elsewhere. She gathers him in, incorporating him. He circled it once, tet that had been lamed. In that rotation, revolving around, it was fashioned into the circular tet. He built great siege works Eliha, against it. Eliha, on her behalf, trapping and plucking one who deserves her snare, as is written, for she is all snares and nets. Built on her behalf. On her behalf because of her, actually for her honor, granting her sovereignty over her children. Numerous executions are imposed by tribunal, abundant penalties, countless punishments for one who transgresses against that point. Harsh penalties are levied in consideration of this point. On account of this point, King Solomon lost his kingship, torn away and given to others, despite its being the smallest of letters, one letter alone. For at that time, Yod arose before the holy king, saying before him, Behold, King Solomon has transmuted me into a lie, which Yod said this, the Yod from Lo Yabi, let him not amass many horses, from Lo Yabi, let him not amass many wives, and from of silver and gold Lo Yabi, let him not amass too much. The blessed Holy One said to her, Solomon will perish, and 1,000 more, yet you will not be uprooted from your position. Then, Koph decamped from the company of the blessed Holy One, driving Solomon out of his kingship. He wandered off like a commoner, announcing and proclaiming with the letter Koph, I, Kohelet, have been king over Israel in Jerusalem. Of this is written, he built great siege works on her behalf, trapping people in their sins, for her sake. If this happened to King Solomon and he was caught in those snares, all the more so indeed, even more so for the rest of humanity. Therefore, she says, Black am I, as has been said. Thus it is written, you cannot look upon me, Song of Songs, you will be unable to see me and enter into my midst, for I am pitch black. All this as has been taught. My mother's sons were incensed at me, they constricted me into this point, preventing others from gaining entry to my interior. They spread out, perfected in their configuration, fittingly. Perfected, expanding in the letter Vav that emerged from a transcendent point, perfected in their configuration, fittingly. Perfected, expanded, and engraved in the letter Shin that emerged from there. Perfected, engraved, and expanded in the letter final Nun. Perfected, engraved, and expanded in the letter final Sadi. And I cannot expand in any direction, nor have they left me any space to incorporate you. They made me guardian of the vineyards. I am a single point, guarding the other letters that are written with me. And I guard them, for I go into all the letters and they all spread out from me, expanding from my inwardness. My own vineyard I did not guard, for I have neither extension nor branch, to this side or that. For if I were to spread out branches, I would grasp you within me. But, I did not guard, I have not generated branches to any side of the world. I did guard, safeguarded from branching out. This letter House of Israel legacy from the transcendent point, as is written, for the vineyard of Jehovah Sivaot is the house of Israel. Consequently, my own vineyard I did not guard, for I have not sent forth branches to any side of the world, to hold you fast. And I, guardian of the vineyards, casting forth and extending branches to all letters, composed from within me. While, from my own letter, I have not extended branches. As a result, you cannot see me, you are unable to gaze upon me, or enter into my midst. All this since she is he, constituted within her own unity, ascending upward. She does not need to encompass any other within her, since she, in her own unification, is an inward point among her legions. All her troops long to draw near, into her midst. But after saying this, she withdrew, concealed from them, delighting above. Once she ascends, her troops withdraw from her. This is perplexing, since her legions never abandon her for a moment when she is constituted within this letter, she is self-enclosed, hence her lament. Then her troops leave her, unwillingly. She disengages from them, ascending upward. Upon ascending upward, she says to her lover, "Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where do you pasture your sheep, where do you rest them at noon?" Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, saying, "If it pleases the master, let the one who began this discourse finish it. Since the master's words delight, let him conclude what he commenced." He said to him, "Rabbi, your words, engraved and hewn out above, should be said first. My words, engraved and hewn out below, I shall speak afterward. Open your mouth, and let your words shine." Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, "Haggadah, tell me, you whom my soul loves. I have aroused awareness wherever it is written Hagd, tell V'yigd, and he told, or Higgadu, tell. These are all words of evocation, and one should contemplate them. Here, it is written tell me mystery of wisdom. You might say, behold, numerous such instances in the Torah lack mystery of wisdom. For example, it is written Hagd Higgid, he just told us that the asses had been found. But as for the matter of the kingship, he did not Higgid, tell him what Samuel had said. Samuel. But even these from the mystery of wisdom, for if they were not of the mystery of wisdom, how did Samuel know if they had been found or not? The matter of the kingship, supernal wisdom above and below, mysteries of the blessed Holy One. Tell me, you whom my soul loves. It is written God said, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place. When the desire arose in the will of the blessed Holy One to create the earth, he took some snow from beneath the throne of glory, casting it into the water. Constrained there, the earth congealed within the water, and was concealed there in darkness, in its tenebrousness. When he said let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place, springs went forth, drawing waters from above to the place of the world's foundation. Then earth, which had been concealed below, was adorned, prepared to be seen. Had this place not been prepared, earth would not be seen, for this place was perfected with the flow of supernal waters only for the sake of providing for the female. Once it was arrayed for her, then, let the dry land appear. Let her appear in her finery. From here we learn that a woman should appear in her finery and adornments only when she is with her husband. Then, let her appear and be adorned, fittingly. Then God called Yabasha Ares, the dry land earth. At first it was Yevisha, dry, with neither appearance nor form to produce fruit and greenery. Once perfected by her husband, immediately she was called Ares, earth, a place constituted to produce fruit and greenery. At the very moment that he said let the waters under heaven be gathered in actuality, then all joy, all delight, all perfection was restored. Once all adornment was arrayed, she rose up toward the male, saying, tell me, you whom my soul loves, Acre, where do you pasture your sheep? Acre, where do you rest them at noon? Acre, where 2 times, signifying destruction of the first temple and destruction of the second temple. Thus, where do you pasture? First destruction. Where do you rest them at noon? Second destruction. Our joy wondrous and fitting. I must pray from the midst of this joy regarding the 2 temples, one being the upper temple, one being the lower temple. I would be at peace like one enrobed, if not for these 2 times that I have been prompted to call out Acre, alas! I would be at peace, like one enrobed, with no pride at all. At peace, over my children below. Kayotia, like one wrapped, as is written he is wrapped in a cloak. Samuel. She is enclosed in a transcendent, holy wrapper, the holy name Yah. I would be at peace, she would be at peace, with all supernal consummation. Kayotia, like one wrapped with Yah, integrated in all supreme perfection. Over the flocks of your fellows, Song of Songs, holy rungs, all corresponding to the ultimate paradigm. Then, he will reply to her, beginning after these words, conclusion of the praise. He says, if you do not know, O loveliest of women. If you do not know the reason for these two utterances of alas, go forth go, look at the causes of the destruction of the first and second temples. Know the reason by the tents of the shepherds, destined to abrogate the Torah in the first temple and the second temple. Tell me, you whom my soul loves. Beloved of my soul, tell me, according to the mystery of wisdom, Aka Ter'e, where do you pasture Eike Dane Ter'e, where do you desire, to be close to me, so that I will be near you in joy, to be with you, for when I will be with you, I will be at peace. I will be at peace like the kernel of the walnut, enveloping the palaces within, as is written. Know today and take to your heart that Jehovah is Elohim in the heavens above and on the earth below, there is none else. Happy are all those engaged with Torah in order to learn the wisdom of their master, knowing and contemplating transcendent secrets, for when a person departs this world, that law causes all forms of judgments against him to vanish. Not only this, but 13 gates of mysteries of pure balsam, from which supernal wisdom is suspended, are opened for him. Not only this, but the blessed Holy One engraves his likeness upon that purple robe, where all images are engraved, in this world and in the world that is coming. The blessed Holy One delights with him in the Garden of Eden, and he inherits 2 worlds, this world and the world that is coming. The wisdom one must know first, to learn how to contemplate the mystery of his master. Second, to understand his body, to become aware of who he is. How was he created? Where did he come from? Where is he headed? Perfection of the body, how is that achieved? How will he be summoned to judgment before the sovereign of all? Third, to know and contemplate mysteries of his soul. What is it, this soul within him? Where did it come from? Why did it enter this body fetid? Drop here today, tomorrow in the grave. Fourth, to contemplate this world in which he finds himself. How can it be perfected afterward, with supernal mysteries from the world above, to know his master? All this, one should contemplate within mysteries of Torah. Whoever goes to that world without this knowledge, even if he has many good deeds, he will be ejected from all its gates. Go out, look at what is written here. Tell me, Song of Songs, speak to me of mysteries of wisdom. How do you pasture and conduct that world? Teach me mysteries of wisdom, of that supernal wisdom, those that I have neither known nor contemplated before, so that I will not be disgraced among those upper rungs that I shall enter. For until now, I have not contemplated them. What is written if you do not know? If you arrive without knowledge, without having contemplated wisdom before entering here, and you do not know mysteries of the upper world, go forth, you are unworthy to enter here without knowledge. Gain awareness. Beikvir, in the tracks of the sheep, among those people who are trampled beikev, underfoot. They know supreme mysteries of their master, and from them you will learn how to perceive. Graze your kids, these are the children, striplings of the study hall, learning Torah. By the tents of the shepherds in the synagogues and study halls where they learn supernal wisdom. Even though they do not understand, you will gain understanding from the words of wisdom they speak. It is written, God made the 2 great lights. God made in the beginning, the 2 lights were equal, one corresponding to the other, as the companions have established. We have established that those 2 lights were one mystery, cleaving together as one. They were balanced, are both called great, as we have established. It is not the case that in the beginning Moon was great and transcendent. Rather, whenever Moon abides with Sun in one mystery, it is on account of the Sun that she was called great, along with him. The tail of a lion is part of the lion, and lion it is called. Moon said before the blessed Holy One, is it possible for a king to use 2 crowns at once? Rather, this one on its own and that one on its own. He said to her, I can see that your wish is to be head of the foxes. Go, diminish yourself. Even though you will be their leader, you will be smaller than you were. This is what Moon said. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where do you pasture? Song of Songs, how is it possible for you to conduct the world with 2 crowns at once? How can you manage at noon? For Moon is unsuited to shine, and you cannot conduct the world with 2 crowns at once, with Sun and Moon. For what light does Moon have at midday? Consequently, you cannot use 2 crowns at once. Lest I be like one veiled, how shall I be enwrapped at noon? When the light and power of Sun increases and intensifies, I am veiled in shame before him. I cannot serve before you. And you, how can you manage, making use of two at once? The Blessed Holy One said to her, I understand you. Go, diminish yourself if you do not know, O loveliest of women, for you have asked how is it possible for me to manage with two crowns at once. Go diminish yourself, and be the leader of foxes. Go forth in the tracks of the sheep. Go out and be the leader of all those troops and puny soldiers below. Graze them, manage them, and be sovereign over all those lower ones, treating each and every one as appropriate. Be the ruler at night, actually go out and diminish yourself, it befits you. Elijah said to him, Happy is your portion, for the secrets of your master shine before you like the light of the sun. So all the words of your mouth are engraved above, and I rejoice having heard them from your mouth. You are worthy in this world and worthy in the world that is coming. This teaching is suspended before the Holy King and is not revealed to all the soldiers above. Who is the one who has revealed it now in this verse? You are the one. Happy is your portion in this world and in the world that is coming, uttered by Elijah. Tell me, you whom my soul loves. Once she has ascended upward, having slipped away from the midst of her troops and all of her camps, into the mystery of Yod, she says, Tell me, you whom my soul loves, you who are the beloved of my soul, where do you pasture? Since I am merely a single point, with no expansion at all contained within myself, I can neither gather nor give. She said this to her beloved because she sat, constricted within herself, in one point. But he desires to penetrate her, as is written, a great king came to her, even though she is the smallest of all letters. Of this, from the day the temple was destroyed, the Blessed Holy One swore that he would not enter there until Israel entered below. This is as is written, the Holy One is in your midst, and I will not enter the city. Hosea. Here is written the city, and there is written a little city. For she, letter Yod, is smaller than them all. Why should I be as one veiled song of songs, self-contained, for I cannot spread out on any side at all, for she is sealed up on all sides, more than all other letters. If you do not know, go forth, extend yourself in all directions, gathering delights and pleasures in expansion. What is that expansion, fashioned like a hut built by those who guard flocks of sheep? This is also the meaning of go for yourself. It is not written tsei, go, but rather tsei lock, go for yourself, as is written, enlarge the site of your tent, let the curtains of your dwellings be stretched out. Do not stint. For at first, she was only a small, black point, without dimension, sealed up within herself. Now that she has risen, bonding with her husband, he says to her, go for yourself. Enlarge the site of your tent, expand yourself. Then, graze your kids' song of songs. Now you can gather delights and pleasures. When she was a single point and ascended upward, Supernal King descended to penetrate her. He struck that point, and it expanded in all directions. The point was transformed into he, consummated on all sides, receiving delights and pleasures. Then he said to her, graze your kids, go, nourish and sustain all your troops, small and large. O loveliest of women, singular point among the letters. There would be no beauty among all the letters if not for Yod. With this point, all letters are consummated, and she herself is the beauty of them all. No letter stirs without this point. She is in them all and they are all in her. She is beautiful and the loveliness of everything. For she comes from a lofty, concealed place, head of all supreme rungs, and she is herself pinnacle of all lower rungs below. Consequently, O loveliness in women, beauty of all. Further, O loveliest of women. It is written Banashim, in the women in the letters that are female. Who is she? He. She is surely the expansion and elegance of all, pasturing and dividing up portions for all her celestial troops. For this reason, tsei lark, go forth from this concealment, for you are contained and sealed up within yourself. Lark, for yourself, and for your own benefit. All in the mystery of letters. It is written, God in her citadels is known as a stronghold indeed. When the great king approaches her, drawing her upward, entering her, striking her, it is upon that very point. When he strikes that point, she expands, opening up in all directions. She becomes he, aperture of palaces on all sides, so that the great king can enter her. Then, God in her citadels he becomes known in those openings of palaces within he. Elohim God of life taking that name in order to nourish and distribute portions to all. Then, known as a stronghold to be a stronghold for the ones below, dispersing blessings to all, like the pattern above. When the blessed Holy One wanted to create the world, all things of the world and all upper and lower rungs rose up into thought. Why is it called thought? The reason is that it is a singular, concealed point, poised in a thought. Surely, as regards a single point, it is unknown where it will expand, what will become of it, or in which direction its path will turn. This point is the apex of all desires and all thoughts of the world. All concealed within it, unknown, until this thought stretched out, fashioning one extension on this side and one on that side. Once this point spread out with this amplification, there was increased disclosure of all that had been concealed. Not revealed in the sense of knowing. Yet, the one concealed was revealed the direction of its path emerging from the mystery of thought. Surely, it does not abide in thought nor does it rise up in this name actually, it inheres in a name meant for revelation, fashioned into voice, whispering. Who is it he, ready to emit all hidden things that were within thought? This is the inverse of the paradigm below. Below the one who strikes that point below when she is concealed, approaching her, is the great king in the mystery of Vov, emerging from upper he. Vov, emanating from it, strikes that point, dispersing everything it had absorbed from above, expanding and opening in all directions, constructing he. Above the one who struck supernal he is the single, eminent, concealed point. Once it struck her, all things hidden there were dispersed and revealed, issuing forth. Now, thought formerly concealed and unknown is recognized. Similarly, when Vov struck the point below, issuing forth were all legions, troops, and camps, lights and deep rivers from above. Then, they say to her, graze your kids by the tents of the shepherds, take lights and foodstuffs, apportion them to all those forces lavish upon them. Tents of the shepherds, those shepherds who conduct the world. Bestow governance and power to each and every one as befits them. All this from the expansion of that point, concealed before. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, saying, at first, before these words from Song of Songs were said or revealed, I wept, despondent. Now that these teachings are revealed, I am exultant. How happy is my portion for being here, even more, that these lofty teachings from above have been revealed by my master. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, he took 6 to a mare among Pharaoh's 100 select chariots, I have compared you, and all the chariots of my darling Song of Songs Egypt, and captains. The genius of the Egyptians in all their undertakings, they acted with the secret of supernal wisdom. And Pharaoh was exceedingly wise, since, after all, he would not have been appointed king of Egypt had he not been more cunning than them all. Of this is written, he took everything through cunning. He took wise counsel, saying, this nation consists of. He rushed into his chambers, rummaging through all his forms of magic. He devised defiling acts of seductive shattering, confected conjury, taking select chariots. Select elite sorcerers, laden with all kinds of magic and spells, like the mystery above of the empowered one, appointed over them. He took, laden with conjurations and spells, 600 select chariots, selected in correspondence to the people of Israel. And all the chariots of Egypt, each and every one, charged with spells and husks. There were no wise men in all of Egypt who were not fully fraught with magic and sorcery. Ve'ishalishim, and teams of 3 upon them all. What is the meaning of Ve'ishalishim, and teams of 3 actually? The word implies types of spells and impure names, arranged in letter triplets. All engraved as weaponized clusters, following the pattern above, in order to have armed nodes matching Israel's. Al-Kala, upon them all it is written Al-Kala, for he ensnared counsel Al-Kala, against the bride, in order to destroy Israel. All diverse legions against the bride, traveling in front of the people of Israel. Just then, Jehovah hardened the heart of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and he pursued the Israelites going out with a high hand. What is Biyad Rama, a high hand? It is the same high hand of which is written, Israel saw the great hand Yad HaGedolah, great hand, is high hand. At that moment, the Blessed Holy One engraved upon that hand all images, soldiers, and powers of the Egyptians, corresponding to the spells and conjuring that they had performed. When they approached with this magic, that hand engraved to counter that sorcery smashed the form hewn into the hand. This is as is written, your right hand, O Jehovah, glorious in power, your right hand, O Jehovah, smashes the enemy. In this way, Dimitik, I have imaged you, I have engraved images and forms upon you, like those of Pharaoh's horses. Thus far. But there is no contextual connection. How is this related to the verses above? And, in the mystery of love and the delight of song, what need do we have for Pharaoh's chariots, and how is he answering her? In truth, it is all actually connected to a single mystery, to a mare among Pharaoh's chariots. Let us return to the first issue. From the time the Blessed Holy One appointed her as leader over all those legions and troops below, she offered continual praise, never still. All of her legions, too, lauded continuously, ceaselessly. This song of love began when she left Egypt, and all legions, above and below, were before her. Then she began with love songs, directed heavenward. As Pharaoh's horses and chariots were riding after Israel, she began her song of love toward the upper realm. The Blessed Holy One did not want praise at that moment, as we have learned. One did not draw near the other all night. She silenced herself in the middle of the love song she had begun. In the case of a bride waiting lovingly to see her husband, when she sees him, she arouses love toward him and begins singing to him. If he does not want her praise, she becomes quiet, quelling the initiation of arousal of love. This is how her heart and desire were quieted. When all of Pharaoh's horses and chariots had sunk in the sea, and Israel had witnessed all those mighty deeds and miracles that the Blessed Holy One had performed for them, the people of Israel sang praises on earth for her sake. The Blessed Holy One accepted them, as is written. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song to Jehovah. Afterward, upon the well's return, Israel sang songs on her behalf, as is written. Then Israel sang this song. Joshua came, singing praises on her behalf. Deborah and Barak came, lauding praises on her behalf. When Solomon built the temple and worlds were all evenly balanced, then she aroused love and lofty song, uttering words of song and love to him. Then he, because of the bride's love and desire, wanted to remind her of the silence he imposed on her, declining her song. He opened, saying, like a mare among Pharaoh's chariots song. When Pharaoh's horses and chariots were approaching, pursuing the people of Israel, Dimitik, I silenced you, my beloved, I quieted you, in stillness. Dimitik, I silenced you, as is said, Dumii, silent Vayidam Aharon, and Aaron was silent Dimula Harag, they were silent to kill judges. Nonetheless, it was necessary, since from then until now, neither your sons, nor earthly legions, nor refinements were fittingly complete. Furthermore, you were not fittingly crowned with your adornments. But now, beautiful your cheeks Bitorim, with earrings, song of songs, how becoming your ornaments, how lovely Bitorim, with Torahs, for they have since received the Torah, written Torah and oral Torah, and you have been crowned with them, as never before. This is the reason I silenced you, wanting neither your song nor love's arousal, since you were still naked and bare, Ezekiel, lacking all adornment. But now, your ornaments so fitting, I desire you, and the words of your songs say, Verik, your next song of songs, behold, you have a temple on earth, like the pattern of all those sublime forms, with multitudes of noble, righteous and pious ones entering there. Now that you are crowned with your ornaments and their plenitude, all supernal founts, all rungs and limbs are all surely before you to accept you, to adorn you with exalted embellishments. Of this is written, earrings of gold we will make for you, we will make. Actually it is not written I will make, but rather we will make from the top of supernal point until foundation below, we will adorn you and receive you from the side of gold, for love is aroused there. With points of silver from the right side. This demonstrates that this arousal from above is neither awakened nor prepared for her until embellishments are set in this world first. Once refinements from this world are configured in her fittingly, then adornments from the world above can be arranged for her, bestowing Torah, earrings, of gold with points of silver. Torah, turns, as is written Esther, when the turn came for Esther, daughter of Abihail Esther. Related to this, when the horses of Pharaoh's chariotry gave chase, I silenced you, so that you would not sing or arouse love toward me without embellishments from below. But now, it is appropriate, since beautiful are your cheeks with earrings. Earrings of gold we will make for you, actually we will perfect them for you, fittingly. Each and every one, uniquely. This is how the words are connected. To a mare among Pharaoh's chariots it is written, Jehovah was going before them by day in a column of cloud. When the blessed Holy One took Israel out of Egypt, they resisted traveling in the desert on a desiccated path. For they were accustomed to Egypt, which was like the Garden of Eden, as is written, like the garden of Jehovah, like the land of Egypt. Now, they were traversing parched territory, desolate, uninhabited. What did the blessed Holy One do? He sent Shekinah before them, proceeding in multi-hued radiance, in all forms of desire. So, they ran after her, longingly, to see her. They ran, following after her, without tarrying. The blessed Holy One arranged this for them to prevent delay of the sanctification of his name at the sea, for he wanted to be glorified in the midst of the nations of the world. Just as they rushed along, so did Pharaoh devise similarly with his chariots and horses, giving chase speedily, so that his chariotry would not tarry on the way. What did he do? He took his mares and his stallions, placing females in front and males in back. The stallions raced after the mares bolting in front of the stallions, these and those bounding along. Pharaoh shrewdly engineered it, chasing Israel with alacrity. Once he caught up to them, poised to attack, he took the females, hitching them in the back, with the males before them, to fortify his chariotry. Thus, at first it is written Jehovah was going before them by day, and afterward it is written the angel of Elohim, who was going before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them, so that Israel would be reinforced and safeguarded. All those arrows, catapults, stones, and javelins that they cast toward Israel did not reach them. Of this is written, stand firm and see Jehovah as deliverance. Stand firm, actually this is why it is written Dimitik, I have made you similar song of songs in the same fashion. Truly when the camps crossed, and the whole world witnessed the miracles and mighty deeds that the blessed Holy One performed at the sea, then beautiful your cheeks, with Torahs the people of Israel were perfected in mystery of faith. This is as is written, they trusted in Jehovah and in Moses his servant. The people of Israel received the Torah on Mount Sinai, written Torah and oral Torah, then all was perfected, above and below, fittingly. Beautiful your cheeks, with Torahs. All colors within, all thoughts, all desires of the world that are found in the heart, all are seen in the face. Through one's face is one known. Who is he? Are his actions good? Who is he? Are his actions wicked? This is as is written, the appearance of their faces testifies against them. Now that all embellishments have been appropriately set with proper enhancements, with adornments of righteous deeds, straightway beautiful your cheeks, with no shame at all. All this when the temple stood and all worlds were in a single bond, above and below. Then, faces arrayed, fittingly, face to face, fittingly. Your cheeks, it is not written your face, because it is all one. In truth, it says cheeks, because they enable chirping and speaking for contemplation. Consequently, this song intoned now, rather than any other time in history. Now the word of Jehovah came to him, saying, this one will not be your heir, but he who issues from your loins will be your heir. Is it possible that Abraham, who walked in perfection before the Holy King, was lacking faith all those times that the blessed Holy One told him that he would have children, as is written, he took him outside, and, it is written, to your seed I give this land. After that, he said, behold, a member of my household is to be my heir. Lean back to see the beginning of the passage, where it is written, I am going to die childless, and here, you have given me no seed. The truth is, from the beginning, Abram did trust in the blessed Holy One, but he had been gazing upon stars and bird nest augury, and he saw that he was not destined to have a son. For until now, he had not cleaved in unification to his master. Once it was written, he took him outside, he uprooted him from that course, bringing him closer to him, to his service to learn other paths of wisdom. He extracted him from horoscope augury, telling him, Abram does not engender. Actually no longer will your name be called Abram, your name will be Abraham, for I have made you father of a multitude of nations. What is the explanation? It is because, among all the letters, none is qualified to engender other than the letter He. This letter is better configured than all the letters to produce fruit and growth, which is why it is open on all sides. If you say Abraham does not require the addition of this letter, since it is not his, he is always feminine, it does sit well for Sarah, however, to have this letter inscribed within. In truth, there are two He's, upper and lower, one for world of the male and one for lower world, world of the female. Once He was added to Abraham's name, primal light with this He, cloaked within it, shot forth, engendering fruit. Abraham was inscribed in his supernal rung, with the force of upper He, for primal light has no force or vigor without He. This is why primal light took He alongside, settling into its rung, for it had risen to generate offspring. Two letters inscribed here, ascendant in upper world He, final mem. Final mem from upper world. What distinguishes final mem and He, since both are from upper world? In fact, when everything is concealed within transcendent thought, that point emanates and conceals all sublime paths, everything hidden within final mem. All roots, all noble letters concealed, comprised within this letter. When it arose within will to reveal and send forth offspring, final mem opened up, transformed into the letter He. There is no distinction, one from the other than being open to generate offspring and to be revealed with a whisper, for this letter is revealed only with an open mouth, not spoken. But, despite being whispered, it comes from an open mouth. As a result, once it is revealed and opened up, it is poised to beget. For as long as it does not abide in openness of He, it is entirely sealed within, in final mem. After opening up, it generates offspring with He. Those descendants do not issue forth, other than through a single limb holy member perfected there, then. Entering into final He. From He it emerges, and into He it enters with that limb, adorned by the lower He. At the moment that this letter transcendent He is augmented and opened up, this limb, righteous one, upon whom the world is set, is made firm with desire. Consequently, when this limb is arrayed with fervor, He is added to it. When this limb is not in a state of desire, it is concealed and hidden, He is diminished, appearing only as final mem, to demonstrate that it is not ready for procreation. Mystery of Ivar mem, limb of final mem. This one does not engender, for he is final mem, unequipped to produce offspring. When he is added, final mem opens up, supplemented by he, that limb is ready to produce offspring. Mystery of Ivar, he, final mem. This one engenders, producing fruit. Consequently, Abram does not engender but Abraham engenders, because that limb is not perfected until he arrives. Wherever he appears, it is prepared to produce offspring and fruit. Of this, it is said, one's name is determinative. How do we know that it is only rectified as a result of he? The answer is that when he was Abram, that limb was uncircumcised and imperfect. After he appeared, that limb was rectified and circumcised, to produce fruit through final he. As long as the upper world was sealed up in final mem, that limb was unrefined foreskin abiding uncircumcised. The lower rung abides, as a result of foreskin, in dele impoverished. When upper world is concealed in mystery of final mem, lower world is destitute in mystery of dele. When the world of final mem is opened up, transformed into he, covenant is perfected and foreskin sloughed off. When covenant is configured, two letters depart and two other letters enter. These two exit dele, final mem. Any circumcision in which dam, blood, does not flow does not constitute circumcision. For these withdraw, and two others appear. In place of final mem, he enters. In place of dele, he enters. Then, everything stands ready for engendering. This is the mystery of Lamar Bihar Misra, for the abundance of dominion, and of peace there will be no end, upon David's throne and kingdom, that it may be established and upheld. Lamem Rabah. This is the mystery when the letter final mem abounds in sovereignty, its supernal flow swelling, having been opened up and transformed into he, then, and of peace there will be no end. What is the meaning of and of peace in truth? And of peace it is that limb, foundation of the world. The one from whom foreskin was removed, the latter called end of all flesh, actually and of peace there will be no end, for it has surely been eliminated. For conjugal relations, that peace upon David's throne and kingdom, that it may be established and upheld in justice and righteousness. All this when final mem withdraws and opens up, then foreskin sloughs off and Dele departs, as has been said. This is the mystery of look, dam, blood, of the covenant, because these two letters had to be removed from it. Regarding this mystery Avraham Ivahi. For final mem has been opened up so that this limb can serve in the lower world. This is why Isaac did not appear until foreskin had been removed from the holy, supernal member. From here it can be seen that everything that the Blessed Holy One does on earth is entirely according to the mystery of intercourse, conforming to the heavenly paradigm. This demonstrates that he sends forth all names with utmost wisdom, corresponding to the pattern of mystery above all fittingly. Now the word of Jehovah came to him, saying, "This one will not be your heir." What is the reason? It is because he was an enlightened servant. Then he said, "Here, you have given me no seed. Behold, a member of my household is to be my heir." For he had gazed and seen through divination that he would not engender. But the moment that he was circumcised, Abraham was perfected completely through he that developed from final mem, and similarly with Dele. Then, Abraham pursued a different course, diverging from his original path of stars and constellations. During the time that he was foreskinned, uncircumcised, the Blessed Holy One was revealed to him only in a vision, because upper world was closed up in final mem, and lower world was impoverished, in Dele. Once the upper world was opened up in he, Abraham removed the foreskin, and lower world departed from Dele, then it is written Jehovah appeared to him. Entirely revealed, opening up that which had never been seen before. Following this model, actually whenever righteous and pious ones abound in the world, then all is revealed and opened. When King Solomon built the temple and all Jews were righteous and pious, settled like wine upon its lees, then everything was opened up, and this song was revealed, above and below. At that very moment, it was written like a mare among Pharaoh's chariots, as the horses of Pharaoh's chariots were all armed with all kinds of weapons, so too you were garbed with diverse weapons to wage war. As Pharaoh's horses were loaded with numerous armaments, stones, arrows, and imperial catapults, all laden to wage war, I have charged you similarly with diverse weaponry. To wage war, to be sanctified through you in the eyes of them all, waging war against them. But now, I see you in a different cast, with many magnificent embellishments, lavishly adorned. Beautiful, your cheeks with earrings with two he's. Everything opened toward you, revealed. Upper he rejoices in you, and is beautiful, facing you, opened up. You departed from Dele, entering into he. These two, beautiful, prepared for you. These two he's Torim, earrings written Torah and oral Torah. Your neck with strings of jewels, sublime adornments from all the founts, arranged for you. This is how he spoke to her in affection and ardor, out of his yearning for her, comforting her, speaking to her heart, and showing her great love. Of this, he said to her, earrings of gold we will make for you, with points of silver. From now on, jewel upon jewel, adornment upon adornment, will be bestowed upon you. Jehovah said to Moses, "Go up to me to the mountain and be there, that I may give you the stone tablets, and the teaching and the commandments, that I have written to instruct them." This verse has been established by the companions. But, go up to me to the mountain, happy is the portion of the servant whose master raised him up to be with him in his chariot. This is as is written, go up to me to the mountain. Ha-hara, to the mountain, actually, since it should have said simply ha-ha, to the mountain. Vehisham, and be there. Now something was transmitted to Moses, never bestowed upon him before, name of the holy chariot, delivered into his hands. Now, if you say, look, it is written, remove your sandals, in actuality, he commanded him to separate from his wife in every way, but he was not afforded a different mate until this moment. When he said to him Vhyhshem, Vhyh name, then the Blessed Holy One conveyed the hewn name, engraving it upon Moses on earth. At first, when he was in Egypt, God engraved the name Elohim upon him, as is written, See, I have made you as Elohim to Pharaoh. This name was engraved upon him actually at the onset of his prophecy. When he ascended to a different level, the Blessed Holy One engraved his name upon him actually rising above the name Elohim that was within him at first. Now he engraved his holy name upon him so that he could unite with the first name. Now, the complete name would abide on earth as above Yehovah Elohim consummate name. The perfect name resided on earth during Moses' lifetime. Elohim his own mate. Yehovah holy name within him. As long as this name was not engraved upon Moses, the name Elohim did not couple with him. Once it was written, Go up to me to the mountain, permission was granted to him to sit upon the king's chariot. Then, when the king gave him his throne, he gave him his name actually this is as is written Vhyhshem, Vhyh name. He set him in his place for all matters. Moses ascended 2 rungs at that time, more than any other person had ever attained. He was given the king's throne and the king conveyed his name to him. Happy is Moses' portion that I may give you the stone tablets. Now, they have established the stone tablets according to its simple meaning, but really, all keys were entrusted to Moses. This can be deduced from scripture that I may give you. Look, you truly, for indeed when he rose up to this name, Vhyhshem, Vhyh name, the king's throne was handed over to him. Then, he crowned him with all to become perfected array, supernal adornment. The Torah and the commandments 2 arms, on this side and that. That I have written 2 legs. To instruct them rung of the singular foundation, from which issue all the cantillation signs for undulation below. All given to Moses crowning him according to the pattern of supernal mystery so that the 2 hewn names, consummate name, would abide on earth. Of this, King David said, Come, gaze upon the acts of Elohim, who has brought Shammat, desolation, on earth. Do not read Shammat, desolation, but rather Shmo, names. 2 names engraved names ascending to be the consummate name, perfect name on earth like the model above. When King Solomon arrived and the temple was built, what did scripture say? Solomon sat upon the throne of Yehovah as King chronicles. Then this throne was crowned above and below, soaring upward in song. When she ascended in praise, the king extended his right hand toward her to receive her. He took her in, between his arms, speaking words of love, instructing that she be given gifts, largesse, and abundant honor. He said, Earrings of gold we will make for you, with points of silver, earrings of gold pausal signs, guiding the undulation, to the right or to the left. Why are they called Torah, earrings? So that when the turn the set time of a particular rung comes to provide for her by means of foundation, it imprints an inscription upon her, animating and directing her on the path that she should travel. Similarly, when the turn and set time of another rung comes to endow her, it etches an inscription upon her, with a different cadence, to move and guide her upon that course. Actually of this is written, For the ways of Yehovah are right. Hosea phrasings of cantillation signs, each and every one, fittingly. Earrings of gold thus named because signs are suspended from letters like jeweled rings from ears, like and other signs. Earrings and diadems, adornments of letters. Words without cantillation signs, lacking phrasing like a bride's ears, lacking diadems and earrings, bereft of adornments. Words without vowels like a woman undressed, unable to go anywhere. Thus, letters' embellishments are signs and vowels. These and those adornments and garments of letters. Of this is written, Earrings of gold, cadences of cantillation signs. Gold, specifically, because they come from the head of the king, bestowing knowledge and understanding to all letters. Consequently, they all subsist in a single mystery. Vowel points and cantillation signs 2 rungs. All of them, these and those, necessary for enhancement of letters. Letters inscribed in lofty mysteries, all emerging from the mystery of supernal wisdom, in 32 paths issuing from wisdom. All letters, engraved below, and inherited by oral Torah. When they all arrive to adorn her with mystery of letters, they enhance her with vowel points and cantillation signs, as has been said, earrings of gold we will make for you, with points of silver. Here are noble mysteries, 4 fathomers. All letters, inscribed in supernal mystery, called body of Torah, established to instruct and inform about the highest mysteries. Vowel points emerge from the mystery of brain, upholding letters according to their configuration. With a single vowel point a word is transformed, conveying that word from one station to a different one. Spark of darkness, when it strikes pure ether of the brain, it strikes and does not strike. It touches the brain and withdraws, touching and not touching. Then that striking radiates from the midst of brain toward letters, and the letters become pointed. Telusha, if you say that vowel points were established by later sages, God forbid. Even if all the prophets of the world were like Moses, who received the Torah on Mount Sinai, they would not have permission to innovate a single-minute vowel point for one letter, not even a tiny letter of the Torah. Striking that settles in the brain is from the pure ether that can be grasped, because there is also pure ether that cannot be grasped. As for the one that can be grasped, once the supernal striking settles in the brain, then all undulation of cantillation signs issues forth. Cantillation signs are like a horse's bridle, providing guidance on the straight path to the right or left, whatever the signs desire. Advancing and halting, resting and running, proceeding proudly and humbly. None of the letters are permitted to proceed to this side or that without consent, following the directions the cantillation signs give them. A word is understood on their account, proceeding on the correct path. In this way, all letters travel according to the mystery of these two, with points and signs as one. This mystery, apples of gold in settings of silver, a word spoken in its own right way. Apples of gold, cantillation signs and undulations. In settings of silver, vowel points. A word spoken in its own right way, no word is fit without these two. Consequently, earrings of gold we will make for you. It is written, God said, let us make a human in our image, according to our likeness. They shall have dominion. The companions have already been aroused by this. In truth, the blessed Holy One said this to the celestial troops, seeking their counsel to create the human, like a king among his soldiers. But one can probe further, to which mystery of Elohim above does this refer? Does this signify Elohim, living God, mystery of upper world, or does it refer to Elohim, mystery of lower world? If it is Elohim, mystery of upper world, how can let us make off a refinement to this side and that side? But, really, it is all one paradigm, one mystery. The human is comprised of all sides, his mystery within all. The human comes into being from the mystery of Elohim, not from the mystery of other names. This is as is written, Elohim created the human in his image, in the image of Elohim. In his image, in the image. Why 2 images? Well, one is for the male and one for the female. 2 iterations of Elohim, 1 male and 1 female. In his image male. In the image female. Of this God created the human in his image upper world. In the image of God lower world. This mystery let us make a singular totality, as has been said. At the moment that the human was created, all letters materialized, taking on shape. At the moment that spirit was inspired into him, vowel points emerged, settling into letters. At the moment that he was refined with understanding and knowledge, undulations and cantillation signs went forth, ensconced upon vowels and letters. Every rectification of the mystery of the human proceeded thus, from all sides of the worlds. Everything, embedded within the mystery of the human, as has been taught. One is not human without all these enhancements. Elijah said to him, Rabbi, open your mouth, let your words shine, for permission from above has been granted to you. He opened, saying, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. We have established the meaning of this verse in many places. But, the mystery is in accord with the principle that we have stated. Even if all true prophets of the world arrived, their prophecy rising to the prophetic degree of Moses, they would still be unable to introduce even a single vowel point of the Torah. Why? Because all letters emanate exclusively from a single, small point. Letters are the essence of the Torah, yet none of the letters may stray to this side or that without vowel points. All letters like a body without soul. When vowels appear, then the body endures intact. Then, it is written, and the human became nefesh hayah, a living soul. All flowing from a single point. When letters issued forth from the midst of world that is coming, they all materialized in the mystery of the human body without soul until supernal point was aroused, secretly penetrating world that is coming. Then all vowel points emerged from this point, stabilizing letters in their posts. This is the meaning of Bereshit bara Elohim, with beginning, created Elohim. Bereshit supernal point, through which Elohim was created and all letters adornments inaugurated. They constitute the mystery of the heavens and the earth. If not for this reshit, beginning mystery of supernal point, letters would be unpointed, lacking permanence. Bereshit, with this reshit, the mystery of supernal point created Elohim. With the power of this point, letters emerged, traced in their configurations, becoming mystery of the body, with known limbs but devoid of soul. This is the reason that it is written bara, outward, because soul had not issued forth into body, to establish it in its station. When supernal point aroused, shooting forth vowel points of soul into world that is coming, then is written, God said, let there be light, letters shining with vowel points of soul. Light first point to shine from the midst of the hidden, supernal point, concealed and unknown. This point illuminating from the midst of concealment is called Olam, shining above, upon all letters, on account of the glory of the concealed point. Since all letters throng in 500 parasons of world that is coming, this point shimmers 5 times. This is the esoteric meaning of God said, let there be light, and there was light. God saw the light, that it was good. God separated the light, from the darkness, and God called the light, day. Let there be light, vowel point Olam. And there was light, a different point, called Shurik. This was necessary because primal point called Olam shines above, but, before it flows to illuminate below, it is concealed. Once it streams forth, it beams in the middle, in the mystery of Shurik. God saw the light, that it was good Ayuk, when it shines below. When vowel points emanate to illuminate the body, primal light Olam shines above, dwelling upon the head of the body. It provides scintillation for the entire head, face, and eyes for illumination of the head, all enhancements of the head. Shurika lights in the middle, conferring its effulgence and permanence upon the body, from its envisioned loins upward Ezekiel, with all its mysteries. Ayuk settles below, infusing its brilliance, stabilizing from the envisioned loins downward, in all of its enhancements and mysteries. Then, God saw the light, that it was good. When the letters' bodies had been perfected by these vowels, God separated the light from the darkness. Separation always subsists within the left arm, for it contains darkness. It shines upon vowel point Segol, illuminating from the midst of gloom and weariness. God called the light day, vowel point Sire, shining and settling upon right arm, perfecting it with all its refinements. When female cleaves to the right and left, furnished between them, 2 vowel points Sire and Segol cleave to her. When she is in a different array inverted without them dwelling within her in this way, Sire becomes inverted, and shines upon her with a different image, dislodged from the male. This is Sheva. Segol inverts, shining in a different manner Shurik, the one with 3 points. This demonstrates the love of male for female entirely one, when he illuminates her. From here, vowel points spread out to all limbs of the body's letters. God said, let there be a firmament between the waters, vowel point Pata, expanding the brilliance gleaming on the male side, on the left side. It shines upon that side, but now they are inverted, comprising right in the left and left in the right. Waters on the right, in the mystery of the vowel point illuminated by Sire. On the right side, 2 waters divide, and we have established this. This is the reason that Sire is 2 points arranged in correspondence with the 2 waters, one above and one below, as can be seen in vowel point Sheva. Later, after firmament, namely the vowel point called Pata, has been illuminated, this vowel moves in between Sire's dots, between the waters. It splits them, possessing them. Then, there is water on the left side, on account of vowel point Pata. Regarding this mystery, Yehovah Yifta will open for you his goodly treasure, the heavens, to provide rain, because waters are from the side of Pata. Firmament spread out farther from the right side, penetrating the left side, in the midst of Segol, becoming Kamats. Then left penetrated right, one contained in the other, right in the left, and left in the right. God said, let the waters under heaven be gathered. Waters is written 5 times above. Let there be a firmament between the waters, and let it divide waters from waters. It divided the waters from the waters. Waters 5 times, corresponding to 2 vowel points, Sire and Segol. Sire 2, Segol 3. 5 configured on the right and left. Female proceeds between right and left, receiving these vowel points that give her perfect knowledge. But they do not settle there in this way, rather, they are overturned within her, in a lighter fashion. Sire is overturned within her, becoming vowel point Sheva, in a lighter fashion. Segol is overturned within her, becoming vowel point Shurik, in a lighter fashion. It is an eternal verity that a woman's mind is facile, for the vowel points cannot settle within her to perfect her understanding, as is the case above. Instead, they are inverted within her in a simplified way, so that her comprehension is diminished. Just as these 2 vowel points Sire and Segol are 5, here, too, the Sheva and Shurik within her are 5, but without stability at all. Let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place, all 5 in one vowel Ayak. It abides below the firmament Kamats. All these waters, from this side, and that 5 vowels standing within this point. This one stabilizes, shining toward holy covenant of the male, which inherits all 5 vowel points. Once this one inherits them all, female becomes luminous, producing fruits and greenery, as is written, let the earth sprout vegetation. It is the force of this point, standing below, that generates fruit and verdure. God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, vowel point Ataf Kamats, shining its light in the same fashion as primal light, vowel point Olam. Because the former does not shine steadily like the latter, it is written Meorit, lights, deficiently, because it does not shine uniformly like Olam, even though it is fashioned according to its pattern. God said, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living creatures in the mystery of vowel point Sheva Segol, since Segol comprises water within fire. The swarming swarm of living soul knowledge given to her from 2 sides, wavering within her. This is the swarm of the living soul, astir with a stirring, venturing forth into all vowel points. Sheva is called swift for righteousness, this is its name, indeed. Hence, it is called soul of that living being. 3-pointed Shurik, when Vov withdraws from her, knowledge departs, along with what she had absorbed from above, as has been taught. In place of Vov, Shurik ventures forth. This is the case in each instance. Thus, all vowel points exist for illuminating letters, as is the case of the creation of heaven and earth, as well as all the worlds. None of the letters have subsistence or light without the luminosity of vowel points, everything transmitted in the mystery of Torah at Sinai. Thus is the case in the mystery above, and in the entire array of the human, as has been said. God said, let us make a human in our image, according to our likeness. It is written by Yehovah, a man's steps are set, and he favors his way. When the blessed Holy One created the upper world and the lower world, it was all according to a single form, this one patterned after that. When he wanted to create the human below, he wanted to fashion him according to the pattern of 2 worlds. All mysteries, from above and below, all within the human skull of the head, positioned above the body, in the mystery of the supernal world, with adornments of the head. Body in the mystery of the supernal body, where rungs are established among known limbs, below the head. Thighs and feet on lower rungs entirely, as is fitting, to be like the model above and the model below. All forms, upper and lower, the blessed Holy One engraved all of them within the human, so that he would be perfected completely. By Yehovah, a man's steps are set. When the blessed Holy One is pleased with someone, all his steps and all his ways, all of them are prepared for him, and he rectifies each and every one, fittingly. He favors his way even in worldly matters. Further, by Jehovah, a man's steps are set, and he favors his way. If a person directs his mind, will, and heart toward the Holy King, following his way, the blessed Holy One favors it, the one that he paves, as if it were his own. Actually, at the moment that letters issued from supernal mystery, as has been said, gelling and taking form in the image of the human, vowels proceeded afterward to inspire spirit of life within them. The letters became enduring, like a person standing on his feet, with spirit's sustenance. After vowels have been ensconced upon the letters, infusing them with soul, they must perdure with knowledge and understanding, taking their journeys, providing nourishment to others. This is the meaning of in our image, according to our likeness, as we have established. In our image, mystery of upper world. According to our likeness, mystery of lower world. Another teaching. In our image, undulations of cantillation signs, namely perfection and completion of knowledge and understanding, procuring awareness to contemplate above, knowing that it is concealed, and not revealed. This is like a king, discerning in understanding and wisdom, not wavering this way or that, only proceeding with knowledge, understanding, and comprehension. Similarly, in the same fashion, cadences of cantillation signs all proceed in their journeys with wisdom, understanding, and comprehension, as is fitting. This is the meaning of in our image. According to our likeness, mystery of vowels that issued from amid the singular image of the supernal point, from that concealed image, unseen. Since they proceed from the midst of a single nekuda point, they are called nekuda, vowel points. Likeness, figure of supernal point. If you say letters are also called likeness, it is not so, for their image does not abide above, nor does form derive from there. Only after they issue from the mystery of the upper world do they all crystallize, taking on form, as never before. For there is no form or design above at all. There is no knowledge of this place, nor does anyone have any comprehension of it at all. Beginning of revealed concealment, but unknown. A single point, sealed. That point not known or revealed, no one comprehends it. But letters are not depicted nor derived from above, for there is no figure there at all. Of this, according to our likeness, these are the vowel points. In our image, undulations, fulfillment of all. Mystery for the fathomers. Phrasings, consummation of all. Where are they located within a person? Well, this is the mystery of in our image. These are the images of a person, inside and out. Inside, understanding, comprehension, and wisdom. Outside, image hovering over him, guiding him, safeguarding, affording protection from everything. As long as these movements reside within a person, he is entirely complete. Similarly with all supernal mysteries above. Mystery of from Jehovah, a man's steps are set to travel on his journey, with movements of cantillation signs. And he favors his way with vowel points. From Jehovah this mystery is received from him, integrating everything below in a single pattern, one mystery. From Jehovah, a man's steps are set like a sla, maketh, shafar holik. These are a man's steps, each and every one established as fitting. This is the meaning of set. The other undulations, as is written, and he favors his way. Whether upright, to proceed, to stop, to sing joyously, to be silent, or to pronounce judgment, they all comprise knowledge and understanding for journeying, fittingly. Zohar, joyous melody. When spark of darkness appears in the striking within incomprehensible pure ether, it produces joy and gladness, casting from afar, chanting joyously to the one who is not known or grasped at all. It is established in its place, but not sufficiently settled to enable comprehension, until it is drawn closer with greater understanding. Similarly with all the cadences, each and every one, fittingly. Until these movements appear, limbs of the body cannot venture out on journeys. For all limbs of the body are apportioned among the letters, 22 letters, materializing in joints and members. 12 limb segments that travel. But these 12 cannot set out on journeys properly without the mystery of 12 inflections, which actualize and propel these joints. Other modulations provide understanding, wisdom, and knowledge for the whole body, raising it, and conferring delight above and below everything as appropriate. 22 letters. Principle of mystery of the body, all apportioned to limbs of the body. From mystery of letters, the body is consummated. Other letters remain 10. 12 primary letters, limbs sustaining the whole body, each and every limb is ordained. This is the case, even though some of the letters appear male and other letters appear female. For example, Aleph male, Bet female, Gimel male, Dalay female, He female, Vav male. Similarly with all the other letters, some encompassed within the male, some encompassed within the female. If you ask, if this is the case, how can a man be constituted in the mystery of 22 letters once letters are contemplated and selected as needed, and as fitting for the male? There are 12, corresponding to 12 limbs. The answer is that all letters actually are comprised within mystery of the male. This is so for the 22 letters, male letters and female letters. Regarding all limbs within the joints, one limb comprises another, one penetrates another. The one entering is male, the one receiving within, female. All limbs comprise male and female, one entering the other like male into female. Consequently, all letters ascend in the mystery of male and female. All letters need each other, cleaving to one another, entering one another like male into female. 22 other letters incorporated within female below small letters. When male joins female, with desire of all the letters in all the limbs for the female, he deposits mystery of letters within her, in her waters. Afterward, heavens congealed, since letters had materialized, and other letters emerged, modeled after these letters. Hence there is an alphabet of supernal letters, and an alphabet of diminutive letters. Aleph is one, and the mystery of one, emerging and materializing in mystery of 3 supernal limbs, bound as one, and they are one. Nonetheless, it is only one limb, since, when Aleph emanated and was placed at the top, it came forth in the image of others who needed to join with it. When Aleph issued forth, it appeared to 2 other rungs who needed to be with it, the left and the middle. All united as one, and are seen in its form. Once those 2 others were situated and stabilized in their places, Aleph returned and settled into its station, at the apex of the right side. How did the Blessed Holy One do it when letters issued forth? The first one to appear, head of all letters, was Aleph. What did the Blessed Holy One do? He enwrapped himself in that letter, and created heavens. With this letter, the Blessed Holy One created the mystery of unity, 3 rungs. Heavens, one mystery. This is as we have established, and has been said. When heavens were created in this mystery, they had not yet congealed or solidified. They were hidden in water, mystery of Aleph, on the right. After gelling, out of the midst of water, Vav appeared, its tracing traced, materializing in human form. Nonetheless, there was nothing lacking from the form of Aleph, and it returned, stationed in its position. The brilliance of that letter began to shine from the beginning of the world to the end. It hid its light away within another letter, fashioning a bayit, home, for that letter to conceal its light within. Its light was hidden within it. From that moment, it was concealed and secreted away, absent from the world other than on one subtle path, a single ray flowing from it. The world is nourished from it, its existence sustained. From this letter, everything is built. From this letter, all are nourished. With this letter, the Blessed Holy One protects the people of Israel, smashing their enemies before them, as is written, your right hand, O Yehovah, glorious in power, your right hand, O Yehovah, smashes the enemy. When they transgressed, what is written, he has withdrawn his right hand. Then, the people of Israel was exiled from the land, and their enemies ruled over them. Aleph settled in the arm with the mystery, strength, and force of 2 other sides that are strengthened by it. This is the right hand. Bet contained within it, absorbing it, facing it, like a woman penetrated by a man. Thus, all letters, one male, one female. Aleph emanates to other letters and is consummated in its perfection. Taking 2 other rungs, Aleph, lamed, final pay attaining completion. Mystery of those camped next to him, the tribe of so-and-so. Those camped next to him, 2 rungs in one. Ultimately, the letters add up to 60 myriads, like the number of tribes of Israel, 12, totaling 60 myriads. Here, 2. When letters are spread apart, they equal 60. This is the sum of the letters, totaling 60 myriads, yielding perfection in the mystery of letters, in all of the limbs. 12 more letters remain closed: mem, final mem, long sadi dele yod, nun, vov, final nun, pe, aleph, kaf, final pe. These are the other letters, the doubles mem, nun, sadi, pe, final kaf, adding up to 12 letters. When all letters are complete, they total 72 letters, mystery of the holy name by which the blessed Holy One is called. The people of Israel number 70 souls, with 2 letters accompanying witnesses, witnesses in their midst, comprised within them. These are Yod He, as is written, their tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel. Mystery of Haroivini Hashimoni, Reubenites Simonites, as has been established, all totaling 72. The alphabet follows the same paradigm, all letters ascending to the mystery of 72 letters, all becoming the mystery of the consummate body, mystery of the human, mystery of the supernal chariot, mystery of the engraved, holy name. Consequently, all letters rise with the ascent of the sublime chariot, with their images and with their bodies, everything becoming a single mystery, fittingly. All letters, when they join together, engraved in their engravings, in the mystery of 72 engraved letters, all fashioned into one body. Matnit in our Mishnah. Celestial ones fly off from the right. 9 points of Torah flow, apportioned among the letters. Letters undulate through them on subtle journeys, allocated to mysteries. These 9 rule over letters, letters ramifying from them. Points remain to elevate them, mobilizing only when these emerge, in the mystery of Ein Sof, all letters undulating in the mystery of Ein Sof. Just as these convey those, so are these concealed ones conveyed. Letters revealed and not revealed. These hidden ones, upon what do they rest? Letters. 9 names, engraved in 10 first, Yod He Vov He, Aoya Asher Aoy, Yehovah, El Elohim, Yehovah, Sivaot, Adon, Shaddai. Matnitin. Heavenly denizens, celestial holy ones, select of the world, kernel of the nut, gather in to comprehend. A bird descends daily, arousing in the garden, flaming fire in her wings. In one claw, 3 trowels sharp as swords, a key in its right claw. She roars, demanding, who among you that enters and exits, and is strengthened by the tree of life, reaches its branches and bonds with its roots, eats of its fruit, sweeter than honey, bestowing life to the soul, tonic to the bones, is shielded from vile thoughts, thoughts that pervert, betraying the tree of life, polluting the stream and river of the source of Israel, fashioning a tree of Matnitin. Falsehood that delivers death to the soul, breaking one's bones, not surviving at all. Such a thought defiles his source, since that thought ascends and switches soul for soul. Tree of life vanishes, tree of death is strengthened, and a soul is drawn down from there. Woe to him, uprooted by that reverie from the midst of the tree of life, cleaving to the tree of death. He has no branches. He will never see any profit, and will be desiccated, utterly depleted, his fruit bitter. Of him is said, he will be like a shrub in the desert. Since upright thinking soars upward, it grasps the tree of life, is strengthened by its branches, and eats of its fruit. All forms of sanctity and all blessings flow from it, bestowing life upon his soul, and a tonic for his bones. Of him is said, he will be like a tree planted by water, spreading its roots by a stream. It does not fear when heat comes. All matters of the world follow contemplation and thought. Of this you shall sanctify yourselves and be holy. For all sanctifications in the world emit and draw upon upright thinking. Of one defiled by his revolting thoughts, when he comes to have intercourse with his wife and directs his desire and thought toward another woman, sowing seed with alien thoughts, this is the one who exchanges supernal rungs above, rung of holiness for a rung of impurity. Just as his contemplation effects substitutions below, so too does he effect substitutions above. Just as the body of the child who is born is called changeling, so too is his soul called changeling, since he did not draw holy emanation with his thought. Consequently the child's soul is swapped with a foreign rung. Jacob, more complete than all. It was evident to the Blessed Holy One that all his ways were truthful, and his intention constantly true thoughts in all matters. On that night when he had sexual relations with his wife Leah, he was thinking of Rachel. Intercourse with Leah while thinking of Rachel, his wellspring followed that intention unconsciously, for he was unaware. As a result, Reuben did not secure real naming. The Blessed Holy One knew, and displayed him, announcing, Reuven, behold, a son has been born into the world. Of this is written, if one hides in secret places, do I not see him, declares Jehovah. Do not read it as in you, see him, but rather as in you, display him. He should be viewed, since it was clear to the Blessed Holy One that Jacob's action was unintentional, and that his contemplative intention lay on the path of truth. Reuben was not disqualified from the midst of the holy tribes. Had it been otherwise, he would have been disqualified. Since thought is the essence, producing effects, the Blessed Holy One perceived the intention where it joined that first drop, and transferred the birthright. As is written, Reuben he was the firstborn, his birthright was given to Joseph. Chronicles in that very place, for the intention tracked and conjoined to that drop. There it bonded and the birthright was transferred, birthright taken from Reuben and conveyed to the place that his intention cleaved. He was thinking of Rachel and his desire adhered to her. Thus the birthright adhered to Rachel, everything following contemplation and thought. Similarly, contemplation and thought perform deeds, drawing a flow onto everything that one joins in secret. This is as is written, the wife of the dead man shall not become wife outside to a stranger. Her brother-in-law shall come to her. Here, thought and intention are necessary for joining, and through that intention and contemplation, the necessary effect is achieved, and the name will not be obliterated from the world. This is the secret of if he sets his heart upon him, he will gather in his spirit and soul, since intention and thought draw a flow and perform deeds wherever needed. Actually thus, in prayer, will and thought are required to direct. Similarly for all other forms of worship of the Blessed Holy One, contemplation and thought perform deeds, evoking a flow into all, wherever needed. Matnitin. Will of the deed, clusters of faith. Jacob took rods of fresh poplar, a voice of voices almond, and plain arousing above and below. Open-eyed we were. Sphere above, rotating toward diverse sides. A voice in tones, arousing, awaken sleepy, slumbering ones, with sleep in their sockets, who do not know to look and do not see. Stopped up ears, lethargic hearts, they sleep and do not know. The Torah stands before them, yet they pay no heed, and do not know upon what they gaze, who look but do not see. The Torah sends forth voices, look, foolish ones, open your eyes and understand, yet none pays heed, and none inclines his ear. How long shall you remain in the darkness of your desires? Look and understand, and the shining light will be revealed to you. When consummate Jacob went from the land to another domain, in the midst of foreign rungs, he fended them all off, choosing his apportioned lot and share from the midst of darkness, wisdom from the midst of obtuseness. Thus he brought honor to his master in the domain of a foreign god. Of this is written, no longer will Jacob be ashamed, no longer his face grow pale. Amatnitin. Illustrious clusters, potent chosen ones, draw near and listen. Who among you ascends and descends? Who seizes hold of spirit? Let him rise and learn. When an impulse arose in the will of the white head to enhance his glory, a single concealed radiance soared upward in the head of all. He blew upon it, generating glistening volts, joined entirely as one, ascending and descending, they became wholly one. When that hidden radiance fanned it and it shone, then it was called Aoi, I am. That radiance ascended and descended, flinging gleaming sparks. He blew upon it, and a mighty, hidden one shot out, its name Asher Aoi, that I am, in hidden, concealed engravings. These are the dazzling volts that bonded together from within a single, hidden monolith, emerging through gravure with the force of that supernal radiance, and it is called Jehovah. He blew upon it again, and gleaming sparks scattered, hurled in every direction. One powerful concealed one emerged, glowing in every direction, and it is called El. Again, hidden splendorous one blew upon it, ascending and descending, exuding into 1200 fiery, vaporous clusters. A hidden force shot out, called Elohim. From this one, mighty, hidden ones emerged, flaring in every direction, some of them arrayed fittingly, some in a different array. He blew upon it again, generating a hidden force standing astride two powers called Sivaot, from whom all troops and all supernal legions flow, each and every one according to its species, to establish and conduct worlds. Of this is written Yehovah Sivaot, happy is the one who trusts in you. Amat Nitin. Rabbi Shimon said, we are open-eyed, and have seen the wheels of the holy chariot, journeying on their journey. The sound of songs sweet to the ears, enchanting the heart, rising and falling, mobile and immobile. 1,000 thousands and a myriad myriads tremble, bursting into song below, rising upward. Responding to that melodious sound stand those who stand, congregation congregating on the right side, 54,000 masters of eyes who see and do not see. Upright in their positions, two other sides return on their account. On the left side, masters of trumpeting blare wails and tremolos from their stations. They begin with judgment and conclude with judgment, then sound the alarm a second time, sitting in judgment with books open. At that moment, the master of judgment who presides over them rises and sits upon the throne of judgment. Song subsides before a verdict is reached. Masters of eyes from the right side circle, along with others they sound the trumpets, but without wailing, without tremolo, instead, they erupt in song. The trumpeters are startled and blast a second time, but without wailing. The patron arises from that throne and sits on the throne of absolution. At that instant he invokes the great, supreme, holy name. With that name there is mercy for all. He begins, invoking once, Yod He Vav He, as is said he invoked the name of Yehovah. They erupted as before holy wheels, thousands of thousands, myriads of myriads chanting, praising, and extolling. Blessed is the glory of God. From his place then came that garden that had been treasured away amid worlds, Shekinah, radiant in the glory that emanates from glow to glow. Her gleam flows to four sides, heads of the ancient ones. Drawn from that glow for all those below, she is designated Garden of Eden. He proclaimed a second time the elder, patron of all, invoking his name Yod He Vav He, and they all uttered the 13 attributes of compassion. Who has seen all these mighty ones, highest of the high, mightiest of the mighty holy chariots, the heavens and all their forces trembling and quavering in great terror, lauding the holy name and singing song. Happy are the souls of the righteous, for they partake of this delight and understand it. Of this is said, who would not revere you, O King of the nations, for it befits you. Mat Nitin. Pursuers of truth, those who seek the mystery of faith, those who cling to the faithful cluster, those who know the ways of the Supreme King, draw near and listen when two ascend, bursting toward primeval unity, they receive it between two arms. Two descend to three, they are two, one between them. Two sit upon the seat from which prophets suckle. One between them, junction of all, absorbing all. That holy well stands beneath them, field of holy apples. From this well were watered the flocks that Moses tended in the wilderness. From this well were watered the flocks that Jacob selected, when they were chosen as his share, all those chariots, all those winged beings. 3 pillars lie by this well, from them, this well is filled. It is called Adonai, my Lord. Of this is written Adonai Yehovah, my Lord God, you yourself have begun, and similarly let your face shine upon your desolate sanctuary, for the sake of Adonai. Daniel. Adon, Lord, of all the earth, as is written, see, Ark of the Covenant, Lord of all the earth. Joshua. Within it is concealed one holy spring, flowing into it constantly, filling it. This is called Yehovah Sivaot, Lord of hosts. Blessed is he forever and ever. Amat Nitin. Before pure ether settled and shone, pierced stones were sealed up. 3 winds enveloped by the angel of Elohim who was going before the camp of Israel moved and went behind them. 3 were sunken, waters blocked below holes. By 72 letters, they returned to their places. After 72 rungs, those stones were split, pierced by an engraved flint. Gathering together, they became a single assemblage. Afterward, they divided, becoming 2 waters, half congealing, half sinking, these rising, those falling. From here, the world began to divide. Above, ever higher, is another flint, engraved with 72 seals of a potent signet ring, subduing the rolling waves of the sea. When they move, they disperse to four corners, one division rising, one division falling, one to the side of the north, one to the side of the south. When they converge as one, flaming coals arise in the fiery blade of the whirling sword. A single column is thrust into the sea. A rung messenger of the supernal governor rises through that column above, ever higher, and sees from afar a convoy of ships sailing the sea. Who has seen waves rising and falling, wind blowing upon them, fish of the sea pulling all those ships in all directions of the world? When that rung descends from that column, 1,000 on his right and 1,000 on his left, he returns and sits in his place like a king upon his throne. When that rung sails the sea in four directions of the world, she sets out with him and returns with him, he returns to the column of the king. Then heralds come forth who are the masters of eyes, let them raise their eyes above, ever higher, let the masters of wings stand erect, let the masters of faces cover them until the sea sets forth on its journeys. Then, the angel of Elohim journeyed. A matnitin. Dwellers of the world, masters of understanding, open-eyed masters of understanding, faith treasured away within you, whoever among you who ascends and descends, who has the faith of God within, let him rise and understand. When an impulse arose in the will of the white head to create man, he struck within a particular lamp, and the lamp struck a shining emanation, then that emanation emitted souls. Similarly, it struck within a particular mighty monolith, and that monolith issued a single fiery flame, embroidered with diverse colors. The flame rose and fell until that emanation struck it, and it returned, settling into its abode, generating living spirit. The spirit was bounded, and it absorbed a single color from the sun. Descending below, it absorbed a single color from the moon. Turning to the right, it absorbed the color of water, enfolded within the mouth of a particular lion. Turning to the left, it absorbed the color of fire, enfolded within the mouth of a particular ox, red as a rose. Turning forward, it absorbed the color of wind, enfolded within the mouth of a particular great eagle, with massive wings, bearing all colors, bounded within. Turning behind, it absorbed the color of dust, enfolded within the mouth of man. Then all forms gazed upon him. The spirit settled into the dust, garbed by it. Then the dust shook about, descending below. It struck one side of the four sides of the world, and an image was formed, a visage. Then the spirit was concealed deep within. That dust that was collected from the four corners of the world, struck by Nefesh, comprised of dust. Nefesh is the basis for the body's actions, and in accord with the actions of the Nefesh in the body, the spirit is concealed within. This appears outwardly, ascending and descending. Striking the face, images and markings appear. Striking the forehead, images and markings appear. Striking the eyes, images and markings appear. This is as is written, the appearance of their faces testifies against them. A lamp extends from it, measuring with a single green thread. Flame of chaos strikes a person's hand when he is asleep, inscribing inscriptions and lines upon his hand. In accord with one's actions, thus is he inscribed, letters inverting from below upward. The companions of truth recognize these inscriptions of the letters of the lamp. All forces within a person enact inscriptions and tracings, inversions of letters. One who enacts this embroidery, embroiders with the dust of the dwelling. This is as is written, I was embroidered with the depths of the earth. Blessed is he, blessed is his name forever and for all eternity. The section of sexual licentiousness, matnitin. Transmitting norms of dazzling beings. Four sharpened keys to four directions of the world, situated in their corners. One in four directions, and four in one direction, engraved in one color. In that color blue, purple, crimson, white, and red, each blending into its fellow color, its own distinct. Four heads, rising as one, fusing into one visage. One head rising out of a washing pool in which it bathes. Two does, identical in size, emerge from that washing, as is written, like a flock of ewes similar in size, coming up from washing in their hair, appearance of a four-colored gem. Four wings covering the body, small hands beneath their wings, each engraved with 5. flying high, up above a palace beautiful in form, gorgeous to behold. One youth, a boy, emerges with a sharp sword turning into males and females, who carry the measure of an fr between heaven and earth, sometimes carrying it throughout the world. All measures are thereby measured, as is written an fr of equity. A vision of crystal poised atop one sword. On the head of that sword, red flashing from the crystal. On two sides, this one and that, the sword appears deeply etched. One mighty warrior ladder extending through 13 worlds girded with that sword to wreak vengeance. Along with him are girded 60 others, all seasoned and victorious in combat, as is written, gird your sword on the thigh, O warrior, your glory and your grandeur, and it is written, all of them skilled with a sword, expert in war, each with his sword on his thigh, their faces turn various colors. No one knows them except one worm who swims among fish of the sea, all rocks that it traverses split apart. At that time, a voice issuing from those sword-bearers cleaves 18 enormous mountains. No one inclines his ear, everyone in the world is shut-eyed, hearts stopped up. No one notices that the structure is about to be destroyed. When deeds are unseemly, deviating from the correct way, the right withdraws and the left rules. Then nakedness appears. Woe to the wicked who bring this upon the world, for none above are blessed until those below are annihilated, as is written, and the wicked will be no more. Bless, O my soul, Yehovah, hallelujah. Matnitin. To you mortals, masters of wisdom, masters of understanding, a voice calls out, who among you has become enlightened and knows when Whitehead enhanced the head, he inscribed from on high below, from below on high. He configured the north side with a wreathed tiara, depth of the supernal abyss inscribed upon it, ascending and descending within it. One concealed rung descended, with 1,500 inscriptions from 1,500 worlds. Beneath it, one beast of the field found shade Daniel, and she had 10 rays. Her eyes, like human eyes, her mouth, uttering grand proclamations. When she rules, she journeys by day, hidden by night. When she descends, she is hidden by day, journeying by night. When she travels, 4 spades that she grasps in her hands tremble. Traveling with her are 60 fiery lashes, each one with a sharp sword on its thigh. When an impulse arose in will to generate a man for dominion below, through that particular creature he configured fine dust encompassing all. He blew upon it, and it spread out to 4 sides of the world, 4 rolled out, one upward, one downward, one to the north, one to the south. A great, mighty tree joined and interlinked with her through one beautiful branch, manifesting all delights. This is as is written, beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth. Cleaving to it, they generated one concealed spirit, infusing it into the one needed from dust, standing him up on his feet, appointing him sovereign over the entire world, ruler over all. This is as is written, you make him rule over the work of your hands, all things you set under his feet. He was commanded regarding that tree, but he did not keep the commandment, so the king revoked his spirit, and that creature carried it off. Then he obtained another vessel and stationed him among them, a cluster of glyphs amid holy angels, united in a configuration of crowns. Succeeding generations were ensnared by their sins, their spirits loosed from that vestment. Later, hidden within the dust, amid the clods of the wadi, they were hidden and treasured away. With one unbreakable bone of that garment they were built at the beginning, and so will they come in legions and multitudes a second time, awakening in the Holy Land. Then the blessed Holy One will summon the original dust of that body precisely to knead, infusing it through subtle kneading like yeast in the dough. From that kneading clear from above it will be refined and configured into a fitting garment. In the same manner, a spring shall issue from the house of Yehovah and shall water the wadi of Shittim Joel, for that river increases debauchery in the world. When the holy spring gushes forth, infusing it, then it will be refined and configured, no longer entrenched in its foulness as before. Those who are unworthy will rise to be judged according to the adjudication of the supernal king, as is written, many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, these to eternal life, those to shame and eternal contempt. Daniel, and then for as the new heavens and the new earth that I will make shall stand before me, declares Jehovah, so shall your seed and your name stand. Z. Matnitin. 10 Sphirat Belima. 1. We have learned 4 seasons, winds of the world. 2 sides, 50 undulations performing within them. 1 configured, without substance. From hiddenness emanates 1 book, 3 letters traced upon it, 3 other letters inserted below, 1 inscribed upon 2. Tav stationed upon it. 2 emanating from hiddenness, a second book, with 4 letters inscribed. 2 upon 1. He stationed upon it. 3 spread upon the diminutive 1. In the third book, 1 side with 1 letter inscribed upon the royal crown suspended from supreme ones to supreme ones. On one of its sides an artisan inscribes, placing that letter upon her craftsmanship consummated in that letter. North side completed and created from it. Below it, 3 sides completed from its 3 shimmers. Vorf stationed upon it. 4 emanating above, darkness of the moon, 4-headed. 4th book, stamped by desire of the great abyss. This is the great abyss in which judgment is allocated, an abode, dwelling place for the court. Of this is written, your judgments are like the great abyss. Settled upon it, 2 of the letters inscribed upon the king's signet. Through that signet they move, they rest. 1 stationed upon 4. Aleph lodged upon it. 5 spread over the gleam of the 5th book, a curtain is stretched, dividing lower and upper realms. License granted there to 1 who inscribes. From above, 2 powerful ones conveying 1,000 worlds within inherited legacy rests there. 5 letters within, inscribed through 2-3 upon 2. 2 others erected there, traced with the mystery of 5-5 within 5. Yod stationed upon it. 6 emanating with fiery sparks, 2 sides upon the 6th book. 1 side astir with powers, 1 side with spirit of wisdom, aglow. That gleam, spread over 3 countenances, shimmer of its sides, established for 3. 4 traced within 4. 1 rules, facing the other, and 1 rides. 2 letters inscribed in 1. Vorf stationed upon it. 7 spread over the shimmering of the 7th book, vigor of Beliclum, utter nothingness. In the 7th potent chosen ones, whirlwind of festooned centurions. Cached in the 7th they conduct, but do not travel, but do not proceed, but do not subsist, but are not created, but not ceasing. Upper ones and lower ones descend and ascend. 3 ride, 4 traced restored to 1. 1 power of a single path resting upon it. Delay stationed upon it. 8 emanating upon the cause of the 8th book, traced with 1 star, a single imprint. Standing upon 4 upon it, 1 ruling over the other. This 1 runs, this 1 sits, this 1 takes, this 1 casts, this 1 ascends, this 1 descends, suspended from 1, created from 1. He is holy, he is supreme, he exists, he is 1. He traced within. 9 spread out upon the heavenly shimmer, 9th book, seen and not seen. Concealed in worlds astir within it. Weighed in the image of their master. Traced with 5, riding upon 5. King whom these worlds worship, descending with the brightening day, ascending with the darkening night. 3 letters traced upon it. Yod stationed upon it. 10 emanating from the mysteries of 18,000, 10th book. With 10 letters, in the name engraved with 10, governing with 10. When trembling arrives among the 18,000 worlds, 4 letters range across her. 10 within 10 ride upon her. Signet of signets. On account of him, he and his wife unite, this is oneness. These 10 sphirat split off from 10 supernal letters of the holy name. Corresponding to them, the world was created with 10, their forces radiating in 10 utterances. His name closed, ineffable. 10 over 5, 5 over 10. 6 over 5, 5 over 6. Blessed is he, and blessed is his name, forever and ever. Amen and Amen. Amat Nitin. Openings were opened, but the gates were guarded. One who enters does not exit, and one who exits does not enter. Bowing before the opening, mighty nobles enter within. One pillar standing within embedded. 3 colors within: black, white, green. Through it one ascends and descends. All yearn to enter within it, but permission is not granted to all. It predated creation of the world. One governor presiding, treasured away within 1,000 worlds. All engravings of the world burst forth from it. Happy is the one who settles within it. Afterward, 2 brothers appear, grasping each other. One receives lodger's speculum of life. One who eats at its table lives eternally, and one receives and does not receive lodger's speculum of life and speculum of death. One who eats at its table will drop dead, none will save him, none extend a hand. After them, implanted lovers desirable to behold, desirable to approach. They were undiscovered, until a blind one went to approach them, but he disdained their provisions. He approached speculum of life and speculum of death, seizing it, bonding with its trunk. His companion beckoned, thrust a knife into your gullet, if you are a Baal Nefesh, master of the soul, but he did not heed nor incline his ear, before he crumpled and died. After these, a sweet one gushed forth, dividing into 4. All wisdom flowed from that great, glorious one, sating all those loved ones, desirable to behold. Then those 2 brothers are intertwined. After them, 2 young children, youths, fire flashing sword blade in their hands, guarding paths and byways so that none may enter or exit, other than he who will neither eat nor drink. They were created before this world. From then on, all sides of the world were perfected. Another row sides of the left, where shreds plunge to Egypt. A place where fire blazes day and night, a place to toss haughty spirits who stray to the left, indentured there until the epoch of epochs. These are the right and left, created before the creation of the world. Afterward, corners of the earth. A matnitin. In the 4 seasons, winds of the world, the enlightened will shine. Daniel. Who are the enlightened? Those who know how to gaze upon the glory of their master, and know the secret of wisdom to enter the world that is coming. Without shame they shine like the supernal radiance. As to why it says the enlightened and does not say the knowers, they are the ones actually who gaze into the concealed, inner mysteries that do not stand exposed and are not transmitted to all. One who is worthy to gaze upon them with understanding will shine and sparkle in the glistening crown, supreme over all. No gleaming that glows like this, no gleaming that sparkles for that world like this radiance. This is the radiance of Torah, this is the radiance of the masters of wisdom who inherit that world more than anyone. They emerge and enter in all the treasure chambers of their master, and nobody stays their hand. Everyone pales before their brilliance, radiance sparkling in every direction. Those who turn many to righteousness, many, but not all. This is similar to many of those who sleep in ground of dust will awake. Why does it say many, since some will not rise? Thus, Admatafah, ground of dust. Why is it called ground of dust? Well, the explanation is that it is ground coming from dust. This is the land of Israel, ground of dust. From that dust of which is written, all comes from the dust, and all returns to the dust, even the globe of the sun. The rest of the sinners will be shaken loose from it, and will not rise. This is why it says many, referring to the people of Israel. Here, too, those who turn many to righteousness, like the stars forever and ever, the people of Israel who merited to receive the Torah from the hidden point. Torah comprising Nevi'im and Ketuvim, comprising the oral Torah. Since Torah is the totality of all, one who attains it, attains everything. Like the stars, stars are seen in the east, north, south, and west. If it were a pannier of rods, 3 subtle ones shimmer in each direction, plus 2, clustered. Radiant, concealed star shining within the bosom of a wagon. A star shines, glistening white from this side, another shines, gleaming red. This one, life, that one, death. Next to this, tenuous one that neither shines nor issues forth, diminished decade. Within the palace of diminutive letters, 7 cantillation notes for Torah suspended from them. These notes are distinct from 13 others that are invested to guide and provide melody. These 7 split into 13 others that guide and provide melody for Ketuvim distinctive to this location, in the 7 palaces of Ketuvim. These 7 are different from those others. When they inhere within Ketuvim they divide up into 10. On account of them, Ketuvim is called Book of the Faithful, 10 faithful ones upon them. Afterward, they divide up into 13. Everything like the pattern above in the Torah. Prophets dwell in their places, everything following the mystery of the Torah. Lamp of adamantine darkness surveyed with a measuring tool, as they have said everything in the mystery of Ein Sof. Accompanied by the melody of cantillation notes, it alights, striking their ether that issues from Ein Sof. It strikes within brain, and brain emits an ether, then strikes within the throat, causing another ether to flow outward. 3 ethers come into being, blended as one, imbuing 3 clusters, as they have said. An emanation begins to expand from the lamp gauging length, width, height, and depth for those 22 supernal keys, then measuring 22 letters, and every one of their mysteries, depths, and concealments, corresponding to 3 ethers, 3 clusters Yehovah Elohinu Yehovah, Yehovah, our God, Yehovah. All within the mystery disclosed to Moshe at Sinai. Once they have been uttered, the lamp flows forth, since these names need to be measured within the extension. Then their extension merges with the measurements of length and width, depth and height, circle and square. It must be thus, since the mysteries of their names yearn to rely upon Ein Sof, and to be enduringly and consummately vitalized within the expansion of the lamp, with vowel points, and cantillation notes for melody. This is the completion of the mystery of unification, fittingly, and none know the basis of it all other than the masters of faith, and they are few. Eid, 1. Aleph, uttered hastily secret for tying the lamp to those clusters. Then it generated the extension of the Torah of Moses, single point issuing from Ayin, nothingness. Prophets spread out from that point, combining, descending below. They rely upon the concealed pillar originating in Ein Sof 3 clusters, as we have mentioned. Matnitin. Clusters of nodes, crevice masters, open-eyed masters of understanding, hearts draw near and listen. Who among you has heard the sound of the sphere, cooing, revolving in rotation, ascending and descending, notes rising up amid the pleasant melody, 3 sparks issuing from the foreheads of each voice. That sphere rotates above and below, a spark bursting forth, igniting the sphere, causing fire to shoot out from blazing clubs. When the lamp extends to survey that sphere, emits a pure ether, glowing within those 3 ethers, of which we have spoken, scintillating as one. From that shimmering, this sphere emerges rotating, ascending, descending. When the extension of the lamp issues forth, measuring from above to below, this sphere gathers in all camps. When this extension prevails, this sphere coos sweetly, emitting subtle, sparkling letters, elucidating letters of the Torah. Then it is called Masoreh, tradition. From this sphere another, lower, one flares. It expands, kindling other letters to elucidate, but not like the others. It is called small Masoreh. 2 spheres called large Masoreh and small Masoreh, these 2, transmitted to the hands of the faithful shepherd for contemplation and gazing upon, until letters alighted and were engraved upon stone tablets. When the sphere settles, rotating, countless troops, teeming camps, and winged beings fly among those firmaments. Then, letters that shot forth are transmitted to the holy angel called Yophiel, master of wisdom. He proceeds to engrave them around the letters, and then this holy angel bequeaths them to the holy, faithful one, as is said. Yehovah said to Moses, "Go up to me to the mountain and be there." Matnitin. In pristine brilliance, at the onset of the will of the king, it graved 9 glyphs, in dazzling concatenations, and 1 concealed, unknown. Graving glyphs, it struck inside 1 lamp, 1 shot out, faithful to 1 governor, concealed in its concealment, known and not known. Whoever would fathom it, turns around. It is minuscule, and on account of its diminutiveness, concealed in obscurity of inwardness unknown. All thoughts of it are confounded, returning, turning back without cleaving. Sealed within, 32 eyes, unopened eyes, traced in faint inscription. Thoughts and actions ascend toward it, their meaning unrevealed. Gather them when they are cast out, when gathered in, cast them out. Forms etched within it secreted, unrevealed. Graving glyphs, it struck, and the second one shot out one below, revolving round and round, then soaring into the air. Striking the tower, whirling the palace from the midst of the ether from which it sprung. Forms placed in it artisans of all silver, gold, and bronze vessels. It advances, hidden away, its voice unheard beyond, but in its innards an unfamiliar voice is heard, a voice issuing from one end of the world to the other, rising and falling, moving and fixed. No eye can behold it. When it is veiled, it is revealed, and when revealed, veiled. Seen through sealed eyes, heard through closed ears. With eyes opened, it is cloaked, not discerned until a true righteous one arrives at the table to eat. It graved inside the glyph of a form, and the third shot forth, cloaked in the ephod and the breastpiece, girding its decorated band. Revealed by day, concealed by night. Emerging once, then regretting, treasured away until Vov arrives, bonding with it. Soothed, it returns to its place, longing to be revealed only to those who call out to him at night. In the morning the trace of a thin, subtle thread is revealed, joining to them during the day as a result of hymns and delights they sang to him at night. Providing goodness to all, he raises a flag on the right, inscribing and establishing the world. He enters inner palaces and emerges, building worlds. From beginning to end, he is concealed within 60 myriad worlds. He settles on the southern side, issuing forth, grasping a spade, proffering food for all, and shining upon them. It graved a dazzling glyph of pure noontime, the fourth shooting out from the darkness of worlds, stripped of shining radiance from whence depths emerge, becoming revealed. A radiance shines, then is concealed and darkened. One pushes away, the other draws near, one rejects, the other heals. In its hand scepter of life and death. Concealed within 400 hostelries, trained warriors, masters of the spear and whirling sword, hordes bursting out and scattering. When the glyph was graven through the smelting of the blazing fire, one burst forth, red as a rose. Its hair hung like that of the bears of the mountains of gloom. Fearsomeness, dread, and great power are magnified within him, his hands clenching the flame of the whirling sword. On the day that he is aroused, all pass before him like sheep. Happy is the one who approaches him but is spared. It graved glyphs of the shining mountains, shooting out the fifth one, which stands amid the pillars of the world. All stand before him, and he sits in their midst like a king among his troops. 2 appointed grandees stand poised before him, and he makes peace between them. When he is revealed, all stand ready at their posts. He closes and opens. On account of him, myriads stand on countless mountains. All keys of the king abide with him. He acts according to his will, and none can stay his hand. Supernal concealed ones, exalted hidden ones, stand before him, delighting in him. Brilliant portals opened by him, shining. Hidden seal of the king in his hand, acting as he wishes with the legions of heaven and the dwellers on earth. Beneath his arms dwell myriad worlds. His height from one end of the world to the other. He sits upon a throne of flaming fire, worlds illuminated by him and nourished by him. He is one, he will be one, and he is called one. Blessed is he forever and for all eternity. It graved a glyph, striking a form, shooting out the sixth. Moving constantly, uniting millstones, grinding lights, nourishing worlds with those pulverized beacons. 5 ingredients of the incense spices are mixed with them. He grinds and radiates, but does not aromatize beyond. His body is concealed so that it will not waft nor will his scent be detected. Preparing for sexual relations in the mystery of 500 secrets of the king, he stands at his station, and the king depends upon him. All steadfast faithful ones abide within him. He has one companion, and they grant each other authority inculcated from the day of their inception. It engraved and struck its glyphs, shooting out the seventh, the other faithful one, alongside his companion. Executing all of his companion's artistry, he stands ready before him with abundant devotion. One stands upon the other, the latter absorbing both faithfully, bestowing goodness upon the house of David. Beloved Abraham relies upon this one. Isaac, perfect offering, relies upon that one. Jacob most consummate stands and relies upon them. They are as one, covered over like a crystal receiving the sun. Graving glyphs, the lamp struck, shooting out the eighth. This is eighth in the count, emitting the one beloved by all, desired by all, most worthy of all, most trustworthy of all. He is visage of that consummate one, a glistening, scattering in four gleams fixed to the ground, his head reaching toward the heavens. With beautiful foliage and bountiful fruit, he bears food for all. Below him a creature is shaded, its boundaries extending to the four sides of the world. In his branches dwell the birds of the heavens. He journeys on, entering into 500 worlds, conveying food from them all. He absorbs and collects from them. This one bequeaths bread, this one water, this one oil, and this one manna. Gathering, he infuses into the storehouse of the poor, but he is hidden, with no face to gaze outward. His light spans from one end of the world to the other. All life inheres in him, and he bestows upon those with no vitality at all. He enters into those 500 worlds, taking 50 years from them, but no more, and then he provides. Afterward, he enters into father and mother, and from their provisions he bestows, completing 70. Revealed by day, bordered by 12 boundaries. 70 date palms and 12 flowing springs are suspended from him. Righteous ones are called by his name. He gathers and then provides all food and crops for the entire world. Blessed is his memory forever and for all eternity. Graving once in the impregnable fierce one, it shot out the ninth bone, rising during the day, setting at night. Hidden within concealed visages. Journeying, descending, and abiding, they are concealed between the two arms of the king, engraved in a ring, by the scepter with the seal. Messenger guarding the path, rendering judgments, presiding over the examination of the open books. Good and evil poised before her, from her side, life, and from her side, death, side of sweetness and side of bitterness. A serpent stands before her, his head beneath her feet. When he thrusts out his head, he strikes with his tail. Whoever touches his scales is hurled to the pit of the great hollow, but her feet loom over that serpent's head. Upon rising, the sea splits the ether that touches but does not touch. Rising at night, she apportions goods to the wealthy, and foodstuffs to her household. Bonding with, and concealed within faces adorned with royal embellishments. Master of all the earth treasured away a gleaming ray of light within her, laying planks in the ark of the Torah. Waging battle against his enemies, exacting vengeance. Girding himself like a mighty warrior, sharp sword at hand, his spear a flaming fire, arrows shot, flaring with the ferocity of the consuming blaze. Sparkling lamp hovering above the heads of the true righteous ones. Innumerable hidden palaces. Her boundaries extend to the shore of the Sea of Geasar, and to all four sides 4 kings traced from within her, ruling over the world through them. 2 youths affixed beneath her. She flies through 12 worlds and is treasured away there. Blessed is he forever, and for all eternity. Vatican V. Unpublished passage, Amat Nitin. Rabbi Shimon said, Supernal ones, hearken lower ones, listen great mountains and lofty boulders, wise ones, masters of eyes of understanding, rulers over empty ones, draw near and listen, the one in your midst who ascends and descends, who seizes hold of spirit, draw near to understand. When an impulse arose in the will of Whitehead to enhance his glory, he generated from the lamp of adamantine darkness a single spark, he blew upon it, and it fled. Out shot a mighty, powerful one, ascending and descending to worlds, then returning to its place, gleaming. L. A spark shot out, striking the glyph of those 2 letters, powerful hammer, top and middle hurling sparks, scattering in directions. These two entered beneath the glow of the spray, illuminating three others. In the letters engraved by the little one of Rabbi Elazar they are 80 and they bond with the two primordial ones, becoming 1,000. The hammer strikes this one, causing 50 gates of understanding to flow forth. This is the light of the tender ones who said, Ilaf, learn, Binah, understanding. A spark shot out and struck that letter, comprised of three, forming the great sea, called Sea of Wisdom. Yod Mem, engraved in El, and Elim glowed. From this one mighty myriads flew out, appointed over sparkling keys of the rulers, called B'nai Elim. A spark shot out, striking those that had emerged, streaming from the crowns. Crown of Makhat, adorned supernal crown shining upon 270 worlds. The Sits appeared, holy flame, crowning Elim, as is said Sits, the medallion, of the holy diadem was placed upon his head, encircling Elohim. In this way, worlds were completed. Of this we have learned regarding Abraham Bihibiram, with he created them. After this consummation, a spark descended from this rung, striking from the lower portion, from above. Sparks streamed from flowing crowns, arousing Holy Spirit for the true prophets, some to the right, some to the left. Some of them are called Hand of Jehovah, as is said the hand of Jehovah came upon me Ezekiel, and the hand of Jehovah came upon Elijah kings. This one is pigment with diverse colors, hand of Jehovah above, and hand of Jehovah below, numerous colors transmuting on the left. Some of them are called Word of Jehovah, as is said the Word of Jehovah that came Hosea, the Word of Jehovah came Samuel, the Word of Jehovah was rare Samuel, and the Word of Jehovah came to Abram in a vision, saying, to other prophets it came by means of a messenger. Precisely this is as is said, he sent forth his word and healed them, and he sends out his word and melts them. But of Moses is written, Jehovah said to Moses, from here upward, glow of 10 flowing streams. One who sees, sees, one who does not see, does not see. Of the world that is coming is written, he will be the faithfulness of your times, stronghold of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The fear of Jehovah is his treasure. This is the gist of the matter, but there, in the heavenly delight of that world, the meaning abides before the King. Blessed be Jehovah forever, Amen and Amen. Tosefta. Addenda. Illustrious clusters Quaristus of Quarista, impregnable castles, we are open-eyed, with open ears. A voice of voices descends from above, pulverizing mountains and boulders. Who are those who see without seeing, ears blocked, eyes shut, neither seeing, nor hearing, nor knowing, through contemplation the one encompassed by two within them, and by them cast away. They cling to those two, while one, artisan of artisans, does not abide within them. They are not inscribed in the books of remembrance, they are erased from the book of life, as is said, let them be blotted out from the book of life, and among the righteous let them not be inscribed. Woe to them when they leave this world, woe to their lives who will plead for them. They are to be handed over to Duma, scorched in blazing fire from which they cannot escape except on new moons and Sabbaths, as is said, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath. Afterward a herald in the north proclaims, let the wicked return to Sheol. How many ravaging gangs gather against them in 4 directions, fire flames in the valley of Ben Hinnom, 3 times a day they are seared. Moreover, when Israel responds aloud, Amen, may his great name be blessed, the blessed Holy One is filled with compassion and takes pity upon all. He signals to the angel appointed over the gates of hell, Samriel is his name. 3 keys are in his hand, and he opens 3 gates on the side of the wilderness, so they see the light of this world. Fiery smoke billows, choking the ways. Then 3 deputies under his command fan with 3 spades in their hands, chasing the smoke back to its site, providing hell's residents with relief for an hour and a half, following which they return to their fire. So it is 3 times a day, and whenever Israel recites Amen, may his great name be blessed. Happy are the righteous, whose paths in that world radiate in every direction, as is said, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Tosefta. Illustrious clusters, potentates of pedagogy, wise ones of understanding, gaze to comprehend. When the white head prepares the throne upon bejeweled stone columns, there is one gem among those jewels, magnificent in appearance, gorgeous in form, a coffer of clusters flaming in 70 hues. These colors flash in all directions. These 70 ramifying from 3 colors. From among these sparks, among those sparks that dazzle to the 4 corners of the earth, here comes a harsh spark from the left side, uniting with the heavens. These 70 colors the judicial assembly sat and the books were opened. Daniel. From here emerge arrows, swords, spears, and quarries of fire. Intense blaze emitted from the heavens bonded with it, and when supernal ones have bonded with these below, none can suppress the anger and judgment. Eyes flashing like fiery plating, descending among them into the world. Woe to one visited by he of girded loins, sharp sword in hand. He does not differentiate between good and evil, for the writ from those 70 is authorized once he united with the side of heaven. He descends, sword in his left hand, with diverse judgments, varying in diverse colors, changing daily. It is called Kerem Zulat, exalted starling, designated for humanity. All the colors of the blessed Holy One's implements of fury can be seen there, and they dwell in the lofty realms of the world. Human beings, in their foolishness, pay them no heed. Brimstone and fire, seething water and deliquescent fire, fused together by the heavens, descended upon Sodom. Woe to sinners who disregard the honor of their master. 10 names engraved by decree of the king. They are 10, totaling a great number. 70 colors, flashing on every side, emerging from the midst of 70 names. Engraved is the mystery of the 70 angels' names, mystery of the heavens. Mikhael, Gavriel, Raphael, Nuriel, Kadumiel, Sidchiel, Makhiel, Pardael, Tumiel, Asdiel, Shoriel, Raziel, Yophiel, Staturiel, Gazriel, Vadriel, Kemuel, Asgiel, Rahatiel, Kodshiel, Shomael, Barakhiel, Ahil, Arniel, Lahadiel, Maniel, Caniel, Arniel, Anael, Gadiel, Ahinael, Ramiel, Azriel, Sananya, Vidagazi, Raziziel, Dumiel, Sanya, Tohariel, Azriel, Neriel, Samekhiel, Pisuzi, Ramiel, Barakiel, Tizuri, Shavni. El, Kananya, Shori Zertuk, Adiel, Samkhiel, Neriel, Maranya, Lazni. Kemuzi, Yadiel, Tartruzi, Oniel, Zachariel, Vadriel, Hinael, Dandael, Gadiel, Badael, Aphafiel, Veridiel. Over them all. When they are all joined together as one in this mystery of supernal power, then it is called Yehovah, and Yehovah all one assemblage. Meet Yehovah, from Yehovah, out of heaven, holy name engraved in 70 other names, mystery of heaven. These are the 70 that rule over the 70 judgments, mystery of Yehovah. These are the 70 names in supernal holiness, Yehovah and heaven. These take from Adonai those and Yehovah. Taking from Yehovah each one from the other. These suspended from those, lower ones from upper ones, all one bond. Thus is the blessed Holy One known through his glory heaven. 70. Mystery of Yehovah. In the mystery of the 70 names, these are the 70 names that preside over 70 lower rungs, mystery of and Yehovah. These are 70 names, Yehovah mystery called heaven. 7 firmaments ascending to 70 names, holy name. Of this and Yehovah reigned. From Yehovah, from heaven, secret of secrets, transmitted to wise ones. From this name are called heaven, secrets are created, called Adam. Number of limbs of his body 248. Number of letters in this name, 216, constituting mystery and secret of the entire Torah, along with 22 letters and 10 utterances. For this name is 216, plus 32 paths within, yielding 248 limbs of the body, mystery of Adam, presiding over the throne, mystery of 70 below. This is the esoteric meaning of upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it above Ezekiel, and mystery of and Yehovah reigned upon Sodom from Yehovah out of heaven. All one word, one secret transmitted to the wise of heart. Happy is their portion in this world and in the world that is coming. The decree upon them was finalized since they prohibited charity, as is said. Sodom did not support the poor and the needy. Ezekiel On account of this, in truth, judgment came from heaven. Charity and heaven are entirely one, and it is written for Asdeka, your love, is higher than heaven. Since charity depends upon heaven, judgment is from heaven, as is written from Jehovah out of heaven. Judgment against Israel comes from this place, as is written, the guilt of the daughter of my people exceeded the iniquity of Sodom, and Jerusalem is called sister of Sodom, as is written, sin of your sister Sodom. Ezekiel. Their punishment comes from heaven, identical to that of Sodom on account of prohibiting charity, other than that this one was overthrown, and that one destroyed, this one will be rebuilt, the other will not be rebuilt. A Tosefta. Sarah's life endured. Essence of our Mishnah. We were close by, heard a voice concatenating above, downward, spreading throughout the world. A voice smashing mountains, shattering mighty rocks, gargantuan whirlwinds ascending, our ears patulous. Proclaiming in undulations thorn prick to slumberers, torpor in their sockets, subsisting in their subsistence. The king speaks, avoid inebriation. Gatekeepers, the ruler of numerous troops is stationed in his place, all are insensate, unaware that the book is open, names recorded. Duma, too, stands ready to seize according to the reckoning. Dust dwellers, longing to be settled, soon they will long to be counted among them, averse to the wheel of convolution. But they sink, not rising, sinners blotted out from Duma's book. Who will press their case, who presides at their reckoning? Woe unto them for their lives, woe for their trembling attested of them. Let them be blotted out from the book of life, and among the righteous let them not be inscribed. Of Jacob departed from Beersheba and went to Haran. Mortals, celestial beloved, elite potentates, draw near, and listen. Who among you are wise, masters of eyes of discernment? Let him come and learn. When the white head lifts up 3 letters and engraves them in chiseled gravings, Aleph, Yod, final nun, ayin, nothing, is hewn. Aleph, supreme head, concealed of all concealed. Yod, ascendant in will, completed by head above, descended below, emerging and emitting 32 paths until they were engraved amid precious gleaming gems, tied to the letter nun, male and female. 2 lovers, powerful nexus consummated between them, holy name bonded within them. From them originates food for all, and worlds are completed. Of this, extended final nun is engraved, principle of 2 bent nun, female alone. Yod will emanates paths, striking between letters, forming the firmament of Jacob between 2 spirits, infusing speech amid the limbs, ultimately cascading to that who is bent. North and south bonded with her as one, afterward, linking together as one. Bent is called Beersheba, suffused from Jacob to water all the flocks of sheep. Of this Jacob departed from Beersheba and went to Haran. Alternatively, from Beersheba above, for he emerges from her. Afterward, he descends to water Aaron, Haran lower well, flaring Aaron, wrath, of Jehovah, the sword of Jehovah, court of Jehovah. Of this God, nations have come into your estate. Parashat Tosefta. He looked, and here a well in the field. Rabbi Elazar opened, it is written, listen to me, pursuers of justice, those who seek the mystery of faith, those who cling to the faithful cluster, those who know the ways of the Supreme King. When 2 ascend, bursting toward primeval unity, they receive it between 2 arms. 2 descend below, they are 2, one between them. These 2 seat of the prophets, sight from which prophets suckle. One between them, junction of all, absorbing all. That holy well stands beneath them, field of holy apples. From this well, flocks were watered, all those chariots, all those winged beings. 3 are stationed, lying by this well. From them, this well is filled, as is written, for from that well the flocks were watered. It is called Adonai, my Lord. Of this is written, Adonai Jehovah, my Lord Jehovah, you yourself have begun, and similarly let your face shine upon your desolate sanctuary, for the sake of Adonai. Daniel. Adon, Lord, of all the earth, as is written, see, Ark of the Covenant, Lord of all the earth. Joshua. Tosefta. Calagenus pure cluster ascended within, no dwelling place to be found. Such a place is no place, not found above or below, abandoned by all, rendered to oblivion everywhere. Avedon, oblivion, male Samael spewed from the smelted severity of Isaac. Mavit death, his woman primal serpent, wife of whoredom Hosea, as is written her feet descend to death. These two Avedon and Mavit heard of the rigor of the king's potency, mysterious, concealed, supernal secret. Destroyed completely, eliminated from thought and contemplation. One who is drawn after them is totally annihilated. Each the utter inverse of the other. Happy is a consummate man like Jacob who ascends, one whose eyes are not darkened by that smoke, worthy to approach truth, seal of the Holy King. Utterly supreme, concealed one yod, celestial point emerges from him. From this supernal point, everything issues, channeling and gushing forth he, supernal mother, irrigating all. From here flows Vov, mystery of six, uniting all sides rods of fresh poplar, almond, and plain. Two arms joined to it extend and unite with lower he, connecting to tabernacle as one, becoming one. Then the 13 attributes are one. Whiteness revealed, ascending above all colors, as is written exposed whiteness. Then it is called Jehovah is one and his name is one. Then, Jehovah is my shepherd, I shall not lack, and in grass meadows he makes me lie down, by quiet waters guides me. He restores my soul. A supernal beloved ones, masters of understanding, observe authorities proficient with nail-studded clubs, approach and learn who among you are masters of discerning eyes, perceiving when it arose in the will of mysteries to emit 3 colors blended as one white, red, and green 3 colors as one commingled, trickling into one another. A spade below was dyed, issuing from these colors. All colors reflected in it a looking glass to gaze upon, like the appearance of crystal when a color strikes it, so it appears outwardly. These 3 colors surround her, a color moving, ascending, descending interlaced lustres inlaid within her. Colors revolve, colors blending as one, raising her above ascending by day, descending by night. A candle burning, visible by night, by day its light concealed hidden in worlds, all moving because of her, downward from above, within limbs, treasured away below. Whoever probes to find her must smash scrapings, concealed shells, and then open gates. One worthy of seeing will see through knowing and understanding, like someone peering from behind a wall, unlike Moses, supreme, faithful prophet, who saw eye to eye above, in a place unknown. Whoever is not worthy is thrust outside. Numerous bands of dazzling demons confront him, looming over him, removing him so that he cannot gaze upon the delight of the king. Woe to the wicked, unworthy of gazing, as is said they shall not come in to see. Rabbi Yehuda said, I was contemplating and, behold, from the midst of this place, souls of holy righteous ones were gazing when they cleaved here through these rays, souls of righteous ones gaze as these colors ascend, intermingling as one. Happy is the one who knows how to combine and unite them all as one, establishing them all in the proper place, above. Then one is protected in this world and in the world that is coming. Sound of a sphere, rolling upward from below. Her braided chariots going forth, whirling a dulcet melody ascending and descending, floating through the world. Sound of a shofar reverberating through depths of rungs, rotating the sphere. 2 hydraulica encompass her, on the right and on the left, 2 colors steeping in each other, this one white, that one red, both turning the sphere above. When turning to the right, white ascends, when turning to the left, red descends. The sphere turns constantly, never subsiding. 2 birds ascend, chirping, one to the south, one to the north, soaring through the air. The warbling and the euphonious melody of the sphere join as one, and then a psalm, a song for the Sabbath day, all blessings flowing in a whisper, in this sweetness, from the amorous sound of the shofar, in response to those blessings. They descend from above, treasured away as one within the depth of the well, bubbling of the well, its rippling never ceasing until the revolving sphere is filled. The sphere revolves, the 2 hydraulica revolve, the one on the right crying out potently, radiance of radiances, ascending and descending 2,000 worlds, shine middle world within them, gleam with the radiance of your master, all masters of eyes, gaze, open your eyes and attain this brilliance, this delight, blessings flowing from above. If one is worthy, the sphere turns to the right, gushing and cascading upon him, and then he will be enraptured by those sparkling, supernal blessings. Happy are those who earn them, but, if unworthy, the sphere turns, and the hydraulicon on the left turns, descending below, conveying judgment upon the ignoble one. A voice erupts, woe to those sinners who have proven unworthy. Flaming fire shoots forth from that side, scorching sinners' heads. Happy are all those who walk in the path of truth in this world, attaining that supernal splendor, radiant blessings, as is said, he will satisfy your soul with radiances. Tosefta. Within concealment of the concealed, an inscription was inscribed, not seen, not revealed. That inscription inscribed and not inscribed. Masters of understanding, open-eyed, cannot fathom its sustenance of all. That engraving is minuscule, not seen, not revealed. Abiding in will, to sustain all, absorbing what it absorbs from that which has no inscription nor will, unseen. The engraving desired to cover itself, and made itself a palace in which to be concealed, generating that palace from itself, stretching it extensively, expansively, toward all sides, enhancing it with precious fabric, opening 50 gates within. Deep, deep within, the inscription was concealed, treasured away. Once hidden inside, entering within, it was filled with splendor. From that radiance stream rays, sparks shooting out of those gates, illuminating all. The palace is covered with 6 curtains, which are 5. Deep, deep within those curtains stands one embroidery. By that curtain, the palace is covered from within, it gazes and sees all. This palace is open-eyed, never asleep, observing constantly, to illumine below from the radiance of that inscription. That understanding, concealed wisdom, is will of wills concealed, treasured away, not revealed, existing and not existing. Blessed be he from concealment of concealment. Blessed be he forever and ever. Amen. Tosefta. Among supernal mysteries exist constricted caissons. These ascend and descend those enduringly ensconced. Rotating wheels were established in the epoch that Argil was inlaid, wheels that rotate the world. Through the rotations they rotate, clutch of marshals conducting in their midst. One wheel in their midst, this wheel, rotating and not rotating, sustaining 12,000 worlds. Inhering among them, ascending and absorbing in their midst. Beneath that wheel stands one column, implanted into the great depth. Within it, boulders roll, within the depths they ascend and descend. The column prevails over them, journeying and not journeying, rooted from above downward. 220 other wheels rotate around that column. That other wheel, poised over this one, prevailing over 12,000 worlds, revolves within, dwelling, revolving and not revolving. That dwelling presides over 12,000 worlds, and within it abides a herald proclaiming, beware of the rotating wheel. One who is a master of eyes of understanding will contemplate and gaze upon the wisdom of his master. These heavenly words, keys of his master, residing there concealed within the holy dwelling. Happy are they in this world, and happy are they in the world that is coming to them, is applied. Happy is the one whose strength is in you, highways in their heart, and happy is the one you choose and draw near, he will dwell in your courts. May we be sated with the goodness of your house, Holy One of your temple. Sitrei Torah. Secrets of Torah. He engendered in his likeness, according to his image, and called his name Seth. We learn from here that others were not fashioned in his likeness. But this one was formed in his likeness, like the array of the body and the paradigm of the nefesh on the upright path, fittingly. The serpent infused Eve with scum, and that filth rattled about in her belly, unable to take shape. For until Adam sinned, the letters of the alphabet were aligned within him, traced within him in this world. Upon arriving at the letter Pe, final Pe, male and female were amorously harmonized in the garden, supernal angels arrayed before them. At once, Samael was humiliated in the heavens and descended, mounted upon a powerful serpent, appearing before him. Suddenly, letters jumbled. Then, Samael bonded with that serpent and they became one. They snatched the letters, executing depraved craftsmanship with the letters Sadi, Dele, Tsayad, Hunter, that is the meaning of Sadi, final Sadi. They preyed upon them through licentious seduction. They perpetrated further exploits with the letters Kof, Resh artisanship of deceit, for they returned to invert letters through villainous contrivance. Just as Kof cannot stand since it is legless, Kofa, a monkey, has no standing before a human. Resh Ra, evil. They were transposed through wicked artistry until Adam and his wife fell. Through these letters Kof, Resh they sired children, but none survived. Scum with which the serpent befooled Eve, from that filth, actually Cain was born. This is how murder came into existence, since murder is the serpent's craft. The progression of letters was interrupted at this point. When Adam repented, returning to intercourse with his wife as before, what is written he engendered in his likeness, according to his image from the restoration of body and spirit, fittingly. Then it was written there is Hevel, Abel, fashioned upon the earth. At that point the letters were restored, beginning with Shin and Tav, as is written God Shat, has provided me with another seed in place of Abel, for Cain had killed him. Seth was in the image and likeness of his predecessors, not at all from here the world was constructed in a wholly different pattern of the alphabet Kenan, Mahalalel, and Jared letters added to correct the crooked. The world is ordered with 7 spherical clusters. These are 7 earths, one above the other, just as there are 7 firmaments, one above the other. They are Erez, Adamah, Arka, Gir, Neshii, Sei, and Tivl. Tivl is the highest of them all, as is written he judges Tivl with righteousness. When Adam left the Garden of Eden, banished, he was deposited in the one called Erez, a place of darkness, utterly void, utterly futile. When Adam entered there, he trembled mighty tremors, blade of the whirling sword flashing on all sides there. When the Sabbath ended and he pondered Teshuvah, the Blessed Holy One lifted him up, placing him in the zone called Adamah, as is written to Tilhar Adamah. A light glows here, along with likenesses of stars and planets. He saw traces of mighty, supernal men who had issued from Adam during the years when he fornicated with female spirits. They are perpetually melancholy, joyless. They wander, emerging into this world, transferred to the side of wickedness. They turn back there, pleading fervently, but they are ensconced in their cubicles. They sow seeds in millstones and eat them, but no wheat there, nor any type of grain. Cain and Abel were born in this place. When Cain sinned, the Blessed Holy One dumped him in a place called Erez, as is written here, you have driven me today from the face of Har Adamah, the earth, from that place called Adamah. And I have become a restless wanderer Barez, in Arez, having been cast out and banished there. Whoever meets me will kill me, blade of the flashing sword. Terrified, he contemplated Teshuvah, and the Blessed Holy One whisked him up to Arka. He was there for a while, fathering children. In Arka, a ray beams from the midst of the sun, and consequently they sow seeds and plant trees, but there is no wheat there, nor any of those 7 species of grain. Everyone there is from the offspring of Cain, 2-headed. Some are huge men, some diminutive, but none of them is intellectually sound like other people. Sometimes they are righteous, turning to the side of goodness, sometimes reverting to the side of depravity. They sire offspring and die like other people. Adam was in Adamah until he fathered Seth, and from there he ascended upward, 3 rungs above Cain, attaining the place called Tivl. Rising, he ascended all the way to the site of the temple. Tivl was referred to by the names of the places in which he had dwelled. Gir is an enormous district, comparable to the breadth and length of Gainam. Among Gir, Neshii, and Sei were scattered those who built the Tower of Babel, engendering there on account of having enraged the supernal king. That is why it was consigned to a blazing flame. There are people there with all kinds of precious commodities, gold dust, and precious jewels. One who enters there having come from Tivl with a hankering for such riches is provided with them. Sometimes one rises to the place called Neshii, so called because one is forgotten there. Then he descends to Gir, oblivious of his place of origin. Gir is at the midpoint between top and bottom, and is called Gir Ben Hinnom. A single lash shoots out from there upward to Tivl, and it too is called Gir Ben Hinnom. Located there is the opening of Gainam. The people there are all versed in spells and rare lore. They sow seeds and plant trees there, but there is no wheat there, nor any of the 7 species. In Neshii the people are totally stunted and diminutive, lacking noses save for 2 orifices for air to pass through. Everything they do is forgotten at once, that is why it is called Neshii. They sow seeds and plant trees, but no wheat there, nor any of the 7 species. Sei is a place like its name, most arid of all. People there are beautiful to behold. Since it is arid, when it is heard that water is flowing, people throng there. Sometimes they ascend from a place of abundant water to Tivl. These people have more faith than other people, and among them are fine dwellings and ample wealth. They sow sparingly because of the aridity there, planting trees without success. They pine to be with people from here. Of them all, none eat bread other than those in Tivl. Surpassing them all is Tivl, he judges Tivl with righteousness. Just as the natures of all these lands are contained in Tivl, and it bears all these names, as the 7th, it follows the paradigm of those zones and regions. Each and every one is called by the name of the zone below. All of these are found in the dwelling places of human beings, differing from each other, as is written, how many are your works, O Jehovah, all of them you made in wisdom, the earth is filled with your creatures. A clutch of officers speaking in the holy, the whole earth was of one tongue known by language and one set of words, supernal angels not in any other language. Consequently it is written, now nothing they plot to do will elude them. For if they had spoken in a different language, unknown to celestial angels, the schemes they plotted would have been ruined, for acts of demons last only a moment in human vision, no more. Unique words they fathomed, supernal rungs, each and every one according to its nature, no rung substituted for another. This is the meaning of Devarim Adim, unique words. Consequently, they consulted wicked counsel of wisdom, as is written, come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower with its top in the heavens. All achieved with the mystery of wisdom. They yearned to strengthen the other side on earth and to worship with its right, knowing that all harsh decrees descend from there to the world, and they sought to drive away the rung of holiness. A city and a tower through supernal wisdom, for they knew that the holy name can be fortified on earth only with a city and a tower. City, as is written, city of David, namely Zion, king's holy city. Tower, as is written, your neck is like the Tower of David. They constructed it with wisdom so that the other side would have sovereignty on earth, to drive away the Lord of all the earth Joshua from his place, to provide a dwelling place for the other side on earth. Let us make a name for ourselves just as the other has a name above, here too, let us strengthen it in our midst, manifesting its name on earth. Lest we be scattered, fully grasping that they would be spread out across the face of the earth, they bonded together, constructing this edifice with wisdom. The other side, male and female power of the filth of hard judgment. Just as Adam sinned, strengthening them in the world, they acted similarly, for even greater intensification. This is as is written, Jehovah came down to see the city and the tower that Bnei Har Adam, descendants of Adam, had built, descendants of primal Adam who conjured the other side, establishing its sovereignty in the world. Side of malevolence, just as side of holiness is sovereign in this world only with a city and a tower, so too did these ones connive to build a city and a tower so that the side of malevolence could rule in the world. Jehovah came down to see that holy name, descended to view the architectural feat that they had achieved. When they had been speaking in the holy tongue to all those holy rungs, they were successful. But when holiness descended, all those rungs were confounded, upper ones descended, lower ones ascended, no longer fixed on the straight path as before. Afterward he jumbled their languages into 70 languages, and they were scattered to all corners of the earth. One archon in the heavens bears all keys of the world's artifacts. He stands poised at particular times and moments of the day, and these ones had known through the mystery of wisdom about the cache of this archon. They would open and close it, succeeding in all their deeds through verbal utterances. Once their speech was scrambled, all was withheld from them. They had discovered a prime location in a certain valley, the most secret of mysteries. They found a valley prime location for that loathsome side that they wanted to fortify, but they were stymied. Its power to ravage was suspended in that valley until the arrival of forces and troops, like those who had built the city and tower. Then everything was delivered into his hands. Massacred there were all those who did not want to go forth Biketz Hayaman, at the end of the right Daniel. They panicked and fell Biketz Hayamim, at the end of days, in that place where their strength had dissipated previously in that very valley. Of this is written it was full of bones Ezekiel. It was strengthened by that idol erected by Nebuchadnezzar, its strength smashed afterward by those bones. As to that idol, those bones rose, sure-footed, and the statue was pulverized. Then all the nations of the world knew that there is no God other than the blessed Holy One alone. Further, his name was sanctified by Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Everything occurring on one day of this is written, they will sanctify the Holy One of Jacob and stand in awe of the God of Israel. We have learned with the force of the potency of the king, a single great and mighty tree is planted, and other trees as well. This tree, surrounded by 12 boundaries, its legs extended to the 4 sides of the world. 500 parasangs, its journeys. All yearnings of those parasangs suspended from it. When it is aroused, all are aroused with it, none departing from its will. Afterward, all are in a single accord. Rising from above, descending in its courses into the sea, filling the sea, and it is the source of all flowing waters. Beneath it all waters of creation are divided. Saturation of the garden dependent upon it. All souls of the world burst forth from it. These souls enter into the garden in order to descend to this world. When a soul goes forth, it is blessed with 7 blessings, becoming Abba, progenitor, to spirit, and Ram, superior, to body, when it leaves the heavenly image. This is as is written, Jehovah said to Abram, supernal soul is Abba, progenitor, to spirit, and Ram, superior, to the body in its departure from the heavenly image. When the soul is on the verge of descent into this world, the blessed Holy One adjures it to observe the commandments of the Torah and to follow his will. He gives it 100 keys of blessings for each day to consummate supernal rungs corresponding to the numerical value of Liklakha, go for yourself. Everything is given to the soul, to be refined for the garden, to till and tend it. From your land Garden of Eden. From your birthplace the body, called Tree of Life, comprising 12 celestial tribes. From your father's house Shekinah. Your father the blessed Holy One, as is said, he who robs his father and mother. His father can only mean the blessed Holy One, and his mother can only mean Assembly of Israel. To the land that I will show you this world. I will make of you a great nation, 1 blessing. And I will bless you 2. And I will make your name great 3. And you will be a blessing 4. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse through you. All families of the earth will be blessed 7. Once he was blessed with these 7 blessings, what is written, Abram went as Jehovah told him to descend into this world as commanded. Immediately, curse, went with him Nashta it late Yah, cursed serpent, and the world is cursed on its account since it crouches at the opening to deceive the body. But the soul does not perform its commanded service until it attains 13 years in this world. From 12 onward the soul is aroused to perform the commanded worship. This is as is written, Abram was 75 years old, 7 plus 5 yields 12. Then the soul appears in this world, for it derives from 5 years parasangs of the tree of life plus 70 years the tree itself, actually for it is the 7th rung, called 70 years. Then it departs from the slime of that serpent, and enters into holy service, as is written when he left Haran. From that harshness of Satan that had diverted the body up to now, ruling over it. On a tree, foreskin rules for 3 years, on a person 13 years, called foreskin years. Once those years have elapsed for the body, and the soul has been aroused to perform holy service, the soul directs the body according to its will, subduing the serpent. For the serpent can no longer reign as before, as is written, Abram took Sarai his wife. This is the body, for it is to the soul as a woman is to a man. And Lot the serpent, not entirely absent from the body, its adhesion to the body not entirely dissipated. But the soul, now aroused, flogs it constantly, castigating it, subduing it against its will, preventing it from ruling. all the goods they had gotten, good works that a person performs in this world through the arousal of soul. V'it ha nefesh, and the soul, they had made in her, and that nefesh originally cleaving and joined to the foreskin in the body, refined afterward. But from 13 years and on, Nishmeta is aroused to rectify the body, and the two of them repair the nefesh that had partnered with the serpent's severity and with its wicked desire. This is as is written, and the soul they had made in Haran. Nonetheless, Nishmeta overcomes that serpent, smashing it with the subjugation of Teshuvah, with the subjugation of Torah, dragging him to synagogues and study halls, to prevent him from prevailing over Ruah as before. This is as is written, Abram passed through the land as far as the site of Shechem, house of assembly, residence of Shekinah. This is as is said, I have given you Shechemad, one portion, namely Shekinah, befitting Joseph, since he is called righteous one. For Sedek, justice, dwells only with Siddiq, righteous one. This is the meaning of as far as the site of Shechem, as far as the terebinth of Moreh, houses of study where Torah is taught and instructed to the masses. The Canaanite was then in the land, then the evil impulse becomes fragrant and rectified within the body, under coercion. It has plenty of names, designated by various terms. Then in the land actually pacified unwillingly, and thereby suppressed. It is then at the time when the serpent has not fully desisted from the body, on account of adhering to the body, the Canaanite was then in the land. Why is it called Canaanite? Since it surrounds the body with evil judgments. Nishmeta is stationed in this world, fittingly, in order to acquire merit afterward, upon departure from this world. If meritorious, she ascends to the place from which she emerged, as is written, to the site of the altar he had built there at first. And it is written, to the site where Ohalah, his tent, had been at the beginning. Ohalah, her tent, with a he. Now she is poised between ascent on high and descent below, between Bethel and Ari. If Nishmeta is meritorious, she ascends to the site of the altar he had built there at first. Who built there, and who is the altar? The explanation is that the Blessed Holy One built there. He built this altar there, establishing her upon 12 stones, corresponding to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, to whom the word of Jehovah came, saying, Israel shall be your name. Kings actually this altar, built there at first when he made the supernal world at first, most concealed of all the worlds. Michael the high priest stands ready, offering upon it souls as sacrifices. When a soul ascends there, what is written? Abram invoked there the name Jehovah. The soul calls out and is bound up in the bundle of life. All this occurs, contingent upon the soul's succeeding in this world to refine the body fittingly, and to overwhelm the power of that accursed one, ultimately severing from it. What is written? There was a quarrel between the herders of Abram's cattle and the herders of Lot's cattle. For each and every day in this world, allies and guides of the soul, and allies and guides of the evil impulse strive in strife, these and those. And all limbs of the body agonize in the midst, between soul and serpent, waging war daily. What is written? Abram said to Lot. Soul retorts to the evil impulse, saying, Pray, let there be no contention between me and you, between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, my inclinations and yours. For we are kinsmen close to one another, this one on the right, that one on the left. Is not all the land before you? Please, separate yourself from me. There are plenty of sinners in the world. Go, roam after them, and separate from me. If to the left, then I to the right. He rebuked him and castigated him in the many battles he waged against him daily, until it is written they parted from one another. Once they separated from each other, what is written? Abram dwelled in the land, soul remaining among the righteous ones, settled in goodness and tranquility. While Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, execrable prosecutor set off to incite and nestle in a district of sinners, as is written, pitching his tent as far as Sodom. What is written afterward? The people of Sodom were very wicked sinners against Jehovah. There he dwelt and established his residence among them, joining with them in order to dupe them and ruin them through depraved acts. When soul was left without accuser, and the body cleansed of that slime, at once the Blessed Holy One dwelt within him. This is as is written, Jehovah said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, he established his dwelling within him, never separating from him. It was then that he placed his dwelling within him, endowing a heritage, a legacy above and below. This one had serenity among the righteous, and the blessed Holy One dwelled within him, whereas that accursed one dwelt among those wicked ones, who sinned with him until there could be no redemption from their transgressions. What is written? Abram heard that his kinsman had been captured. Abram heard soul, enduring in purity within the body. That his kinsman had been captured, evil impulse taken hostage among those transgressors through an abundance of sin. He marshaled his initiates, natives of his household. These are the righteous, those who delve in Torah. Alternatively, these are the limbs of the body, hastening to accompany him. 318 These are the limbs of the body plus, corresponding to mystery of the soul radiating there. He girded himself with them all to reach those sinners and to lead them back from their sins. What is written? He pursued as far as Dan he gave chase after them, informing them of the Dina, judgment, of that world, and of the torment in Gehinnom. Nor did he grant sleep to his eyes, day or night, until he had rebuked those wicked ones and returned them in repentance to the blessed Holy One. What is written? He recovered all the possessions, he led them to total teshuvah, fittingly. And also brought back his kinsman Lot. Even that evil impulse did he subdue, forcibly subjugating him, and sweetening him fittingly. He brought them all to perfect teshuvah, fittingly, since neither day nor night passed without his castigating them and hounding them regarding their sin, until they repented completely, fittingly. Now let us return to the earlier matters of the parashah. We have learned the blessed Holy One, the watchman patrolling the fashioned Jerusalem city, found me, they beat me, above corresponding to they bruised me. They stripped Jerusalem below with me of my shawl, the watchman walls, towers, and open of the walls, Song of Songs portals. The walls had watchmen posted, guarding the gates, as is written upon your walls, O Jerusalem, I have set guards, with Michael, the high priest, supreme over all guards of the walls' gates. When a soul departs from this world, if worthy, it enters the terrestrial Garden of Eden, planted by the blessed Holy One for the spirits of the righteous, modeled after the celestial Garden of Eden, where all righteous ones reside. When a soul departs this world, it enters the cave of Machpelah, entryway to the Garden of Eden. There she meets primal Adam and the patriarchs residing there. If she is deserving, they delight in her, opening a gate for her, and she enters. If not, they shove her out. Upon entering, she sits in the garden, dressed in the garment of the image of this world, delighting there. Mystery of mysteries, transmitted to the wise of heart. 3 rungs, bound one to another: Nefesh, Ruah, and Neshama. Nefesh, force that constructs the body. When a person is aroused in this world during intercourse with his wife, all his limbs are in accord, configured for pleasure. Their nefesh and its will aligned in that act. A nefesh is drawn down, infused into the seed that he shoots. On account of the will and conducting of the nefesh conveyed there, another force is channeled from among those rungs called Ishim. Everything entering with the streaming of that seed, thus is the body constructed. This is the first, the lowest power of the 3. Since that nefesh is fused with the body and is its foundation, a portion of the sacrifice offered to atone for the nefesh is given to those rungs called Ishim, for emanation of part of the nefesh derives from them. This is as is written, my offering, my bread, Ishai, for my Ishim they take their portion from the atonement for that nefesh. When a person dies in this world, the nefesh never abandons the grave. And it is through this faculty that the dead recognize each other, and can converse with one another. Ruah sustains nefesh in this world, and is also the emanation of arousal of the female toward the male when they are united in common desire. Then she is aroused toward the male with her desire, self-same Ruah similar to female below, emitting seed in her desire for the male. This is the secret of Ruah, will return to Elohim who gave it. When Ruah departs this world, separating from nefesh, it enters the worldly Garden of Eden. There it is garbed in the ether of the garden, just as celestial angels are clothed when they descend to this world. For they are composed of that very Ruah, as is written, he makes Malakei Ruot, his angels as spirits. Similarly, Ruah is garbed in the terrestrial Garden of Eden in its worldly image, partaking there of all kinds of delights. In that Garden of Eden reside all the forms and images of this world, and forms and images of the celestial world. All the righteous ones go and delight there, and on the new moon and Sabbaths they yearn to ascend above. In the middle of the garden a single column, a braid of all hues. When a Ruah wants to ascend, it strips off its garment and enters into that column, soaring up to the place from which it emerged. This is as is written, Ruah will return to God who gave it. Then Michael the high priest takes it and offers it fragrant sacrifice before the blessed Holy One. There it dwells, delighting in the bundle of life, for no eye has seen, O God, but you. Afterwards she descends to terrestrial Garden of Eden, delighting in all kinds of delights. Enrobed in that garment, she sits there with a crown, twice as beautiful as it was before. Neshama is a force superior to all the others, deriving from potency of the male, mystery of the tree of life. She soars upward, and immediately all three rungs are tied to one another, united with one another. But when they separate, each one flies off, returning to the place from which it emerged. When Ruah departs from this world, and enters into the cave of primal Adam and the patriarchs, she is granted a tablet of designation, and she enters the Garden of Eden. Approaching, she beholds cherubim and the flame of the whirling sword. If she is worthy, they inspect the tablet of designation and open a passageway for her, and she proceeds inward. But if not, they shove her out, and she waits there. As long as she remains there she is clothed in the image of this world. On the new moon and Sabbaths when she yearns to ascend, the righteous ones in the Garden of Eden grant her a tablet of designation. She soars upward via that column until she encounters the guards of the walls of Jerusalem. If deserving, they make way for her and she enters. If not, they snatch away the tablet and cast her aside. Then she returns to the garden, saying, "The watchmen patrolling the city found me, they stripped me of my shawl." Song of Songs. This is the tablet of designation grabbed away from her. The watchmen patrolling the city, guards of the walls of Jerusalem. Ahei Devarim Ha'elet, these after Ha Devarim Ha'elet, words of Torah, these things, the word of Jehovah as is written came to Abram in a vision, Ha Devarim Ha'elet, these saying, "Fear not Abram, I am a words, Jehovah spoke to shield to you, your reward is your whole assembly very great." Just as there, words of Torah, so here, words of Torah. If a person has exerted himself with these words, the blessed Holy One sends forth greetings of peace to his soul. This is as is written, "Fear not Abram, I am a shield to you from all forms of vileness in Gehinnom." On account of this, your reward is very great, the exertion that you have expended for Torah. Very great, for whoever exerts himself in Torah in this world merits and is bequeathed an inheritance, legacy of world that is coming, as is written, "So I may endow my lovers with yesh, substance, and fill their storehouses." What is the meaning of yesh, substance? This yesh from ayin, nothing, 13 rivers of pure balsam bestowed upon him as a heavenly legacy in world that is coming. And fill their storehouses in this world, from the riches and all bounty of the world. One who goes to the right to the world that is coming, to the left, riches in this world. After when Rabbi Abba came from there, he proclaimed, "Who desires riches, and who desires length of days in the world to come, let him come and engage in Torah." Everyone thronged toward him. A certain youth in his neighborhood came to him one day. He said to him, "Rabbi, I wish to apply Torah in order to acquire riches." He replied, "Certainly." He asked him, "What is your name?" He responded, "Yos." He instructed his students that they should call him Rabbi Yos, master of riches and honor. He sat and engrossed himself in Torah. After some days he inquired, "Rabbi, where are the riches?" Rabbi Abba remarked, "Conclude from here that he did not act for the sake of heaven." He entered his chamber, then heard a voice saying, "Do not punish him, return to him, for he will become a great man." He returned to him, and said, "Sit down, my son, sit, and I will give you riches." In the meantime, a man walked in with a golden cup in his hands. He displayed it, and light flooded the house. He said, "Rabbi, I wish to acquire Torah, and I have not been privileged to have sons. I seek someone to toil in Torah on my behalf, for I have great wealth left to me by father. When he would preside at the table, he would lay 12 goblets like this one upon it. I wish to acquire Torah, and I offer riches. Rabbi Abba called out, Where is Rabbi Yos, master of riches and honor? Behold, riches ply Torah, and this one will give you riches. He gave him the golden goblet, and Rabbi Abba replied to him, Gold and glass cannot equal it, nor can it be exchanged for Caliphas, golden vessels. He sat and learned Torah, and the man paid him with riches. After a while, ardor for Torah surged in his gut. One day he sat and wept. His master found him weeping and asked, Why are you crying? He replied, How could I have squandered life of the world to come for this? All I want is merit for myself. He remarked, Conclude now that he acted for the sake of heaven. Rabbi Abba called for the man, and said to him, Take your riches and give it to the orphans and the poor, and I will confer upon you a bountiful share of Torah with all that we learn. Rabbi Yos returned the golden goblet to him, and, until today, the name Ben Pazi, son of gold, has not departed from him or his sons. This is Rabbi Yos, son of Pazi. He acquired an abundance of Torah, he and his descendants, for there is no greater reward in the world than learning Torah. Every time that it is written in the Torah after these things, the word of B'Amazeh, in a Yehovah came to Abram a vision, it signifies the Mazeh, in a vision name that was revealed to the patriarchs. Which one Shaddai, as is said, I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob through El Shaddai, and who beholds Mazeh, a vision, of Shaddai. It is a Iju, mirror, and all heavenly visions are perceived through it, just like a Ma'arah, mirror, through which all images are seen. It is all one. Ma'arah and Mazeh are the same, one in the language of Targum and one in the holy tongue. Rabbi Yos says such like abound in the Torah, and this is why permission was given to Onkelos to translate into that language, for the blessed Holy One had revealed it in the Torah. This language is concealed from the celestial angels. B'Amazeh was concealed from the heavenly angels. They were unaware when it was spoken to Abraham. What is the explanation? It is because Abraham was uncircumcised, and holy covenant was not sealed in his flesh. For this reason it was concealed from the celestial angels to avert the claim that the blessed Holy One spoke to a foreskinned man. Consequently, it was hidden from them, in Aramaic. Similarly with Balaam, as is written, who beholds Mazeh, a vision, of Shaddai concealed from the holy angels to fend off their potential charge that the blessed Holy One spoke to that foul, foreskinned one. For holy angels have no use for Aramaic. Now, if you contend that they did not know it, look, Gabriel taught Joseph 70 languages, and Aramaic is one of those 70 languages. In truth, they do know it, it is just that they do not attend to it. We have learned that they neither heed nor pay attention to it because it is more abhorrent to them than any other language. Now, if you say that it is abhorrent to the supernal angels, why did Onkelos translate the Torah in this language, and Jonathan son of Uziel the rest of Scripture? Well, actually, to them it is abhorrent, and it was necessary to do so since the angels are jealous of Israel only on account of Torah, and if they knew the supremacy of Torah, they would be exceedingly jealous of Israel. This is why Torah was translated thus. But it is not abhorrent, for in many places the blessed Holy One wrote Torah thus. That is why it is concealed from the holy angels. On account of this he appeared to Abraham in a hidden manner so that the holy angels would not pay attention, nor would they have an opening to say that the blessed Holy One had appeared to one who is foreskinned. When was he revealed to Abraham in full view of the celestial angels? When he bestowed him with the everlasting holy covenant, as is written, Elohim spoke with him, saying, Elohim, holy name, and not in a vision name revealed. Saying, what is the meaning of saying, proclaiming, in every language, no longer concealed, but rather in a language everyone speaks, a language that one speaks to another. Rabbi Yehuda said, this is why the letter he was not given to him until he was circumcised. Because it is called covenant, actually thus, once he entered into the covenant, he was given this letter. Abraham. Rabbi Ea was journeying to see Rabbi Elazar. He encountered Rabbi Agai, who asked, this path arrayed before my master, where does it lead? He replied, to behold the countenance of days. He asked him, would it please my master if I accompanied him on the path? He replied, if you can derive deductively from what you hear, come along. But if not, go back home. He said, don't worry about this, master, for I have heard a few mysteries of Torah, and I was able to grasp them. Now, I have heard the mystery of this verse: my offering, my bread, for my fire offerings. My offering of flesh, sacrificed for atonement. Blood for blood, flesh for flesh. For sacrifices are offered from flesh alone, to atone for flesh. And I have heard this: if a person has sinned, what sin did the animal commit? For the Blessed Holy One said, when a person gives an offering mechem, of yourselves, to Jehovah. What is the explanation? Well, the meaning is that the Blessed Holy One fashioned the spirit of humans and the spirit of animals, separating one from the other. Consequently, Ruah, spirit, of the sons of men, ascends on high, Ruah, and the spirit, of a beast, descends into earth, differentiated from each other. Actually, before Adam sinned, what was written? God said, look, I have given you every seed-bearing plant, and to you it shall be for food, but nothing more. After he sinned and the evil impulse had been absorbed into his body and that of his descendants, he executed judgment upon them. Afterward, Noah came and perceived that the body was built upon the pervasive evil impulse. He offered a sacrifice just as Adam did. What is written? Jehovah smelled the pleasing aroma, since the devisings of the human heart are evil from youth. The Blessed Holy One said, from now on, since his body has been imbued with evil impulse, let the body enjoy as much as a person sees fit, let him eat meat. Like the green plants, I have given all to you. When he eats meat, his own flesh delights from that flesh, and they intermingle. His body swells as a result, and on account of the pleasure, the body sins copiously. Thus, the Blessed Holy One said, atonement for the body with flesh. Meat that a person eats produces blood for the body. Blood remaining from that meat drained is designated for atonement for blood, manufactured from its own flesh. This is as is written, it is the blood that gains atonement through the soul. It is written, my offering, and it is written, your offering. What is the difference between this and that? Well, my offering is typified by shalamim, peace offerings, for the sake of shalom, peace. Your offering typified by sin offerings and guilt offerings, brought because of sin and guilt. Consequently, my offering flesh. My food bread and wine. Aroma incense. Pleasing to me, pleasure provided by the priest through intention toward the holy name, and by the Levite through intention in song and praise. You shall take care to offer to me at its fixed time. At its fixed time, to what does this refer? If you say daily, morning and night, why did it specify at its fixed time? The explanation: fixed time ruled at that time by favor. When favor is located above in that well-known rung of this is written, at its fixed time. When a sacrifice is offered, all take their share. Shells scatter every which way. Unification, brought close, and made one. Lamps shine. Desire and intention pervade all worlds. And the Blessed Holy One is present in the mystery of single unity, fittingly. Rabbi Ea drew near and kissed him, saying, you are more fitting than I to behold the countenance of days. They proceeded. When they approached, Rabbi Elazar saw them sitting by the gate. He said to his assistant, go, say to them, a throne with 3 legs, what is it? When missing one, they said to him, go and tell your master, not in vain did King David say that he was the 4th stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. He replied, ask them where David was castigated to the extent that he uttered a stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Rabbi Ea turned his head toward Rabbi Agai, saying, have you heard anything about this? He replied, I heard that it is related to this verse, my mother's sons were incensed at me. This verse was spoken by King David when his brothers thrust him away. I have heard more. What did the Blessed Holy One perceive that led him to bestow the monarchy upon Judah from among all his brothers? Well, the letters of his name are engraved within him, and the Blessed Holy One conferred his glory to his name. Consequently he bequeathed the monarchy to him. I have also heard Yehuda, Judah letters of his name are there, actually, but no delay in the name. Why is it there? Well, on account of King David, bonded to his name more than anyone in the world. This is as is written, they will seek Jehovah their God and David their king. Hosea. See, David is tied to his name. Alternatively, he is the knot of tefillin, actually he is Dele, King David, knot of tefillin, truly that is why Dele is joined to his name. They proceeded in. After entering, they sat before him. He was silent, and they were silent. He went into his chamber and heard a voice that said, Go, respond to their requests, for they are worthy. He returned to them. He asked them, Has one of you learned something? They replied, We are waiting to be illuminated by the clarity of the supernal lamp, then we will offer our thoughts. He opened, saying, Jehovah in his holy palace, be silent before him, all the earth. Habakkuk. When the blessed Holy One wanted to create the world, he gazed into thought mystery of the Torah and etchings. But it could not endure until he created Teshuvah, supernal palace, hidden mystery. Letters etched and traced there in their engravings. After this creation, he gazed from this palace, inscribing impressions of the entire world. This is as is written, silent before him, all the earth. He wanted to create the heavens. What did he do? Gazed into the primordial light, enwrapping himself in it, and created the heavens. This is as is written, wrapped in light as in a garment, and then spreading the heavens like a curtain. He gazed, to fashion the lower world. He produced another palace, and entered into it. From there he gazed, etching before him all the worlds below, creating them. This is as is written, Jehovah in his holy palace, be silent before him, all the earth. Habakkuk. Has, be silent inscribed before him, 65 points of the entire world. Numerical value of Has. Consequently, glory of the blessed Holy One is only for those who contemplate his ways of truth and walk in them. While he was speaking, a blaze erupted, encircling him, while they sat outside. They heard a voice saying, O, Holy One, the King has brought me into his chambers. Song of Songs. Into all those chambers of the elder, the one with the countenance of the holy youth. Their keys delivered into his hands, all arrayed for you, and for these ones on account of you. By your life, Holy One, all forces of heaven we will delight and rejoice in you. When the others saw this, they trembled, beset by great terror. They cried, We are not worthy of this, let's get out of here, and get on the way. But they stayed there all day, not seeing him. They said, It must not be the will of the blessed Holy One for us to remain, and they fled. Once they had gone, Rabbi Ear opened, saying, Bless Jehovah, O his angels, mighty in strength, who fulfill his word, heeding the voice of his word. Happy are Israel from among all the nations of the world, for the blessed Holy One has chosen them from among all other nations of the world, making them his portion and inheritance. On account of this he gave them the Holy Torah, for they were of one accord at Mount Sinai, placing obedience before listening. Since they prioritized obedience over listening, the blessed Holy One called to his retinue, saying, Until now, you alone stood before me in the world. From now on, my children are partners with you in everything. You may not sanctify my name until Israel joins together with you on earth, and then you will all be companions sanctifying my name. For they prioritized obedience over listening, just like the celestial angels in the heavens. This is as is written, Bless Jehovah, O his angels, mighty in strength, who fulfill his word, listening to the voice of his word, who fulfill his word, first, then listening. Alternatively, bless Jehovah, O his angels. These are the righteous on earth, as important to the blessed Holy One as the supernal angels in heaven, since they are mighty in strength, overpowering their impulses, like a great warrior who conquers his enemies. Listening to the voice of his word, who merit to hear a voice from above every day, at their hour of need. Now, who can stand among those supernal, holy ones? Happy are they who can stand in their presence, those who are able. Providence of the blessed Holy One upon them every day. How can we enter their presence? Of this is written, Happy is the one you choose and draw near, he will dwell in your courts. And it is written, Happy is the one whose strength is in you, highways in their heart. A potency of the King, seen in 3 colors. First color, visible to the eye from afar. Unable to focus on it clearly on account of the distance, the eye barely glimpses it through squinting. Of this is written from afar, Jehovah appeared to me. Second color, its appearance visible to the eye when sealed. This one, not visible to the eye except when closed. Perceiving a smidgen, but obscure. Close the eye, open a pinch, then grasp the vision of color, requiring interpretation to discern what the eye took in. Of this I looked, and behold, I saw. What do you see, Ezekiel? Third color, radiance of a speculum, utterly unseen other than through rotation of the eyeball when sealed in concealment, rolling in rotation. Through this rotation one can see the speculum that shines. One cannot fathom that color without seeing the radiance shining in concealment of the eye. Of this is written, the hand of Jehovah came upon me, Ezekiel, and the hand of Jehovah came upon Elijah kings. Everything is decoded for the true prophets, other than the heavenly shepherd who merited to gaze above, upon that which cannot be seen at all. Of him is written, not so my servant Moses. Appeared to him Shekinah appeared and was revealed to him amid those rungs bonded to her sides. Michael on the right, Gabriel on the left, Raphael in front, Uriel behind. On account of this, Shekinah was revealed to him amid the terebinths, most fragrant in the world, in order to display the primal covenant holy marking of the mystery of faith. He was sitting at the opening of the tent. Who is opening of the tent? Opening of heavenly dwelling, for then Abraham entered into that holy marking, in the mystery of faith, and sat at the opening of the tent. This is the place called covenant, mystery of faith. In the heat of the day this is the mystery to which Abraham cleaved, potency of the right side, his rung. Opening of the tent, mystery of the gate of righteousness, opening of faith. Abraham entered into it then with the holy marking. In the heat of the day righteous one, rung of the single bond. One who is circumcised, inscribed with the holy marking, enters there. He has departed from foreskin, and entered into the existence of two rungs, they are the mystery of faith. Look, 3 men, 3 angelic messengers, garbed in the atmosphere. They descended to this world, visible to human beings. They were 3, like the pattern above, since the rainbow is seen only with 3 colors, white, red, and green. So too, here actually these 3 men, 3 colors, white, red, green. White Michael, since he is the messenger of the right. Red Gabriel, left side. Green Raphael. These are the 3 colors of the rainbow, since the rainbow is seen only with them. Appeared to him Shekinah revealed in these 3 colors. All 3 are necessary. 1 to heal circumcision, Raphael, master of remedies. 1 to deliver tidings of a son to Sarah, Michael, appointed on the right side. All largesse and blessings are delivered by him from the right side. 1 to overthrow Sodom, Gabriel, from the left. He is appointed over all judgments in the world from the left side that are adjudicated and discharged by the angel of death, chief executioner in the king's estate. They all performed their charges, each and every one fittingly, angel Gabriel in his charge regarding the holy neshama, and a different angel charged with the nefesh of the evil impulse. Nonetheless, the holy neshama does not depart until it sees Shekinah. When he saw them joined as one, he saw Shekinah in her hues, and bowed down, as is written, and he bowed to the ground, and Israel bowed at the head of the bed to Shekinah. Toward Shekinah he uttered the name Adonai, my Lord, but toward righteous one, Adon, Lord. For she is called Adon, Lord, of all the earth, Joshua, when manifest in all her colors, perfected from above. Conclude mirror below draws emanation from above. For these colors draw a flow from above, from those supernal sources. Adonai draws from above through these 3 colors garbed in them, absorbing all, absorbing from above through them. Since they are her companions and her supports in all, this name is uttered Adonai. This name was revealed to him comprised of supernal mysteries. Revealed to him openly unlike before, because he had not been circumcised. Until he was circumcised, the blessed Holy One did not want holy seed to issue from him. After he was circumcised, holy seed shot forth from him at once, and on account of this Shekinah was revealed to him with these holier rungs. Radiance, radiance of radiances, the enlightened will shine radiant in like Zohar hierarchy, the illumination. Radiance of the sky. Daniel. Zohar, radiance. Shining and illuminating, sparkling on diverse sides. Zohar, radiance rising and falling. Zohar, radiance sparkling on every side. Zohar, radiance gushing, flowing forth. Zohar, radiance never ceasing. Zohar, radiance issuing progeny. Zohar, radiance hidden and concealed, gleam of all shimmers and lamps. Everything within it gushing and hidden, concealed and revealed, seen and unseen. Edge of an axe, wellspring gushing during the day, veiled at night. Delighting at midnight in the offspring it has issued. Zohar, radiance radiating and shining for all, entirety of the Torah. This is what is seen, all colors concealed within it, called by the name Adonai. 3 colors visible below, from 3 colors above. From these supernal ones, all celestial ones emanate. Zohar, radiance, unseen sparkling in 12 sparks, in gleams glimmering from it, 13 in the mystery of the holy name. Within the mystery of Ein Sof, infinite one, she is called Yehovah. When lower radiance, Adonai, bonds with upper radiance, Yehovah, a hidden name is formed through which true prophets know and gaze into upper radiance. Zohar, Yadvnhi, vision of hidden ones, as is written like the color of amber, from within the fire. Ezekiel. Matnitin. Celestial ones fly off from the right. 9 points of Torah flow, apportioned among the letters. Letters undulate through them on subtle journeys, allocated to mysteries. These 9 rule over letters, letters ramifying from them. Points remain to elevate them, mobilizing only when these emerge, in the mystery of Ein Sof, all letters undulating in the mystery of Ein Sof. Just as these convey those, so are these concealed ones conveyed. Letters revealed and not revealed. These hidden ones, upon what do they rest? Letters. 9 names, engraved in 10 first, Yod He Vav He, Aoi, Asher Aoi, Yehovah, El, Elohim, Yehovah, Sivaot, Adon, Shaddai. 10 names, engraved in their respective sides. All these names are hewn, entering into one ark of the covenant. Joshua. Who is this? The name Adonai, revealed now to Abraham. Michael, name of the right, uniting and serving this name more than the others. Wherever the mystery of this name is found, Michael is there. When Michael departs, he departs alongside this name. At first, there were 3 men materializing in the form of the atmosphere, and they ate. Eating, actually, for their blaze consumes and destroys everything, pleasing Abraham. They are fire actually, but their blaze, covered in atmospheric form, unseen. That food flaming fire, and they consumed it, giving Abraham peace of mind. When Shekinah withdrew, what was written? Elohim ascended from Abraham. At once, Michael departed too, as is written, the 2 messengers came into Sodom. 3 written at first, now 2. The explanation is that Michael was on the right, and withdrew with Shekinah. The angel that appeared to Manoah descended, materializing in the atmosphere, becoming visible. This was Uriel, since he did not descend with Abraham's angels. He descended here by himself to transmit to Manoah of Dana. Since Manoah was insignificant compared to Abraham, it was not written he ate, but rather, if you detain me, I shall not eat your food. Judges. It is also written, as the flames leaped up from the altar toward the sky, the angel of Yehovah ascended in the flames of the altar, whereas here Elohim ascended from Abraham, for Michael had departed from him. Remaining were Raphael and Gabriel, and of them is written, the 2 messengers came into Sodom in the evening, when judgment is poised above the earth. Afterward, one departed, leaving only Gabriel. By the merit of Abraham, Lot was saved. But he, too, merited them, and so they came to him. By decree of the king, Scoria split off from the right side, a knot engraved cleaving to the midst of slag from gold of the left side, in its habitat of impurity, assuming a tree. Lot went up from Zohar and settled in the mountains, his 2 daughters together with him, and he dwelt in a certain cave, he and his 2 daughters. Form. When Isaac wanted to arouse in the world with his power of harsh judgment, he strengthened himself and separated rungs from their posts. Abraham fortified himself and separated that distinctive tree form from the midst of the impurity. Primordial serpent steeped in the fruit of that tree, this is the wine that was drunk, sewing two rungs, intertwined. Rungs encircling the side of impurity, one called Milcom, one called Paya, this one, coverted vice, that one, overted vice. Paya revealed all his activities on display. Milcom concealed all his activities hidden. From these two spread out copious kinds, according to their species, a wound round the great sea and all dimensions of impurity. Each and every one slipped into its spot. Similarly below Lot deviated from Abraham, establishing his dwelling among the people of Sodom. When judgment was aroused against them, Abraham remembered and sent him away from there, and he was removed from their company. His daughters plied him with wine, and two nations were born through them, Ammon and Moab, one revealed, one concealed. Ammon its rung is Milcom, concealed advice. Moab its rung is Paya, entirely revealed. His daughters followed this pattern. One said, Ben-Ami, son of my people, I have a son Imi, from one who was with me, not explicating his parentage concealed. The other one said, Moavi, Moab this one Meavi, from father I conceived him from father. His rung is Paya revealed. King David united with these two afterward. From Moab came Ruth, from whom issued King David. From Ammon, King David was crowned with the diadem that attests to David's seed, as is written, and he put the crown on him and the testimony kings. This was from Milcom, rung of the people of Ammon, as is written, he took the crown of Malcolm, their king Samuel. Malcolm, rung of the people of Ammon, as is written, it was placed on David's head. Henceforth it was a testimony for his offspring forever, and it promulgated the identity of descendants of David fit to be king. Even one newly born that day could bear it upon his head, though it was laden with gold and precious stones. Another man could not bear it. This is as is written of Joash, put the crown on him and the testimony. David bonded with two rungs the power of his monarchy to overpower other nations. For had he not been encompassed by their sides, he would have been incapable of overwhelming them. The leech has two daughters. Lot went up from Zoar. Two daughters and settled in the mountains, his two daughters of the two daughters together with him evil impulse, arousing him to commandeer the body. One is the nefesh constantly tumefying within the body. The other is the nefesh that craves foul desires, all lascivious appetites of this world. One is the elder, the other is the younger. The evil impulse can sustain only continual adhesion, seducing men and eliciting their trust through these two, in order to convey them to a place of lethal, piercing arrows, as is said, until the arrow pierces his liver. Like bandits who take cover in the mountains, lying in ambush, they hole themselves up in a creepy, mountainous place, but they recognize that people are cautious to avoid such places. What do? They designate the most silver-tongued among them, one who knows how to beguile people. He leaves their midst and positions himself in the straight path where everyone passes. When he approaches them, he begins to join alternatively, the sun rises and the sun sets. What did King Solomon discern? His book of wisdom beginning here. Well, explained Rabbi Elazar, he based this book on the 7 breaths upon which the world stands. These columns and supports sustain the world, therefore they are called breaths. As the body cannot exist without breath, so too the world could not endure without these breaths, uttered by King Solomon. And they are 7, as is written, breath of breaths, said Koheleth, breath of breaths, it is all breath, behold, 7. Now, if you contend that the world stands upon these good ones, look, Scripture includes putrid breaths, and they are the unmaking of the world. For example, this is breath and an evil sickness, and this is mere breath and vexatious spirit. Actually these 7 breaths do sustain the world, but they emit 7 others, and they all sustain the world. For in these 7 is the breath from which all judgments of the world issue and spread out. They are called other breaths, to flog people and guide them along the upright path. They are called breath because evil sickness dwells upon them, breath that is vexatious spirit. They are sustenance of the world indeed, because on account of them people follow the straight path, trembling before the blessed Holy One. Thus, plenty of these breaths are emitted from these 7. His opening utterance, mystery of the Son. This is the breath that sustains the world, mystery through which one enters supernal faith of the blessed Holy One. Thus, everything below this rung is excluded from the mystery of faith. Of this is written, there was no gain under the sun, and all that is done under the sun, for below this point, there is no need to bond. Sun and moon are one, with no separation. Even though the moon is below the sun, it is all sun, with no division. Below this point, it is all Reuterua, vexatious spirit, and it is forbidden to cleave to it. Inside the hidden nexus, from within a sealed secret, a Zohar, radiance, shot forth shining speculum. Jacob departed from Beersheba and went to Haran. Embracing two colors blended together. Once absorbed in each other, all colors could be seen there: purple, the whole spectrum of colors to and fro. Ezekiel. Those rays do not wait to be seen, they merge into the fusion of that Zohar, radiance. Within that Zohar, radiance, dwells the One who dwells. It is the name for the concealed one, utterly unknown voice of Jacob. Seen there is faith of all, and the concealed one, utterly unknown. Here dwells Jehovah, consummation of all sides, above and below. Here is found Jacob, perfection of the patriarchs, united with all sides. This Zohar, radiance, called by its selected name, as is written, you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen, called by two names, Jacob and Israel. At first, Jacob, later, Israel. This mystery at first he was, at the end of thought, elucidation of written Torah. She is oral Torah, called Bia, elucidation, as is said, Moshe undertook Bia, to elucidate. Bia, elucidation, called seven, as is written, V'yivnehu, he built it 7 years. Kings. Sheva, 7, is great voice, and end of thought is Bia Sheva, elucidation of 7. Jacob entered into this inception of faith. After adhering to this faith, he had to be tested in the same place his forefathers had been tested, entering in peace and emerging in peace. Adam, in contrast, entered recklessly. He was seduced by her, sinning with that woman of whoredom, primordial serpent. Noah entered and was seduced by her, sinning, as is written, he drank of the wine and became drunk and exposed himself within his tent. Abraham entered and emerged, as is written, Abram went down to Egypt, and Abram went up from Egypt. Isaac entered and emerged, as is written, Isaac went to Abimelech king of the Philistines, and Isaac went up from there. Jacob, having entered into faith, had to proceed, descending to that side. For one who is saved from there is beloved, chosen by the blessed Holy One. What is written, Jacob departed from Beersheba, secret of the mystery of faith, and set out for Haran, side of the woman of whoredom, the adulteress. Mystery of mysteries, out of the scorching noon of Isaac, out of the dregs of wine, a cramped cluster, male and female together, crimson as a rose, splitting in many directions and paths. The male, called Samael, his female always contained within him. Just as it is on the side of holiness, so it is on the other side, male and female embracing one another. Samael's woman is called serpent, woman of whoredom, end of all flesh, end of days. Two vile spirits joined as one spirit of the male is subtle, the spirit of the female diffused in many ways and paths, but joined to the spirit of the male. She bedecks herself with all sorts of jewelry, like a repulsive prostitute loitering at the crossroads to seduce men. The fool who approaches her, she grabs him and kisses him, pouring him wine from the dregs, from the venom of vipers. Once he drinks, he strays after her. Seeing him stray from the path of truth, she strips herself of all her finery that she dangled before that fool. Her adornments for seducing men, her hair all coiffed, rosy red, her face white and scarlet, 6 trinkets dangling from her ears, her bed covered with Egyptian linen, on her neck all the laurels of the East, her mouth slightly puckered, gorgeously decked out, tongue pointed like a sword, her words smooth like oil, her lips ravishing, crimson as a rose, sweet with all the sweetness of the world. Attired in purple, she is adorned with 40 adornments -1. This fool follows her and drinks from the cup of wine. He fornicates with her, straying after her. What does she do? She deserts him lying asleep in bed. She ascends, denounces him, obtains permission, and descends. That fool awakens, planning to cavort with her as before, but she has discarded her embellishments, returning as a fierce warrior confronting him. Arrayed in armor of flashing fire, his awesome terror induces tremors in body and soul. Full of fearsome eyes, sharp-edged sword in his hand, bitter drops suspended there. He kills that fool, and flings him into hell. Jacob descended to her, journeyed to her place, saw all the trappings of her house, and was saved from her. The male was disgraced, he swooped down to wage war, but could not overcome him, as is written, and a man wrestled with him. Saved from all, perfected consummately, raised to a rung of perfection, and called Israel. Then he rose to a high rung, total perfection. Dreams are from the 6th rung, from the 2 rungs of prophecy up to this rung, 6 rungs. Of this dreams he dreamed here, a ladder set on earth, its top reaching the heavens are 1/60th of prophecy. A ladder he foresaw his descendants primed to receive the Torah at Mount Sinai. A ladder, this is Sinai, rooted in the ground but as eminent as if it soared to the heavens. All celestial troops and legions descended there with the blessed Holy One when he gave them the Torah, and he saw it all. He saw Metatron, elder of the household, ruling over all that is his. Presiding over this world with the name Shaddai, ascending upward with the rise of the name of his master, Jehovah, site where Jacob was perfected afterward. Its top of the name Shaddai, the letter Yod. This is the meaning of reaching to heaven when this letter reaches that place it is perfected and called by the name of its master, Jehovah. Here, angels of God ascending and descending on it, holy angels, close to Makhut, ascending, others, distant, descending. Further, they ascend and descend both on him. When he ascends, they ascend with him. When he descends, they descend with him. Angels of God 12 jewels: Mikhael, Kadmiel, Pardael, Gavriel, Sidchiel, Azdiel, Rephael, Raziel, Saturiel, Nuriel, Yophiel, Anael. Thousands of Shinan, thousands. Shinan Shia, Ox Nesha, Eagle Area, Lion Final Nun Adam, embracing male and female. All ascending when he ascends, descending when he descends. Further, all these who rule in governance of this world ascend on account of him, and all those who descend, descend on account of him, all on this ladder. Jehovah rules over all, as is written, behold, Jehovah was poised over him. When he awoke, it is written, this is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. House of Elohim, God actually, and it is the gate to enter within, as is written, open for me the gates of righteousness, I will enter them and praise Yah. This is the gate to Jehovah, and this is the gate of heaven, all one. A well rung of the master of the entire he looked, and here a well in world. In the field field of holy apples. 3 flocks of sheep, 3 holy, supernal rungs, arrayed over that well, Netzah, Hod, and Yesod Olam, foundation of the world. They draw water from above and fill that well, because that spring, foundation of the world, dwells within that well, flowing constantly, filling the well. Once it is filled actually, then for from that well the flocks were watered. These are all the troops and holy legions, all quenched and drinking from that well, each and every one fittingly. The stone on the mouth of the well was large, this is the stone upon which people stumble. A stone men strike against, a rock men stumble over, always looming over this well and its utterances, to exact judgment upon the entire world, blocking the descent of food and bounty to the world. When all the flocks were gathered there. It is not written when the flocks were gathered there, but rather all the flocks, holy legions above, legions of Israel below. These with songs and praise above, those with prayers and petitions below, these and those. At once they would roll the stone off the mouth of the well, rolling and removing it from holiness, abandoning judgment. At once, they would water the sheep, celestial angels absorbing above, Israel deriving below. Afterward, they would put the stone back at the injunction of the well, to be present before it, to invoke judgment in the world so that the world would be conducted justly. This is how it must be, for the world cannot endure without justice, everything existing according to truth and merit. After Jacob was perfected, he needed no extra help with this stone. What is written, he approached and rolled the stone. He rolled, and they would roll, not he removed, and they removed. Indeed, ve galalu, they would roll, alluding to confusion of Satan, confounding him, preventing him from prosecuting Jacob alone, unaided. Independently, for Jacob was most consummate of the patriarchs. Since he was able to defeat Esau in this world, he can triumph above, as well. Everything requires a deed. Jacob inherited 2 worlds, one revealed world and one concealed world. Corresponding to that array, 2 tribes emerged from one, and 6 tribes emerged from the other. Concealed world issued 6 sides, revealed world issued 2 cherubim below her. Jacob is located between 2 worlds in their image, actually thus, all of Leah's words concealed, and Rachel's revealed. We have learned cup of blessing receives. Reuben went out during the blessing only from the days of the wheat harvest right side, so as long as the right is aroused toward cup of blessing, the left provides no support. For the right finds warrant in that cup to arouse it toward the upper world. This secret out went Reuben's south side, thus, his banner is in the south. For he is head of the 12 boundaries, and his desire to find a means, an offering for Matronita, to bless her. What is written? He found mandrakes in the field. He went searching amid all her treasures and found, in this field, mandrakes. Of them is written, the mandrakes give forth fragrant song of songs to cherubim, her embellishments awakening arousal above. For among all those adornments, none arouse above besides cherubim. South side, when does he arouse toward her, seeking cause to bless her during the days of the wheat harvest, when she distributes shares of fortune to her legions and all the reapers of the field. At once, he brought them to Leah his mother, their fragrance and arousal wafted upward, toward upper world, concealed world, arousing blessings for lower world. Once she is blessed, those mandrakes collect, then bestow upon all worlds, as is written, the mandrakes give forth fragrance, at our doors all delicacies when they exude their aroma, south side absorbs it, arousing toward the upper world. At once, at our doors all delicacies, no beneficence lacking from the world. Lower world does not arouse toward upper world without the cherubim wafting fragrance toward the right. After they bestow aroma to the right, and the right arouses toward upper world, at once lower world arouses to petition for its needs. What is written? Rachel said to Leah, please give me blessings from the arousal of mandrakes, aroused for you by the right side. Then, upper world joyfully, playfully, responded to her, saying, is your taking my husband a small thing like a mother to her daughter? If so, the husband of upper world must be Jacob. Not so. Yearning of the father is always exclusively for his daughter. His love is directed toward her because she is the only daughter, among 6 sons. He doles out provisions, largesse, and gifts to each of those 6 sons, but he allocates nothing for her, nor does she inherit anything. On account of all this, he watches over her with greater fondness and love than all the rest. Out of love for her, he called her daughter. This did not satisfy him, so he called her sister. This did not satisfy him, so he called her mother, in the name of his mother. This did not satisfy him, so he called her by his name, as is written, but Okma, wisdom, found from I in Okma. Actually this is why upper world said to her, is your taking my husband a small thing, for all of his love is drawn toward you. Concerning the joyful playfulness of mother to daughter, how did she respond? Lacan, assuredly, he may lie with you tonight. Lacan always indicates an oath. Yishkav, he may lie. What is the meaning of Yishkav? Well, lying always indicates the preparation of the female for the male, so that he can infuse into her the forms of all letters. This is the meaning of Yishkav. Yesh, upper world, mystery of the Torah, hidden point aroused toward her through Kaf Bet, 22 letters. This is the meaning of Yishkav. Yesh, world that is coming, as is written, so I may endow my lovers with Yesh, substance. Kaf Bet, 22 supernal point infusing all 22 letters, mystery of the entire Torah. This is the meaning of Yishkav. It is not written Yishkav imek Yaakov, Jacob may lie with you, but rather he may lie with you, hidden one, who is fit to arouse toward you, all on account of those mandrakes. All written with love. When Jacob came in from the field in the evening, holy Tiferet, coming from that field where he collected all the blessings, the one of which is written like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah. In the evening, why in the evening? This is the time that his father Isaac is aroused toward that field, taking hold of it. Isaac is aroused toward that field only in the evening, as is written, Isaac went out to meditate in the field toward evening. When Jacob left there in the evening, he left that field for his father Isaac, ascending upward at that time. What is written? Leah went out to meet him. Supernal mother said toward her only son, you are to come to me, beneath my wings, so I may bless you and saturate you with celestial dainties and confections. This is the moment for fondness and delight, giving you to bestow upon that field, before the power of Isaac blazes. Once she embraces Jacob beneath her wings, then he lay with her Baalahu, in the night he concealed from all. He source of all holy blessings. It is not written Jacob, but rather he, one who is fit to arouse toward her. Before he was poised toward her, beneath her wings, the one who absorbs those sanctities and blessings, she was not filled by hidden point, upper world. Thus, mandrakes arouse all in the array of supernal mystery. Reuben, what is the meaning of Reuben? The blessed Holy One designates names on earth, as is written, go, gaze upon the acts of Elohim, who has placed names on earth. A Jacob took for himself. He selected as his portion, for his lot, rods of fresh poplar right side, colored white. Fresh side of water. Almond left side, red as a rose. Plain, blending them together. In all of them the right, colored white, is united, ascending in their midst, as is written, exposing the white. For even though it is joined on both sides, its share inclines to the right side, and is engraved in all this side and that. Then he is called consummate man, consummate in everything. What is written afterward? So at the time that Ham-Cusharo, the vigorous, of the flocks went into heat, Jacob would place the rod's mystery of mysteries transmitted to the wise of heart. Celestial rungs in the midst of supernal holy legions, these above those inward, those outward. Inward ones Mitkasherin, linked, to the Holy King, and Mitkasherin, linked, to Israel, sacred offspring of the blessed Holy One. They are called hearts and Ham-Cusharo, linked of the flock's troops of linked ones above and below. When they yearn for sublime radiance above, central column consummate Jacob places those rods, tefillin of the head, in the channels, the very site where tefillin dwell. From there, all supernal troops and legions, bonded above and bonded below, absorb luminosity. Once they have absorbed from the channels the water receptacles, they become springs, fountains flowing downward, providing for all. This is why Jacob separated upper rungs from other rungs of the remaining nations, as is said, he set his own herds Levado, apart, and did not put them with Laban's flock. He set these flocks aside for himself, to avoid the share of the other nations. Just as he separated rungs of faith above for his portion and lot, so did he need to separate rungs of holy legions below, linking up with them in the palaces of Matronita. All of them are marked by the king's signet above. Just as Israel is inscribed among the other nations, so too rungs of supernal legions portion of the blessed Holy One are inscribed among the rest of the troops and legions above. Thus, Jacob selected these for his portion and lot, inscribed for a portion of faith. Consequently, it is written, for Yah has chosen Jacob for himself as he chose his portion and lot in the mystery of faith, so too did the blessed Holy One select him from all other troops and legions of the world, and supernal legions were separated from one another. When radiance of the flame is revealed in the light of Shekinah, all other rungs are ashamed, fear, shrouding themselves before that radiance, unable to approach. All holy embellishments, her adornments at the time that radiance was revealed, rejoice at once, soaring upward to draw near and bond with her, and then she is refined by them. This is the mystery of Haratuphaim, shrouded ones, went to Laban and the vigorous ones to Jacob. He had to separate and divide holy rungs for his portion from among rungs of the other nations. Throughout, holy Jacob was essential, and the blessed Holy One wrote of his faithfulness in the Torah, contained in the mysteries of these words. Happy is his portion. Our Mishnah. Jacob went on his way, and angels of God met him. Potency of celestial deputies, ramrod straight, and the glinting, whirling sword appointed over numerous troops and legions. Whirling sword blood red, as is written, Jehovah has a sword, full of blood. Inversion is suspended from that sword those who transform to various colors, some females, some males. Other colors diverge on multiple sides toward various rungs. From the side of tree of life emerge those who unite, bonded in a nexus, holy beings drawing constantly of the dew of heaven. Name of God is perfected through them. Of this is said of the fat of the earth, perfected on the four sides of the universe. They are fashioned into supports for the throne, all of them jewels, sockets, and pillars, never disengaging from this name. All those clusters that Jacob selected as his portion, tied to this name, departed in the evening. When Jacob set off, journeying to the four sides, they surrounded him, extending protection to the four corners of the earth. After but a moment he sensed, from the site of the upper tree, guardianship for the lower tree. Then, when he saw them, Jacob said, "This is a camp of God," and he named that place Manaim, twin camps. A secret of secrets for those who understand. Have them take me an offering wisdom. When desire arose in mystery of all mysteries to fashion glory for his glorification, he caused a spirit to blow from supernal point, stretching from above below, configuring its array to be established in this world. While lacking source or root in this world, there would be no worldly vessel at all to receive the flow. And if it were not poured into this world, the world would perish at once, unable to endure for even a moment. Since its array is filled from this world, it pours from one side toward this world, and from another side toward the celestial angels, all slaked at once. The array of this spirit is perfected by the spirits of the righteous in this world. This spirit was perfected when Enoch, Jared, and Mahalalel resided in this world, but when sinners proliferated, this perfection was stripped away. When they perished, Noah arrived and perfected it. Along came the generation of dispersion, and this perfection was stripped away. Abraham arrived and perfected it. The people of Sodom came and stripped it away. Isaac arrived and perfected it. Philistines and sinners of the generation came and stripped it away. Jacob and his offspring immaculate bed appeared, consummating that perfection. They departed from the Holy Land, descending to Egypt, and on their account, she tarried there. Since the people of Israel reverted to Egyptian practices, that perfection was subjugated and depleted until they emerged from Egypt and built the dwelling. The Blessed Holy One said, "I wish to dwell among you, but I cannot until you perfect my spirit so that it can dwell among you. This is as is written, have them make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell among them. This is the mystery of have them take me an offering." Moses said to the Blessed Holy One, "Who can take her and fashion her?" He replied, "Moses, it is not as you surmise, rather, from every man whose heart impels him from their yearning and their spirit you shall take her and perfect her." When Solomon arrived, he completed that spirit with consummation from above. For from the day that she was perfected below during the days of Moses, that perfection was never withheld at all through the arrival of Solomon. When Solomon came, he exerted himself to perfect it above, and he began to configure the mirror of upper world, so that lower world could be attuned by that mirror. This is the meaning of Song of Songs Ashalish Lomo, of Solomon.